Main tournament is underway. Last night we ended the show with the lower bracket best of 5 finals where Nouns did manage to be the 8th team that are gonna be joining the Giants of Dota that are gonna be playing in the next 5 days. I'm Harry, this is Bowie, and you're watching the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 main tournament. Bowie, where's the hype? I don't feel the hype from you.
Let's go. The hype's coming, bro. We don't need to force it. These teams playing this tournament are absolutely the best in the world, and I think we're in here for a treat. And this is just the first day of 5 amazing Dota days. We're gonna be starting with Team Spirit versus the lovely Cloud9 old Entity. And I mean, I'm really curious, right? Entity was doing really well before they got acquired. Can they stand the Giants of Spirit?
Yeah, there was a tournament you and me cast where these two played, and I think Spirit completely demolished them. But yeah, it is not gonna be easy for Cloud9. Still, we are gonna be looking at the 8 participating teams. Look at the 6 in white, and then the 2 quote-unquote underdogs that went through the plains. Though, you know, Bowie, a lot of the teams that would struggle to get to a position like this, a lot of times in history, it has happened that they start crushing everybody. Unfortunately, they're not playing in this series, so let's not focus on them, but on Spirit and Cloud9. Do you think that old Cloud9 fans are now gonna rally behind former Entity, now Cloud9?
Maybe not immediately, but if they start performing, right? I think that's usually how it goes. You can hype a team as much as you want, but eventually if the team's losing too much, I think the fans kind of fade away. There's a couple of teams that still have passionate fans despite results, and you know the teams I'm talking about. But
I know they have passionate haters. I know about passionate haters. I don't know about passionate fans.
It goes both ways, because if they start winning, those haters quickly become fans. You know how it is. You just want to see your friends win, but if they don't, you just get dead and jaded inside. But yeah, I mean, I know that the last time these two teams faced, it was kind of a stomp, but I think that was a fair amount of time away. With that said, though, Spirit, they were looking pretty hot. They did play the finals of a tournament recently. They lost to Extreme Gaming, but still, they played 4 games and they went all the way through the tournament. And I think Spirit, even before they started bootcamping, should be looking really sharp.
This is Group A. That one will be played later on in the day, cast by our colleagues. As you guys see, it's some modified GSL format. You basically have a double elimination in the groups. That's how it goes. You need to win 2 best of 3s to go through, or lose 2 best of 3s to be pushed out of the tournament. That's basically how it is. Every single match is a best of 3, so we're gonna have a lot of Dota action. I think in the last FISSURE Universe, in the episode 2, we had some best of 1s to start things off, and only the lower bracket finals was the best of 3. Here, everybody will get a fair chance. Best of 3 all the way. It is not gonna be an easy day for any of these teams.
Oh yeah, and we love BO3. It's Dota, supposed to be a BO3 game, and it's amazing that, you know, if we're gonna get these caliber of teams, you might as well play BO3 with all of them, and I think this is more than deserving. Looking at the odds here, Spirit with an edge, and I think that's pretty fair. Not like 2 odds or anything, you know, 1.57 to 2.47. I think this is how I would expect this to go.
Yep, very likely that Spirit are coming in as a better team, but Spirit have been known to come in with weird drafts and experimentations and just flop a tournament here and there. So I wouldn't say that Cloud9 or any of the other teams are gonna necessarily have problem with Team Spirit, but I think that's what makes them so great, right? Because they do experiment, they do pick heroes that you might not think are great. If people watch their vlogs, they would know a lot of times they'd say, "Oh, we just screwed up the draft, man. I don't know why we did that." Blah blah blah, right? And amazing vlogs as well. So guys, go and check them out. But then we see them sometimes just crush it. This is how you get better, by making mistakes.
Yeah, that is true. Do feel like they've been screaming a lot, though. I don't think this is a tournament they would be linked to flop. But as you said, I was looking at all of the recent tournament and also pub information, and bro, we're in for a treat here. Position 4 players, like their hero pool is 100% different than what they were playing like 1 or 2 months ago. Our boy Mira is just playing weird stuff. Kataomi is playing a lot of weird stuff. This tournament is gonna be awesome to watch.
Yep, it is gonna be awesome, and that's why everybody should subscribe to our YouTube and Twitch channels so that you know when we are live. Activate the bell button, and every single time that we are live, you are gonna be able to follow us. But pretty much every day apart from one, I think we're starting at 11 CST and or around that time. So just get your alarm clocks ready not to miss any of the Dota action. But as you mentioned it, right, the pubs. Yatoro has played 85 matches in the last 7 days. Like, he's a beast. This guy, when he wants to play, when he wants to be the best, when he starts grinding pubs, that's when he's at his scariest.
So you mean Radan, right?
It says Yatoro on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. For me, it's always going to be...
No, he is Radan. He said he's Radan. I'll follow his cue, but you're right. He is playing a lot of pubs. He actually is playing a lot of that Mirana that we saw so much in the BO5 series that we cast now versus the, unfortunately, not here in the tournament 1W. But yeah, there is a lot of things that these teams are flexing. And I cannot, like, dude, I'm so excited for the draft. I know we're not there just yet, but...
Oh, you're right. He's Radan. There, it says it. Radan, Laurel, Collapse, Mira, and Miposhka. Okay, I apologize, Bowie. He did say what Radan means, but I can't remember.
I think it's from some... Oh, what is that game that everyone was playing? It's a Souls game. Oh, it's a song? I thought it was from a Souls game.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Regardless, though, he's being known, you know, to doing these weird things, shaving his head, changing nicknames. Maybe next time, what he's gonna do.
I know what it means. So he is literally calling for the rain. He says, "Rain all days, Dota all night." Right? That's and it is a reference to an anime. Oh, that's which one?
Last time I heard, it was not exactly how the saying would go, but I heard he made a PMA so that everyone is happy. But dude, another thing that is worth mentioning: this tournament, if you drop 2 series. Is it 2 series that you're out?
Yes, 2 series out. So GSL, modified GSL format. You lose 1 series, you go to the lower bracket, you lose there, you're out. You win and then again you lose, again you're out. If you win 2 series, even if you lose 1, you are going to be going through into the playoffs, which are again going to be a double elimination. So 4 teams in the playoffs.
So everyone here has to be extremely careful. You want to experiment, of course, but there is a lot of downsides to losing a series here. You're pretty much 1 series away from losing if you lose 1.
Dude, DM is giving... Look at DM. He's giving off come at me, bro vibes. For sure, right?
I do love the haircut, though. Looks pretty sharp. Did you know, by the way, DM has 100% win rate with his Enigma last 3 months with our boys from Entity/Cloud9. Has not lost a single Enigma game. And we saw this hero being really impactful yesterday.
Yep, and he does play it quite a lot in pubs as well. So he is definitely ready for it. That could be a first phase ban. Not gonna lie, right? Because I think Fishman is capable of taking the Enigma 5 as well. And for me, it's one of the main heroes of Cloud9. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, it's definitely one hero that they play really well. Both teams have a lot of unique stuff about them, right? Cloud9, they love their Pudge. Something that Watson can play, Kataomi can play, even no one played in the past. I have not seen Spirit really mess with Pudge that much. When we look at Radan, he loves his Terrorblade. He actually has 100% win rate Terrorblade last 3 months. A hero that was not really popular whatsoever. So Actually, a pretty good matchup for Pudge, I would say. Pudge into Terrorblade. This might be
Yep.
a second phase ban for them.
Okay, our viewers need to vote in chat, and now we're gonna be finding out just how many of those long time ago Cloud9 fans are still in the chat. Exclamation mark S for Spirit and C for Cloud9. We know, Bowie, that who you're gonna be voting, because again, there's one Brazilian not in the roster, but as a coach for Cloud9.
You think I'm that cheap? You think I'm just follow whatever Brazilian shows up? You think Brazilians have been doing so bad in the international stage that we have to get crumbs? Yes, you're right.
No, this is not what I'm gonna say. Team Spirit, on their Wikipedia page, it says Serbia now, because they have been in my country, in my home city, for a very long time, right? So I'm cheering for them all the time. We are the champions of the world, even though we don't have a single that good Dota player at the moment, but it doesn't matter, right? So I was trying to get some beef between us, right? National fights and stuff like that, but yeah, okay, Bowie. Okay,
Sure.
if you,
Yeah, the
if you
great
wanna
Serbia versus Brazil match. Spirit versus Cloud9. Yes, that is very believable. That's such a good narrative. Good job, Harry.
Yeah, good job, Bowie, for ruining it. But no problem. I'll let it slide this time. So we kind of talked about the chances of each team in this matchup. We talked about some of the heroes of Cloud9. What do you think Spirit are opening with? They usually take their sweet time in the draft when they're banning heroes, especially one of the teams that usually does lose reserve time in the banning phase. So what do you think they're gonna be gunning for in the first pick and stuff?
I mean, it's hard to say, but looking at their recent results, one hero that I think they had a lot of success with, actually 80%, is the Elder Titan. And that is one hero we didn't really get to see too much in the first stage of the tournament. Not a lot of teams
just
were
woke up.
interested. Oh, okay, yep. Gotta need that coffee. Gotta need that caffeine. But yeah, I think Elder Titan is one hero that I think they can open. It is very specific to them, and it is also probably not likely to be banned first phase, and something they've done really well in the past.
So first pick Cloud9, they were the ones that chose, and Spirit going for Radiant. This is what you said, that everybody most likely will be going for the first pick. Spirit are one team that tends to experiment with it. I don't know if the other ones will do it. Gaimin Gladiators tend to do it from time to time, but of course you and me are not going to be casting them. It's going to be our lovely colleagues that are going to be taking over. But we should be having a draft ready fairly soon, Bowie, and then we're finally gonna find out what Spirit has cooking. I'm always a fan when the new meta starts developing, because they do bring some interesting things to the table.
Oh yeah, interesting here. Shadow Demon. I was gonna mention this. Spirit in the last. I'm sorry, Cloud9. No, never mind. Because Cloud9, they have not really played Shadow Demon at all. The last 3 months, they have one Shadow Demon game, and they lost it. So I think this is one advantage that Entity has. The Spirit has playing into them. They don't really need to ban Shadow Demon, or at least they might try to give it to Entity, because they are either not good or not really willing to play it. As okay, the Enigma you said is banned.
Yep, I think there's no doubt about it. It's probably a hero that everybody is gonna take out. Considering that this tournament can easily punish you, there's not a long group stage. It's not a place to experiment if you can beat that Enigma.
Tinker is open, and our boy Laro has been playing some Pagina. Katahon is also playing Pagina.
Oh, let's go, Tinker. I don't think they're getting it, right? This is, yep. Cloud9, they smell a bait, man. They're like, yeah, that looks like a bait to me. Get it out.
Yeah, I think, it is rough though, because you are given this really strong hero and you ban it, right? That has to feel a little bit bad. Like, sure, maybe they play Pagina, maybe the matchup's not good, but anyway, at the end of the day, this hero still has 60% win rate in pubs. This hero is absolutely broken. It probably feels a little bit bad that you were the first big team and you have to ban it. We'll see, what the approach is going to be, but I already feel like Spirit's starting with a big advantage here.
Yeah, Spirit are probably at this moment like, I smell fear. I smell fear in my opponents, and it is might be the case, but you would be a fool not to be afraid of Team Spirit. There will be a Lesh opening. Yesterday we saw position 4 Lesh not look so hot. How do you reckon it goes for Cloud9? Are they also gunning for a support Lesh, or is it going to be
Yeah,
no
they
one's
definitely
hero? Yeah, I know
Mira
Kitomi
is
does.
playing. Mira hero pool is looking exactly like Sweden's strong hero pool from yesterday. He plays Sniper,
And there it
Marcy,
is.
Lesh as his most played heroes, and they responded to Sniper. Dude, what has Dota become in the last couple of days? This is crazy. I guess
Yeah,
it could be a flex pick too. I'm sure no one plays it. I'm sure they can.
that's Spirit on the Radiant side though, so.
Oh yeah. I mean, Laro does play Lash, right? Looking at the stats.
Sniper.
Oh no, this is support sniper, bro. This is support sniper.
Yes,
100%.
I know, but the Larl, if Larl plays Lesh, it doesn't matter because he has a sniper on his side.
Yeah. I get what you mean. All right, Bans. What are you doing here?
It's
I'll
hard
probably take
to.
away Batrider. Actually, I think it's a hero that really prevents the Lash from going in, even in the lane.
I think so.
Yeah, and it is a hero that they've been playing a fair amount. I wouldn't be mad against a Batrider. Mira does play Bat, and we saw position 5 sniper too, right? So this doesn't necessarily mean that sniper is gonna be 4.
I'm thinking maybe something like Kunkaban. Collapse has been playing it quite a lot, but they'll get rid of the Shaker. Maybe setting up for an Ember Spirit, maybe?
Possible. Definitely possible.
Cloud9, no one plays a ton of Shaker. No one plays a ton of Sniper, right? He has always been very well known for the Sniper. I still remember. I think it was TI5 or TI6, so 8 years ago, when he was a Sniper and Samael was an Alchemist, and then Samael bought a Blade Mail, and no one just killed himself on that Blade Mail. It's still one of the most iconic Blade Mail buys I've seen to this day in Dota.
I'm sure he has nightmares about it to this day. That was a game. I'm sure the viewers remember. They get this Primal here. Gonna be flexing to the off lane for Collapse. Probably can be Laro's hero as well.
He does play it, but I would assume that this is going to be Collapse that's going to be playing it. But of course, even in the main tournament, everybody thought we forgot about them. But no, we're going to continue giving away those Arcanas. Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat, and you're going to know how to become liable to get one of the Arcanas yesterday. We also had a community drop. Maybe we're going to have even more of those looking forward. Well, you need to stay in chat to find out.
Okay, so what do you do here against... Well, Bat's not bad for Cloud9, but they will get the Mirana here. All right, they do flex this on both Watson and no
Does
one.
no one play Mirana? I guess even no one plays Mirana. Kataomi used to be a big Mirana player. I'm not seeing it in his pubs, right? But position 4 Mirana is not something that you forget how to play. It's pretty straightforward, so I would say he can take it as well.
Yeah, it's good. You don't really die in lane against the Primal Beast. I think that is one of the main reasons you can do this. And now even more move speed to kite this Primal Beast to deal with the sniper if it's going to be core. I really like this, and it also enables this Leshrac in the fights just by buying drums and getting the Warcry off.
I've seen so many Cloud9 games when they were Entity lose because they went in the second phase 2 connected picks, a Sven plus a ranged carry, right? I know it's strong, but I don't know if this is part of the pick to get it, right? Just to reveal everything. And then there's 3 heroes of Team Spirit to respond to this. This is looking more and more like their safe lane between the Mirana and the Sven.
Yeah, it's very likely. They still have the flex, but it is very likely that this is going to be the case. Mirana Sven support duo, it's definitely not great, but Moonlight Shadow can be very powerful, especially if you have a Leshrac that can, you get the move speed from Moonlight Shadow. So that is also, in terms of move speed, they can run at Team Spirit, especially if this is going to be
Moonlight
Shadow or run away. Yeah.
Yep. I'm still leaning more towards 4 Lesh, 1 Mirana, 5 Sven. I think that's the general idea. If Team Spirit find a way to scare Cloud9 out of it, sure. But overall, by what I've been seeing in the patch and how these heroes have been performing, I think those are possibly the best positions to put them in.
Yeah, I think you probably want some magic damage here in Team Spirit now. You don't want to be fighting into the armor of the Sven. So we will see Jakiro as an answer for Sven very, very frequently. I'm not sure if that's that popular anymore. We've seen teams kind of moving away from that. I'm going to go DK.
That's most likely a Laurel hero. Yep. He has played it so much. I remember.
Radon plays a lot of DK carry though. He plays DK the most out of Spirit.
Yeah, really? Okay, cool. Because when Laurel joined Spirit, he played almost exclusively Zeus and the Dragonite. And then Zeus, they started losing way too many games, and it was mostly Dragonite first pick every game, of course. Spirit and Laurel as well have evolved ever since that time quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a flex pick between both of them. I don't think that's going to be their offlane hero. Now for Spirit, Mirana, very good.
I'd like more burst though when I see the disruptor, but this might be a different kind of disruptor, one that relies more on the kinetic field rather than on getting the extra kill with the glimpse. Sure, the glimpse is always a nice bonus, but if you look at it, Lesh, Sven, Mirana, kinetic field is just so good.
Yeah, it's really powerful. You're gonna get a lot of sniper damage on top of the kinetic field as well, right? Now that it goes so fast, you pretty much secure the sniper's damage in the team fights too. I like it. I think you playing carry Mirana now is really hard. I would say this is like similar to playing Storm into a disruptor. I hope that they can flex this somehow.
I mean, they can.
Maybe.
Not gonna do it thus far, right? Still possible for the Lash to go mid, Mirana 4, and then you just pick a carry or leave a Sven as a 1.
Yeah, I actually would prefer the Sven as a 1. I think it's better. It's tanky against the Primal. I know you want the Mirana in the lane against the Primal so you don't die, but I really feel like this Disruptor is something you have to respect.
I don't know if Watson wants to play the Sven though, right? Because even nowadays, people are getting BKB a little bit later on in this game. It's needed, it's a necessity, but it's not that awesome. Maybe you just go for something completely different, something that can stand its ground, like a Medusa. Let's say if you wanna keep the Sven as a 5, I wouldn't mind it.
I don't think you can Medusa though, because then they're gonna play sniper carry if you do that.
True.
It's a really good matchup.
What about a Luna? Right, Luna would be a good one.
It's okay, but it's the same. It's kind of the same problem. I think you need to play some weird PA or something. Some assassin type hero that actually gets on top of the sniper. But at 23, it's hard to get those heroes. It's going to be addressed.
Yeah, plus, I think their lineup isn't made to enable those types of heroes. It's made to enable these range carries. That's how it looks, right? You have everybody that runs in, and then this hero is farming. At some point, just does massive amounts of damage. I think that's what they're gunning for. So Mirana still fits their lineup really well, even though it's countered from the other side. And let's say Luna does as well. Medusa, all the possibilities are still there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They've been playing NP carry on Watson, by the way. That is a hero NP that the entire lineup plays. So, yeah, never mind.
And it's going to get banned. I think NP Enigma is something that Team Spirit are just not going to let through in this series. And deservingly so.
So their read, though, is that they already have their carry. They actually take away 2 spirits from Cloud9. Okay.
I agree with these bans. It just would be the best way for Cloud9's lineup to just pick a no-one hero, not looking at what Team Spirit has. Right? Sure, you're always going to be countered by something. You can't really expect to outdraft Team Spirit.
Looking at those bans, it looks like this is probably going to be carry Mirana. This would be good matchups for the Sven, even though Doom probably struggles against both MK and CK. I don't think you're necessarily...
You get Timber. No, they go Tiny. I like the Tiny, actually, right? Both the Sniper and the Disruptor are very squishy. You have a lot of movement speed to just run into the opponents, and Team Spirit aren't great when you're running towards them, right? So I'm expecting the Sniper to get a very early shard.
They have nighttime vision from the Sniper, though. And this is usually your big timing is Tiny, minute 15 into minute 20 with the blink. Sniper does make those fights much harder. I guess this might be a Moonlight Shadow game. No, not if you're carry though, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this Tiny that much. I know it's classic no one hero, but the Sniper is gonna be a problem. Ooh, they go the DOTA.
Do we see a Diffusal Blade on the Mirana? Is that a possibility? I actually wouldn't hate it.
I think with the tempo they have, it's not bad on Cloud9 because you want to run at them, right? DM's the only passive hero that they have. I do like the Diffusal. But with that said, I think this is a great Radan 24 Medusa pick. I am going to Spirit. I really like their lineup.
Sick Medusa pick. Don't care about the Lash. Oh, I do a lot of damage. I don't care. Mirana does a lot of damage. I don't care. Doom still doesn't care. Burst damage from the Tiny. Doesn't care about that either. The question is, Bowie, how do you deal with this Medusa, right? Is it the other 4 have to suffer so the Team Spirit never get ahead? Because I think if Spirit get ahead at like 20-25 minutes in the game, that is just straight up over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a game you have to snowball, you have to keep the Medusa in check, not give any Aegises away. And even then, going high ground is a nightmare. You have this DK DOTA just making it really tough for you to poke high ground. This Tiny, I don't know about it. It feels really hard to get any tossbacks because you have tons of range cores on the side of Spirit with a Disruptor to glimpse you back, with a Sniper to peek at you before you jump. This is gonna be a test for no one. If they do well, and it's not gonna be easy, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, it does come down to him, right? It's not an easy Tiny game, but it is also not an impossible game. We saw the odds there favoring Team Spirit quite a lot. Our sponsors agree with us, Bowie, and I think for a good reason. But they can do it, right? They have heroes that can snowball. It's just not going to be easy. I'm looking at Watson also. I think he might need to get involved a little bit earlier than what you would naturally expect from a position 1.
I mean, he is a very active carry, right? Even when he's playing anti-mage Meepo, he is... I would say he reminds me a lot of Crystalis in the sense that he is not scared of joining fights. Even when he's behind, he has a really good way to relieve pressure. Even though he's the carry and usually carries expect the pressure to be relieved for them. So I don't think it's going to be a problem necessarily. You know, he is an active carry and he has an active hero. But yeah, that DOTA is a looming threat. If this goes 30-45 minutes, I am not sure exactly how you're going to be able to handle the DOTA. Because sure, you get a Diffusal and it's good initially, but I don't know how you itemize for any other hero on Entity to deal with the DOTA. Like everyone else, how do you counter that DOTA? I don't think you don't.
You leave her for last. That's what you do. We are going to be getting ourselves into the game where Spirit went for a late smoke, meaning that they want to kill. They know they have this night vision that is going to be stopping in 4 seconds collapse. Running into 5, and while your team is ganking, they don't combo the stuns. Oh, come on, Cloud9. That was a kill.
Unfortunate. I mean, they already had the tree dance, not tree dance, the tree throw. Learn on no one, so I think they couldn't really get that kill.
Yeah, 1.1 second I think is the Sven stun, as they will be finding Mira. Mira is gonna be destroyed by the Diabolic Unit. Look at that damage. Kataomi takes him down. No sweat, and Mira, he should know just how much damage this hero can do, considering that he does play it himself, so nice start for Cloud9.
Ooh, that's the dream. We start with Boots, get first blood, and he's still here. He has a blood grenade. They could get a bait and kill Collapse. Oh, that's a 2-man stun of a blood grenade arrow.
Collapse is dead. He's not going anywhere.
Ooh, pause.
BM pause. I'm just kidding. Okay, he obviously he says lags.
You meant DM pause, right?
As we do continue the pause here, enjoying it a bit, ready to stretch ourselves, Bowie, and get ready for the game. I really liked this for them. But also, guys, just remember that this tournament is brought to you by 1xBet. Our Potters, they're the ones that made this possible in collaboration with our wonderful Theo, Fisher, and only me and Bowie can know just how awesome they are. Of course, we have all these cool backgrounds, all these cool comics that they create, but they are just taking that we would ever need, and so many disconnected players right now on Cloud9, and from what I've seen, they are not in a boot camp, right?
Mind game time. Yeah, it does. It does look that way. I would expect maybe they already boot camped and they like this is their last. Because I did hear like from different teams that they're boot camping. I think Gaimin Gladiators mentioning their Twitter that they were gonna be starting their boot camp 2 days before their first game here, which was interesting. Whereas I do know that other teams started their boot camp a little bit earlier. And whether they're all gonna be finishing at the same time or not, I think it depends on the team how much they think they need to. Go RMK. What? Okay, well we're back. I don't know what's happening.
What? Oh,
packet loss.
Okay. So the Spirit are dishing out some jokes, right? Because they did lose 2 heroes.
Okay. So where do you know where DM is based? Where he's from?
I mean, as far as I know, he's Russian. I don't know if he is
playing.
He's there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know where Team Spirit are, and that their internet is not lagging. Just saying.
Oh, maybe I know what the problem is, because Cloud9 is a Brazilian team, right? They're definitely playing for Brazil. That's why they're lagging.
Okay, so it's a Steely's fault. On. Dude, I thought that you two were at least acquaintances, if not friends, and then you do him like this.
Well, I told you my best friend actually studied with him in school, so they used to play Magic the Gathering together. They were pretty close.
I was about to. I was expecting they used to play Dota together, go to PC Game Club. They used to play Magic the Gathering.
Dota didn't exist when they were in school. Like, I'm old as hell. Like when they were like in 5th grade or something. So there was no Dota. Like there was online games were not even a thing. I think.
There was the Day Judgment. They could have played the Day Judgment, right? That's similar.
Yes, Boomer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know what the Day Judgment is? Okay, can I get
that?
Can I get some more educated people here? Okay, the Day Judgment was also a MOBA, let's say 3 lanes as well. You didn't have recipes for items. You basically had maybe 10 items to buy, and then you would buy tomes of knowledge, right? Either intelligence, agility, strength, or all 3, and that's how you would get stronger. And then at some point, a judge would come out, like a big silencer, and then he would go to the middle of the screen and just destroy everybody. He was a lot stronger than Roshan, and there would be a lot of fighting around him, and that's basically how it went.
I never heard about this game. Was it a mod or like actual?
A mod in Warcraft, yeah.
Okay. No. I know what you're talking about.
No?
It's similar to like Castle Defense, something. Castle War. Do you remember that one?
It's similar to Dota.
Yeah, the Castle War isn't that different from Dota. There's like heroes and stuff. But no, we used to play a lot of Diablo 2, I think, and just later I started playing Warcraft.
I don't get it. I'm sure Astini has played the day that he has played early Dota because he's such a good coach, right? And look at how strong Cloud9 are because of him. That is 20 plus years of getting better. Okay, it's only DM. Yes, only DM is having issues. But guys, we know how you fix all of your internet problems, Bowie. Do you know? You plug out your internet and you plug it back in, and instantly all of your problems are gone.
It is a go-to technique, but they rather do this quick because they only have 5 minutes of
You
pause
see,
time for C9.
I can translate what Noah said. He says, "Da minena beke," that means boot camp. We are at home, right? And he's lagging in home, so that means we are not in boot camp. He's lagging at home. You see, it's good that you have somebody who can translate these hard words and letters for you guys, because of course they're gonna be communicating in Russian, most of them.
I can translate what the admin said. He said, "Good now." So he's referring to his internet, if it's good. Oh, there you go. Only 3. He said he had 20. So we were definitely better. Packet loss reduced.
He says go with packet loss, right? And he
He
asked
said
if
3
he could.
though.
Yeah, sure, that's awesome. I would love to play with 3 packet loss in a very important tournament versus Team Spirit. That's an ideal scenario. Well, Miposhka is gonna go on DM. He wants to smack him through that packet loss. He might be seeing this hits a little bit later, but it hurts just as much.
It's fine. They're tri-laning. They're literally tri-laning his
Yes.
entity. Like, Kataomi didn't come back.
Yep. And it's so hard, right? You have a triple stun tri-lane. Look at that. What do you do?
But that's so interesting to me because, like, sure, you're gonna pressure. Yeah, they will kill Mira here, I think. Oh, will
But
they?
Kataomi is dying. On the top lane, Mira does lose his life, so we're gonna be seeing 2 supports going down. While Collapse, he is still level 1, definitely not loving life at the moment. So do you go
Yeah,
bottom now with
just
Kataomi?
I hope so. That Doom has 2 CS. Sure, he got his level 2, but
He's not going
this
bottom.
is not. Oh my lord! It's not even about Doom as much as it is about the levels of this Mirana. Like, what exactly is your plan? I thought this Mirana was supposed to be here because she can stay in the lane. Like, you don't really die to the Primal Beast, you just leap away.
And this is the thing, Bowie. They want to kill the Primal Beast. Collapse has 1 CS. And there will be a stun. Collapse protecting from the arrow. He moves like, yeah, I don't care. It's better for you to die than me. And Mira does not have a TP. Collapse will get pushed into the tower by the supports. Okay, so let's think about this a bit. Mirana and the Medusa are farming very well, but the Medusa has 11 denies. Who is actually benefiting from what is happening?
Of course, it's the Medusa. This Mirana is level. I'm surprised she's level 3, but D levels will 100% become a problem here for Watson. So this is already a good matchup. They gotta be keep getting kills. Collapse though. Oh, good arrow.
You know, we went down memory lane a little bit earlier, and memory lane has taken us to a full-on tri-lane, something that I haven't seen in a very long time. I've seen people start with it, but a full-on tri-lane that persists like this, not really. DM will be targeted. Snake is there. They have the Gorgon's Grasp, and with the new spell of the Medusa, they'll be able to run down DM finally. They'll punish the solo Doom. So 3 CS.
I think I know what they're doing. They're like, okay, you're lagging, right, DM? So we're gonna sack you. We're gonna try the top.
No.
Good luck. Good luck, and we'll see each other at the end of the game.
No. What about the Mira? Guest player Earth? Kataomi? Is pretty strong, not strong enough. What about the mid lane? So we've been focusing so much on the side lanes because they're unconventional on what's going on. And Collapse? What is he doing? Is he rotating mid? No, he's stacking. Okay. So your off lane is forced to stack. Not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, this is... He's very counter by the Medusa, so I don't think he is necessarily... Like, the hero has to have a good game, which is Watson and no one are having okay games. We'll see. You know, another problem I see is this Leshrek being underleveled, right? This is a support that needs a lot of levels. His level 7 is such a big timing for him.
Is
And
DM dead again?
is dead again.
Very much dead. Has no fairy fires, has no boots, will get taken out. Definitely isn't happy about
Collapse.
that one. Top lane, they got 1 kill. Collapse going forward with the trample. I don't think you want to do it. He might try to kill Fishman. Even if that does happen, will happen after he has lost his life. And not even Fishman goes down, goes back to the base. That tri-lane continuing to get kills. This is what the tri-lane needs.
Yeah, exactly. They are... consistently destroying this lane at the price of DM having a terrible time as well. But yeah, so far so good.
Okay, mid lane, Larl has won. He went for the Fire Dragon, so Team Spirit are really focusing on the later portions of the game. The greed will be the name of the game, and I think late game is where Team Spirit really do shine. So I'm not surprised that they want to be extending the game.
I agree with their read for sure. It definitely looks ideal, as that's another kill for Collapse, or in
Mira.
Collapse.
Run, Mira. I don't think he can run as fast as the Warcry Sven. A couple of more hits and they will be bringing him down. They lose the Warcry, so not that much armor no longer. Watson, double Star Storm, and there it is. That's a double kill for Watson. He's unstoppable. 6-0-2 start for the Mirana. Level 5, not half bad. I mean, he is keeping up in levels with the Medusa.
I mean, he already has a Javelin. Like, this might be like an 8-minute Maelstrom if he keeps it up.
No one uses the Avalanche and doesn't secure the rune because he got unlucky. Team Spirit, they have luck on their side here.
That's very big when you're a dragon that has level 6, so quite happy. DM, look at his net worth. Both the offlaners are extremely sacked. Oh,
he did get Gluttony, right? So he'll, I think he'll be able to recover at least in net worth better than Collapse.
Yeah, but Primal Base farm stacks a little bit better. He already started farming the triangle, but sure, Doom definitely does KO a little bit better in that regard.
Okay, Wisdom Runes. That's gonna be a fight on the top lane, considering that Cloud9 already has so many heroes here. Mira, it is nighttime. You have to be careful.
There's no way. There's no way he's gonna be able to pick that one up. He's going. All right.
I mean, they don't have a stun. No onslaught from Collapse, and he got it. Just says goodbye. They don't have the onslaught. They can't stop him. He's just waving goodbye, being level 4 higher level than both of them.
That's crazy. Well, this game is shaping up to be a disaster here. Now, they're going to get 2 Wisdom Runes, so the supports aren't that sad anymore. And everything that could be a problem for Entity is starting to fade out. It's only the Doom that's struggling. But if everyone else is having such a good time, it might not matter.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. So, let's see. What is next for them? They did go for a smoke on the 2 supports who are already pretty strong. See where they're gonna be moving to. Hard to gank a sniper during nighttime. Sees them, but they're also very speedy. Fishman, I think he's getting ahead of himself. He does tend to be, you know, the guy who wants to really apply pressure to his opponents into a shrapnel. Where do you run? Where do you go? He's not even sure himself, and will just go next to the creep, hoping for a deny, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's all right. They know where everyone is. This gives Doom some peace of mind, as we'll get a pause, but from Team Spirit this time. Hopefully they are not the ones struggling with packet loss.
No way. Okay, microphone issues. Hopefully those do get fixed. And probably
should be
will.
Fine. Looking at our boy Watson here, he is, dude, he's so close from his Maelstrom. Already has gold for him through Hammer pretty much. And yeah, this is a pitch perfect start. Radan also having a great game, is going to, already has a Yasha too. Yeah, both carries enabled to the maximum here. So at the end of the day, I think the difference maker is really going to be the Tiny of no one.
Yep, I mean, we talked about it in the draft. He's the one that has to make all the difference. The problem is he did lose the mid lane quite solidly. I don't want to say heavily, but it's not looking awesome for him. Interesting thing in Radan, he's already thinking about a butterfly. There's the stun on no one. You're coming for his life, have the glimpse. You're probably not going to be getting too far away. And even Radan rotates. He understands how strong he is. The bottom lane, Doom, cannot pressure it with the game that he has had.
Wow, that TP just goes to show how they're really willing to get those early towers and join here. Team Spirit, they understand that, sure, we can go to late game, but we cannot allow Cloud9 to take those early fights, so we just make sure that Radan is there. And there is level 6 on DM. He didn't recover gold-wise still, but this level 6 could maybe allow him to go for a play.
See, I see no Doom skill though, so he is just maxing
He's
out the
close to
Scorch
level
Earth and
7
Devour.
though, so still
In
might
which
have
he'll
it.
get the Devour or the Scorch Earth to continue farming faster. I think, I think that's what Cloud9 are going to do.
Doom level 8 for him
Doom level 9.
after Inferno Blade.
No, you need 4 points. Oh, he got it now. Doom level 7.
Huh.
Points in Devour, 4 points in Scorched Earth. That's level 8, and then on level 9 you would get the Doom. But no, he does get it because there is a smoke from Cloud9.
Watson gets glimpsed in the top lane.
Look at the positioning of Radan. Yeah, you're not catching this guy. He knows.
He definitely knows what's up. No Stone Gaze though. If they could get the connection there, that could have been a kill. Especially now the Medusas are a little bit less tanky after all of the changes to the hero.
Watson knows as well. He scanned Miposhka. Miposhka, it's like he felt that he got scanned because he's gonna start right-clicking this tower. Not being level 6 on the Disruptor is gonna hurt. Level 5 doesn't look the greatest. Mira not being level 6, it's okay. But for a Disruptor it does sting.
Yeah, I mean, ever since they changed the experience from level 5 to level 6 being that much bigger, it looks like, oh, it's just a level, but it actually takes a big difference from going from level 5 to 6.
And, you know, doubling your money with the promo code UNVRS3 also makes a big difference. So with the banner down below, you get a 100% bonus deposit if you sign up now. Game continues as there isn't a big difference in net worth. And I think Cloud9, are they happy with the developments? Haven't taken down any towers. I wouldn't say that this is perfect for them.
It's not perfect, it's just that they rely a lot on this Tiny, and as I said, he did not have the greatest time against Laro. Like, you're not going to be able to make a lot of these aggressive moves before you have the Blink Dagger, and that's the problem. Like, this DOTA is gigantic, the DK is ahead of the DOTA. Laro's just having a field day as well, and his Blink came way before the Tiny. So, yeah, this is tough. I'm happy that they were able to get all of those kills on Watson, and they somehow managed to offset the Doom having a bad time. But Team Spirit seems very happy with how things are going.
Larl is rotating. Watson has been caught. There's the solar flare. They might jump him. Larl is gonna be using the form, and now they do jump on Watson. He's gone. That is a big kill. The toss from no one actually pushed him forward. Upper gonna be used. Avalanche to keep them at bay, and this time around Collapse does have an onslaught, so running away from him is not going to be happening. Kataomi, a last ditch split earth, tossing away the Sven, tossing him in. No one sacrificing his teammates for his own benefit.
This is a disaster. They never sent the Doom. I'm surprised EM didn't TP there. That's a fight close to your tier 1 tower. He has Doom available. I guess he will get this tower, but if Team Spirit, with all of this late game, is taking the early fights, taking your towers, you are in a big, big trouble. And, you know, at least the Tiny does survive. He does have Blink now. So, probably, this is going to be Cloud9's first movement.
Yep, it is a difference of Dragonite having the Blink and Tiny not having the Blink that made such a huge difference in that fight. Now, when that is equalized, next time Cloud9 could get something.
The biggest problem is that the greatest follow-up they have for this Tiny Blink Dagger is Watson. So if he is not in these fights, are these under-leveled supports, like this supports Sven and this level 5 Leshrac, really gonna have enough damage?
No.
I guess you can kill supports, but you're definitely not killing cores.
Can you? A Sniper has a Pavis, and I guess the Disruptor can die. They don't have any raindrops on Team Spirit. I wouldn't mind late raindrops, like to pick them up now to be able to survive. Because next couple of movements from Cloud9, you offset them and you don't die, and you're fine. But you could also offset them by being very defensive in the next minute and a half. That would be a smart thing to do as well. Then nighttime comes and you're gonna have the vision advantage.
Yeah, and I think they will definitely have the vision advantage. Looks like DM's plan is... not even DM's plan, but Cloud9's plan is to wait for the Blink Dagger. He's not that far off. So, well, as I say that, they are actually smoking for the rune. That's not a bad move.
Got scanned.
Oh, the shrapnel. Canceling the blink as well.
They get a haste anyways. Of course, Spirit are gonna know about this, and it's gonna be, oh, no one is waiting. Now they definitely know exactly where their opponents are at.
They 100% know in Mira.
Another scan.
Another scan. They know exactly what's up. And you're not killing Radan now. He has Manta and Stone Gaze.
Oh, jumping in.
Engage.
That is not going to be the reveal of the blink that you wanted. A lot of damage being done into the Dragonite, but he's tanky enough. And again, no one just sacking his supports. He doesn't care. The problem is you have the glimpse and you cannot sack them as much as you wanted. This little turtle tiny will get smashed into a billion little pieces. What a read from Team Spirit. They are just way too good.
That ward in the stairs, they drop it. They just got a glimpse of the tiny TP in a way. No one actually pinged the cliff, but just a great ward. And Spirit, they punished the hell out of Cloud9. And I really thought they were gonna wait this Doom blink, but they did not. It's tough. They wanted to bait the rune, but they got carried away, right? You don't get the move. You know you're behind. You know you gotta force things, and this, I know it's only a 2k goal lead, but momentum-wise, it feels like Spirit is miles ahead.
The thing is, that play sometimes works. You get a support kill, you buy time for the Doom to come, you offset it when it's not nighttime. But Spirit are way too good. They had scans, and they got you with... and knew exactly how you were moving. Collapse will get doomed, so that is going to be the DM revealing his ulti. If you get the Knight here, you're going to be very mad, but very unlikely on the small camp, so... DM gets himself a kill.
Would be very unlikely to be denied there, but yeah, at least DM finally joins one engagement here. He is actually pretty farm considering how destroyed he got in the game, but my biggest issue here is no one. How do you enable this tiny, such a late tiny pick that I can't help but feel like doesn't really bring them too much yet?
I get why they got it. I can understand it. He knew back in the day when he played for Virtus Pro, when he played with Solo, who was one of the better Disruptor players. He knew that he hated playing Disruptor into these heroes that run forward. But Team Spirit, their lineup had a different vibe to it rather than a classic Disruptor lineup. This is the one where there's not that many downsides to the Disruptor in the game.
Yeah, it is definitely a really good Disruptor game. Oh, Cloud9 actually aware of these TPs and the surroundings of Spirit. Can they find the stragglers? Maybe Radan, actually. He is by himself. They're trying. Oh!
They don't see him.
Oh, so close. Very close. I mean, if they actually get that kill, that could have been huge. Fishman, he drops a late ward. Doesn't really find him.
He was already in the trees, and it's just perfect. This is even better than if it wasn't close. Sure, we get all spooked. Radan might be sweating a bit, but you waste as much time as possible as you can from Cloud9 without really losing anything.
Yeah. Well, they are farming really fast. That is one thing that Cloud9 does. The question is whether that farm really brings them too much, and I'm really curious to see how the Doom priority is going to be for DM. Like, he has to find a way to be useful, and Dooming the Deuce is definitely not the way. So do you go for the Primal? Do you go for the DK? Who's actually the better target? I
think Primal.
The Primal.
I think Primal. DK doesn't spam that many spells, and I don't know if you can take him down fast with the Doom, and you don't want to ignore him. If you Doom him and ignore him, he's still going to be doing a massive amount of damage.
Exactly. Spirit, they did go for a smoke. They don't really find anything, but he shoved that bottom wave, which gives them an idea of where Cloud9 is. Even now, with this appearance from no one.
This is something that can catch Spirit off guard.
There's no sentry here.
Miposhka, you want Miposhka. He's just gonna scout everything that's going on. Got scanned. Hey, no, he is using
that's his scan.
Okay.
Yeah.
He got scared for a second.
He's the one that scans.
And he is bald.
It's a Breaking Bad reference, by the way.
Really? Really, Bowie?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for...
when you have to explain it, it's better. You know, it means the reference is good.
Okay, makes sense. I was catching up on it. I saying he's bald and stuff, shaved his head, only needs a
I
hat.
didn't even think of the baldness, but that was a good way to make it look like I actually knew what I was doing there.
Yep. A 2k goal lead for Spirit. The Medusa looking strong with a butterfly. Is this the Mirana now already having to think about an MKB?
Yes, but you need... He's going Manta, but I feel like he also needs BKB in this game. So
yep.
How late is this MKB really going to be? It's definitely going to be pretty late.
I mean, we've seen Miranas just focus on the late game. I think ultra late game, Cloud9 could win. I'm thinking, you know, between the Mirana and the Medusa, but then I see this Dragonite as well, and I don't see a hero in Cloud9 that matches him.
Only if they don't get the Aegises or they waste the Aegises on Spirit. That's how I can see Cloud9 taking this to late game. And you're also going to need a Silver Edge for sure. Who even? I guess it has to be no one later on, because I don't think Watson has the slots for the Silver Edge, even though it's not necessarily a bad run item.
I'm just thinking about the ultra late game, right? Late game, Spirit still has it. That's like 35 to 45 minutes. It is theirs. Glimpse into Pulverize. Very dead. Doom. DM has been caught. Spirit aren't even forcing things all that much. They are just very slowly gaining more ground on the map. And when will they actually go for the Roche, Bowie? I mean, I guess after our viewers subscribe on the FISSURE channel here on Twitch and YouTube, but in all seriousness, when do you focus Roche?
It is probably going to be once the butterfly is up, actually. I think they can... Honestly, I think they can force it, but if they don't want to force it, you probably just go for a smoke, right? If you get even one pick off, because Roche is on Spirit's side, you might as well be able to take it.
And dropping very low.
Tormentor here.
Big shards.
Oh, that's a pretty good one, yeah.
Yeah, both ones. Concussive Grenade and, of course, the Split Earth that is going to be increasing in radius. For people that might not know it, we might have some newcomers in Dota. That's what the shards do. Concussive Grenade on the sniper pushes the sniper back, and the other heroes away from where the Concussive Grenade explodes. It also disarms, right? That is a thing people forget about.
Look at that one Cloud9 ward, very deep, actually giving vision of where the sniper is and not being dewarded. So Cloud9, they are aware that Roshan is looming, and at least they are prepared. They even go for a scan, but so far, Team Spirit, they were waiting for the Crystallis on Radan, and now he is slow. It's gonna be TP, but they know. They actually see that TP. This is a good call for Cloud9 if they can choke these waves fast enough. Can they though? Looks like they're not gonna be ready.
I don't think they can fight it. That's the main thing. I'm looking at it, and
BKB
only
on the end, right? I think that's the timing.
And only he has it. Only he has it.
I know, but I think giving this BKB is a big problem. They're supposed to have the early game on Cloud9. They've been farming for this. They are smoking, but they're too late. Maybe the plan is to get the fight after Roshan?
Yep. You know what? Spirit are gods of after Roche fights, be that they're getting Aegis or being the ones coming over. So I don't know if you want to go versus them. And if Spirit thinks they're gonna lose, they're gonna bail. And they look pretty confident.
They know about this. They really know what's going on.
And look at Rodan. He knows where the enemies are at. He's just protecting everybody. If he's the first point of contact...
They have a good ward, though.
Okay,
Watson, they
Arrow.
have a good ward.
Gonna be connecting onto the Medusa. You can just ignore her now at the moment with the BKB on Laurel. He's also very powerful, keeping the Medusa at bay. Collapse, Polarize being used. And that's gonna be a nice static storm onto them. The Borgenstrass keeping them in position even longer. Team Spirit buying back on Miposhka, getting back into the fight. They were more than ready for anything there. And that is a 5-second arrow on the Medusa at the start of the fight. Doesn't change anything.
Yeah, I mean, I get what Cloud9 was doing, but as you said, Spirit 100% aware that that was coming. They were in a great position. I'm not even sure that the arrow on the Medusa is really what you want. They did kill the Disruptor and force a buyback, which is nice from Miposhka, but you needed to maybe Avatar's arrow Laurel. But even if you get all of that, I think he's so tanky he doesn't die.
It's a problem. He's the one with the BKB, right? I don't know. Both Laurel and Rodan do an amazing amount of damage at the moment. You know, sure, you can say it's not ideal for that arrow to connect, but you get a burst on a support and a 5-second arrow on the enemy carry, and you cannot win a fight. It's not a good sign.
By the way, Watson is going MKB. He's not going for the BKB, which,
to.
gives him damage on the Medusa, but it also means he has to be extremely careful. He has not died yet, so he is the hope of Cloud9 moving forward.
I think this is the idea. First of all, it's going to get you faster pickoff potential, but more so Cloud9 are not going to be going for team fights. They will be defending high ground. And on the high ground, you can get away with not having a BKB, right? So I think they see that they cannot fight in the next 10 minutes either way. So it's better to be able to push enemies back. Imagine you buy a BKB and you defend high ground. You're going to lose. You're not going to be able to do enough damage.
Wow, 10 minutes is a very generous prediction here because I think Team Spirit is gonna poke high ground. I don't think this is I'll just take tier 2's Aegis. I think they really want to get more, and it's gonna be Laurel.
He did meant a dodge. Watson, too good. Too good. That was a dead Mirana if they pull him back.
He was fine.
Look at him. He's not even sweating.
Watson
he knew that
is ever going to die. Oh, by the way, that is a Shard on Kataomi, very good against high ground siege. Medusa, one of the heroes that actually don't care that much about it.
You do have the range, and I mean, you can still shove in more waves as well. Look at Collapse is even in the bottom lane. Cloud9 not punishing their enemies, just being everywhere. DM is split pushing, and he might need to be the one who punishes them with the Doom. Gets some healing lotuses. That's a great healing lotus, quite nice, and does escape. Almost gets caught.
This game is so hard. Like, I don't know who no one has to initiate on. I don't know who DM has to initiate on. You need chaos. I feel like if you give Spirit a fight where they're in formation, 5 heroes, the chance that you can take this fight, even if there's no wages for Cloud9, is like 15%, if I'm being generous.
Yep, that's why
I don't understand how you're supposed to win these fights.
Very hard. There is a Bloodthorn being delivered to the Dragonite. Anybody gets caught, dies within a second. Going towards Collapse, Avalanche as well. They need a toss. Very nice positioning from no one. Just with the 2 supports. Pretty nice. Glimpse was used by Poshka. There he is. Got him. Nicely done by Cloud9. This is what they need. They cannot go for full-on team fights, but getting pickoffs still within possibilities. Finding another one. No one. These are the grabs that he has been looking for. Concussive Grenade. Mira makes a bit of a mistake. Just wanted to get a bit closer and die faster. Gets taken out by Fishman himself.
Yeah, this is nice. It felt like Spirit could even poke high ground with the last minute or so they had of the Aegis, but now you get these support kills and Collapse. This is good, but Spirit, I'm sure they are satisfied. They got every single tier 2 tower. This Medusa catapulted to the highest net worth hero. And, I mean, look how farm Randon is. He has a Diffusal Blade now. He's the one that actually gets the Diffusal before Watson.
You know what? MKB on Watson is done. And if it is a very long Roche respawn, like 2.5 minutes from the original timer, you can get the BKB. With a BKB, Watson can fight. And I think that's a time where Cloud9 are capable of winning a fight outside of their base.
Yeah, it's really gonna be on Watson. Do you think target's actually the Dusa? Or do you try to kill the DK, maybe?
I think ideally you doom the DK before he gets anything off and kill him. Or no, Avalanche toss arrow the DK, but that's not gonna happen. I think you have to kill Collapse. Like, there's no doubt about it, right? He's gonna be the first point of contact, most likely.
Yeah, if you can like toss him out of the team so he doesn't get the pipe off, that is huge.
Yep.
He might be the most important one, especially if the Crimson Guard on top of all of these.
Nice can.
Auras is finishing it. Yeah, you do get the Wisdom Rune. Nicely done from Spirit. No wages, but still a lot of pressure.
Look at the M. He's being a little thief. Cosplaying a hobbit. There's no dragons here to stop him. Won't be able to do it.
Got the devil.
There's a dragon though, and they're very mad when you steal from them. He could still just TP out. Yep. He done. Oh, that was very close.
All right. Forces some TPs. Gets the Wisdom Rune anyways. Very happy there on DM, and he's going for a halberd. I do like that route. That is something can you go multiple halberds here? Like, who else can buy one?
You should. Stun, arrow, Watson didn't use it. Leipnir into an arrow, pops the blade mail. Stun does connect, and the silence as well. You have the Manta to remove it, but that means that you're not gonna have it. If you get Blizz back, the Doom to the back lines. Watson is still alive, but he needs to run. He needs to run now. The Poshka did get taken out. Mira with the concussive grenade, keeping the enemies at bay. Rodan, he wants to get those arrows in, and finally, they're gonna start kicking. A 1-for-1, not half bad for Cloud9. Assassinate, shot from afar. Cloud9 should be able to disengage now at this point.
Very nicely done. No one even tossing Kataomi away so that both of them survive and he doesn't get caught off in the shrapnel. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big commitment from Team Spirit. They only lose the Sven. Pretty hard for Spirit to like poke high ground or anything. So these fights have been more even than I thought it was possible. And you know, it was mostly on the fight starting when both teams are separated.
Cloud9 are running circles around Spirit, and they have the capability, and it's very weird that they're able to do it during nighttime. It will be a daytime Roche with possibility BKB on the Mirana. I think Cloud9 are in the best spot they've been in the last 15 minutes in this game, maybe even more.
Wow. Don't jump the gun here, because I see 1600 gold on this Mirana and potentially a 1-minute Roche. That BKB could be up, but yeah, 1 minute 40, that's generous. I'm not sure. Maybe if you sell your Wraith Band.
No, you're not getting it. I think you let him have it. You let him have it, and you hope with your high ground defense with the toss back that you can defend. You know, speaking about generosity, Gaimin was quite generous to Spirit with the Roche timer, but also we are quite generous to our viewers. That is why we are giving away some Arcanas! Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat to find out how to participate. It is 16 to 16. Those early kills make a difference. And this is a big one. Pops the BKB. I don't know about that, no one.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Tons of vision from Team Spirit on both sides of the Roche pit. And now they're probably just going to guard the Radiant area here until Roche spawns. No real reason for Spirit to split up. And we saw when they're split up, that's the only time Cloud9 was able to find the chin in their armor. If they're together, it is exponentially harder here.
Onslaught, Kataomi gets glimpse to the left.
Not ideal.
They didn't know where he was a second ago, so attempt. Not good enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna just pressure Cloud9 away. As long as they're away from the pit, this is the ideal scenario. They also have the sniper on the left side to protect the Twin Gate area. I think you're right. I think they're gonna have to give this one away as Cloud9. Even if they try to go for a smoke, we saw what happened.
No.
It is probably even harder to win a fight now. Yeah.
Don't do it. They need 1,000 gold for a BKB. So if Spirit aren't fast on taking it down, maybe Cloud9 can make it there, but it doesn't seem likely. Mirana is a fast farmer, but let's not kid ourselves. Nobody's that fast.
Yeah, and Lara will get vision of the Roche pit here. There's no way this is going to... Yeah, there you go. Free Roshan for Team Spirit. And yeah, here's the thing. Even though Cloud9 is doing a bit better than I thought in the last couple minutes, now this is the real test. You have to somehow take a fight when they're all grouped up going towards your Bears.
Mira on the top lane, he's caught. That is immediately going to be a delay, quite a nice one. And Cloud9, what they need to do in this game, Glimpse, well, they need to sack Fishman. That's the one thing they need to do. Look at Lara. First he farms, and then he does finish him. Kataomi gets taken down by Radan. He thought he could escape, but Medusa coming in from a weird angle. Here's the thing. Team Spirit, there's one lane that they shouldn't push, and that's the mid lane, because that's where you can get tossed into tier 4s, especially tossed onto the Mirana, leap, and then you're in tier 4s, you're going to lose the fight. So I think shoving in the side waves is very, very important for Cloud9. Hard to do when you don't have your supports. BKB done.
By the way, not sure if you'll notice, but this Medusa going for a nullifier. So we'll be dispelling the leap, dispelling the Crimson Guard. This is going to make those trades against the Mirana a bit harder for Watson. I really like this itemization.
Yep. The attack speed of the leap is 190, right? That's quite a high amount.
I heard that's a lot of attack speed.
Okay, yeah, it is quite a lot. I guess.
Even Solar Crest actually dispellable, so it's really
Yep.
good for the Medusa.
Is he just gonna wait for the Mirana to nullify him, or does he maybe want to use it on somebody else? Nah, he's literally
Mirana
saving it
is
for
probably
Mirana.
the better target.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the blink on
Because
Watson.
I guess you can like dispel U Scepter of Kataomi, but that's about it.
Nobody cares really. If Kataomi gets a Yules, you can ignore him, and he's just gonna die from the AOE damage once he's down on the ground.
Yep. I think usually what he wants to do is like U Scepter blink out if he plays well, but you're right. In general, run as the highest priority is. They're gonna try and smoke and wrap around here. Dire Scan, understanding they are in the triangle.
Glimpse.
Oh no.
He's baiting. The rest of his team are coming from the side, but they really took their sweet time.
They are late though. Yeah, the Primal was in the triangle though. They scanned, they knew they couldn't go through, so they're already in the base. There's nothing you can do, but they will find a good angle. They don't have a ward. They find
Arrow
Mira.
is flying in, and it connects onto Larg, who jumped in onto the arrow turret. Immediately gonna get the two supports down. While the Dragon Knight is not doing anything. Where's the vision? You need vision, and he cannot be invincible with his Glimmer. Cape Watson gets a double. Will be using a Gladiator to keep the enemies at bay. It is a 2-for-1, a win for Cloud9 still.
This is not bad. I don't think this is a win, but you delay the Aegis. And I guess that's a soft win when you think about it. There's only one extra possible push from Team Spirit. And yeah, I think you're right. They were definitely baiting the Doom. A little bit late, but it did work out in the end. Despite all the vision and the countermeasure Spirit was trying to make so that the smoke didn't connect.
They wanted to come from the lane, right? If they went from their triangle, it's a different angle. But they wanted to go from the lane so that they can cover the left side of the mid lane. I get it now, right? There, it looked to me like they just took too long, but it was the right move, the right call.
Yeah, like they had to, because at the end of the day, if someone was on the edge of that triangle, they could break the smoke, even if they went through the lane. Eventually, though, they were able to find a sniper. And Spirit, they were prepared. Oh, DM, no buy. Ooh, sheesh.
And this is a problem when you haven't taken down the enemy tier 1. It just doesn't feel natural to feel threatened there at this point of the game. But because the tier 1 is there, he forgot about it, and just Spirit could collapse. Arrow again on Larl.
Fishman.
This is gonna allow Fishman. Nah, he dies to the Soul Rend, the Avalanche. Dragon Knight still has the BKB, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Watson taking him out. You're not respecting the Mirana. Collapse has to blame it. Watson, you don't want to kill yourself. Leaps away. A couple more hits onto Collapse, trying to finish him off. Not going to be happening.
Arrow.
God glimpse back. The arrow will be completely off the mark. Avalanche almost takes him out. Rodan loses the Aegis, showing that they can kill the Medusa, but it's only the once. How do you do it a second time when you're missing 3 heroes?
Oh no, 3 heroes with no buyback. How much are you gonna poke his Spirit here? You have 4 heroes alive. They're going. I think you have to give this up. Maybe you wait for the Doom. You give one lane of barracks, use second glyph, and try to bait a good fight. But no BKB on Watson is a huge problem.
Done. This goes away. Team Spirits are not going to be crazy enough to stay. Medusa is almost level 25. I mean, if you get that modifier, it's just going to be an insane amount of damage between the Disperser and the Daedalus.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization of the Disruptor, getting a Gold Scepter. Just not enough gold or even slots for Watson to get a Nullifier. He needs this Lincoln Sphere as well, so you don't want to be... He doesn't want to be controlled through BKB by the Pulverize. That is for sure what you want to be doing as Collapse this game.
The BKBs are now lower on Cloud9, and guess what? The Medusa has a 9-second one. Rodan is going to be able to protect his teammates even better. No stray arrows are hitting this guy now.
Have you seen no one's item build this game? He went first item Daedalus after the... That is so unusual. I don't remember the last time I saw this build.
I think he needed more burst. Right? That's how he feels. He feels that the support needs to die. When he jumps in, a support needs to die. If that doesn't happen, he has to preemptively BKB, and then the fight is most likely lost.
Yeah. Definitely problematic though. His attack speed, not great. Doesn't make that much use of it, but it is what it is.
Even less so with the AC being done now.
So how is the buyback situation? Oh, good wards from Miposhka. Already trying to get some vision.
And they took down the mid lane versus a tiny lineup. That's the hardest one to get, usually. There is a buyback on Watson. He might decide not to be KB before he dies once. Don't know when he used the toss. Shouldn't have done that.
I mean, Watson is not even there. They're just losing their barracks here.
Let it go.
Guess.
What does he want? Which item? Lincoln's? Is Lincoln's really gonna change the flow of the game?
He's so far behind still. I don't think...
Okay,
now he actually bought his ultimate orb and he doesn't have either buyback or the Lincolns.
Okay, ultimate orb is strong, right? 15 all stats. Not to be underestimated. Bowie, I'm trying to be positive here. Come on. I would like a buyback. He has a full Lincolns though.
Okay. Yeah, this has to be it then. They're willing to fight.
Oh, he needs 25. He's so close to
Mira.
25.
Oh, the night vision. He breaks the smoke and gets out. That's the power of the sniper.
Has both the concussive grade and the force staff. He's so farmed. Medusa level 25. That's a huge one. But the 3 arrows on the Mirana could be game changing. We've seen so many games changed by it. They want to fight before it. Watson, arrow. Gonna be off the mark. This is taking too long.
The waves.
Spirit knows.
Yeah, the waves are all on the side of Cloud9. This is really awkward.
And you get a crappy rune. Nobody cares about the region at this point.
Radiant scan actually doesn't connect. Nicely done by Cloud9. Maybe they're gonna find a good jump. Lara with no dragon form.
They're protecting their supports. They know. Spirit knows they will be breaking it. Jumping in onto the Medusa, getting the Doom. They're trying to finish him off. All of the mana is gone. He's doing a lot of damage, but he's dead. Watson taking him out now. Who's going to be dealing with this Mirana? She's way too strong, taking down Laurel. You only have one core, and Collapse is not strong enough.
Silence
even
though.
Inside of that static storm, it's not going to change anything. This point, Watson will be taking down everyone. Mira next on the menu uses the concussive grenade, but here comes an arrow to finish you up and allow Watson to get a triple kill. Miposhka, the last survivor, and somehow that Stormhammer point blank does not connect.
Is he coming? Is the Stormhammer? Are we gonna see it?
No. It exploded already.
Oh, that's sad. Well, that was insane. Usually, I think before the new changes to DOTA, you would not see Doom at this stage of the game dooming a DOTA, but they did nerf Mana Shield significantly, so you don't really think through that much. And Watson is so big, so gigantic that they somehow were able to go through all of that.
Even no one.
Roshan's up. This is the fastest Roshan spawn in the game still. If they scout this out, this could completely change the fates of this game.
Watson went in. He's already hitting the Roche.
This is huge. Steam Spirit. They might not even be expecting this, and they already used their scans expecting Cloud9 in that fight, so they can't even check for this.
I mean, they can check as much as they want, but they're not coming. Watson jumped out of the pit. Watson, don't do this to us, right? Don't do this to your fans. It's Cloud9. Now he has the 3 arrows as well. You saw in a lot of fights, a stray arrow is just 5 seconds stunning one of the cores. Last time it was Collapse. Fight before that it was Laurel. There was that fight when the Medusa was out of commission for 5 seconds as well. A big deal for sure.
It is a big deal. All right, so refresher on the Mirana with the Aegis, as you said. And it's going to be a set of eyes on Kataomi. He actually already has a Blink Dagger. So their catch is going to be much better. You're not going to rely on the avatars only. You're not going to rely on this Doom necessarily.
We're in the ultra late game, but we talked about it. We talked about the ultra late game being something where Cloud9 could make a difference. This Dragon Knight, for some reason, he's not doing enough damage. Not as much as he would like.
Yeah, the BKBs definitely make it hard. And I think Cloud9 was able to breach the backlines of Spirit so much that now Spirit,
Did you see that?
Spirit is second guessing their positioning in these fights. Like they're not jumping aggressively to Blowthorn anymore, and things become awkward when it's Cloud9 getting to jump.
They allowed Mipochka to farm the Ancients. It was Dragonite softening them up, and now Mipochka has the Aghanim Scepter. It doesn't have a blink, though, so getting into a good position to get the Static Storm off before the BKBs isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm surprised Team Spirit is that aggressively positioned. I think the plan is to force Cloud9 back in case they even dream of poking their tier 2 towers.
They're using the advantage of them having pretty much all of their towers.
Damage. This is huge for Watson. Actually, no one that picks it up.
You know what? No one did the most damage to the Medusa in that last fight. He's the one who took away like 80% of the mana. So him with an AD rune, he is insanely powerful.
I'm surprised he did so much with no MKB.
Smoke on
The
smoke.
butterfly is supposed to be...
Watson needs to be careful. Jumps out. Doesn't get caught by the Static Storm. I mean, they push the Doom out. Doesn't get the BKB either way. A little bit late one. Doing his best to escape. Very speedy DM. He's just running out. Slowpoke.
Did he blink out?
Spirit. Fishman.
What?
As well?
They all get out?
They have a glimpse. There it is. Assassinate. And the glimpse. They got him.
Okay,
It'll be
he doesn't have
much.
buyback. Lots of cooldowns being used. Stone Gaze, Dragon Form is already halfway towards. You gotta be so careful, Spirit, here. If you misplay, they're gonna go for those buybacks. They will punish you. No one looking for the jump.
In, and the damage is insane. Arrow does connect. Can somebody save this Dragonite? He's taking a ton of damage. Radon is already running out. They have accepted the fact that this fight is lost, but it will cost them 2 of their cores either way.
I wonder if this is worth it. Like, this Doom buyback, you know, it's a buyback, but out of everyone on Cloud9, I would say this is the highest priority core, the lowest priority core.
I think they didn't
not
know
that
about
important.
the AD rune. They weren't paying attention to the AD rune. Without the AD rune, I don't think the Dragonite dies, and it's a different fight.
I don't know, bro. I think you're not, like, there's an Aegis on Watson still, and you're fighting with literally no ults.
Yep. I mean,
This is gonna be a problem. They're gonna go high ground now. Double catapult. Do you even want to use those buybacks? They're still tier 2 towers, so maybe you trade this lane of Varix and you keep your buybacks in Spirit.
yeah, but you have to be careful not to get tossed back. Static Storm only onto no one. Stone Gaze being used. He's quite tanky. Gets the armor
tanky.
from the Sven. He's just very hard to bring down. Has the cheese, and the Avalanche Doom onto the Medusa has to run out. Collapse. He just bought back. Laurel will be doing the same. He didn't do it at the start of the fight. Maybe that was a mistake. Collapse onto the high ground. He does have the upper with the extra armor. He lives. So this is Marana with the arrow. It does land on him. Doesn't allow him to move. And they have an Avalanche. Just connecting on all
going ham.
there. Radon losing most of his mana. He gets it all back. Oh, the Great Healing Lotus coming into play. Now you don't have no cheese any longer. Watson, full HP, full mana. The arrows will not
Still
be
has the
connecting.
refresher
They will
though.
be
Watson's
missing.
gonna go.
Yeah, he does have a BKB. Wants to get Mira. Invis, but a Glacier will allow him. You're too deep, Watson. You thought you were strong, but you're not strong enough to fight versus everybody. They do force out a couple of buybacks, but Cloud9 will be losing Watson and even more. Fishman, next on the menu, doesn't have a blink. Gets glimpsed back and gets taken out.
So you have 2 buybacks on Spirit. Doom survives. They still have buyback on everyone on Cloud9, but yeah, that jump from Watson, that was his first mistake this game. He had 1 death in this game where they were playing from behind the entire time, but this 1 jump with the refresher, he definitely overplayed his hand. He doesn't have Satanic. He doesn't have a way to sustain himself.
Yep. Maybe he thought that he was dead anyways. I know, with the refresher and the leaps,
No way.
Able to
He
escape.
refresher BKB leaps. Yeah.
Overestimated himself, probably.
All right, so can you punish now? There are buybacks on Spirit that you can abuse.
Sven buys back.
Holding on to the Marana one.
You have to be careful.
Live still.
Toss back.
Oh, side of
There's
eyes.
the Blink. They're keeping
Still
Rodon in
holding on to
place.
the Marana buy.
No, you don't want it. You don't want to use it. It's gonna be such a great advantage if he doesn't go for it, even if you lose the lane of Rax.
Another stun. Holding on to the glyph.
Nice dodge.
Oh, he didn't use it. Okay.
I think you lose those Raxes either way. You buy 7 seconds, maybe you get into a position where you can chase, but this is a safer choice. I agree with this from Cloud9.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the play, just try and go for the chase, knowing that the Sniper and Primal don't have bias, but they will wait for the next Roshan. They're also going to get a Tormentor, it looks like. Who doesn't? I guess only the Dewey.
Yep. Not half bad, right? He is going to be healing himself quite nicely. The old Infernal Blade in this late game would be great. Not versus the Medusa, but Dragonite and the Primal Beast would suffer. So level 25 Dragonite, the AoE Dragon Tail is there. And he's the one who gets the shard from the other Tormentor. So there is going to be some fire on the ground.
Yeah, very good against the Moran as well. Can maybe Dragon Tail the Illusion, so you bypass the Lincolns. Could be clutch.
Yep. Is possible. Do you have an Assassinate from the Sniper 10-second cooldown? That is a good Lincoln's Breaker. Now there's a Satanic on the Morana, so no longer an issue. We had so many big 60+ games, but we in this tournament already as Static Storm. Where's the follow-up? Needed. Collapse is going in, and with the Nullifier, with the Primal Beast in the vicinity, Kataomi will lose his life.
Okay, and this is with Roshan, close to spawning. Cloud9, they were smoked, but now, do you really want to buy back this last shit? Such an awkward timing. Yeah.
Are Spirit gonna be as lucky as Cloud9 were? That's the real question, right? Because Cloud9 brought the earliest Roche ever, exactly when they needed it. And Spirit now, they're gonna be praying to their Lord and Savior, Gaimin, please grant us an early Roche, and we'll be finding out in 15 seconds if he'll be merciful.
Yeah, I mean, they have the right idea, and so far Spirit has been lucky with the Roshan timings in general. They're all being on the Radiant side, so sure, they were able to get that one with Cloud9, but they're already being pretty lucky. 1 minute 50, no one.
Blink away in time. Level 25 Primal Beast.
There.
Collapse is going in with the Onslaught. You don't have a blink. No one needs the BKB.
It's a weird
it cannot
fight.
TP away. Arrows completely off the mark. Will be connecting onto the Sniper. Doom making sure that there's no Static Storm if he gets it off cooldown, and he did. Watson standing his ground versus Rodan. He's losing. He's losing.
Oh, Satanic!
Using the Satanic. He cannot attack the Medusa. Not gonna be healing him from that one. Arrows. 3 of them. Only one
So
connected.
thank you, Collapse.
Trouble. He's somehow still living through it all. That uproar
Kataomi
armor
dieback.
making a difference. Watson think about jumping in. He doesn't have no leap charges, and Miposhka is back. You have no Manta to dodge this. Fishman coming over to help. A triple arrow. Only one will connect. There's still so much man on Watson. That Lincoln's already broken. Where's the clips coming to the Static? So no BKB, no nothing for you. We'll get the Aviana's feather, but those wings will be clipped very swiftly right after it. And going for a TP out. There is no Dragon Tail. Larl cannot stop the TP. Fishman barely survives.
2 diebacks on the side of Cloud9. You're gonna have to buy back Watson here. This is the last stand. We thought the Aegis was gonna be the determining factor, but they have one crazy fight from Spirit.
Avalanche.
A toss
back. He used the 2 tosses just to make sure that he gets it 100%. Mana. Radan still has more than half of it. Is standing his ground, doing more than enough damage. Watson is doing his best. He's nullified, so there's no extra attack speed. Maybe he can bring down Laurel, but that's the extent of his abilities. 2 heroes without buyback on Spirit, but Radan still alive, ticking and healthy to get the mega creeps.
Yeah, it's gonna be mega creeps, and also Roshan probably no chance for Cloud9 to do anything about that. I think this is Rapier territory, and Watson instantly queues it up.
Yep. Yesterday, Bowie, we saw a mega creep victory. Nouns did manage to do it versus 1W. So maybe Cloud9 are gonna be capable of doing it versus Team Spirit. But Team Spirit are the type of team that are gonna take their sweet time. And man, I so love that they didn't wait for the Roche. They're not praying to no gods. They're the gods themselves. Winning TI twice, this lineup, they know what's up.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in pretty much... if you had to guess, what's the win probability after Roche dies here?
From in the Dota Plus?
Yeah.
97. But you have to wait a little bit. It's not gonna be immediately. It needs time to update.
Wow. Surprisingly, I actually thought it was already gonna be higher, but it is still giving 17% for Cloud9, and You know how 17 is an important number for Dota.
Yeah, it's either
This
0.
could be 100.
It's either 0 or 100, right? Okay, we are getting some conspiratorial vibes here. Cloud9, is it in the script for you to
Question.
Change this game?
What do you sell one Watson to get this rapier? Because his auto slots, every single item he has is incredibly important. What even is
I don't
the
know,
item
man. Gleipnir. I think, yeah.
You needed to shove the waves, though.
Dude, screw the waves. You have a tiny for that.
The waves?
Yeah, man. Killed the enemies.
Okay. Well,
I mean, Satanic,
you
you have to have it. Manta, the dodges on the glimpses have changed the game. Maybe Manta is the least useful one, but if used properly, it can also save your life. If I was Watson, I'd say Gleipnir.
Yeah, but are you playing to save your life or to win the game, bro?
Well, saving your... He's not winning the game if he loses his life, because then you lose the rapier. You know, this is an item that gets dropped when you die.
Have you heard offense is the best defense?
Well, yeah, but you said Gleipnir to shove out the waves. That is pretty defensive thinking.
Well, okay.
Doom is 25, right? That is the huge one. If he gets the refresher, a huge deal for sure.
Yeah, it is huge.
Refresher shard on Disruptor.
You definitely wanna, go on Disruptor, and then who probably...
He's 25,
Primal, I
Bowie.
guess.
He's 25. His Static Storm is the entirety of the screen.
You really gotta find him. And he has a blink now. A blink and a refresher, by the way. We didn't talk about that one.
Can I buy the rapier, Watson? Doesn't have a buyback anyways. I don't know. He doesn't know how to send his courier out. look at the wards of Spirit. I think they're centered around the fact that they're expecting a courier.
Yeah. They're really expecting that. You think it would be broken if you could smoke couriers?
Maybe put it so that you can smoke one courier, right? So if you're using it from the courier gets smoked, then I think not.
Okay. You remember when couriers could use day guns for like half a year, and then they realized that was a fever dream?
And nobody's gonna use it, but they could have left that in the game. I wouldn't mind it.
No, because then you could like ninja gear your own courier if you have a neutral.
Sure. It's not like in Dota there wasn't a case where you would just put one item that cannot be used by somebody and then you can't use the ninja gear. You could do that, right? As there is a ninja gear being used by Miposhka. He's a ninja disruptor. Not going in. Spirit are taking their sweet time, but that sweet time is buying also a little bit of money for the Marana.
But as you said, how do you actually get the rapier is the problem.
How do you get tier 5 items? Might be a bigger problem.
I don't think you're waiting tier 5 though. That's
fun. Nice BKB response, but they might get a glimpse.
Though?
There's the glimpse. No one has been found. Assassinate as well. They have the Wind Waker. Nullifier wasn't used.
Doom. They find Pushka.
Yeah, that's the Disruptor dead, but you don't have a Doom. No buyback. And with the Pulverize, your Doom, your BKB on the Doom is pretty much gone. Watson, he knows that now is the time to commit. Rodan losing the mana. Rodan losing the life as well as he turned into a piggy. But that is only Diego's Miposhka survives through the Doom. Watson just
splitter.
There is a Static Storm that will come, and now you cannot escape. They're doing their best to bring down Rodan, which is not going to happen without the Marana, without the Tiny. Nobody's left to do the damage, even though Cloud9 are doing their best. It will not be good enough to beat Team Spirit in game 1, but this is, Bowie, only the start of the series.
Yeah, crazy. I think low-key, one aspect of this win is the fact that they did not allow Cloud9 to get their rapier. You saw how much damage the Marana was doing even without it.
Yep.
If they have the rapier, there was no buyback on the Marana. So if they can get that rapier, this fight could have possibly looked good. They were able to get the Doom on the Disruptor. Unfortunately, though, no buyback on no one. They were playing like against so many odds, and I still feel like that was a decent performance by Cloud9. Spirit, though, they are 2 TI winners, as you said, for a reason. They played really well.
Yep. did an amazing job. Cloud9, they were good, but they were not good enough. Still, with this kind of a performance, I could see them taking a game, even a series from Team Spirit. I think Medusa pick was just way too good. That Spirit got themselves an amazing draft. So maybe if it's a bit closer, then Cloud9 can take the victory. Because a lot of things didn't work out for Cloud9 in that game, and they still got to a point where they almost won.
I do agree. I think the draft was a big problem. You know, this Doom had no purpose. The Tiny somehow did a lot, but the early start, like, he lost the lane as he should. It's not great for the Tiny. There were not a lot of heroes that could play with the Tiny, even though they stole both Wisdom runes as well, just because their support duo is a little bit awkward. I think, even though the tri-lane did give them benefits, I also feel like it made Deathless Shrek struggle a lot in the beginning, and he only really peaked minute 40 something, right? He was definitely playing a lot against a lot of problems. So kudos to Cloud9. I think they did fine considering their draft, but I do hope they can get a better one. It was not ideal.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know if they're going to be getting a better draft than Team Spirit. I think Team Spirit has to mess up in their idea of what's good if Cloud9 are to win a draft, because there's a lot more versatility on Team Spirit, right? I'm not saying Cloud9 players are not versatile, but they are not as versatile as Team Spirit, and probably there's a limited amount of teams that are. So I don't know, man. This is a rough one. And Team Spirit are always a rough team to beat.
I just meant that, like, it doesn't have to be better than Team Spirit. I just meant a better draft than the one they had in game one, right? It just needs to be a bit better. Because, you know, DM and no one, especially no one, I think whenever the old entity New Cloud9 was looking good, it was on no one having a hero that he's comfortable, and he is with the Tiny. But this was a really bad Tiny game. It was tough for him, and that was their last pick. You know, Doom was picked relatively early, so it's all right that DM's gonna get sacked, especially when you're tri-laning and you leave him alone. But I think they had probably a better pick for no one this game.
Yeah, there were a lot of heroes that got banned out, and I think he just got carried away thinking that he's gonna be farming Miposhka, and in the end he ended the game with 4 kills and 9 deaths. And I think that is a clear representation of where it really was lacking in the Cloud9 department. You get the last pick, or 23rd pick, Tiny, and then compare it to Team Spirit, who got a Medusa that literally counters everybody on the side of Cloud9. Died only once in this game. That was that Doom when they got surprised. After that, Radon was just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, as he should. 24 Medusa pick. This hero still really good in the right hands in the right game, and Spirit realizing that, also showcasing the sniper support. We saw a lot of smokes being broken. I think Mira was low-key very annoying. It's a hard hero to really see the value, especially when you're playing as a support. But, you know, he got a lot of farm. He was super annoying, breaking smokes, the night vision. There's not a lot of heroes that can do that, right? Luna support, I guess, did that in the brief period of time it was popular. But Luna support is pretty bad now these days.
Yep, that just doesn't look good at all. But Radon gets an MVP for sure. I mean, the most valued player out of them all has been Radon. He did the most damage. He took the most damage. He actually joined the fights very early on, as we are gonna be still giving away those Arcanas. If you still haven't gotten into the giveaway, the exclamation mark 1x give in the chat is gonna make you liable, or give you the info on how you can do it. And right now, the info that you're gonna be getting from us is that the teams are getting ready into the lobby, so we're gonna be taking a short break, then coming back with game number 2.
No one should know about the eSports in your pocket.
And we are back with the first series of the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 here in the main tournament with Harry and Bowie. And Team Spirit, if you didn't watch, that first game did win versus Cloud9 after 57 minutes. It was a hard game, Bowie, but for the most part, Spirit looked like they were in control.
Yeah, it was... I think Spirit didn't really make a lot of mistakes. It was mostly Cloud9 really clawing their way back into it. They honestly played really well, considering their draft, considering the situation they were in. So I do feel like this could be a 3-game series. I know, we talked about before the game started that you were very confident in Team Spirit getting this as a 2-0.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
With the right draft. Yeah, you definitely said that. I do think that there's a world here, especially if they get a good draft, or at least a better one. I really feel like they pulled a lot of strings. They made things that looked quite dire work somehow. So yeah, they have clutch players. Watson, I think, had an amazing performance, even though his hero was picked up very early. Great optimization, great laning stage. I think 3 deaths, but only the 3rd death was pretty much at the end.
Yep.
He had a really good time.
Yeah, for sure. So first pick this time around, again for Team Spirit, it is going to be Cloud9. That are on the Radiant side. Sorry, the other time it was opposite, right? It was Team Spirit Radiant second pick and Cloud9 Dire, first pick. So just swapping out those positions goes to show that both of the teams value the same thing. They value Radiant and they value the first pick. And I can't remember the last time that this was different, Bowie.
Yeah, looking at the bans here, very similar. They still have to ban the Tinker, Cloud9,
Did
Team Spirit. Is anything different? I feel like these are exactly the same 6 bans we had in the beginning. Maybe the Marcy was second phase, I think.
Was
but I'm
Marcy
not
even?
Sure. I think it was banned second phase.
Okay.
Let me check.
Go check, because I'm not 100% certain that's the case. A Nature's Prophet is something that Team Spirit might get rid of unless they want to pick it themselves, because that's something that even Watson plays. And
Marcy was not banned actually. It was a
Yep.
Wind Ranger ban from Spirit.
Yep. So let's see. Watson does play a lot of Nature's Prophet, but who plays it on the side of Spirit? There it is.
Looking at pubs, Spirit plays it on pretty much no one.
Radan plays it. He just did
yeah,
lose 2 games on it.
Yeah, I didn't play a lot. Entity
Mira
definitely
plays it.
plays on everyone.
And Miposhka plays it a lot. Miposhka played 7 NP matches in the last 7 days and has 70% win rate, so...
I think he's the only one that's playing a lot. Like, everyone else has like 2 games, so I think if they're gonna play this NP, probably gonna be on 5.
What is the level
And
of the big creep?
Oh, the Treant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that right now, because that is a great question.
Very important for this matchup. If he can persuade it from level 1, you can throw the Ironwood tree in the garbage.
So, Nature's Prophet, Liquipedia. Let's see what's up with this guy. They are level... It doesn't actually...
Can you get it? Or maybe it says in the facet that it cannot be taken over, right? That would kind of make
Level 2,
sense.
level 2.
Oh, so he's getting it. He can get it with the level 1 persuasion.
I wonder if with the facet it changes its level, but the normal Treant is a level 2 creep.
It has more health, more damage, increased vision, increased movement speed, and is reinforced.
Yeah, it should be the same level, right?
Yep, should be. Doesn't say that the level is increased.
That's crazy. I love this response. We're in a totally different game now, because once you pick the Chen, the entirety of your draft is going to look different. They do ban the Doom this time, even though it was heavily countered. Still respecting DM's Doom.
Yep. So let's see. It is going to be a Timbersaw ban. He was ignored in the previous draft, so I guess having a Nature's Prophet does change it. The question here is, Fishman, he's the one that plays the Chen usually. Do you send it versus a, let's say, a position 5 Nature's Prophet?
Maybe. I think there's a chance. Just playing on the different lane.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. There will be a ban on the Knicks, and also a very nice thing for all of you people to know. You can get esports in your pocket. How do you do that? You don't download the 1xBet app. You get also some amazing stats, as you can see there on the left of your screen. That's something that you can very easily track, as the Monkey King will get picked up by Cloud9. So that is a flex. Karomi plays a ton of Monkey King. He was probably one of the first ones that started hunting careers. Watson is a big Monkey King player. I wouldn't take it away from no one to be able to pick it up as well.
Yeah, the read that I have here is that, sure, it's a flex, but when you see this Timber ban, you think of melee strength heroes. So probably means that this Monkey King is going to be able to face a good matchup in one of the 3 lanes, as you actually get a Batrider. Very good against the Monkey King. Kind of talked about it game number 1, but pops up now.
Yep, this is going to be a big
Mira's
one.
hero, probably.
I think Mira, I guess Miposhka can play it as well, but he's probably going to be on the Nature's Prophet himself.
Looking at pubs, it's definitely going to be Mira on the bad and Miposhka on the NP. Unless they flex this NP to carry, as you said, but I think it's unlikely. We'll see how things shape up, as now they probably can get the Collapse hero. You know Chen is going to be... You know Chen's going to be in the NP lane.
I guess Larl's hero coming out now wouldn't be too surprising. They still go for a bit of a flex, right? With the current state of the supports in this game, I would assume that this can be a mid laner as well. Larl is big on his Wind Ranger too, but any one of the 3 cores can perform on the hero.
This is an interesting pick because Wind Ranger was not a popular hero. Larl, last 3 months, has played 0 Wind Ranger games. And even Radan hasn't played that much. So, interesting pick. They cannot flex this to support unless the NP... Like, there's one Yatoro Radan carry Wind Ranger the last 3 months. He did win, but it is not a popular hero they like to play. Maybe they expect his Monkey King to be a core then? I'm not sure how I feel about the Wind Ranger.
What do you reckon? Is the Chen going to be staying with the small Satyr, the Banisher, and just purging off the Wind Run throughout the game? Yep. I would assume that would be the case. There you go.
Not bad against the Batrider as well, as they go Centaur.
This is a good Centaur game, right? Because with the Stampede, you can run down the Wind Ranger. She's slightly faster, but you do have that burst damage. You buy a Blade Mail, which is again good versus the Wind Ranger in the lane. You like when they constantly poke at you, and if this is a safe lane of a Nature's Prophet and the Wind Ranger and Centaur, just makes a lot of sense. Plus, it is a DM hero. He knows how to utilize this one properly.
Yeah, it's a rough one because if we're set that the Wind Ranger is going to be carry, it is a terrible matchup for the Wind Ranger. But even if they flex and you play, let's say, NP carry, the Centaur is still very good against...
runs into his face.
Against NP.
That is something that the Nature's Prophet doesn't like. He is not as tanky as he used to be with the teleport. You just get a barrier nowadays, and that doesn't feel too good.
Oh.
That is...
Don't get to see this one that much.
Yeah. Kadomi, I think he's one of a few players who plays it. His
most played hero last 3 months. He definitely loves it. Not a lot of combos though, right? It seems it's good, I guess, in lane with the Inkswell, but
it's a great shard. It's a great shard versus the Batrider, right? You have a save for the lasso. I think that's what you're gunning for here.
True.
But this does put the Monkey King definitely in the core role. I'm expecting Watson to be the one to pick it up, but it all depends on what Team Spirit are going to be getting in their mid lane. I'm guessing you are... If it's a flex between a 2 and 3 between the Wind Ranger, you want to put this versus a Monkey King.
Yeah, you definitely want to flex it because a lot of the mid heroes at the moment are all melee, and this is a safe 18 pick here for Spirit. You wouldn't hate to pick an Ember, and now picking Ember into Grim doesn't really feel that good. Shaker is available, I guess, but they go BB.
Bristleback.
I guess Collapse for gonna be playing that one.
I don't see many Bristlebacks at all on them in their pubs. I'm actually not sure. This is a good Bristleback game though, right? Because everybody here has very low armor. Apart from the Monkey King, when he uses the Wukong's command, all of these heroes are very, very bad versus the Bristle. Once he gets an Aghanim Scepter, he brings them down so easily. Right? Gripstroke, no armor. Centaur, no armor. Chen, no armor. You have some heals, but you're good versus magical damage, not physical damage, and this is heavy physical damage burst and AoE.
Yeah, I agree. This Bristleback though did get nerfed significantly. I feel like unlike the Medusa 24 that he had game 1, yes, this is a good Bristle game, but I would say in general this hero isn't as powerful as the Medusa was, and it's also an early one. They're gonna have to ban a couple of heroes. If this Bristle is off lane, you're probably very happy playing the Monkey King into that lane as well. So yeah, I don't think this is perfect. It doesn't look as dominant as the game 1 draft from Spirit, at least so far.
Does he go for the Seeing Red facet? Is that the way to go for the Bristleback?
I think for carry 100%. For offlane, I just haven't seen it too much. But all the competitive Bristles that play carry that I cast were Seeing Red.
Okay, makes sense. They ban out the Slark. I think Watson is one of the few players who can make a Slark work nowadays. The hero just feels very weak, but versus a Bristleback, Batrider, it is just such a good Slark game. And I still cannot believe that Slark is not more in the meta because he's good versus every hero, like on paper at least.
Yeah, his lane really struggles. Like you see this hero being picked to counter lanes, and it does so poorly these days. And the Team Bear ban now makes a lot of sense, right? They were kind of gunning for this Bristle anyways. The Doom would also have been pretty good against it, as now they're taking some offlaners out from Collapse. He was playing a lot of Razor, actually, in his pubs. He has 100% win rate with Razor, building Auras. I wouldn't hate it here, because it would make this Bristleback even more of a nuisance to deal with. Sure, you're against Centaur, but, you know, the Stampede cooldown is pretty long, and I think you don't mind if you're Spirit in resetting the fight.
Okay, so you probably don't send the Bristle back to the offlane, right? Because Monkey King is most likely waiting for you there. I'm now more than certain that this is going to be a carry Bristle. They banned out the Ember. If you want a mid laner, I wouldn't mind an Earth Spirit for no one here. It just depends what he's going to be laning against.
Earth Spirit.
Entities turn to pick.
Enchantress.
Oh.
Is Shaker still in the pool? Shaker is still in the pool.
I don't like Shaker though.
No,
There's
no.
Batrider. There's a lot of annoying stuff.
So this is
Not a
an
great lane.
NP core?
Remaining.
Yeah, it's an
No
NP
one-
core, unless you're playing a Larl Batrider mid. So many flexes, but I'm gonna assume NP core.
I'm gonna
'cause
say
this-
it's Yatoru, Wind Ranger carry.
You may now select
Oh
your
wow. Clinks for Watson.
So they are putting no one on the mid lane. And let's see, Larl is gonna be playing the mid NP. Offlane Collapse, and Yadro will be a Wind Ranger.
Huh.
Okay. So how does a mid lane Nature's Prophet go? Do you still go for the Ironwood Treant? We talked yesterday that the Treant is better than the level 1 Lone Druid Bear. So maybe that's how you just win the lane.
Yeah, I've seen facets changing, but I think it's quite likely that that's gonna be the one that he chooses.
He's chosen that one.
My biggest question though is this Clinks game that good? You know, I know that Clinks is low-key good sometimes, but I wouldn't say this is amazing. You have this Nature's Prophet you worry about. You have Batrider Lasso. The Bristleback's extremely tanky. The way they're gonna take... I also don't feel like the Clinks really utilize the Grimstroke Kings well. I guess it's because... Oh my god. It's mostly gonna be no one utilizing it. But in general, I don't know if I like Cloud9's draft that much. I thought they were in a really good spot, and then this Clinks makes me doubt what they have.
Yeah, and also Fishman going for the Hellbear convert, right? I don't know if I've seen that. So in the laning phase, you have some magic resistance with the small Hellbear. That's kinda weird, but
Just likes potatoes.
Yeah, makes sense. So that is gonna be good for energy. But Bowie, are you going with Team Spirit? I kind of like what they have. I can see this Cloud9 lineup working. The problem, I also don't know just how good the Clinks is. Right? It's very hard to understand just how good this hero is. Sometimes it completely flops. Sometimes it's too strong.
So I think mostly what the Clinks is about is destroying the NP Treant, right? You just deathbacked it because it's a low-level creep. And he even went for the whole teleport thing. So I guess it gives you a way out of Sprout as well. This is like some 5D chess. I have not seen this, but yeah, it's really good against the core NP.
And we're gonna be seeing red on the Bristleback as well. Also, I completely forgot about this. The potatoes no longer give you match distance. They give you attack speed, right? You have a swiftness aura, 15, 18, 21, 27. That's the per level of the creep. And then if it dies, it gives 120 attack speed. So that's actually quite nice for a Clinks in a lane. Use the tar bomb and you get a lot of damage into your opponents.
Yeah, it's definitely decent. You also have the whole death throw thing, right? If he dies, you get even more attack speed. Can be very useful in some fights.
And Divine Favor is going to be good versus the Bristleback. The odds quite even in this game. So our sponsors over at 1x, they think that this lineup of Cloud9 is good enough to win. Radon pops the wind run. He doesn't get the runes, so it will be 3 runes for Cloud9. Pretty good start for them.
Kataomi.
That is a dead Kataomi. Once again, they will be getting themselves a first blood with the blood grenade, and Radon is the one who gets it. Considering that he was just so strong on that Medusa in the previous game, this is not a guy whose momentum you want to increase even further.
Oh yeah, definitely not. Now this Clink's Chen lane into a Bristleback. It honestly looks pretty strong, right? It's just so much damage. The early levels, like offlane Bristle.
Collapse is
not a
already in
strong
trouble.
Yeah.
Yep, and you get this is we really didn't talk about the attack speed because you have the swiftness aura, but then you have the penitence as well. So this Clinks is gonna be doing massive amounts of damage. Shen still hasn't skill up the spell. Well,
What about mid though? That Treant is getting so many denies. 0 CS.
Yep.
I mean, I guess 2 CS on the Monkey King, but 5-3 is a great start, and the Monkey King doesn't handle the NP that well.
And this is the thing. I think the Team Spirit, it wasn't set in stone who's gonna go where, but they just waited a little bit to see the enemy heroes, and then they decided, right? And when they saw a Monkey King in the mid lane, they knew that Larl is gonna break his neck there in a 1v1.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. I would have probably preferred to have the Monkey King safe lane and pick a better matchup mid, but as you said, it's hard to know where each hero is gonna go.
Mira is fighting Fishman. There will be a blood grenade. Has the stick charges. Batrider goes for it as well. And he is going to be losing this one. Kills him. But no experience for Mira. So still a win for Fishman.
Well, for sure. Both are going to be TPing back. It really helps the Clinks because he's quite low HP. We'll probably get a salve from his dear friend.
I think the idea is also to keep the Chen away from the Bristleback. If you keep the Chen away from this lane, then the Clinks cannot apply that much pressure. So I like what Mira is doing. Despite going down, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Oh, it definitely is not. It's definitely all right even. As Watson is
that
using...
step is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
Radan dropping low. Gets sniped. Kataomi gets himself a kill.
Okay. Not too bad.
That's a weird one, right? How do you close the gap onto Rodan? It had to be a misstep coming out from the Windranger herself.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Dude, look at those treants. 14 and 6. This NP really doesn't care about the Monkey King, and he has the whole teleport aspect that we didn't get to see yet, but will probably start becoming a thing in no time. As Watson,
he's in trouble. They don't have that mana.
Grenade.
Yep, the man on Collapse was an issue, so he didn't want to come forward. And of course, going into the tower is too scary. Collapse is standing his ground. Only 1 point in Bristleback. He's being zapped and still somehow alive. With Mira coming forward, he's not going to be alive for long. Uses the sticks, keeps
So
him
close.
living for a bit longer, and will be slowing down that creep, that convert.
Ooh.
Collapse somehow finds an angle. The tar bomb won't be able to kill him, and Team Spirit get themselves a kill. However, Watson will be healing so much with the death pact, so he is going to be the main dog here in the bottom lane.
all right, extremely close game. Lane's going slightly the way of Spirit, but nothing too crazy. I do feel like this Monkey King plus Grimstroke have a lot of potential in the mid game, but we also didn't get to talk about this. Enchant dispelling the Inkswell, that is huge, because that's a lot of the control that Cloud9 has, and if well positioned, Miposhka can put an end to a lot of it.
But that makes the death on Radan even worse, right? I just don't know how they allowed that to happen.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. But you know, I think these lane deaths, they matter very little these days. It feels like more and more we don't get to see that matter. Sometimes in the mid lane, I think it can matter a lot. But you know, in the safe lane, I still feel like Radan's having a really good time. Like, he's top of the CS.
Yep, the seed shot.
This Bristleback is another hero that, like, we think of Radan as the carry, but it's such a good Bristle game that I'm not sure Cloud9 really has a lot of tools to deal with Collapse.
Yep, and not a lot of ways to get on top of him. Wukong's command is usually solid versus a Bristleback, but sometimes it can kill all of you, and he's already going for a Vanguard, so the physical damage isn't going to be the main concern that the Bristle has.
Is this an Aura Bristle? Or do you think this is just a normal Vanguard? Because we would see in the past, like, straight up face boots into Wags sometimes.
You go Vanguard and then you can get Ags. I think with the Vanguard you can just push aggressively, but I have seen Bristleback skip the Ags for some time, maybe get it as a third item. So you could go for the Crimson Guard if you want to.
Yeah. We'll see what they are going to choose. Yeah, like from literally every offlane Bristle.
Oh, what a
Version
purge.
Protractor.
Did you see the purge on the Inkswell? Instantly,
Yeah.
Watson was taken out also by Mira. Might have cost him his life, but that's such a nice dive, recognizing that the Chen wasn't there.
Really good pick from Team Spirit. They're drafting, like, their last picks have been very impactful in both games already. This Enchantress has a lot of potential to shut down.
Tower gone.
Yep, that's your big tree right
no
there,
one-
and now no one.
Flame break on the money, ulti. Also connecting, no one gets into the trees. How? They didn't attack him for
Treant
3
is
seconds?
busted, bro. It's just busted.
No,
Oh wait,
how,
what do you mean?
How did he get into the trees? I thought he was being stacked by the Batrider all the time and won't be able to get up there.
Well, you thought wrong.
Yep, I guess I did. Miposhka now gotta get jumped on. Cloud9, they want him dead.
Dispel
Breaking all
again.
that insult. There's the Boundless Strike is silence. The Mira, have to be very careful. No one gets to the high ground and survives. The two supports of Cloud9 now are going to be assisting, and Mira fast enough with the Firefly to run away from any kind of danger.
Did you see what no one did there? He waited for the dispel so that he wouldn't dispel his Jingo at the same time.
Yep.
So the Inkstone gets dispelled, but he still gets the Jingo and the extra damage to get the Boundless.
Yep, very nicely done.
Has to be very smart about how he attacks, because, you know, at least you make the Enchantress choose which one she's dispelling, but now she might choose to die? Doesn't look like
No
it.
one chooses to die, Bowie. Everybody wants to live. Unless sometimes you go and deny yourself to a tier 2 tower, but that's a specific scenario that probably won't be happening again in this game. We're
Now it
out
will
of that
happen
point.
just because you said.
Top tower is
Yeah, probably. Looking good for Spirit right now. 1k gold lead, nothing too major. Centaur going for a Blade Mail. No surprises there. We're not going to be seeing an
Rotation
early
from
blink.
Watson. They're trying to pressure Radani here.
Found the strike, going forward. Inkswell connects. He's already under a tier 2. You do not dive that. It just hurts way too much. And with the Nature's Wrath, Fishman already dropping super low. Watson in the vicinity kills the Wild Wing Ripper, but they know that he's here now.
attack. Radiant
OTP. Yeah, that's going to be Lara with an amplified damage.
tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. I think this game is actually looking worse than game 1 now. I look at this Clinks. I am not... Like, sure, you can eat the creep, but the way these fights are happening, the way this Enchantress is getting so many dispels, I think Cloud9, they're going to have to really step it up to win these fights. I think Spirit knows exactly how they want to take these fights. I'm not sure it's obvious for Cloud9 how you shut Spirit down.
You know, I'm looking at this Clinks, and he's going this, right? So it's going to be an overwhelming amount of damage coming out from the Clinks. Taking Spirit by surprise is a possibility. They did get caught by surprise in the previous game as well. Their Medusa died. This time around, they're not as tanky, right? Bristleback, sure, but the rest of them, they die very easily to the Clinks. So I still see some potential here on Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to get a bit scared here. Radan is getting all of his timings. Every core on the side of Spirit has the highest CS and net worth. These next couple of moves are going to have to count, and we already saw so many Inkswell dispels that this game kind of rests on Miposhka. If he can predict, if he can be in the right place, right time, I think the moves are impossible. Like, it's really on Cloud9 to outsmart his Enchantress.
Wrath of Nature is available, so I'm expecting Team Spirit to go and make a move once again. Every single time with an ulti, they either got a kill or got extremely close to it. Larl isn't using it for farming, and I like this, right? He already has a ton of farm. No reason to just throw away a big damage teamfight spell.
Definitely saving it maybe for this rune fight, but it looks like Monkey King actually doesn't care about it at all, and the Dire Scan will realize what no one is doing, and
Collapse
they
is
will
waiting.
get on top of
He does
Collapse.
get silenced up. That's 3 points in the Bristleback. Very hard to bring down. He has been surrounded. There's the Nature's Rat that will be coming in strong fairly soon and does just such a huge amount of damage. Kills the Clinks. Collapse, just going forward for more. Those Quills do too much and he is not done. He sees red and he wants everybody to get murdered. While this is happening, Team Spirit are pushing the mid lane. Nobody on Cloud9 to defend.
Dude,
Fishman
the tower's
comes over.
down.
He got the deny. Okay, that was a cool play. But it doesn't change the fact this game is a catastrophe.
These treants are absolute, dude. I don't know what they give these treants, but I don't think that's legal.
They're made
don't
from
think
iron.
tier 2s should fall. I guess they are.
It's iron.
They should not fall at this stage. They should not be falling.
The tier 2 tower goes down. Spirit gets a lot of money for it, just like our viewers. If they click on the banner down below and use the promo code UNVRS3, 100% deposit bonus on their first time registering, as we are 11 minutes in, a 5k gold lead. That's going to be increased even more once Collapse farms these stacks. What's even the play for Cloud9? I know that you're being a negative Nancy here, Bowie, but give me something positive. When and how are they going to approach the next engagement?
You need a patch to drop right now in the middle of the game so that the treants get nerfed. Well, jokes aside, it's probably going to be Blink on the center, right? You need Blink, Inkswell on Kataomi, and you try to play for pickoffs. You probably have Roche potential with the Klink's Desolator, as you said. So you need to speed up the pace of this game, because I think if it goes late again, like this Bristleback, I do not know how we will be able to stop Collapse. You can maybe ignore him, but you're not stopping him. So if Spirit has the advantage, has the Aegis, you're gonna have to respond at some point.
They want Mira dead, and they're gonna be slowing him down. Stampede as well, very much gone. We'll be taking him out. Watson gets himself a kill. One question: what are these like 3 arrows that come out when the Klink shoots? Is it some cosmetic, or is
I
it
think it's a
representing
cosmetic.
some? Okay.
Yeah, it's probably a cosmetic, because I have not seen that.
I'm seeing it just happen, and I don't know if it's...
Initially, I thought it was the Bristle cosmetic. I thought it was the Quills, but it's not. It's just the Klinks.
Okay, because I don't see any of his new abilities or something that maybe does more damage. It literally just shoots from him, and I was quite surprised about it. So you do get Mira, but the goal lead is still increasing, and you can't do anything to stop it. So DM will get a Blink Dagger fairly soon. Is that a timing? Is that when the game can change?
That's your timing. You
Oh, they got Mira again.
definitely want to go for a smoke. Yeah.
Phantom's Embrace, damage is there, Boundless Strike, no one gets himself a kill. He needs it, because this Monkey King is the one that's suffering the most. Stealing the Ancient Stack. Yeah, one thing we didn't mention, Windranger went for the Whirlwind, right? So Blade Mails aren't really going to be that big of an issue, unless everybody has them.
Oh, have you cast a Whirlwind game? Because I have not.
I have cast one. I mean, it's cool. Watson gonna be stepping to the side, and it doesn't change anything. Will still get ran down by Collapse. He's just not tanky enough. Even with a death back, eating the Ironwood tree, and it's not enough.
Yeah, feels pretty bad. I think the plan here was to really utilize the Enchantress creeps and the Treant creeps to move around the fight and get tanky. But the Bristleback lane did not work out. Trying to outsmart Collapse in a Bristleback lane, even when the hero's not meta, is hard, and he just plays so well. Collapse. 0 deaths when you're playing with Chen armor, you're playing with this Chen attack speed as well to poke at you. Collapse really, I think, over-exceeded the expectations I had for him.
Collapse is such a scary offlaner, right? He very rarely loses the lane. Of course, we can amount that a little bit to Mira as well, because he is an amazing laner as well, very, very stable too. But then you would expect players like this who are good at laning that they're gonna suffer if things aren't going well. And then in the previous game, they kill him like 5, 6, 10 times, I don't know, and he still performs to the extent of the abilities of the hero. Oh, misses
no,
on
he
the
missed
blink.
it.
Stampede coming forward, having the Inkswell. The Sprout really isn't gonna help you as you're surrounded by so many monkeys smacking down. Larl They do lose Fishman. Collapse gets him down. There's no more Wukong's command. Then you just have to run from the bristleback. He's too strong. He'll be finding Mira. Once again, looks very much dead. No one taking a ton of damage from the impetus as Miposhka is not playing around, and Watson is next on the menu. Collapse is gonna start just getting those quills out. 4 heroes are dead. You are the ones who chose this fight, Cloud9, and you still come out severely behind.
Collapse is about to reach level 15, minute 15. He is an absolute monster. Already has his eggs. Radan. Whew, I don't know. Like, that was a good smoke. They were very patient. But look at how many wards Spirit has around that area. They were able to quickly maneuver around engagement. And there's just not enough damage or control on Cloud9. It is such a... Like, what's your control? It's the center stomp, and your Inkstone is probably going to be dispelled. So then you have Boundless Strike. And you're fighting into super mobile/tanky heroes of Spirit.
Not easy. Definitely not easy. And the gold lead is continuing to increase. They did bring down the Nature's Prophet. That's about it. Very hard to bring down the other cores. Radan gets caught for a second Boundless Strike, keeping in place. No wind run just yet. Will in the end use it as DM is being destroyed by the impetus through the blade mail. They don't care. There's the Gleipnir. Kataomi caught by it as well. Shackle shot. No trees to connect to, and they will allow Kataomi to live. But the big guy did go down, so Spirits are happy.
They're really happy. That NP already has a Gleipnir. Same for the Wind Ranger. Sheesh.
And that is
All
it,
playing?
Fishman. He did use the Divine Favor. Nobody's coming to assist. Oh, Collapse thought it was a kill. Divine Favor armor comes in handy. Tries to pick some flowers for his own funeral, but Collapse won't even allow that. Okay,
They
they're
can
going for
Roche.
Mira.
They won.
They have to go through Collapse. No one says I don't have to go through anybody, but he gets outplayed, and look at what Collapse does to your carry this game. It's looking impossible. Boundless Strike was already used. No way to run from the Sprout. Does he have a Quelling Blade? I guess he really got surprised by that one through the Stampede. Thought he was going to be running out. What a play from Mira. Did you see what he did? He flame break the Monkey King, didn't get slowed down, and then pulled him into the tower. This was just beautiful.
It's beautifully done. Overall, Spirit, full domination of this game. They can Roche if they want to, but I don't think they have any rush ending this either. They have the late game. This was... I think they played their lanes well, but honestly, even if Cloud9 had better lanes, that Enchantress pick was game-winning from Spirit. I really feel like... I'm not sure if there was much else that they can do, as Kataomi will be killed.
It's just looking easy at this point. It looks like Team Spirit are smurfing. Last game, Cloud9, they had chances. They were fighting. They were getting some fights going their way. Right now, it seems that the extent of their abilities is get 1 kill and lose 4.
Yeah, it really is. They're
going for the MP.
They felt like they were going to be stomping the lanes, maybe snowballing with these Clinks and this Chen, but that never happened.
Attempt from the Monkey King to find the Nature's Prophet, and he just didn't go that route. While this is happening, Collapse is taking your tier 2 down, the last outer tower, while on the other side of the map, everybody who gets close is gonna get murdered. There's the Whirlwind. You said you wanted us to cast this, but it doesn't really change much because the game is too easy for Team Spirit.
That's true. I think he could have no facet, no OT, and this game still would have probably looked the same.
It's so sad to say that. Clinks, he has the Dragonlance, he's going for a shard. You might have to get that MKB in this game as fast as
Look
possible.
at that tree
You're
and the
not
Solar
getting
Crest.
anything.
Look at this.
Oh boy, the push is insane.
High ground with no ages, minute 19. This is an absolute stomp. There's no denying it.
And you can't do anything about it. That's the main thing, right? Blink in, lasso being used,
Always
Fishman
GG
will
out.
get burst, gets healed up a bit, thinking about going for the Hand of God. There is no heals in this world, no amount of them that will save your life from that. And they're not done. Why would they be?
Yeah, could get Barracks, could steal the Tormentor, could get the Wisdom Rune. The world is their roster right now.
Look at the backlines. Monkey King is trying to make something happen. Did they ping him out?
He's playing
No.
as a tree right
No,
now.
okay.
No, that was his own ping. That was his own ping.
I imagine you are in school and they put you to be a tree. Bound the strike. Oh
no, they
with the
found me.
Hoostom. That is gonna be the turnaround that they were looking for. Team Spirit not ready for no one. And this time around, the tree will be the star of the show.
All right. Okay, that was really swift. Okay. Yeah. Really good recover. They can get a turn now. What is the best shard for them? Grimstroke already has it.
The centaur is better.
Probably, yeah, probably the
for
centaur.
sure. You don't need those ancient creeps, but of course, you always get the worst one, and that's how it goes. But of course, also you want to follow our channels here in Twitch and YouTube so that you know when we are live every day. There's gonna be so much Dota in the next 5 days. On the 25th will be the grand finals of this tournament, but of course, there's gonna be more Fissure tournaments throughout the year. Radon with the whirlwind, he needs to run away, and he cannot. Larl, however, did bring down no one, and now with the BKB going in with 4 heroes surrounding him. I don't
No
think you want to
TP
be
on
here.
him.
He doesn't have a TP. It's either you kill them all or you die. With the Sprout keeping DM at bay, the Inkswell will do nothing. He deals with the Phantom's Embrace, and Watson from the high ground. Here comes Mira with the lasso. Will be able to burn down the little skeleton. He has no flesh to be burned, but either way will be taken out. Mira gets himself a kill. Still, Cloud9 continuing to at least put up some kind of a fight for Spirit.
I love that Collapse was forming 5 Ancients as all of that's happening. It's like, guys, you're on your own. Good luck. And yeah, it was a nice fight. They almost saved the Clinks there. Good dispel on most of the debuffs from Mira. But at the end of the day, Mira is very high level. He's the same level as no one right now, so still had enough damage to get the kill anyways.
No one finally has the Gleipnir. This Monkey King has been suffering so much. The Enchantress will overtake him, and the win probability already in single digit 22 minutes into the game. Spirit, if they want to be sure, they can go for a Roche. The scan does miss them. Cloud9, they don't have one to use for quite some time.
Smoke. Okay, guess they don't find anyone. They're just gonna brute force this Roshan.
Yep.
I think. Okay, Cloud9 willing to contest. Watson not showing up just yet, but has a TP in case he needs it.
Oh, but it's a 4-second
Mira,
TP.
look at his position. He's gonna break the smoke.
Does a perfect
Beautiful.
job and then blinks away. It's fine, no one comes down from the trees. Bound the strike onto the 2 supports with the Wukong's man. They get the double stun. It's time for Spirit to run. They got a double shackle. Thinking about re-engaging without the Wukong's command, maybe it's possible, but too dangerous and unnecessary.
Yeah, they got what they came for. They can just reset, wait for the supports. I know
Watson.
Watson's chasing Collapse here, but this is not
Nightmare, but they
what
found Radon, who is the one with the Aegis. That's gonna be the first life of his that gets taken out as the Hurricane by Collapse. Coming to do an immense amount of physical damage with the silence. The Wind Ranger is in so much trouble. He does have the Hurricane Pike to get to the side, but the Phantom's Race is doing so much damage. He still lives, and the double Shaka shot Radon, even with no HP, is making a difference in this fight. Cloud9 have lost 2 heroes. Just 1 buyback was needed to turn the tides. Boundless Strike once again perfect for no one. His Boundless Strikes and Gleipnirs have been amazing ever since the start of this fight. Fishman will allow his buddy to die as there is nothing else left for him to do in that fight. A triple kill for Collapse.
I mean, that's been a Collapse show. They have to go for anyone but him, and it allows for him to always be up in the fight. He is incredibly hard to bring down. Look at his net worth. 17,000 minute 23. They're gonna lose Fishman as well, and I think they're ready to win this. They already got the melee barracks top. They have these freaking treants.
You have buybacks. You can try to defend it. I really like how fast Radon got back there, right? Ran to the base immediately when he got low, and then TP'd to the outpost. Watson with the Inkswell going on to Mira. Can't blink away. Phantom's Embrace is there. From afar, with the Soul Bind, they'll get the Batrider down. That's a dieback. BKB from Laurel. Hurricane Pike gets Radon into a safe spot with the Whirlwind. He deals with the Phantom's Embrace. It does come back, though, and he's killing himself onto the Blade Mails. Radon needs to be careful. Another arrow is coming towards him, but Collapse is too strong. You might be forcing this Wind Ranger back, but you're not forcing Collapse back. Whirlwind and those Quills take down 4 heroes and force Cloud9 already into the lower bracket of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit. Their drafting has been really good. I feel like Cloud9 dropped the ball a little bit with their last pick. This Clinks, I don't know. I can see why it would be good this game, but it's such a niche hero. It's so hard to execute. I think you're putting yourself in a pretty hard spot to give you any chance of winning this. Also, Collapse played a magnificent game. He destroyed the lane. His item build was perfect, very tanky. No way for them to control him. Also, low-key, Miposhka with the enchants won the top lane as well.
Yep. And that was the last pick of Team Spirit. You mentioned it so many times, just how good it was versus the Monkey King, versus the Grimstroke as well. Team Spirit looking clean, looking crisp. That first game was harder, but the second one, well, it did look like there was absolutely no shot for Cloud9 to win it. So, I mean, I told you, but Team Spirit's so hard to draft against. Look at that. They had 4 heroes. We had no idea where they're going to go. And then they perfectly put them in the lanes where they're going to have the best time.
Yeah, this NP hero, man, I think you really got to ban it. There's so many good heroes right now, which is, no wonder we're seeing so much first pick priority. You really just want to get your hands on any of those. And this time it felt like Team Spirit, they were just willing or better at picking these better heroes. This NP, like, he got the tower like minute 5 tier 1 mid, and then minute 10 the tier 2 is falling. Sure, a lot of that comes from the fact that the silence bled so much, but even though it was kind of a quiet game from Laurel, he had a lot of impact just opening up the map and allowing the Bristle to grow.
Yeah, I mean, his early Wraths of Nature were huge. Remember that, I think it was the third of the game, that it literally murdered the Clinks. He was half HP and boom, dies. And him getting the mid lane tower down very early on, right? No one played defensively in that lane, or otherwise he would have died. And then it just opened up the possibility for the tower to fall. It was just too easy from that point.
Yeah. Even still, though, do you think anyone else but Collapse deserves the MVP?
No, I don't think so. He did way too much damage in those fights, right? Every single time Radon was running away, he was the one that was bringing them down. Maybe there's an argument to be made for Miposhka because his dispels have been like the pillar of the early game. But overall, if you take those 25 minutes that the game lasted, Collapse just did the most.
Yeah, I feel like Cloud9 probably expected that lane to be better for them. And a lot of that just came from Collapse really playing to the limit. We even saw that one kill on the Chen where he had, I don't know, 5 HP, kind of dives the tower from the tree line, gets the kill, gets out. He really played amazingly. And that's such a unique build as well. He ended up going for the Vanguard first to disassemble, to get the Bloodstone. Everything really done perfectly. Also, I just want to say that this NP, I think this hero is first phase ban material.
It has to.
Like, it is so powerful. Like, if you can flex it, you can literally play it in any lane, right?
Yep, 5 positions.
It is 1 to 5, yeah. It's way too strong.
It's way too strong, and it's played 1 to 5. It is a perfect pick for any competitive game. In pubs, sure, here and there, it might not be as powerful, but it just makes drafting so many more times easier for you. And here's Collapse, 12 kills, 1 death, 26k damage. In every metric, he is the strongest hero in this game too.
Yeah, really good draft. They pick it on 18 as well. So in general, I think the finesse of Spirit's draft was looking a bit better. No surprise that they, did so well in the last tournaments that they played, and they are making a case here to be the best in this tournament as well. But yeah, for that, you can, if you want to be the best, you can check the 1xbet bonuses that we have here, 100% for your first deposit. And unfortunately, I think we're going on a break, right? We're gonna have a little bit of a bigger break in between series.
Yep, Falcons versus G2IG. We're gonna have to wait for at least half an hour, maybe even 35 minutes before that one starts. So me and Bowie here are gonna be taking a little bit of a break to refresh ourselves. Hopefully you can do the same as you prepare for the second series of the day.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
The DOTA continues here in the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 with Harry and Bowie, and we are gonna be going into our second series of the day, continuing with Group B. Here, we're gonna have the roster of Falcons, one of the best teams, if not the best team this year, Skitter, Melrine, ATF, Crit, and Snaking, who are gonna be Bowie facing off versus the guys that went through the plains. Do you think the momentum might give the victory to G2IG?
Well, I'm not sure it gives them the momentum, the victory, but it definitely gives them some confidence, right? They've been looking very good. I'm sure they've been screaming and bootcamping a little bit prior to this event as well. But, you know, just like we saw with the last match, I do feel like Falcons has a big advantage. Usually, though, Falcons, they perform really well in LAN. They haven't played that many online tournaments, so we'll see if they can, you know, if they're going to be experimenting too much, that can definitely skew. Maybe you drop a game and then in game 2 G2IG plays really well and you get 2-0 by a team you never expected to lose in the first place.
Yeah, it can happen, but I think this is a team that doesn't have problems performing in an online environment, right? Remember the MENA qualifiers every single time versus PSG Quest? Though those were close, but they were performing pretty well themselves anyways.
Yeah, but at that time, I think a lot of people didn't really catch up to what Falcons was doing, right? They were very new, and even though they were winning those qualifiers, a lot of people still thought that they were not like actually God tier, and that's pretty much what their performance this year speaks to. They've been incredibly consistent. Sure, in the last tournaments they played, they didn't really get first place, but we're only really saying that as a negative because they've been winning literally everything. So I agree with what you're saying. I do feel like the online qualifiers were a bit easy for them. Like, sure, PSG Quest is a great team, but Falcons have overperformed them by a mile this year. G2IG, though, I think out of the Chinese teams, they're definitely one that has actually improved. A lot of the Azures and PSGs, they dropped the ball so much in this later portion of the season.
Yep, that is the case. You know that Baboka on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is Borax now? Because I guess Baboka was his initial name. Then he went to Borax, and then he came back. I couldn't find him, and then I remembered that he used that as well. I just want to go here through their heroes. Are we going to have an exciting drafting phase as we did between Cloud9 and Spirit? Or is this going to be more, I want to say conventional, though the current meta doesn't seem conventional, at least not at the moment.
I don't think so. I'm looking at Crit. His most played hero right now is Naga. I'm looking at Borax. He has a lot of Murana and Marcy games. I do feel like there's going to be a lot, and I mean a lot. I mean, dude, actually, if you look at Crit and Snaking, their most played hero is Naga. Both of them. This is
banned.
Yeah, this is madness. Omni Knight is also there in the pool. I think we saw Nouns actually utilizing that Omni Knight quite well with Fly. I don't think this is going to be boring at all.
Yep, definitely not. Xno also plays a ton of Naga, so whoever has the first pick might just be getting that hero, or whoever has the second pick might just be banning that hero just to be sure, because yesterday we saw the power of the Naga. In a certain scenario, do you think there's a scenario where you could draft around this support and make it just not as good?
Let me think. Probably, but like if you have to think about drafting for position 5 Naga, you're already in a kind of a weird spot, right? It's just like Tinker. It's those type of position 5 heroes that make your life incredibly hard. I wonder which would be better, right? Would you rather give away Naga and have Tinker, or would you rather give away Tinker and get Naga?
I would rather give away Tinker. I think for Tinker, nothing has changed in a sense of how you counter the hero. Even though it's played as a support, it's the same type of heroes that you want versus him. And you know, you need a Yules or a Nullifier versus the Defense Matrix to dispel him or one of his teammates. I think playing versus a Tinker, you know how to do it. It's just that at the moment the numbers are too high, and then he seems too strong. But on the Nag on the other side, I don't know if teams have an idea what to do, because it's a newish concept. We've seen support Nagas in the past as well, but strong lane, range heroes are good. Like there's a lot of reasons why you're not 100% prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, I wonder if Falcons would maybe give up the Naga to test something crazy, maybe like a Legion Commander or something that can deal with the illusions, that has a Dispel for the Deluge. There might be something that easily counters the Naga, but it's definitely not a hero that's been in the meta, right? At least thinking of the popular offlaners. Maybe Underlord, but it doesn't seem amazing.
So we're gonna see a vote in the chat, considering obviously that Falcons are gonna have more fans in the chat here, and are definitely the favorites according to the odds from our sponsors over at 1xBet. Do you think that G2IG get over 20%?
Tough, right? It is tough. It's a Chinese team. Falcons is a fan favorite. Xnova is sort of popular, and Monet has been a big name. Even nothing to say, but I think it's hard, especially this time of the day. If you live in China or you're Chinese, you might not be here in the first place, right? There's a lot of Chinese fans, but not in this live.
Dude, they're pretty good fans, the Chinese, or depending on how it goes. If you lose, they are gonna hate you quite a lot, from what I've heard and seen some of the translations of them not being happy with the performance of their players. But I don't know. Also, do they even watch English streams? That's the main
it's even
issue.
Hard, right? You probably need a VPN. It's tough. I don't think it's easy for them to watch this. And even if they wanted to, because of our pretty faces, it's probably easier to watch someone else. But I guess I'm not even sure if there is a Chinese stream for this. So maybe they have to be here.
Yep, we hear from Fissure, we have our English stream, we have our Russian stream that actually, Bowie, that they do have a studio segment as well. Oh, does it look pretty cool? But here we just attract with beauty. They do have a girl though. That doesn't matter. We'll no girls are gonna be overtaking us in looks. Is that do you feel as confident as I do?
So. If you say so, it's you saying it. But yeah, looking at these two teams, I do want to say that Falcons are probably the favorites, but I was impressed with G2IG, because then when you look back and see how dominant Nouns was, even against 1W that got second place in the LAN recently, it probably means that G2IG is for sure one of the better teams that were selected in the qualifier stage.
I want to see if these two teams have faced each other recently in any tournament. So let's see. This was
Probably
a tournament they were
ago.
in together. No, okay, so they didn't go through the first group stage there. Maybe here. So let's check if that was the case. So
I would guess
Falcons,
at least 3 months ago. I would guess.
They didn't. They didn't face each other recently, which is a bummer. It's a bummer.
Yeah, I think G2IG in the beginning of the year, when Falcons was doing like their best, they were not good. Like their first tournaments, they didn't qualify to a lot of them. They were looking shaky, and at the same time, Azure, a lot of the extreme gaming were looking very powerful. But as time unfolded, actually, I'm not sure if G2IG improved or maybe the other teams underperformed, but it is G2IG now actually making a lot of tournament performances and some really good results. Actually, they did perform relatively well.
Yeah, looking good for China this year, right? You have Extreme Gaming that are doing really well. G2IG are solid. LGD are not looking good, but the Azure are, not great, not terrible. People are going to be looking at their performances in international tournaments and maybe saying, oh, they're not doing good. Dude, it's like top 16 teams in the world and you get like top 12. It's really not that bad.
Yeah, for sure. And I do feel like there's even like Team Zero, right? A team that we didn't really talk too much about. Obviously, they're not in this tournament, but I was very happy to see Polo qualify. He's one of the people that actually always sent me Twitter messages, like commenting on my videos and stuff. So I was really happy to see him because
Yep.
he was try harding.
Always the fan favorite. He is the fan favorite, man. I don't know if people were ever cheering for somebody that much that was a little bit more on the unknown side. But we should be getting ourselves into the draft fairly soon. Looking at it, it's going to be Falcons' first pick. They won the coin toss, and well, G2IG choosing the dire side, so Falcons probably getting everything they ever wanted.
Yeah, that's the same thing they did, right? Was it them that was choosing Dire on the qualifying stage?
I think so. I think in our series,
so. I
when they
remember you
watched
mentioned
them
it.
versus Nouns. Yeah, it was them. It was them. So, okay, so both of the teams are in boot camp. That's very nice to see.
Yeah, it would be weird if G2AG wasn't, right? They would be playing with 300 ping. So I'm glad that they are. I'm not sure exactly where in Europe, but I'm assuming Europe because that's usually the place you would choose. Looking at the bans here, Primal Beast first phase is definitely a little bit unconventional considering the amount of OP heroes we mentioned and the fact that JT even plays offlane Tiny with 5. So if you want to try and outban this guy, you're in for trouble.
Yeah, and nothing to say he does play the Primal Beast, but it's mostly JT that plays it. So that is some serious respect from Falcons. Really beautiful. And there's the Naga ban. We mentioned it. Lina, of course, taken out. Whichever carries profile I go in, Lina is the most played hero. Like, okay, Skitter isn't. Skitter does have Razor and Mirana in front of her, but it's still very much popular on everybody.
Yeah, this Razor, as per usual with Falcons, you got to be very careful about. They do play it on every single row pretty much.
Core.
They also flex Husker to offlane and mid. I'm pretty sure they can probably play carry as well. I think in Europe we see Ande, right, playing carry Husker sometimes.
Yep. But it's I don't know. I think Skitter wouldn't do it. When you have Melrina and ATF in your team, you're not giving that to Skitter. Skitter is a different kind of player, and it makes sense that he doesn't play Lina that much. I would even say that the current meta with the heroes that are being played don't necessarily favor Skitter at the moment. So that might be the reason why Falcons are not as dominant as they were at the start of the year.
Okay. Looking at the bans here, they're still going to take away that Omni. One of the best heroes right now. They take the Wind Ranger. Shadow Demon is open, but they get Mirana instead.
Okay, so is this a Shadow Demon for G2IG? Because you might have to ban it out if you don't pick it now. Of course, you do have the first pick in the second phase as well to go that route if you want to. Enchantress is in the pool.
You can try and steal the Ember, ban Husker, if that's one thing you're interested in. I know Nothing to Say is a big Ember player, but yeah, there's lots of routes to take. I don't like the Ember. I would actually rather see the Shadow Demon or the Sand Key. Okay.
That is a flex. That is a nice flex. And you talked about JT. Nothing to Say plays this as well. I think it's still the flexible heroes that you want to get early, right? Even though Skitter is playing a ton of Mirana right now, Crit is very well known for his Mirana gameplay. It's weird when you have these position 4s that have been in the scene forever and at the top forever. Crit maybe had 1 or 2 years where he wasn't in a top tier team, or at least he was, but it wasn't looking that great for him. And then whichever hero you think about can be played on position 4, oh yeah, Crit plays that hero really well. I remember that one game or that one tournament where he was crushing with it, Mirana. It does fall into that category.
Yeah, true. Looking at Crit's games here, he's not playing that support 4 sniper, though. That is one hero that he's not really messing too much with.
Yep, I guess, but I saw one in his Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He did lose. However, here in the FISSURE Universe Ep.3, everybody wins. Well, some teams sometimes lose, but at least for our viewers, if you type !1xgive in the chat, you're going to be getting more info about the giveaway that is still going on and will be going on until the end of the tournament, as there will be an NP ban. That is the one that we didn't talk about. Did make it through the first banning phase and didn't get picked up. And you know what? I'm not even mad. I guess instead of the Primal Beast, I would have expected him to be banned, but I'm still okay with this.
Yeah, I think once you see the Sand King, that could like you cannot really pick this NP into Sand King. I think it's too hard to force towers when there's Sandstorm. So there's some argument for G2AG picking it up, so they take it out, and Sven being removed. Okay.
It's a big snaky
Not
hero. Goes well with the Mirana, right?
Ho ho ho.
Hello,
Ha ha
Boboka.
ha. There we go. This might be their position 4. We saw a lot of the sniper yesterday.
Just so
the
you know,
entire
Bowie,
BO5.
he does have this white beard, but he's not Santa Claus. It's not ho ho ho. It's ho ho ha ha, right? That's how it goes.
I know how it goes, or I was just making a joke, but if you gotta ruin it, you'll see if Falcons can find a good response. Crit's playing a lot of Tusk. You think this might be a good gap closer, something that annoys the sniper, or is the Shard too good against Tusk for you to consider?
Nah. I don't think Tusk is good here, right? Because there's a Sand King and a sniper. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. So we get a Death Prophet. We'll see if it's going to be a morning ritual for them. And the Marcy still making it through. Most likely a double off lane, though I wouldn't make it past snaking, playing this in a safe lane with the Mirana 1.
Yeah, it's very good. It's the pseudo Omni, pseudo... it's just his enabler of the range carries. And yeah, Skitter can definitely find something. Even Razor, I think, doesn't care about it, but Run is great, Tro is great. Morphling is alright as now. I think you need burst damage, right? You see this Death Prophet, you either want to play in a way where you ignore her, or you need overwhelming burst damage, which you're gonna have to choose which one they want.
So let's say JT takes the Sand King, because he has been playing pretty much exclusively Sand King in pubs. He has 14 matches on the Sand King and then 5 on the Primal Beast. So I guess your burst damage is going to be coming out from Nothing to Say. What is... I guess Shaker? He plays some Shaker, but picking it here isn't great. You should leave it for a potential last pick if you're going to go that route.
Yeah, you definitely have to wait. I think Shaker is as good as the mid matchup. So if you're playing to a Pango into an Ember, it's great. If suddenly you're playing that into a Death Prophet, you're gonna get pretty sad. Like, it's not impossible, but this hero, it's kind of like Husker, right? Husker in a bad game, it's very mediocre, but in a good game, that's when the hero shines. So we'll see. You probably need to pick your 5 and carry if you assume this DP is going to be offlane, although ATF, not that much of a DP player, right? He does have a couple of games in spots, but it's definitely not in the top 5 when I think of
There's Burst. There's Burst, right? If you play a carry Morphling, that is something that contributes quite a lot to it. I was thinking about a carry Sniper, maybe. Because, yeah, you have this run-in lineup from Falcons, but in my mind, the Sniper should be... Carry Sniper should be okay versus a Mirana, right?
Yeah. It does go both ways, but I think committing too early is hard. You could, I think in the other patch, you could maybe say, yeah, maybe they're going to play mid-Morphling or support for Morphling here, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think you're pretty much committing for the carry Morphling at this stage. I don't think Nothing to Say even plays Morphling. There's a couple of mid-heroes that do, but looking at his pubs, he has no games.
There's a Shadow Demon. I wanted to see
like
it early on. That is a solid amount of burst onto the DP as well, right? If you're not careful, the Demonic Purge doesn't allow you to move. The rebound movement speed isn't going to help much in that regard because it's going to get removed as well. So now it's on Team Falcons that need to find the backlines, right? You were talking about the Tusk. Now I remember the Melrine Tusk back in his Namiga days. He played a couple of times in Falcons as well. But he would probably like something to jump into the backline.
Yeah, and the problem with a lot of those backline jumpers is that Sand King is very good against them, right? Usually they are glass cannons that can find the backlines, unless you're Primal, but that one is banned. Maybe you can pick Tiny here? Is Tiny decent enough against Shadow Demon Sniper? Not really.
No, again you have the same problem, right? Division. You have the vision problem. This is fine, right? This creates chaos and nobody can deal with the Rolling Thunder once it goes in. You go in with the Rolling Thunder, you just create so much chaos that then the Death Prophet and the Mirana can choose the fight. I like this, right? Plus the Primal Beast was banned out early on. The biggest counter for the Pango isn't here. Looks great.
Do you ban...
remaining.
Do you ban Huskar if you're Falcons here?
Dire team
How much does Nothing to Say even play Huskar?
Yeah, not that much of a player. I think you can actually go Shaker for G2IG. It's probably a ban
Yes.
that you have to consider as Falcons.
You either ban a Storm or a Shaker. I think if you're Falcons, both of them look really good. Storm maybe you can deal with because the silence of the DP that can be quite annoying. So yeah, I think Shaker is going to be taken out.
Yeah, Shaker's tanky. Once you get eggs, like you might not be bursted through whatever stun plus arrow that they have on Falcons, and we're assuming there's going to be a carry Mirana too, which means you're probably not even going to have this Mirana involved in some of the early fights. But they take DK. This could mean
Are
that
they
they're
thinking this is a
considering...
support Death Prophet?
Could be carry DK Mirana 5. Or, I'm sorry, Mirana 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're right. What are the range? Let's say which are the range heroes this kidder could play? I just doubt it. Right? You could go Razor Bad. I'm looking at it. Is the Wind Ranger in the pool? No. Yeah.
No.
Troll is in the pool. I don't see it as that good.
Tro is
Oh,
really
no.
bad this game.
For me,
Yes.
this is a Mirana carry, man. There's no. I don't think there's an alternative that you can go for.
10 seconds remaining.
Skeeter hero. Yeah, I mean, most of the illusion heroes are bad against the Shadow Demon.
Sand King as well.
Weaver's
Morphine
alright.
Can be solid. It's banned.
Weaver's alright.
Right. It's
Oh.
banned. There's no way. They ban out the Ember. I still think this is gonna be a crit hero that gets picked up right now. Something that goes with the DP, or maybe if they want to put the Marcy with the DP, something that goes with
Hear
the
me
Mirana.
out. Hear me out. What about a Slarkito? Get Slark into Sand King. You have lifesteal from the Marcy. You can protect the DP through
5
the
seconds remaining.
Epicenter Sandstorm.
Okay, so now let's get serious, and Falcons just pick something to win the game.
I'm not joking. I think it's decent, and it is a Skeeter hero.
Well,
But they go tiny. So it
that's
is support DP.
support tiny. No, support tiny. I think it's a support tiny, right? It's gonna be crit on the tiny.
It could be flexing, but yeah, like it's a double melee lane into a Shadow Demon Morphling.
How's it double melee? Death Prophet tiny. Then you send the Pango to the mid lane.
5 seconds.
I think the Spango can be... They're going to pick Shaker here if you do that, and the Spango is going to suffer.
I just don't see Malrine as a DP player. I also don't see him playing it in pubs, and I see ATF playing some DP in pubs. So I'm inclined to believe Team Falcons usually went with comfort over anything else. They go Storm.
Storm.
I would have preferred the Shaker, not gonna lie. We talked about the downsides of the Storm. And there it is, Malrine mid lane with his Pango. Crit for Tiny.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Storm. I mean, it is a classic. Nothing to say. You talked about comfort. I'm sure it's comfort for him as well. But I look at Falcons and I see...
I see a dead Storm,
Maybe.
man.
Yeah, I see that
That's what I
Storm
see.
there. I guess, because it's 4 tiny, the Blink Dagger timing could be a bit delayed, and maybe you don't get those early kills on Storm. He snowballs, and the game can look very good for G2AG, but it's a lot of buts and ifs. I think Falcons is the better team, and they have the slightly better draft.
Yep, I would say so as well. The Gleipnir from the Mirana, the Avalanche of the Tiny. It's going to be hard for the Storm to go in. He's going to do well in the laning phase, I guess. But Pango is one of those heroes, one of those melee heroes that the Storm doesn't dominate, right? He wins, but he doesn't dominate. And I just see so many potential for the Storm to die in the early stages of the game. Nothing to say. For me, this is on him, right? He asked for the last pick Storm. He probably feels confident that he can play around this. If he can, sure. But there's so many things. I didn't even mention the Silence of the Death Prophet, which is something that just takes you off guard when you're a Storm Spirit, right? Do you go second item BKB, or are we still gonna see Kaya Witchblade and then the BKB?
I think it's probably going to be... So I was going to say maybe he goes Zorkit this game. To me, if you actually snowball the Sand King and you go fast blink on the Sand King with Orchid on the Storm, you might be able to just keep jumping. There's no save on the side of Falcons. So maybe that is one option. But even if you don't, it's probably going to be Kaya, which play BKB. I think that's like the gold standard. You go BKB if you're having like the worst game of all time.
The ATF buys only Guardian Greaves on this DP. Like 3 games he has played, he has bought Guardian Greaves every single time. I don't think Orchid is the way to go, right? I would...
I mean, do you even want to kill the DP though? I think it's mostly about killing this Mirana every time. The Greaves is only going to save the DP. I think what the Storm brings that the Shaker doesn't is also a way to select your target much better. Like you just don't want to mess with the Death Prophet when you have the Morning Ritual, right? It's all about killing everyone else.
I guess, yeah, you're right. You could try to ignore the Death Prophet, but I'm thinking that's gonna be the hero that Falcons are gonna be giving you, right? The Pango is gonna be behind, trying to rolling Tundra before he's even seen, and Skitter is gonna be farming until he gets his Manta, and only then will he be really joining the fight as aggressively as you would like.
And you know what? We didn't really get to talk about the Shadow Demon that much this game, but he is a counter to Death Prophet, right? As much as the Death Prophet can get this delayed over time damage, the Shadow Demon Promulgate, Disseminate, will be doing a lot of damage to the DP, and as more tank you are, everyone else is going to be taking extra damage too. And when the Greaves are available and he can dispel it, you just cast it on the Morphling, and Monet will be the sponge that will be reflecting a lot of damage to the entirety of Falcons.
Yep, that is true. I do like that point. So yeah, we'll see. I still think that Falcons got themselves a better draft. The vision of the sniper is of course something that might help you. So we could expect G2IG to be a bit more active during the night, like owls, silent and active.
Okay, I didn't expect the owls thing, but yeah, sure.
Well,
and just
you have
be
a Falcon
clear,
on one side, right, who hunts during the day mostly, right? Get it?
Oh, okay. We don't have Falcons in Brazil, so I didn't know that they hunt during the day. But cool. Just to be clear, I do agree that Falcons has the better draft. I was just trying to hype my Shadow Demon boy. I think I was never a big Shadow Demon fan, but once I realized what this version can do, I think I'm converted.
There's gonna be a toss back. Next Noah gets tossed onto that range creep, instantly denies it. Thank you, Crit, for making a lane for your offlaner harder. Trying to block the camp there on Crit, and we'll be able to do it. Sniper starts off with the headshot. That's the right way.
Yeah, like you can potentially start with Shrapnel sometimes to push the wave and help your offlaner, but since it's already being pushed out, you're pretty fine here. You just want to be poking that Marcy, being annoying.
So we see a lane where there's snaking and the Mirana, and he's not playing the Mirana. No, this is one of the heroes with which he won TI. They picked it every single time as the first pick, and he was at the start of that TI that Tundra won. He was the only one that was picking it. Later on, people started going for it. The snaking is gonna be in trouble. No rebound. He's still level 1. Does toss JT away. Gets level 2. Blood grenade kills him still. Even the shrapnel was used, so no chance to survive.
There you go. Support sniper looming in our pubs.
It's so strong
man.
in lane, man. It's so strong
really
in lane.
is.
Off lane or a support sniper or whatever. It is insane.
If you have like a lot of catch, maybe some like Crystal Maiden Ursa, you can get on top of him. But that safe lane specifically, it's pretty mediocre, right? You don't even have a good setup for the arrow. You give a lot of sustain for the Mirana, but Q-wise, IG is very good. And the Storm also doing pretty well here.
Malrine really likes that angle of his camera. He is always putting the camera at the same place. I remember even his Namiga days. It's always from the same side. And look at it. All of his teammates have a camera at the top of their monitor, and he just moves it. Like, I like this angle. This is from which I look cute.
I prefer JT's angle. That is the actual gamer one. If you're a
Yep.
real gamer, it's your full forehead. You just want to showcase how big your brain is. Snaking trying to get the Lotus. Oh.
They are going for Baboka. They really do hate this sniper and will try to escape. That's where an arrow is easy to hit. The problem is Mirana doesn't have an arrow because she is level 3 and got 2 points in Starstorm.
Yeah, they don't have really good ways to set up anyone, right? So it makes sense that he didn't learn the arrow. If it was a Crystal Maiden lane, he probably would have it.
So far so good when it comes to the laning stage on G2IG. They're winning every single lane. They've got a kill. Not by a lot, but enough to for it to matter.
I mean, Sapking's having a great game. I did not expect him to be the highest CS by any stretch of the imagination. So JT, he will definitely be rushing that pipe. He gets every game.
And
Literally every game, he rushes pipe. Sometimes without boots.
He went for the dust down. Now he's gonna be getting the boots on the Sand King. Everybody just goes face boots on the hero nowadays.
Yeah, I know. You know, this game, I really like Blink. I wonder if Pipe's going to be his choice, because I think having follow-up for the Storm is huge.
I would like a Blink too as well. Yes, you are right. But it's JT. And he had a
his own
tiny.
ways.
He had a tiny and he bought a pike. Okay, so one thing we didn't discuss. In the play-in stage, G2IG had the best team. They did go through without losing a series. They managed to slow down every game. Can you do it versus some of these better teams?
Yeah, well, against the better teams, it's definitely going to be harder. I thought we were going to ask about this draft specifically.
Are fortified.
I think it's hard. They definitely have ways to increase the tempo, the push of this DP. Like, there was not a lot of heroes in any of those games that actually gave a lot of push. There was that one Enigma game in the finals, but overall, there was not a lot of emphasis in sieging, and DP is different. So that is really the trump card of Falcons in that regard. That's how you can speed up, open up the map, and make G2IG not really able to play the way they've been loving to do.
Marcy plus range hero usually crushes the lane, and well, this time around not the case. Baboka and JT doing a hell of a job in this one. The phase boots on the Sand King is going to be available, meaning the strike clicks of the Miranda and Marcy not going to be doing much. Malrine going for nothing to say. He can't get the kill, but next round of spells, if nothing to say doesn't get his 6. He pulls the creeps. Nicely done.
Yeah, should have it for the rune fights, especially
Tiny's rotating.
there's already a rotation from Crit. This could be huge.
Under vision, he saw him. Disruption onto a skitter, gets the leap away. Then combo it perfectly. Will still be taking a solid amount of damage. There's nothing to say, is just doing his best to dodge this Tiny. Some scans being thrown out, and he knows exactly what's going on.
Oh, unfortunate. He would have probably been able to get the left one, but gets unlucky.
Or Falcons got unlucky, you know. However, Snaking doesn't look so lucky any longer. He's being chased down on the bottom lane and will get taken out. It is nighttime. Baboka, he sees just a little bit better than you do.
Crit now in the bottom lane. I'm not sure there's much for him to do. He can maybe set up an arrow, but the Sand King is already very tanky. I don't think they really have the burst damage to kill JT.
Yeah, especially with the phase boots being delivered. Once that is up, then he's definitely not gonna go down. You know, Falcons might be preparing for a Malrine rotation. He has the regen, so can shove in the mid wave, use the regen, and get himself to the bottom lane and fight.
Swaps that
Get
regen.
pulled in. Beautifully done by nothing to say, right? He does force him to go for the Rolling Thunder. Disconnect with it. Might be disrupted if he's not careful, but will be allowed to get away. I think that's a big deal, right? Because this Rolling Thunder should have been a way for them to make something happen on the map, while Amar is going to be going for his ulti. Monet, not level 6 just yet. Wait for him in a couple of seconds. 18 one charges. He's not going to die with nothing to say. Rotating Amar is already super low and looks very much dead. A toss from Crit won't be changing anything in that engagement. Monet staying focused and not allowing himself to get caught off guard.
Yeah, very patient there, and Amar forcing things a little bit too much, and 2 aggressive moves that Falcons were going to have access to are wasted now. Rolling Thunder and Regen Rune, and now the DP wasting the ult. Sure, you force some rotations, but Storm can still actually attend to the rune. This is a great start for D2IG that we thought would be the underdogs for this one.
Yep, they're doing a great job. I think Falcons, what they're trying to do right now is create chaos on the map so that there's a lot of TPs happening and then you catch the enemies off guard. But if you look at G2IG, they have perfect defensive wards between the top and the mid lane. There is a sentry that Falcons plays, but they just can't get to that ward. Malrine will have to deal with it. Nicely done. Okay, now with that ward being taken out, Falcons can apply more pressure, but well, now there's gonna be TPs again on G2IG.
Yeah, and the cooldowns are off. You don't have EXO, so it's not easy. Also worth mentioning, very lucky for the Pangolier to get these 2 runes. The Storm could have had even a better game if he had access to any of those, as Monet.
Avalanche
found
into
the arrow.
an arrow. They have the rebound. Oh, he messed up.
Huh.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Snaking rebound into a toss then would have been different.
Yeah, but even then, I think actually the Morphling would survive, right? He had Lotus +1. He would definitely be able to waveform away. But, you know, getting the tower, it is still pretty good.
Yep, this is what the chaos on the map brings you, right? Towers start falling. A lot of the teams, they stay conservative, and then nothing happens. You just continue losing. Falcons with this, with the pressure they're applying, they open up the map a bit.
Looks like there's gonna be a first item, Kaya, for nothing to say. Sand King with the pipe, as we expected. JT. I wonder how his binds are. Probably he only has 5 queued up. It's the only items. Crit might pay the price here.
Has the healing Lotus. He can bait nothing to say even further. Rolling Thunder, nothing to say, has lost all of the mana. He does have that ward. The tiny arrow misses. He still doesn't have anything to get away. Needs to get close to the cliff, and the disruption just in time so that Malrine doesn't connect. But here,
Lotus, he gets mana.
Saving him with the Pavis. It's gonna be enough into a piggy, and as a pig, he's faster. They are gonna be losing X Nova, but saving their Storm Spirit. Is it worth giving away 2 of your supports? If Baboka even does get taken out, he's doing his best to escape, and okay, haha, he's very much laughing at this moment. JT rotating, he needs no blink. We have no more leaps. Avalanche, crit, maybe he can do enough to restore into the hands of Malrine. The epicenter, the ground is shaking beneath you, and it will bring a tsunami from Monet to assist everybody from G2IG coming. Falcons, they were missing their offlaner.
Dude, that is another rune that spawns on the left side that nothing to say is. If he actually gets that Arcane rune, this fight is 1000% different. And even still, pretty good for G2IG. They lose the mid tower, which Falcons is very happy. But at the end of the day, you lose your Pangolier. JT is getting closer to that pipe. And this game is looking much even than I thought it would.
Yeah, Falcons making a nice rotation. Also, we got a nice promo code for our viewers, UNVRS3, with the banner down below, 100% deposit bonus on your first one. Go for that ATF. Looking like he lost some weight, looking real good. Or I always saw him in the dark and I didn't really know what he looked like.
That's true. I gotta look at him again. I was all tabbed, but I will give you my info. And you know, looking at Baboka, he looks exactly how he plays, if you know what I mean. Like, doesn't he look like he's wild? And I think his appearance definitely showcases his play style.
You look him in the eyes and you get scared, right? And in the game, you should definitely be scared of this guy. Mirana, approaching that Maelstrom will increase her farming speed, but this JT Sand King is too farmed. He gets that pipe. I don't know how you lose fights. How does Falcons kill anybody? And he has it.
You need to overextend, right? You need the Storm to overuse his mana. You need the Sand King to jump a little bit too far forward. But that's not going to happen because he has no blink. He will be pretty much unable to overextend this.
Into an avalanche. There is a stun with the overtime damage. Amar still surviving. Spirit Siphon not gonna matter whatsoever.
Hypo
Nice arrow
JT, he's
from
so
Skitter.
tanky.
You need that one, and they can't do any damage. He did lose 2 of the heroes on the other side. Epicenter now gonna be used at the end of the fight. Malrine, he still has the shield crash going strong, but he's all alone in this world. No spells, no allies, no life. Monet gets a triple, and that pipe making a hell of a difference in the fight.
Dude, they killed the Storm, but they had to use so much. And that's a 12-minute pipe timing. Just a beautiful smoke from IG, abusing the fact they want the runes. They want to deny that away from nothing to say. And when they realize they're fighting into this pipe much earlier than they thought they would.
Gonna see the replay once again. That they used everything to kill the storm. The disruption just making it so
Even
hard.
the arrow.
They wanted the arrow on JT. That's the thing. I think you were better off killing the Sand King than the storm. Then the fight maybe becomes a bit easier.
Yeah, but even like when you already press that pipe, there's so much contribution. If Falcons, if they're committing to the fight, that's when the pipe is its strongest, right? I think maybe they were not aware of the pipe before the fight started. And once you commit, you can't really disengage anymore. They don't have, I guess Mirana can disengage, but everyone else isn't as mobile to really follow suit. So they had to take that fight. It looked close at the start with the storm dying, but it really didn't matter.
No man, this DP looks squishy. I'm starting to believe that this morning ritual just isn't that strong of a facet, right? Because Death Prophet does overtime damage. And it's not like, oh, you're gonna die later, you're gonna do so much burst. No, you're still gonna be maybe doing 2 seconds more of damage. You can still get taken out, no problem.
By the way, nothing to say. He's going for that Orchid we were talking about. He does have it ready, and this Mirana does not. I mean, the Mirana doesn't even have a Maelstrom. This is a terrible performance.
Avalanche from crit. He gives his life away for Amar. That is a solid play from him, but it will still open the mid lane tower. It didn't fall after the previous fight. After this pick off, it will.
Skeeter just finished his Maelstrom. G2IG, they are in a great position. Honestly, they can force Roshan if they want to. Snaking. They die.
Storm comes in. There's the silence, and that is a dead snaking 1 by 1. They're being picked off, and they can't win a team fight. No way. There's no way you win a team fight if you're Falcons. You are getting picked off. You cannot push a tower because that's just gonna force out a team fight. So what is your play? When is Crit getting his Blink Dagger? Not soon, man.
They don't have any timings. This Death Prophet, you cannot posture with her because she just is not tanky enough, as you said, and the pipe is so far away from Amar. Like, he still needs... Oh, no, never mind. His 600 go away. But even if he has the pipe, you're gonna have to perfectly bait him. And I think G2IG, they are not going to poke any tier 2s anytime soon. I think the play for them is this tier 1 top into Roshan on the dire side.
Look, he's 300 gold away, right? He now 100. He only needs the Ring of Tarask, has the headdress in his backpack. Snaking that again. The Assassinate not even needed. It was
what if
so
he
much
dies
damage.
though?
Dead. He is dead. He does have the money for it. No courier in position. Oh, man. So sad. So sad. Gonna be delayed for a little bit longer as well. That just means that he cannot instantly go for a fight. Does he have anything to sell? This is one of those situations. No, Windlace, no. Null Talisman, no. Maybe if you had a branch, but these are not the items that you want to get rid of.
Another aspect we didn't really discuss. This is a game where if IG is ahead, they will be running at you, and you're fighting into a sniper vision, right? So all of that nighttime vision is going to be really hard for this Tiny to get good jumps, for the Pangolier to find the right targets. This game is looking tough.
And it only started right now, right? There's still 3.5 minutes left of nighttime. And G2IG, they've only started their hunt. It's not gonna be easy to survive this night. And even once the daytime comes, I'm not sure it's enough.
Yeah, you're fighting into a Crimson Guard now. So if this Mirana wasn't poor enough, you are not going to be doing any damage to the IG heroes unless you find JT out of position, which, I'll be honest, he has been the pillar. He has been the centerpiece of a lot of the games for G2IG.
Storm has the AD rune, jumping in, gets the silence. They see clearly where their opponents are at, and diving tier 3s. G2IG, they baited us. There's this JT out of position, gets arrow, doesn't care. He doesn't take any damage. You just baited yourself into a bad fight. Malrine is keeping the backlines occupied. Demonic Purge is there. Once the Rolling Thunder stops, it's gonna be silenced, and nowhere is safe. Only the Fountain is a place where nobody will die, and that's where Skitter is.
Is this only no barracks?
High ground push.
There's no buyback on Pango. I think this might be a little barracks. You have Pipe and Crimson. You're not afraid to siege here.
It should be the Mirana TP'd away. Falcons have already given it up. They know there's no chance.
They took that fight with ATF farming top. Like, he was not ready. He didn't have his pipe. His courier is dead. I think his courier died with the Ring of Tarask, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh boy, that's so bad. How? How did that happen? They were on the bottom lane.
Dire's top
I
tower
don't know. I really don't know what happened. And now they're gonna lose more.
It's so easy.
Dude, this game's looking over.
is under attack.
I agree. I don't think there's much that Falcons can do. They can wait for the pipe and go for one last fight, but with the 13k goal difference, at this point, G2IG, they don't have to force it. They can just walk into the pit in an open area. They're winning. Okay, has JT gone too far? He gets silenced. His team is in the vicinity. Skitter dies on the other side of the map while his team is trying to take JT down to half HP. Amar helpless with his exorcism.
Oh my god, they can just get another chill too. They can go Roche. They can do anything. Knowing that both Pipe and Exo are down is huge. Crit. Oh, does cut the wave. Nicely done, but look at the win probability. And I mean, I have to agree. Like, you have this Morphling into Mirana matchup where the Mirana is lower net worth than Amar, and Amar is having a terrible game.
The sniper might overtake him. It's just such a clean game for G2IG. They weren't playing around. Oh, those playing teams. They are riding the momentum.
Has fallen.
Oh, baby. They really are. I'm surprised that they're not going for Roshan. Very confident, but I guess, you know, these Aurora timings are incredibly hard to take, especially when you don't have Exo. So it doesn't matter if he has buyback. It really doesn't matter.
I mean, considering that he died in a second, it really won't change anything. So you have a toss back with the Tiny. Avalanche, toss, Storm has been found, rolling Thunder.
Arrow
The arrow
misses.
doesn't connect. Can they take him down? No, with the Burrow Strike and the Mech. The Storm is still alive. Even Silence up.
Save!
There's the disruption. No way. No way he lives through this. He does get the silence on Melreen. It's not going to be lasting for long, but he's not the only hero. That will be the dieback. Storm buying back as well. He wants to re-engage. Going onto the outpost. Falcons, you're in a 4 versus 5 scenario. Yules or the Sanity. He just cannot die. Skitter Hammer will. And nothing to say is back. How dare you kill me, Melreen? Now Silence up brought down. He will be dying to the soul burn. There's no way you come out of that one alive. Only 2 heroes are left in the game, and Falcons are not gonna be inside of it any longer. A 20-minute dominant performance from G2IG.
They didn't break a sweat. Look how calm they are. Just like it should be. I mean, I'll be honest. They overperformed incredibly. I think JT destroying that lane, as you said, against the Mirana Marcy was a big part of this. I did not like the Tiny. We kind of talked about it during the draft. I was not a big fan. And it was really hard for them to play, right? This Tiny DP lane isn't particularly strong. It doesn't enable the Pango. And even though Marina actually had a decent game, I would say, some okay rotations at the start, it was so much easier for the group up of G2AG, especially when you have this Morphling. So they win those early fights and the buildings just fall. It's almost like a Luna in a way.
Dude, we could have made a LAN. Now I'm seeing Falcons from the water that they're drinking. They're in Serbia. I know Nouns are here as well, Spirit as well. I don't know how many of these teams are in my country, but considering the current state of it, easily it could have been a LAN here.
Oh yeah, it could have definitely been a LAN, and it does feel like one, even though we're casting from our houses. I know that the viewers feel the tension as well, but Falcons dropping this game 1. You know, they are a top tier team. I'm sure that they know some of the problems that they face. They are probably one of the better teams to adapt as well. They have AUI as a coach. But yeah, very surprising, very dominant game 1 from G2AG.
So what happened, right? Was it just that that Falcons didn't expect to lose that bottom lane that much? Is that the main problem?
I don't think it was only that. It was also the misuse of the Rolling Thunder mid alongside the misuse of the EXO, right? All of those early timings that we knew Falcons had, they were not properly used. Whether that was a bait for, you know, from G2AG just playing well or not, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that they understood that Falcons were out of juice and just rushing that pipe made this game impossible. Also, you lost the courier on the DP. There were so many small things that made this game hard, and I think the line of G2AG with this Morphling punishes every mistake greatly.
Yep, it really does. But still, a 20-minute game. We've seen so many long games in this tournament, and Falcons tend to be the team that sometimes end things quickly. Not always, right? I guess Gaimin Gladiators are the gods of that in the past year or two. But to get stomped this much, to have no chances whatsoever versus G2IG, who didn't even get directly invited to this tournament, it has to sting.
It does. And you know what? You were talking about Maureen not really being a Death Prophet player. And to me, ATF is also not one. I'll go even further, and maybe people will probably think I'm dumb, but I think Death Prophet is overrated. Everyone has been hyping up this hero. The pub stats are mediocre. Every game that I cast, this hero looks fine at best. And I don't know. Maybe they didn't find the right build. Maybe they didn't find the right role. Maybe you need a very specific draft. But if all of that is true, it means that this hero is overrated, because I think Amar would have probably performed better with some other pipe hero.
Yep, I think so as well, right? And even our laning stage isn't that great. JT, most definitely the MVP. I mean, first of all, he played a perfect tanking without the Blink Dagger. He got multiple burrow strikes in a fight, but that's not the main thing. His laning stage victory and his items, understanding when to take those fights, I wouldn't even be surprised if he was the one making calls. Guys, we have a pipe, we have a Crimson, we cannot lose it, let's just go forward. And with that being said, you know, we have crowned our MVP for game 1. Hopefully one of you guys in the chat are going to be crowning yourselves with one of the arcanas that we have ready for you. Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat will give you the info on how to participate. The info coming out from us and from the players and production is that we will be taking a short break before we continue the series.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
And we are back with the second game of G2IG versus Falcons here at the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. This is the second match of Group B, and both of these teams are, you know, at the upper bracket. We can say that way. Each group does have its upper and lower bracket. So first game goes to G2IG, riding the momentum of the Plains. Bowie Falcons looked lost. Can they pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and get this series in their favor?
I'm sure they can. I think what you probably have to do is not give away tanking. I think you give them something else, or you can give the Sand King and go for a different approach. I think the lane that they had strong was not strong enough. Sniper. So maybe that's the one hero. You ban this hero second phase. You give them the Sand King, but not the sniper. I think Borax or Boboka did really well in protecting the Sand King, just annoying the RC, and it was hard for them to do anything about it.
Yeah, any lane where you have an AoE stun, especially an AoE stun like the Sand King, where you can cover an area like this, right? It's so hard for anybody to get on top of a sniper, and they ban out the Sand King. I like it, right? But is that the only hero that you're afraid of? I guess now it is gonna be a Primal Beast that gets picked up. Maybe they still go for the first pick sniper.
Yeah, but I think the Primal Beast has a lot of counters, right? Batrider, Enchantress,
Shadow Demon.
There's Clockwork. There's so many ways they can go about it. So should be fine in, as
Shadow
you
Demon.
predicted.
And
Primal
now
gets
Shadow
picked
Demon.
up. I do like that they banned this Monkey King. It was not banned first phase, I think.
I don't like it,
which
man.
means the lane is going to be a bit easier here for JT.
How can you say it's okay that they banned out the Monkey King? Now you allow the Shadow Demon. The only question is, do they want to play it on Falcons? But I see no reason not to, right? If you don't pick it now, it's getting banned out. It's just such a perfect hero versus the Primal.
Well, Snake King has 69 pubs. 69, that's a lot. 0 Shadow Demon games. Crit, 79 games. 2 Shadow Demon losses. You don't get it.
How many wins?
No, zero losses. I'm sorry, 0 wins on crit with 2 games.
I'm messing with you.
So-
I'm messing with you. I have the same stats as you, Bowie. Sorry,
my
not gonna
God.
happen again.
Jesus Christ.
Do you ban it though, or are G2IG aware that their opponents might not be wanting to play that hero? No, you ban it. Okay, thank you. It's just way too good.
All right, still respecting the hero. Falcons though, this DK, very flexible for them. I'm assuming it's probably gonna be Skeeter, but it is definitely something that Maureen can play too.
I would like it on Skitter more. As I mentioned, I don't think this is a meta for Skitter, right? And for me, that's a problem. And he does play a decently good Dragon Knight. Malrine can get something else, even though Malrine is very well known for his DK plays.
Yeah, I mean, they have 24. I think you might as well give Maureen this edge. But, you know, a lot of his heroes already being taken away here. This Primal is definitely one of them. I think Lina was something he used to play in the past. Also has to be taken out because first pick is on the side of G2IG. We'll see what
think
they're
Malrine
gonna
is
be able
fine.
to give him.
Is this... I was thinking about the 5 for snaking. I guess Enchantress might be the way to go.
It's okay. It's definitely fine against the Primal Beast. He doesn't really have a lot of aggression with DK, but I guess any lane with DK doesn't have that much aggression.
Wasn't expecting this. Crit plays this hero a lot. Crit plays every hero a lot because he has played 80 matches in the last 8 days, so that's 10 matches per day. Maths coming into play here. Needed to open the calculator for that one, but I guess it's not pairing up with anything. Yeah, it might be good later on.
In the past, the Snapfire would be flex to Maureen. He used to play it in the past. It's not that good of a core anymore. I think it's suboptimal.
Yep, doesn't look like the greatest pick, but you know what looks like the greatest app to have? It is the 1xBet app, especially if you're getting in on the action. You want some stats, you want esports in your pocket. You should join now, as there's gonna be a Timbersaw, considering you are playing versus two of the best Timbersaw players, maybe even in the world. This is a ballsy move, but one strength hero, one universal hero. It already looks like a decent Timbersaw game.
It does, right? It doesn't matter where the DK goes unless it's an offlane DK, which is very unlikely. You can put the Timbersaw in the same lane, and this lane is a nightmare for the DK. JT can definitely play the Timber, nothing to say. Doesn't really have any pub games with Timber, but I'm sure he could do it. And because you have this flex, you still got to worry about the Shaker, still got to worry about all of those other nothing to say heroes. Even the Storm could be a problem here.
And I like how the second that they saw the Snapfire, they're like, okay, so you're not playing a Rubik. That means that we are playing a Jakiro. And just, Jakiro has been so powerful lately, especially if you have a Primal Beast on your side. He goes in, uses the Pulverize with the macro part, the damage output is just insane. It's not even funny. Anybody goes down to that.
Yeah, I guess you can still pick Rubik here, but it's not ideal. It would be a Snap 5 or Rubik 5. Maybe you flex the Snapfire mid, but I think it's really bad. I don't like it.
So
I do like the clock, though.
Is that a Snay or a crit Clockwork, though? I'm guessing Snay will be playing it, and then this is a Skitter 1 Weaver. Yep, okay, that is... You can... All of the heroes on G2IG are quite tanky. I don't know if the Weaver can deal much with them, and this opens up a Faceless Void for sure for G2IG if Monet wants to play it.
Dude, you're right. It's such a good Void game. You have Drakiro and Chakram on top of the Chronosphere. No way for this Weaver to deal with. Time dilation is amazing this game. And even though the Dragonite, like, let's say this is mid Dragonite, you could potentially kill the Void pre-Manta. Still, this lane is not going to be easy because you can just play the Timbersaw in the mid lane. They go CK. Still decent.
Solid, yeah. It's still something that just bursts down the Weaver, right? You get one stun on him and he dies. Very low chance
doesn't
that
die to the damage of Falcons. It is incredibly tanky, unlike the Void. So sure, maybe Void would be a better pick, but how does Falcons ever kill you? Especially because you're going to be rushing pipe on this Timber or Primal Beast, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, Amar needs to do a lot in this game. He does have a last pick, and he has been known to crush the laning stage. So they get rid of the Underlord. Some of his heroes that are left in the pool are Doom and Mars, right? I guess one of those is getting taken out. I'd say...
I would take away his Lark, actually. I think it is okay in lane against CK, and the Shard could be a way for them to get some
Slark?
sustain in these fights. Yeah, ATF plays off his Lark.
Didn't play it recently in pubs. You know, I'm thinking...
He has 3 games.
Oh, look at that. And yeah, it's a very, very good win rate as well, Bo. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the red heroes, right? I'm only looking at the green ones. And
He has a lot of red heroes, though. He has 5 red heroes.
50% is okay. So I'm looking at Mars or a Kunkka for ATF. Those are the ones that I want to see.
Radiant team banned.
Kunkka is fine. Kunkka is probably the best one. And actually, it should be the one they ban, because he's going to have that damage mitigation that could maybe allow Falcons to take these fights long. Although, looking at their heroes, I don't know, man. Falcons, it looks to me like they're playing... You know, they are the team that was the longest from playing any tournaments. And their draft reads a lot like 737, not 737B. Maybe even prior to 737. A lot of old heroes that they're running here.
That is true. That is true. But still, this... Told you, man, this meta does not suit them. It's just not the type of Dota that Falcons likes to play. I really like the Sniper now as well. It looks...
Remaining.
It looks like
This is
a pretty
Sniper.
solid one. Your lane is going to be great again.
Yep. You just annoy the clock. You can shrapnel run away. You eventually get your shard. You don't even need a 4-step to deal with the cogs. You can even push the clock away from the cogs. Yep, it's a great sniper game.
Let's see.
I don't know what they pick, man. Nothing seems even close to good.
You know what could be cool? A Slardar, right? That is an ATF hero. CK doesn't have that much armor in the lane, and it would enable the Weaver to do a massive amount of damage, but they just go Doom.
Select your heroes.
I like what G2IG
Too slow.
have. Not gonna lie.
Me too. Me too. Unless he rushes Pipe or Greaves on this Doom and tries to fight, I think it's too slow. And the lane is actually really hard. Like, sure, Doom has decent armor, decent move speed. You have the Snapfire. But after that game 1, I just gotta go with G2AG. I think their draft is still very in tune with what they've been doing from this tournament. And Falcons, I don't know, a lot of question marks. I don't think their draft is necessarily bad, but their heroes are not great in this patch, most of them.
You know, you still have a Clockwork in a lane versus the Primal Beast. That is a nice thing to have. So Skitter and Snaking this time around should have a better lane. That might mean that G2IG don't get their auras as early as they want, but I'm looking at Falcons. You need your supports to do well. You need your Weaver to be active early on. They went for the Fire Dragon, so that's going to take some time. Team Falcons are playing for the later portions of the game. And sure, in the late game, they might be able to win this one. I think G2IG are putting their foot on the gas, or they're leaving their foot on the gas. Let's put it.
Yeah, one thing that Falcons did better this game is taking away the Morphling, right? Because once you're committing to the CK, you do not take towers as much. So even if Falcons lose the initial fights, the amount of map G2AG can take is not going to be as big or as fast. And, you know, if their plan is actually just taking it to late game, yeah, maybe they'll have it. But the lanes look pretty hard, maybe even harder in game 1. You're going to have Timber into DK, which is not ideal. This Doom, Snapfire looks okay-ish, but CK's lane dominator has always been. So, yeah, we'll see how good Falcons is going to play.
Yep, it has to be them doing well in lanes. I'm looking at Melrine especially. There were a couple of times I've seen the DK do well versus the Timbersaw, but that was with a Corrosive Dragon before he got nerfed. Now, I don't think is something that's bound to happen. And you've got what you have, man. You have 2 universal supports, and you have 2 strength cores on the side of Falcons. This Timber is just so damn good. But that's why they got the Doom, right? Every single Doom needs to go to the Timbersaw, and he needs to die. Amar, this last big Doom, he asked for it. He needs to make it work.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent game. It really depends on how he's going to. I don't know, because I'm not sure if this is a Blink EB time game, even Midas game, or if he will try and match the aggression of like getting a 5. I guess the DP are really fast.
30
Didn't
seconds to battle.
have the hype when G2AG was bringing the fights. Maybe this time he will with the Doom.
I think you go Midas, you go greedy as Falcons. That's what their lineup screams to me, because you mentioned it. The pushing power of G2IG is not amazing. Your Primal Beast is probably the best pusher because the Colossal, and the other 2 don't really contribute.
Mm-hmm.
The battle
Yeah,
begins.
that is very true. Amardo.
Okay,
Second
he's gonna
stun on
contribute.
him.
He's gonna contribute to a first blood. The only question is who gets it, and Monet starts off with the first blood. Was it the case in the previous game as well?
No, it was someone else. I think it was
Yep.
actually G2AG that had first blood, right?
No, they started off with the 2-0. They started off with the 2-0.
No,
for
you're
sure.
right. You're right. Well, he did contribute to the Monet College Fund, so he will be very happy with this influx of gold. In fact, look at Boboka in the bottom side. They want to play for another kill. If you kill Amar with no boots, with no TP, this would be huge, but they know. They know what's happening.
Yep. We'll be fine. While that is happening, JT, he's level 2. What? What?
Yeah. He just cut the wave, right? He
Oh, okay. That's fine. I was.
the wave the boots. That is the classic. I don't want to
Yep.
play against Clockwork strategy.
Okay, is Snaking now gonna know about this ward? He's not placing down a sentry. He just wants to be chasing down JT. Onslaught to the high ground, doubles up the wave. Not half bad.
Yeah.
The next wave will be getting into the tower.
Perfect. Perfect. He didn't aggro.
Snaking needs to go for the next wave. Go, 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 go. Okay, he's going. That's fine.
Yeah. No, but yeah, what JT can do is actually place the creeps there, and it's still not gonna matter.
It's good. This is good for Falcons. Falcons did everything right there.
Radiant's courier has
Beautiful. But again, we're seeing a tri-lane, right? So Mar is just not gonna be getting anything, and he also started off with the Infernal Blade, which is a disaster. But he went for the Scorched Earth,
what
just
the hell?
hoping that he's gonna be escaping. The reality twice it stops, but they're gonna be pulling him in. Amar is not going anywhere. Will get taken out easily, waving goodbye to his life as Baboka gets himself a kill.
Dude, this is amazing for G2IG. This Primal still has 8 CS. He's getting solo lane experience. You're killing Amar for a second time. What else can you wish for?
$1 million?
Maybe a cookie. Maybe a cookie, but Snapfire's on the enemy side. Unfortunately, cannot have everything.
You have no Rubik or Morphling to steal that one. It's still nice also in the mid lane. Nothing to say, doing well versus Malrine, but Malrine is standing his ground. Dragonite is just not that easily beaten in the laning stage, even by a Timbersaw. And Malrine knows what he's doing. He's playing versus a Timber, which is one of his best heroes, something that he's played over and over again and should be quite comfortable with the matchup.
Finally, they're gonna break the tri-lane here. So it's gonna be a 2-for-2. CS-wise, disaster for Pro ATF. 2 CS. So if he wants to have that fast timing on the pipe, he might not actually get to it.
Is a slight lead for G2IG. We expected their lanes to go well. I didn't expect the Primal Beast lane to go this well, especially not when I saw that he was gonna be alone. But JT really has been the star of the show of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, he cut the wave, right? Placed the ward. It was not predicted perfectly by Falcons. And once again, he's gonna cut the wave. Can even get another one. TP out. Oh, didn't Drago. Okay. That's awkward.
Can you drag them there? Maybe, maybe you can't. That's the thing. Nothing to say. He's gonna continue to pressure this Dragonite. Once you get to level 6, you can actually kill him. So Malrine is gonna have to be slightly careful about how he approaches this. That's gonna be the Water Rune. The other Water Rune picked up by Snaking, so no extra for Malrine. Of course, you don't have a bottle on the Dragonite anyways. So what's next, Bowie? When do we see rotations? When do we see the game changing from what it is right now? Because this is the status quo. This is the laning stage. Is it gonna end earlier in this game?
I think it has to be the clock to rotate. The Skitter, he should be fine this lane. That's what the Weaver brings you. It allows you to lane against the Primal Beast without really fearing anything. So the Clockwork plus the Snapfire Doom should be able to get kills. I think rotating mid could be a huge mistake, because that's when the Timbersaw can actually get help from the supports, and he's already really hard to bring down.
I guess the supports of G2IG are going to be rotating to the mid lane anyways, right? Once the DK has his dragon form, it wants to farm a bit, stuff like that. And you get Chakram, why not rotate to kill him? You have the tools to do so. The slows are insane, and of course the damage output of Nothing to Say is going to be massive as well.
Snaking does get spotted in the mid lane there, so Nothing to Say no, something is up, but he's very close to his level 6. Going for this could be very problematic if you are Falcons.
Falcons did manage to stop the bleeding, slow down the laning stage, slow down the game, something that they weren't capable of doing in the previous match all the time. As Skitter is being targeted. Are you really gonna kill the Weaver? Nope, Skitter does manage to get himself away, but needs to be careful if he wants to re-engage. No wand charges. 2D from Baboka. The tower shots are coming close.
Lotuses.
Feeling Lotuses. The Skitter is coming close. They don't see him, but he puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. No spells on IG at the moment. They can't kill him. And this time around, they really baited him in. Gonna be going in. Misses on his onslaught completely. And that does leave X-Nova all alone. Skitter just with a skitter step going around that fight and gets himself a double kill. What a player.
Yeah, that's Little mistake there from JT. If he lands the Onslaught Trample, maybe that's a kill. He doesn't have a stick. I actually think he didn't have enough mana for the Trample. So, unfortunately, there in his build, couldn't really sustain. I think he actually had a Lotus that he placed onto Baboka, and that's why he was out of mana for the last piece of damage.
One of the Lotuses was from DJKiro, the other one was from him. They wanted to keep him alive, and in the end, they didn't. Snaking, eating some of that shrapnel, it really does do a lot of damage. And this Timbersaw, you know, he has level 6.
We didn't talk about this, but even though this is a fire dragon, Maureen has no points in Worm's Wrath. So he's going full-on control and damage. And the top side, Snaking will be killed.
Yep, he wanted the Wisdom Rune. Not going to be happening. Amar got it on the other side, which I think is a problem a bit for Falcons, because their supports really do rely on their level 6s. So one of them is going to be lagging, and that's crit. Oh, even the Clockwork is only level 3 and 3 3/4. Phantasm,
DOTA.
Amar, he needs a cookie. He's hungry and will be fed one. Let's see if that's enough to survive. Yep, will be able to run himself away. Had the healing Lotus too.
Okay. Will
Nothing to say.
Survive the initial damage. Nothing to say. Stunned for a while.
He's in trouble inside of the cogs. Has to be careful. He uses the Twisted Chakra. I'm thinking about getting out. Not gonna be able to do it.
Okay. That's level 4 for Snaking. A lot of experience that he's gonna get from that. And a rune on top of it denied from this Timber. This is huge.
Yep, this is looking quite solid. Illusion Rune on the ground. Baboka not denying it. He's just going for the kill. Snaking will be taken out. The problem is, can the sniper get himself away? The Breed Fire and with the full bore Scatter Blast from afar. They do bring down Baboka. Falcons looking better this game.
Dude, the range on that spell is crazy. JT, gotta be careful though. Almost dying to the Ancient.
A Skitter is coming.
Oh, that is a neutral item that he's gonna pick up. Good ward, but couldn't really get the neutral there. This is sad.
Yep. Didn't look good for him. He does escape, survive, but JT, comparing him this game and in the previous one, it's night and day difference. Even though his shenanigans have granted him somewhat of an okay-ish laning stage, now he's no longer capable of doing much in the top.
Pretty early though, and I think as I said, just to survive this Clockwork laning stage, being solo the whole time is big. But yeah, he's not on track to get a 12-minute pipe, that's for sure.
Yep, that's not gonna be happening
at all.
Is he going for a pipe in this game? I guess it's JT, so probably yes.
So. Blink, like, he always doesn't buy Blink in this game. Like, blinking 40 to what? Hookshot, Dragon Tail, Cookie. There's so many cancels for his spells.
Is pipe even that good? Nothing to say going for this kill. He really wants Snaking, who will stop. He thought that the chase was done. And with that, he gives the bounty rune, and he gives his life away.
Yeah, pretty big one. I think it's a... Yeah, it's not a great pipe game, but... Maybe you can go Greaves then? Is that better?
I think Greaves are better, yes. But he has Phase Boot, so that's not going to be happening. JT wants to get out the cogs, not there in time. Should be able to escape. Gets himself away from these two. We all know just how dangerous the Clockwork is to him, but we'll be getting out in time. Look at the stacks. Position 4 is really working on the clock. And also, guys, you know, those tags, they give you a lot of money. We give you a lot of money as well with the promo code UNVRS3 and the banner down below. Nothing to say. 80 rune will assist him to make sure that these ancients are no more.
Yeah, Skaya is done, but he, yeah, gets the Kaya. Not too far from Blink, considering how early on we are. And Monet already has his armlet, so farming very quickly. But, you know, on the bright side, Skitter is having a night and day difference game as well.
Yep.
Not only JT struggling, but Skitter very happy with the current state of things.
He should be. He is pretty much at the top of the network chart. Top 4 heroes are a lot farther in farm than the bottom 2 cores, right? If you look at the Doom and the Primal Beast, they're struggling, whilst all of the other cores are having a good game at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like there's a smoke from Falcons. They trying to connect with Amar here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Monedo breaks the smoke. Goes to the left
no
side.
blink
No
on
blink on the
Malrine.
DK.
For 3 seconds. Monet needs help. He needs help now. The Dragon Tail will connect. He does have the Phantasm. Doesn't get the dodge. Mortimer's Kisses flying in. Monet taking a ton of damage, but the Mortimer's Kisses will kill him. Ice Path is nice, but you're still on the low ground. You need to get up high. Amar, no Doom. He does have a spell ready if he does want to go for it. And versus a Timbersaw, that would be a big deal. That Timber now is going to be in trouble, especially with Skinner coming from the other side. Beautiful cogs to make sure JT does not interfere. And that's going to be a cookie on Skinner, who is still chasing on for this kill and will be able to bring down Nothing to Say without the Doom usage. 3 heroes that Falcons, this game, they're looking like themselves.
Oh yeah, much better. A bit unfortunate for G2AG. Oh, Doom onto Boboka in the mid lane. Mark finally has it. Will get it for free. No punish. And like G2AG, they were going for another smoke onto Falcon's triangle, and they just didn't really connect to Falcons. And I think they farmed the Ancients though. So the Ancients that Falcons had on the Dire side were farmed by G2AG. That's why they were late connecting to the CK.
Either way, at the moment, Falcons are in control of the game. We talked about them maybe wanting to slow it down in this one and get into the later portions of it, considering they have the Devil's Bargain, they have a Fire Dragonite, a Weaver. Their late game is looking strong, and G2IG not really looking that hot in this early stage of the game. So I'm not sure how much you're gonna be able to force things.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to wait and see. They're still waiting for the blink on Timber, which I think is the big thing. But actually, he's going for Eggs. He did change his mind. Wants to become a bit tankier. All right.
Yeah, Mar.
Boca just waiting for his charge. Has a lot of gold.
Oh, yep, he's gonna have it in 2 minutes. We want a very early shard in the Sniper. I guess the Disarm on both the Dragonite and the Weaver is nice, but we're still gonna get ran down easily as JT taken out no problem whatsoever as a Primal Beast. This Clockwork is an issue. You might have to go BKB, but of course he's going for a pipe. Nothing to say, going in the Twisted Chakram, very nice usage of it, not enough to close the gap. Falcons dodging every little move the G2IG are going for. They need the Sorky, they need it as fast as possible, and Monet is still super far away.
Yeah, definitely not gonna happen real quick. The Primal Beast doesn't really have a game. The Sniper doesn't seem to contribute as much this game. They don't have reliable lockdown with this Primal Beast being this under farm, so we'll see if they can get Amar. He does have the Piggy Pig and will try and run away.
Piggy Pig?
Oh, good Timber Chain.
Beautiful. There's so much damage already being done to him. You might not have classic initiation, but Nothing to Say, still doing an awesome job. Arcane Rune as well. At this point, you do not fight him.
That was max range with trees on the midst of it. Still gets it done. And yeah, finally it's going to be a tier 1. First for G2AG.
Yeah, quite needed. When you picked up this Timbersaw, you thought that he was going to be applying pressure on the Dragonite, and the Dragonite is ahead. So Nothing to Say, he really needs to bring in some impact in this game and bring down a Doom and opening up a tower. That is as good as it gets. But at the cost of the tower in the mid lane, now I don't know if that move is even worth it.
I mean, they were playing from behind, right? So might as well at least get something. The Doom kill is definitely worth a little bit as JT.
He scanned them.
Down.
He knows that they're here,
No
but that
TP.
doesn't mean that he's gonna live. Okay. Pretty
Should be okay.
pretty good in hide and seek for his size.
It's gonna be very quiet there.
Dude, you're a Primal Beast. You should be roaring and screaming and being this intimidating factor, not hiding in the trees like a coward. But okay, JT is going for a pipe. No, did he change his mind?
No, he has it queued up.
Yeah, and
He's
he
just
has
very
a
poor.
Ring of Tarask. Yep, has a Ring of Tarask. Dust used on Skitter. Coming in with the onslaught. There will be another.
There we
Sakuchi,
go.
they got him. E2IG get themselves a grab. That was also perfectly
Unfortunate.
played from Skitter, but still not good enough.
Yeah, unfortunate that it's X-Nova that gets the kill. I think right now you really want to enable the Primal S. Boboka gets disabled.
And that's going to be a blink on the Doom after that kill. So Mar quite happy with getting the grab. His game is looking solid, right? He's going to be taking over the Weaver in farm. And even this Timber Saw and the Chaos Knight look like they're not going to be a problem, right? With the Devil's Bargain, the Devour, with the Midas. You know, you'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, he's already in a really good position. Much better than the Primal Beast that actually started the game really well. And that was kind of the summary of this game, despite the laning stage actually, once again, being good for G2AG past the minute 5. I think Falcons did a really good job at rotating some heroes, enabling Maureen. He even killing the Timber with that one Clockwork rotation. That looked very low percentage, but they got it.
Skitter farm was really slowed down in this game, especially after that death. And now the CK has an Orchid with nobody even close to a way to remove it, right? Doom and the Dragonite have started on their BKBs, but the next 3-4 minutes might be the time where G2IG could equalize this game.
I think the biggest problem for that is, at least for most of the CKs that I've been watching, Blink Dagger comes so late in their item build that the Orchid is kind of awkward to use. Well, unless they jump you, which they will.
And they will. The silence onto the Dragonite. They will try to change this one with the Mortimer. Skits inside of those cogs are not going to live. You are stuck here with me, Monet. He might have been doomed and taken down, but Amar will follow as well. There's going to be a 3-for-1 crit from the side. Gets the full bore Scatter Blast to get another one and make it somewhat of an okay fight for Falcons. But what a reveal for an Orchid. They just run into your hands.
Who needs Blink when 3 heroes jump you like that? Big. They denied the regen rune, but at the end of the day, this is looking like a dead tier 1. They're gonna go for a fight. Cookie onto nothing to say. There's a pipe though. You're not getting this kill.
TP in, Clockwork coming in, doesn't have the hook shot, nothing to say, losing a ton of his armor, needs to deal with the Swarm and will be able to take it out. Skitter, when you have the Atos, your Gladiator is pretty much done. It's a 250 gold recipe. There it is.
Yeah, my
BKB?
point though, with the Monet build, he's going BKB, probably will get another item before the Blink, so it's still a bit awkward, right? With the Sand King, I think it's easier to get those initiations. Onslaught is much more awkward, way easier to cancel. So I don't think the game's straightforward still for IG, but it is looking much better than it was.
They just want to slow it down. I think we are back to slow IG that we saw in the play-ins.
Yeah.
Though the smoke doesn't look like it. There were games, 50-minute games, where G2IG didn't smoke a single time and still won it. Crit will be found, has the cookie to get himself away for a second, also has the shard, but not enough HP to survive the onslaught of G2IG. Does open up the Roshan.
Roshan now.
Can they kill it super fast? I guess
It's
with the Timber.
fast enough. It's fast enough.
30
You
seconds.
have the Sniper as well. Attack speed's low.
25 seconds of OE and this Roach is gonna want to travel.
It's
Okay,
gonna
he's
be
dying.
alright. It's okay. Look at the damage the Timber does to this boy.
They have to bring all of their heroes and will be able to take down the big man, get taken out. So, gonna be Monet getting himself an Aegis. Who's going for that Aghanim Scepter? I saw somebody Sniper once an Ags in
Nothing
this
to
game.
say.
Is under attack.
Okay, that's gonna be an interesting one. Also, if you want to continue seeing interesting things, guys, subscribe to our YouTube and Twitch channel so that you know when we are live, and of course, so you can follow the future tournaments of Fissure as well. Game does continue, Bowie, but it's no longer Falcons with the momentum. Now it's G2IG. They're still behind, but they're the ones dictating how this game will go.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I think would be better for the Exxon Sniper?
Is under attack.
If you could, like, after 0.5 seconds, you could still shoot your OT faster. But if you didn't do anything, it would still give you vision for 2 seconds, which is
yeah.
the duration. You know what I mean? Because
get
you
it.
do lose that vision aspect that it's actually pretty strong considering the cast range.
Yeah, and if you get stunned, it fires out anyways, right? Smoke
Yeah.
gets broken onto the high ground. They have the blink. This Clockwork is looking very much dead. Skitter instantly ulties away. He sees that this is a dangerous position to be in. Nothing to say. He has a Aghanim Scepter. Anybody getting a Yules? Okay, Snapfire has a Yules. That's a big one.
Alright, so tower here. They didn't really use much to get the kill, so they can keep on marching forward. They're not ready to fight. As you said, you need BKB to deal with the Orchid on Skitter. Still needs 1,300 gold. So for the next 1 or 2 minutes, IG are definitely the kings of the map.
Yeah, but Falcons are gonna have 3 BKBs. The Dragon Knights is gonna be done in 50 gold. Doom already has money for his if he wants it. So basically, with 2 BKBs and maybe even 3 if Skitter finishes his off in any recent time, it is gonna be another change in the pace of the game.
Yeah, it's a scary timing, but you know, it also means that they don't have a lot of damage. And one thing that Falcons will struggle moving forward in this game is that all 3 cores are giga tanky, and the auras on JT just keep on piling up. That is like, if G2IG actually doesn't fully commit, they bait the BKBs out and re-engage, Falcons, they're gonna have their knees broken.
We'll see
Ankles, I guess.
how easily it is going to be for them to do it. Malrine, he doesn't want to use his 9-second BKB. Assassinate is there. Not with the Aghanim Scepter. Monet knows where you are. 2 seconds, he'll get the blink. Very, very ballsy from Malrine, but he trusted and for a good reason got himself out.
Still 2 minutes of the Ages. I wonder if they would be willing to go tier 2. Doesn't look like it. So I think at best they get a Tormentor. Pretty much a farming Aegis here for G2IG.
Yeah, maybe you can force out one more fight with it, but it's G2IG again, right? Their offlaner doesn't have a Blink Dagger. They don't have a jumping position 4. It's very hard for them to engage. You know, but when you're building like this, you are going to farm faster. You are going to have items oriented more towards the late game. Is Falcons going to be in trouble because of that, or are Falcons building good enough to be able to take those mid to late game fights?
I mean, it depends on how well these fights are gonna go. I'm pretty sure Falcons will go for a move now once the Aegis expires. You have all these BKBs, you're dying to fight. It's all about how well IG will react. If they can survive these fights without too many casualties, you know, the clock starts ticking, and Falcons, they did build for the mid game. 3 BKBs is a big commitment.
Okay, so the next couple of fights are gonna be the most important ones for Falcons. If you do not win them convincingly with your BKBs dropping low, it's gonna be a problem.
They're very aware of what IG is up to.
Hook shots forward, Doom immediately. You don't get your Aghanims off, even if you do, Doom would purge it off. They're still thinking about fighting. No buyback. JT has his blink. Morty kisses onto Baboka, who will TP out. They will get themselves a crit. So Chaos Knight, very nice grab. The rest of Falcons running out. Have they used any of their BKB charges? The one on the Doom has been used. For a Timber kill, I still say that's good for Falcons.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You fought with the Aegis, and it's all about that ward, which they get rewarded, so kudos to IG, realizing Vision was there.
It just runs out.
But now with no Doom, I think Falcons, they're gonna have to chew again. It could be IG, even with no Aegis, forcing the next fight.
Yeah, why not? Your Timbersaw does feel confident later on in the game, once this Doom is more farmed, when he has the Octarine core. Level 25 refresher at that point, it's gonna be very hard for you to do much.
Amar, no BKB.
Oh, Gleipnir doesn't stop going through that, as that will be a dead Amar. They could have gotten themselves a Jakiro kill, a consolation prize, and Falcons, they get denied even that. IG want to go through. They want to go back. I think this is something that Falcons should be able to read. Run now. Lucky for them, they have a ward in that lane, so...
It's expiring though, but yeah, it will be Vision. 14 seconds until he dies.
AT chasing for it. He's gonna see Skitter
Not a
for
lot of mana on Skitter.
There's the assassinate. He can't go through the cogs. We just get pushed back on the other side. Timber getting in. Timmy popping his Aghanim Scepter. What a cookie. Stop his Timber chain. Doesn't stop him going forward. We'll get Yolda. Does purge off his Aghanim Scepter, but the Pulverize makes sure not Crit loses his life. Baboka shooting him from afar. Now that BC has Salty once again. Snaking. Jeff back. Running away.
Hook shot out.
Ah, he's fine. They don't see him. It's nighttime.
IG very aggressive around the map, just getting those kills and constantly finding the next one. But with the Doom alive, You do gotta be a bit careful though. Omar is showing mid, so they know where he is.
Look at how good G2IG are itemizing for the late game, right? Because the Timbersaw is going for a Hex already. Blink, Hex, anybody dies. The amount of burst that G2IG are bringing to the table is insane. I mean, when you look at the Timbersaw and the CK, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, and when you look at the Sniper, like he already has X, he's gonna get a Kanda. He will become a huge problem for you with the Whisper of the Dread as well. They do not have pipes or auras at all on the side of Falcons.
Yep. Doom went full on greed. He's going to be going Octarine Core into Refresher, has the Shivas already, so that means that Tamar is not going to be the one saving his teammates.
Great.
It's only going to be the supports.
Oh, I thought they were going for him. There's a ward in the middle of the lane, but they don't jump. Radiant, though, will scan the triangle.
You know, Dragonite on the menu, still has his 9-second BKB. Nullifier as well on the Dragonite and the Weaver. He wants a crit. JT removes that, starts trampling the ground. They found the Weaver in the backlines. Can they finish him off from 100-0? Skeeter got the BKB.
BKB.
He'll be fine. The Doom was used on JT. That means that Nothing to Sail is allowed to do whatever the hell he wants. Amar with his 8-second BKB that will be expiring. He is a big nuisance, deeping out right next to the enemies and will be fine in the end.
What
Falcons
a play.
winning this fight.
Oh,
what a
boy.
damage on the crit. He does have a use to keep Nothing to Say at bay. CK jumping in. Cookie gonna be beautiful. This Kidder. Oh, Weaver doing too much damage. Nothing to Say he's doing his best, but his best is not going to be good enough, Bowie. And you are just left with the Jakiro. X-Nova has to run out. There is another dragon, a bigger, a stronger one that will hunt you down, which does make it a 5-0. The triple BKB from Falcons finally kicking in.
Monet jumped a cookie from crit that completely broke his ankles. Yeah, a bit greedy from them. Sure, Amar TP'd out, but this Maureen Dragonite is incredibly farmed. He has the Nullifier, so it is really tough for them to take these fights. Also, I think the position of Boboka wasn't great. He ends up being the first hero to die in that fight, and he is a lot of their damage. Even though the Sniper doesn't look too annoying, if he gets to cast everything, it is a lot of damage and slow that he applies in the fights.
I'm also surprised, right? G2IG, they lost two of their heroes, and those were 3 BKB charges from Falcons. None of the towers have fallen. That fight was okay for you. There will be a Swarm, Nullifier, you cannot onslaught away. He can uproar, giving himself a little bit more armor, and with the pipe, won't be a great target, but it is a pipe being down, given an opportunity in the next minute for Falcons, if they want to use it.
Mind you, that was also a nighttime fight into a Sniper, so G2AG should have the vision advantage, but that wasn't the case.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yep, I still think G2IG should have gotten back there. Right, after losing 2 heroes, the fight was still okay. No Doom, no triple BKB. Losing 2 heroes, it's fine. Now it's not so fine any longer. Timber has a Hex, so the burst potential that we talked about, now it is available.
Yeah, and luckily for them, Roche is going to be on the Radiant side, so they're already pinging and moving towards this area, but smoke from Falcons. If they find a hero by itself, like the Sniper.
No, Nothing to Say going in first. They want to get to do what a dodge from Mboboka. He's trying to finish off the. He does get him.
BKB
out, but he's taking so much damage. He's gonna die in the fountain. No heals for you. Instantly went for it. Not good enough. A Gladiator to make sure that X-Nova is next on the menu. Falcons, they seem too strong at the moment. G2IG, they even played that engagement really well with Nothing to Say dodging the Doom, but you still lose 3 of your heroes.
Falcons just had more heroes faster. They smoke, but the way they bring 3 heroes from one side, 2 heroes from the other, it feels like they always, even without vision, there was no vision. That's a nighttime smoke that became a daytime fight as it was wearing off. Perfect, and I'm not even sure how they were able to connect on the Sniper. They find a Sniper, they doom the CK, and the fight is over. And
it's
now
not dying in the
actually
mid lane.
get his agent.
Can they at least kill him? He still has the BKB. Polarize into the ground. That BKB should be expiring. Nothing to Say. His damage output will be insane. Will it be high enough? Yes, it will. Amar didn't calculate the damage good enough. This team does get the Aegis, but he's off the map for 70.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Huge gold advantage. It's not like Falcons needs to start sieging or anything. Yeah, they started with all of these BKBs, but they're so far ahead that it ended up paying off, right? If you go off those BKBs, but you win the fights and you get all of this gold advantage. At the end of the day, you're not on a timer anymore.
Skitter is still on an 8-second BKB, and he has an Aegis, so doesn't really need to use it that early. And once he gets the Lincolns, this Blink Hex from Nothing to Say will no longer be that much of an issue.
For sure. And we're talking about Lincolns, there's none on the side of G2IG. The side of Vice of Nothing to Say was supposed to be their saving grace in this fight, but it hasn't really been the case. Great Dooms from Omar, always shutting down important targets.
You need to find the Doom. That's just the case. He needs to be the first point of contact for you every time. And I think Amar is aware of this, and he's not going to allow that to happen in fights. If he's going first, it's with a smoke.
Yeah, speaking of going first, looks like Falcons already posturing here. They are pretty separated though. Both the Dicky and the Clock in the mid lane, but they're gonna get an amplified damage rune, which, considering more ranged items, it's gonna mean a lot of extra damage.
Look at that. 480 damage per hit on the Dragonite.
That's without his ulti and
Yep.
with a Daedalus.
Have so much more. How much does the ulti give? 100 and...
100.
100?
And just, yeah.
Yep. 140 if you have the Black Dragon. Lincoln's on the Doom. He's starting to buy items that the G2IG might need versus him, but it does help. Pulverize, Blink Hex, the Chaos Bolt, all of those spells are a big deal. The Sniper is gonna have his work cut out for him. Every single Assassinate needs to be used just to break those Lincoln Spheres.
They don't have a Lotus Orb on Falcon, so the only way for them to bring this big boys down is Lotus instantly into Blowthorn. That's the way. Oh,
Nova.
that's
Listen to the map, not expected. This open up the potential to go for the Weaver takedown.
Oh, no.
His Aegis. They know that their enemies aren't all here. The Doom onto the CK. It's time to run. He will leave his illusions. Still has the BKB. Will protect him from the Gladiator. Skitter coming forward with his 8-second BKB. Morty kisses into the base. They don't have the range. They're gonna stop right there, and that means the CK will live. X-Nova just bought back and died to the AoE damage. Wasn't even seen by his opponents.
They really want to fight more though. They know that the BKBs were used on the side of Falcons, but unfortunately they don't get the jump.
Do you go for a 4 versus 5 smoke now? I think you do. The Sniper did buy it. JT. Thinking about jumping in. He's level 20. This Primal Beast, nothing to laugh at. His damage output can be quite high despite his net worth not really showcasing how powerful he actually is.
You're not going to be able to get that smoke.
Yep.
Too late.
Falcons are out, and Falcons also bought a smoke just in case to be able to disengage. They understood the dangers at the moment without having the Doom, without having their BKBs.
JT Shard, it's okay. Doesn't really do that much. The CK would have been better.
It's solid, you know. If let's say a fight starts, it's nighttime.
It's
you
a
break
rock.
the enemy's blinks.
It is solid.
The bottom tier 2 will be going down. Falcons. They will take down the last outer tower, and now they're going for the smoke. It will be nighttime in 10 seconds.
He's a tinky boy though. Do you really want to go for the primal?
No, you want to go for the Sniper. It's not nighttime
Die
yet.
back?
We see you. You don't.
Oh, never mind. Die back on the Jiggly.
Yep.
That's a Wisdom rune for Snaking as well. Feels good.
Yep. Gets level 18, so 3 points in hookshot. Can change the outcome of fights. X-Nova, he didn't even know just how close to death he actually
Amar.
was. And we're going for Monet.
He gets
the
forced.
BKB. Amar won't use his as he has the Lincolns, which will protect him. Blink away from Monet just in time. That stun would have kept him in place as the BKB was expiring.
Yeah.
Big win for Falcons once again. You get a kill, you force out the BKB. Roche isn't gonna spawn for at least 3 minutes, but you control the map.
They did ping this Dragonite on the top side of G2IG, but yeah, they don't really quickly Falcons disengage. I think with the DK being top, there's a chance you can... Oh, big bet. Feels like even without the DK, these fights are not easy.
We talked about the late game of Falcons, but we also talked about the itemization of G2IG. Is this gold lead just so high that at the moment G2IG are just not gonna have an easy time in fights? Or does this Blink Hex still give them an opportunity?
It's tough. It's really tough. In fact, they're gonna get vision of G2IG here. Nothing to say.
I'll be okay. It's very dangerous right now when you're playing versus a Nullifier. The Sagan Scepter with the Timbersaw just isn't that useful.
It still gives a lot of armor, but that's about it.
Falcons do a lot of physical damage, you're right. It definitely does help. Uproar, so deals a decent amount of armor. There's the rock throw. Malrine standing his ground, protected by a Lincoln Sphere from the Doom. Skidder is not gonna be giving his. The Lincolns, there's the stun, Nullifier as well. Tries to get out, threatening with the Doom. We don't need it. We allowed to get the
There
kill.
is buyback. He's gonna go for it.
Already losing the Clockwork. Malrine is very low, has the BKB and the Lincolns protecting him. And the chase of G2IG impossible. Falcons, another small victory for them.
Yeah, they've been like this the whole game, right? They force something, they get out. They force something, they get out. Very precise game. Much more like them than they were able to play in game one. I think that's the style that they usually prefer. Oh, Skidder!
He still had a Lincoln, so it's very hard. Only with the Onslaught you could have cancelled it, and there was just no time. Ancient Guardian for the Weaver will make the sieging quite a lot easier for them.
Not like they need anything to make it easier.
You know, this lead of 20k, as time goes through, it becomes less and less relevant, but also it might also increase more and more if Falcons continue to play this well. There is no buyback on the trial.
Surprisingly, though,
needs to be careful.
The win probability is 30% on Dota Plus. I would have maybe said 10%, but 30% is very generous for Mr. Gaimin.
I think the burst potential is always something that you go for. Yes, Falcons, they have this great initiation with the Doom, but you saw what the CK did to the Clockwork. He can do that to the cores as well. It's not out of the question. And at this point, Falcons don't have the same amount of, I'm gonna delete you in a second. I think that's the reason. Has to be. 600 damage.
Amplified damage on Marine.
That poor tower. Look at it. It's so sad. Ice Path going in.
Where's damage potential?
They're protecting him with the Lincoln Spheres. He gets the BKB off. Even with the AD rune, this is a dangerous move for Falcons.
Alright. Not too shabby, but Roche is up and will come to the Radiant side in no time, so Falcons probably happy. Initiation fight soon with the Doom!
Stun and the Doom onto a perfect target. There's no more burst. They need to bail him out somehow, but that's not going to be happening. He is without buyback, not rich enough to be able to come back into this game. Sniper can't do it. Those rock throws are being annoying, but that is the extent of the ability of G2IG at this point. Falcons, they want to force out a game 3 and are very, very close to doing so.
Dude, that was... like, he had just a glimpse of vision from that ward on the cliff of the tier 3 tower bottom. Such a ballsy move. Nighttime blink. He gets 2 heroes. That is the type of clutch move you expect of Amar, and this time, this game is delivering tons of plays. Well, looks like they're gonna be going for the... I mean, do they even need to go for this next tower? This is tough. Not only tough for G2IG, but also for my co-caster Harry Freak. He had a power outage, so I'll be doing the rest of the casting. And as of now, it looks like this Roshan is just gonna be free. Somehow, there's a banner on Roche. They didn't even need to use the banner. And now G2IG going for a YOLO smoke. This might be their last fight of the entire game. Scan, not gonna find anyone. Falcons are actually dealing with the waves and grouping up in a triangle. I wonder if there's a chance for them to sneak Roche. It has to be really quickly. You're already too late here, G2IG. Smoke on smoke. This is gonna be a big one. Smoke breaks. Amar looking for an opening. Does have a Doom. Finds a big one. Assassinate on the back lines. This is not looking good. They already lost JT. They need to get the hell out. And the Timbersaw is controlled. Gets the side of Vice. Initiation gets butchered. And Monet gonna be butchered as well. Skitter with a monster kill. This game is looking like it's done. It's GG for G2IG. And yeah, this is pretty much what I expected. A 3-game series. Falcons definitely delivering so much more this game, and we can see their relieved faces, some smiles. They're definitely feeling a bit better. And you know, I think Doom is way more the type of hero that Amar is capable of, even though he's struggling in the lane stage, even though there were some problems, he was able to deliver. You know, G2AG, they look all right. I think you're probably thinking about what went wrong. Their draft looked okay, but Falcons, like, they played with so much finesse in this game number 2, just slowly forcing mistakes. Every single time, poking, prodding, forcing buybacks, forcing moves, and never really giving the fight that G2IG wanted. And you could see the difference of having that Sand King instead of having the Primal Beast in game 2, especially with the clockwork. I think if you're going to force that Primal Beast early on, you needed a better response. You need a ban on the clock or even picking it yourself, and that was not the case. I think you really need to respect the clock, and Snake King did a great job just shutting down this Primal Beast. I think my co-caster might be back.
I'm back, Bowie. I'm back, Bowie.
Sound on Discord. Hello.
Hello, Bowie, and hello, everybody at home. I didn't get to see the end of that game. I just got a flash from all the awesomeness of Falcons, and my power went out for a second. I have no idea what happened, but I know that Falcons did manage to equalize the series.
Oh yeah, they did. There was just a YOLO smoke trying to fight for Roche. It didn't really work out, and GG was called. Nothing too crazy there. Falcons played extremely well. And, you know, they found a way to deal with this JT Primal Beast. I don't think they can open it that way if you don't address the clock, because it was such a problem the whole game.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, you just opened up with the Primal Beast and there was a clock, there was a Shadow Demon. There were just so many options for Falcons to choose from before to deal with the Primal Beast. And JT in the first game, he was your main player, and I think he was the main player for G2IG for the entirety of the play-ins anyways. So, you know, it's kind of weird that they threw him under the bus like that.
I mean, it is a hero that you also don't want to give Falcons, right? It's a hero that can play really well. I'm sure that Maureen is probably one of the best Primal Beasts in the world, and ATF can also play it. You need to choose exactly what you're gonna do. Maybe you're gonna go for the Tiny this time. We saw that offlane Tiny looking pretty strong. I think maybe it doesn't scale as well as the Primal with the way that he builds, but I think he actually has a more straightforward laning stage, and it doesn't get countered by so many heroes.
Yeah, you could go that route. I still think Primal first pick is fine if you ban different heroes. Maybe if you have a second pick, then you go for the Primal Beast and you can ban out 4 heroes first.
I think you don't get it though. I think you probably pick on Falcons.
Yeah, very true. Very true. It is going to be hard, especially on Falcons. It is, I guess it's more flexible. I know Nothing to Say plays it, but you prefer it on JT. On the side of Falcons, I think both Malrine and ATF love playing the hero, and then you've got no problem.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really the hard part. Besides that, the sniper looked okay. I mean, definitely when you're playing from behind a hero, it's gonna look more like a creep. I didn't really think he played the vision aspect that well, though. There were a lot of fights where he got caught off, and sure, a little bit of that comes from Falcons having more map control, smoking really well around the map. But I expected the night vision aspect to be more impactful, and it never seemed to really matter.
Yeah, didn't really matter on their side. They were They were just looking like they were getting caught, be it the daytime or nighttime. The sniper in this game didn't contribute as much as he did in the previous one, but always we make the contributions to our viewers. If you click the banner down below with the promo code UNVRS3, you can get 100% bonus on your first deposit. Just like right now, we are going to be going on that break, and we do get to see a decider after it.
should know about the esports in your pocket.
And we are back with the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 here, second series of the day, Game 3, a decider who continues to go in the upper bracket here in Group A and who drops down below and will be just one best of 3 from getting eliminated. Falcons versus G2 IG. Bowie, G2, they get the first game pretty easily, but Falcons, they strike back. Who has the momentum now?
They looked so good in the whole game 2. And you know, game 1 was all about stomping lanes. I think that G2IG, even though they were playing this more of like late game style in the first games of the first stage of the tournament, against Falcons, they're gonna have to do a bit better in lanes, or else, like, I don't know, the actual understanding of the game, the map movements of Falcons were superior. They were way better.
Yep, they were. That's what it looked like. But I think this time around they're just prepared what G2IG want to do. There will be a Primal Beast banned this time around. Falcons, you said it, man. They're not getting it if they have second pick. And Team Falcons, they open up with the Doom. Is this a flex for them, or is it an exclusive ATF hero?
I think they might play it on crit, but very rarely.
I was thinking Malrine.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know.
He made it through.
Okay. Yeah, they had to ban the Primal, and P goes through. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Coming into the series...
JT doesn't have any pubs.
Oh, you mean the Nature's Prophet who's going to take it? I thought I thought about the game. Okay, so I started answering a question that was never asked. Never happens to me at all. I don't know. I see one on Monet.
Yeah, one on Monet, one on X-Nova, one on Borax.
One on Nothing to Say.
Yeah.
So probably not
going
going to be JT.
Have a game.
You know, can he build a pipe on the Nature's Prophet? Would it be good?
I wouldn't say so.
Yep, then no. Everybody else apart from JT then.
Yeah, probably. Gonna take away the Shadow Demon. Marcy's still in the pool. Definitely here we've seen contested quite a bit. Shadow Demon's taking out. Run is still in the pool. Something that both teams were very interested.
We'll see just how much they're interested in it. For now, it's not getting banned out. But what is gonna be given by us here from FISSURE is gonna be the Arcanas, and you can learn how to participate with the exclamation mark 1x give in the chat, so feel free to go for it. As the teams, hopefully they're gonna be feeling free to go for that Mirana, because I've been enjoying the Mirana games really quite a lot. A lot of it is centered around the hero for the entirety of the game, and the clockwork comes out from G2IG. This could be their safe lane. This could be their off lane. There's just so many possibilities for G2IG at this moment.
I'm surprised that they ended up going for this clock. Unless their goal is to get a DOTA here. Yeah, I mean, it's a good draft from Falcons. Like, they take away the Shadow Demon, they take away the center. A lot of these answers that usually are available for Doom. I think you're gonna have to... They get the crit. Snapfire again. Huh? Okay.
Maybe now that Snapfire is a deny pick, right? Because Snapfire Clockwork, actually, it does make the Snapfire good. Because the Clockwork used to be good with the Snapfire, but now it's amazing with the expanded armature. You literally cover that area of the cogs, and you just burn everybody inside it, or freeze if you have that cosmetic that crit went for.
Enchantress.
Counter to the Nature's Prophet.
That's the counter right there. Guess you could pick Chen. We saw the Chen into Ench into NP in another game that we cast, but it doesn't really look that good here. The heals are bad.
Yeah, but I doubt they're going to be going that route. I think you just put the MP in the mid lane now. Probably the best way to do it. Just to dodge the The Enchantress. The Nyx comes out solid versus the Doom. Before you get the BKB, you just use the Spike Carapace. He stuns himself from the Scorched Earth, and you burst him down. I think that's quite nice. The amount of vision and catch G2IG have right now is quite solid. They're so mobile. They're gonna see everything. The only question is, can you push down towers? And with the Ironwood Treant, it might not even be that hard.
Yeah, I really like her point of the mid NP, because the problem they had in game 2 was that they couldn't eliminate ATF from the fight before it started. And now when you have this Vendetta Nyx alongside a teleport from the Nature's Prophet, that's how you can, if the NP is farmed, that's how you can actually get those kills. You know, Side of Vice, an Orchid or anything to really make ATF's life harder. If you take the Doom away, the game becomes better, as I'm assuming this is carry Mirana, right? Mirana with Clock 5 and...
Nyx
probably
4.
gonna get an offlaner last pick.
Yeah, Nyx is a Boboka hero for sure. He's the type of player that can utilize this really well. So what's the play for Falcons? With this 18 pick, they have to be getting themselves an advantage in the draft. I don't think they have it at the moment. Okay, so Malrine Timber, most likely, from the looks of it. And versus an NP, that might be an answer.
It's alright. I think the train is still very tanky. I think he still gets out denied, honestly, right? Because you don't really take away the damage of the train with your Wording Death, and the NP is not going to be hit by it as well. So it's still not amazing, but I think after the laning stage, that's when the Timber can look good. But still, it's a Timber onto Nyx. You gotta be very careful.
And Clockwork as well. Both of those are a problem for you. I mean, we saw in the previous game that Nothing to Say did struggle. However, Malrine and ATF, we already talked about it. The best Timber saws. But still, it's I'd say G2IG still have the advantage in the draft, and they're the ones with the last pick.
Wait, so you mentioned the mid Doom. If this NP is mid, don't you want to play mid Doom? Because you just eat the treant?
Eat the creep.
That is actually the answer.
Might be. But on the other hand, if you play a carry MP, do you send the Enchantress there? Can you get away with it? The safe lane Snapfire, that sounds okay, I guess.
It's okay. It's okay, yeah. I think you don't care.
Okay. The only thing is, do you want to be swapping out your supports? I'm pretty sure it's going to be crit on the Snapfire and making on the Enchantress.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, even if you have the Doom against the NP, the Timber is going to struggle against Clock plus Mirana, right? It is not an easy lane for the Timbersaw at all.
So what does Skitter get here? Could go Monkey King, I guess. Wind Ranger is in the pool.
It's a bit squishy, the Monkey King, I think.
He has been playing a lot of Razor. I don't know if that's a route that you want to take. What about an Ursa?
Against Mirana, it's bad. Ursa is alright. Ursa is decent. You do... Yeah, I don't hate the Ursa. I think it's good. It's going to be a 24 for... I wonder what happens if you pick Ursa. Do they go Viper or something on...
Yeah,
18?
they could. You could get Vipered, or... The Visage is also a possibility for JT. Yeah, maybe the Ursa doesn't sound that good now when you think about the laning matchup. If you go for...
Yeah.
They're banning mid laners, so they do think that this NP is going to be going to the side lane.
Goes Lark, okay.
What about... Nah, I was thinking maybe a Darkseer, but there is a Doom on the other side, so it's not ideal.
There's an Enchantress as well. There's no way.
Yep.
It's too hard. Viper is not bad, but I don't think that's what GG is going to play. You can play Tiny. Even though the lane is hard, you can just toss the Slark away. You just drag creeps around with the Nyx. We actually saw Lelis doing a really good job just dragging creeps. You have so much HP regen on this Nyx Assassin that you actually don't care.
If JT plays the Visage, I love it here, dude. I just love the Visage. It would demolish the Slark and the Enchantress.
I don't think so. The Nyx is too weak. I think if you had a stronger lane partner, maybe.
Versus an Enchantress? No creeps don't do anything. You have Burst. Come on, go Nyx.
I think she just gets Nature's Attendant and you don't kill anyone. I think you're going to be out of juice. What about a Lycan? Can you Lycan here?
Sure, but why? Right, Slaughter doesn't care.
It's broken.
It is, but Slaughter doesn't care. Doom doesn't care. Timber doesn't care. Enchantress doesn't care. And then you're gonna eat the grandma. I've read a lot of stories
Dude, it's
where that
super good
happens.
against Doom. It's super good against Doom.
Really?
You just run with your you just run with your ulti. Don't care to be doomed. Okay. They go Wind Ranger into Enchantress Doom for Monet.
So what are they
So
doing with
it's
the Mirana?
not carry Wind Ranger, carry Mirana.
Are they gonna play an offlane Mirana or maybe a 4 Mirana offlane Nyx? I know that JT does play Nyx. It will be JT
Yes,
Mirana.
offlane Mirana. That's crazy.
Okay, so the question of the day, Bowie, is he buying pipe? That's the question of the day, right?
I think he is. I think he is. Honestly, this might even be a Moonlight Shadow Mirana, right? Against this Doom. Just,
I see a Solar Flare and a Whirlwind Wind Ranger. Imagine that. Solar Flare, you get on max level 80 damage, and then you just murder everybody. The odds are favoring Falcons in this game. I really like what G2IG has, but what Falcons have is a little bit more standard. It's really up their alley. They have 5 very comfort heroes. It's hard to go versus that.
I can appreciate the cojones here on G2IG. I think if they're going to win this game, it's out of nothing to say popping off real hard. I don't think this Timbersaw is that good of a response to the NP. I think he's still going to have a huge lead, and even the early TPs from the Nature's Prophet could actually make these side lanes a bit harder than maybe they look like. But yeah, this Mirana, I don't know, man. Wind Ranger into Ench, Doom, so many dispels. You have this Lark into Mirana lane, which sounds hard, honestly. Like, the leap doesn't really work. I am going with G2IG, but just because I want to see this NP pop off.
Okay, so you want to be wrong again, Bowie. That's fine. I can see what you mean, but this is the thing. AoE damage of G2IG is gonna be so massive. No, Monet changed his mind. He went for the Focus Fire. I got excited for nothing.
I wanted my other one. I wanted my other fancy.
Why are you making fun of me? It's not nice, but we are getting ourselves into the game. Look at nothing to say. He's readying up those fingers to do some microing with the Ironwood Treants by using them and right-clicking onto a tower. Oh, nothing to say. You don't need to stretch for this game. It's gonna be easy. Just kidding. It's gonna be easy for Falcons, Bowie. We have a difference of opinion. That's I like it.
Look at Falcons. I mean, no, I think it was a good facet. I'm not even... I was just joking. I think both are going to be good with the Solar Flare. I still have my doubts on how strong it's going to be. But, you know, you do have 3 range right-clickers. So Solar Flare definitely enables everyone. And JT has been all about auras. So yeah, maybe instead of running away from the Doom, we just right-click everyone, right?
That could be...
Just...
it's a problem for us versus a Slark lineup, right? You turn around to right click, he gets a shard, puts down the Depth Shroud, and just doesn't care.
True. That shard's gonna be very powerful. Don't really have some AoE, but not enough to really like overpower the Depth Shroud region.
I'm just very excited we're getting to see a Malrine Timbersaw. I think Nothing to Say didn't pull out the maximum of this hero in the previous game, and now we are gonna be seeing the god of it here on Falcons. Falcons definitely a team that utilizes this hero the best in the world. There's absolutely no doubt.
Let's see.
Stun,
It's gonna look
arrow.
like arrow.
He does have Tenacious Attendant. Snaking will eat a blood grenade. Is it enough damage? One more hit. Miss. A high ground miss. I don't know if it would have been enough. Maybe not. But it still feels bad to miss that one.
Yeah. I mean, you force some HP, force some mana, but at the end of the day, first blood would have been very, very nice. Looking at the lanes here. I think these lanes are very good for IG. Mid should be a win. Bottom should be pretty easy. The top lane is really the only thing that I'm kind of scared of. As you said, sure, you don't really care about creeps, but Snaking is just going to play for the spirits instead. He's just going to be poking and harassing the whole time.
Can't wait to see how this lane goes. Slark kind of always suffers in the lane recently. I haven't really seen a successful Slark. I know Skitter is a god on this hero. Meanwhile, Amar is going to be annoyed. X-Nova loses a ton of armor, and next creep wave is coming.
Oh.
And he will be ticking out. Not low enough, though. Does survive. Was that a fairy fire that saved his life? Yep.
Yeah, it was. Interesting skill build from Crit. I think in general, you don't see level 1 Little Shredder anymore because that spell got nerfed heavily. Oh, Maureen. Oh. I mean, this Timber is going to be having some nightmares about trees.
I think he has that anyways. Maybe he has nice trees where he's cutting them down. In this one, they're just very, very strong trees. They could change that from treant to ent, right? Because it's so huge.
I'm gonna be cutting him down here. Oh, level 2 on Skitter.
The Mirana's gonna have level 2 as well, so just leaps away. We'll be okay. He's still farming well in the mid lane on Malrine. Does he get any points in the reactive armor? Yes, he does. A lot of the times Malrine would skip that one. In this lane, I'd say it's more than necessary.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Maureen's still getting so much CS. In general, you see this treant's getting a lot of denies. Maybe nothing to say, not that used to this hero. As we said, only one game in his recent pubs. I think the new way to play, you know, was just out denying treants. That was not the way to play treant, right? NP. It was all about the teleport and sprout.
Yep.
So maybe he needs a couple extra games to get tight.
He did almost kill Malrine, so I guess his idea was to try to apply pressure and push the Timbersaw out, but more often than not, that is a bad idea.
Yeah, it's hard to do against all of the region of the Timber. So water runes and everything. Slark farming really well. Mirana struggling a little bit, which is expected. I'm really curious to see what JT is going to build. If he buys Pipe, we can pretty much assume he's never going to buy any other item in this tournament.
Well, he loses the flag bearer creep. That's a lot of gold the Snaking has just taken away from them. The Nyx wasn't in the vicinity, but either way, the Mirana is not going to be too happy about that one. Still, arrowing some creeps in the jungle, but this is not stopping Skitter from farming. And every single time I've seen the Slark suffer is because his laning stage was catastrophic.
Yeah, and when you're maxing healing on the end, you really don't care about Skitter.
No leap. He has 4 wand charges, uses them. No more leaps on JT.
Another
that
one.
hit definitely won't kill him. Double Starstorm onto Snaking. Only level 1. Not enough to take him out. That's Malrine.
A lot of pressure. Look at Maureen. Now he's the one pressuring the Nature's Prophet, using the Timber Chain.
Yep, with the Timber Chain, he is a... he's a scary guy. And if you get very close to the Nature's Prophet, he cannot even sprout you. If he does it, he's just going to be taking extra damage.
Yeah, exactly. And the Timber Chain also allows you to maneuver this treant, right? He's very slow, he's scary, but can't really outrun a robot.
Oh, Nyx needs to Mind Flare that creep. The Tornado is going to be hella annoying if he doesn't. Doesn't want to do it, though. Okay, it will expire anyways, so...
Pretty low HP.
So how are things looking for you at the moment, right? Who's happier with the current state of the laning stage?
I think Falcons is happy. I expected this to be a bit better for G2IG.
Mirana, Blood Grenade. He needs to get into the tower region if he wants to live, and barely survives through it all. But doesn't have the HP necessary to continue laning.
I definitely thought that mid was going to be harder for Maureen, but he's pretty much tied with the NP. The Mirana is struggling just as I expected, but both mid and the safe lane of G2IG maybe underperforming slightly than what I expected. So yeah, Falcons pretty happy.
The Wind Ranger, however, is getting quite a lot. Baboka, he doesn't have any mana. He's just gonna give his life away, and that does leave JT all alone with Staking coming in with the speed aura. That cobbled foreman is nothing to laugh at. Look at how speedy he is.
I don't understand what he thought was gonna happen there. With the Nyx, he didn't had a lot of mana. Didn't really had a way to kill this Lark. The Mirana was not there.
I think
that's the first blood that's very costly to give away.
Nothing to say. He's in
Nothing
trouble.
to say.
Malrine, and there it is. He sprouted himself. No, I instantly get tipped because you help Malrine kill you faster.
Level 3 whirling that.
What
that is
the hell?
how many trees? That's 6 or 7, right? And you get 25 3 bonus damage. So if you're breaking 5, that is 150 extra pure damage he's doing.
Yep. I think, yeah, he got like 5 or 6 trees with his whirling death. I still think he dies anyways. Maybe just wanted to die faster and come back to the lane. That was a really nice rotation coming out from Crit. As Monet gets pushed out from the bottom lane. Amar, once he gets level 6, that is when this Wind Ranger is going to be in trouble. Smelrine rotating. This is what he does. There's no spike carapace. The Boca dropping low. The Twisted Chakram finishes him off. Mirana only one charge left. The NP ulti kills Skitter. Not something that he has expected to happen. So at least something for G2IG. But still this rotation of Malrine is going to be quite successful.
Yeah, his drain drops right down. Look at the Treants though. Look at the damage that they're doing. He's even going to glyph for the Treants.
They're killing the
so
tower.
Much damage. Yeah, they are.
Dude, you have a saw. Cut them down. Doesn't even get the deny.
This hero is so dumb. This hero is absolutely dumb.
You lose your mid lane tower, and you did pretty well in the lane. Nice push with the cogs. Not good enough. One rune for Falcons, one rune for G2IG, and now X-Nova needs to do his best to run away. He doesn't have the cogs. He will lose the battery assault fairly soon, and his life as well. No denies on the Ancients. Falcons get themselves another one. His snaking is being hella annoying. The Mirana once again. You don't want to be using the leap, and he goes for his Balmarine. He's just giving them a masterclass in how you perform with this hero. Every time I watch him, he is just getting so many kills.
Yeah, Marine is definitely the god of many heroes, Timbersaw being one of them. This is why Falcons is such a scary team to play against. Timber's not that much of a contested hero, but now playing against Falcons, you gotta worry about the Razors and the Timbers and the Huskars. So many heroes that can also be flex, which is really a nightmare for any team. G2IG. Only 1k gold difference, but already feeling very pressured.
But if you look at their two cores, they're the ones at the top. Not by a lot, but the Nature's Prophet is up there. He's going for a Maelstrom with the Solar Flare on the Mirana. The amount of damage that both the Nature's Prophet and the Wind Ranger will be doing is insane. Especially Nature's Prophet, he doesn't really have all that much attack speed. So you get 80 attack speed later on in the game, 80 damage as well. Even 40 on level 1 is already quite a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely gonna help a lot, but I'm still scared for this Wind Ranger. Picking it into so many dispels. It's not gonna be an easy game for the Wind Ranger too.
And Melrine is coming for him. Look at Snaking, also hiding in the trees, ready to purge off the Windrun. They will go with the focus fire. Goodbye, Windrun, and goodbye, Monet. Beautiful cogs! They're gonna be getting that right away. Wrath of God!
What?
Changes everything. Okay, Wrath of Nature, but nothing to say is a god. What a turnaround, Falcons. They thought they had this one, not even close.
You gotta respect the global aspect of the NP. Great cogs from X-Nova as well. Just really good reaction. Even JT showing up. Beautiful stuff.
Those cogs changed everything, right? Because the Wind Ranger was dead. She was gonna get bursted down in a second, and then cogs keep the Timbersaw in place.
Worth mentioning as well, Mr. Amar the Flower. Very greedy with his item build, with his skill build. Didn't learn Doom, even though he is level 6. So he never really got to use that as the arrow connects, and just like that, G2IG, they don't want to give this one away. And they are going to get this tower. The Treants are going to make sure of it.
There's no Treants. They don't even need them.
They're going to make sure of it. They gave their approval.
Yep, that is true. Considering that they're the best tower pushers here, they just need to give you a thumbs up, and the rest of G2IG, they open up the map. Slark is still farming, so that is a dangerous hero to go up against, but the Nature's Prophet and the Wind Ranger continuing to top the network charge, and now their Maelstroms are pretty much done. Arrow.
Arrow in the butt. Second arrow in the butt.
JT. He's been very good with these random arrows, right? There's not even a setup.
What can JT not play?
We still need to know what he's buying an Atos. Boo. Change your mind, please.
Okay. So it's gonna be triple Gleipnir? Is that it?
Yep. I mean, That's what their heroes do. That's what their heroes build. This is a Gleipnir meta, and just get 3 cores that all of them need them.
This is awesome. More Gleipnir nerfs. Here we go.
Slark has a diffusal blade. That is a big deal versus an H's Prophet especially. But all of these heroes
have
don't want their
vision here.
mana burned. Low Nyx,
So
that's
they're
not the
okay.
easiest target, and just goes for the ulti. Will be able to get himself away, just like our viewers will be able to get themselves a promo code UNVRS3 with banner down below. Finding the Slark, goes for the ulti. Arrow flying in. Baboka has gotten ahead of himself now without the Vendetta, and the Spike Carapace will get taken out. Skitter doesn't want to fight. Gets hook shotted. You might not want to, but you're gonna be forced to do it. The Wrath of Nature once again kicking in and taking down Skitter. He's really gonna start hating that spell. As the focus fire onto Snaking. So many arrows are flying in. Here's nothing to say, but the Untouchable and the people will protect him. Mortimer's Kiss is gonna get cancelled out in the backline. Snaking dropping low, still alive. Nothing to say, cannot finish him off. And Malrine coming forward. Battery Assault finally there, misses on the Chakram. X-Nova has been a bane in his existence. Onto the high ground. They get the kill. Will be dooming the poor Clockwork. He'll be more than happy to tank that one for the team, as JT is threatening with the arrow but will not go for it in the end. Another small victory for G2IG. Crit, dead. That power shot.
Oh,
He does
good,
have the one shot.
Lotus.
He's nothing to say. He's still coming forward. Full bore scatterblast. Keeping it away. He has nothing to cut through the trees. Skitter back in the fight. He gets arrowed. He didn't use the dark back. He's in so much trouble. He needs to get away.
Shackle!
This time around, he did get the dark back up, but the damage, it is too overwhelming. Nothing to say. His right clicks may hurt. Baboka might be on the menu, but he's still surviving. Finishes around with the Impale. Keeps snaking in place. There's nothing to say. He's doing his best to escape, but it's not going to be good enough. Snaking with the right click gets that extra goal, but Malrine, he wanted the streak.
Dude, this gold-wise, you're gonna say this is an even trade, but this is a disaster for this Slark. 2 fights in a row where he wants to debut his Diffusal Blade. He gets absolutely stomped. He was having a perfect lane, and while all of that happens, this Nature's Prophet was a part of pretty much every kill, so he's full of gold, full of experience. His Gleipnir is pretty much done, and Monet with the Clockwork now hunting for this Slark once again. They know exactly where he wants to be. They draw the line. No Shadow Dance. Never mind, it is up now, but
Okay.
be careful.
If he starts farming the creeps in the jungle and they spot him, and it is a stack, Skitter. Ooh, lucky
they
for
don't
him.
know.
Lucky for him,
ward
they
is
didn't
on
go
the-
there.
Is under attack.
Yep.
Dire structures are
Alright, it's
fortified.
gonna be
They
okay.
want to fight bottom, right? You have the Wrath of Nature, you can do it.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
See? Monet.
Dire's
No
Some more,
Doom,
there's no
they know
Doom.
about it.
The top tower did
Great
fall.
time.
Malrine, is that the guy that with the Soul Flare and the TP in from the Nature's Prophet, the double impale? Here comes the hookshot. Out of the two of them inside of the cogs. You need to leave, and you will not be allowed to. What a grab from Baboka and X-Nova. The supports of G2IG setting everything up for their buddies.
And now they're gonna find Amar here. He already did get the stack, but the pressure is relentless here from G2IG. This Timbersaw was having such a good game, but as you said, both the Nyx and the Clock making TP from nothing to say. Gets
Is
the
it later?
Gleipnir.
There's no follow-up at the moment. Amar, nice Hurricane. He has the Wild Wing Ripper Eaton.
Yeah, has a Quelling Blade and the Hurricane, so lots of ways to maneuver around the Sprout.
It's hard in that little area. Whenever you get sprouted, there is a chance that you might not be able to leave, even if you eat the tree.
Yeah, exactly.
Radiant are scanning.
So Hurricane definitely safer. Malrine, he had such a good start, 3-0, and now he's just died 3 times in a row.
They're gonna smoke. They really wanna make something happen here with this Blink Dagger on ATF. He's still level 8, by the way.
X-Nova is gone. That's a good grab.
That's the only one, though. You're probably fine here, as doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find anyone but this Nyx, and he is under the guise of Vendetta.
Question is, can you open up this tower? You really need to.
Is under attack.
And yeah, they'll finally be able to break it. This is a big one for Falcons, especially with the nighttime coming. Now division game is no longer that much in favor of G2IG.
Now they have the opening hero on Amar.
Ah, that Scorched Earth. It's just not a good spell to have versus an Nyx.
Beautifully done. Very patient. The Nyx gets the vision. And even with that ward from Falcons, they didn't have Sentry to see where Baboka was.
Okay, Bowie, so looking at the game at the moment, does Slark out-carry these three? Their damage output is gonna be quite insane, but all of these heroes on paper should be bad versus the Slark.
Do they outcarry 3 Hurricane Pike heroes? I don't know, especially when you start this low. I think if you're gonna win this game, it's out of Amar. Amar needs to really pick up the slack here. Needs to finish this Midas. I don't think the Slark can solo carry this. And this is a really hard Timber game. He's going for... Well, he was going for an Eternal Shroud, but now has the eggs queued up. No matter what, he's gonna need a BKB.
Yep. Somebody's gonna be buying an Illifar at some point versus him. Also, question. I know that there was some change. Now you cannot Force Staff out of the leash of the Slark, right? Am I correct? Or are you still able to?
As far as I know...
You should be able
Should
to.
not
Double
be able-
stun!
Oh
The
my
Slark didn't
lord!
get it out. They even went for the Vendetta hit. You had time to react. Gleipnir onto Creed. They know this is going to be an easier kill, but they see one more staking. He would love to leave these cogs, and he's not going anywhere. 3 kills just like that. G2IG continuing with their fast-paced gameplay.
Volca has been playing out of his mind, man. Every single impale, hitting 2-3 heroes, the angles, just destroying the Slark. And as you said, usually Slark is able to react to the Dark Pacts, but Skitter maybe feeling the pressure, not able to get that Dark Pact off.
I don't know how you don't get it off. You knew that he was there. Your Shadow Dance wasn't working, or maybe Skitter just isn't focused enough at the moment.
Very unfortunate here, Falcons. The good advantage isn't that big, but Slark is such a momentum hero, which is why we don't get to see this hero that much. He still has the same problems, just doesn't farm well on its own, relies on constant fights doing okay for your team. You can't just farm and eventually take a good lead. In general, that's not how this hero works out.
He has a Mage Slayer, so will be a little bit tougher to bring down from now on, but also
With his 11k HP.
11k, but yeah, sure, if he has an 11k HP, then Falcons have already won.
1.1k. My bad, Mr. Know-It-All.
I listened to you. I thought you were right, Bowie. I always listen to my analysts.
Thank you for listening.
No problem. Slark is going for a shard.
Listening too well.
That's gonna help. That's gonna help.
Stop ignoring what I say.
I will never ignore what you say, as smoke is gonna be
Shard
used.
is not ready. Still 500 gold away.
Good smoke
Snaking.
break. Very nice. Wrath of Nature was used. Great runaway. You don't need to be an extra target. Hurricane, snaking. Stealing so
fine.
much. He has so many of those wisps. Arrow. He picks it up. He just came back into it. The Slark. They know exactly where he is. Feather Cookie gets to the high ground. Will be fine. Maybe that's just going to be a bait for more. Malrine standing his ground. He has been stunned. The right clicks are insane, but he has the Agro Scepter with the reactive armor. It's fine. DP out. Nature's Prophet wants to get away. Maybe in the fountain he'll be able to survive that Doom to explode. Monet will be surviving quite a lot, and NP can return into that fight. Just needs to heal a little bit more. Falcons should be aware of this while going for the chase. DP out from Monet, but Boca is trying to do the same. X-Nova,
Really good.
his best to keep the enemies in bay.
Dude, that was the best case. Oh, wait, nothing to say. Should be careful here. No TP,
Good
no
going.
teleportation. Amar has the blink. Oh, wait, what?
They got him. He just wanted to see if he was hiding there. Namara will be chasing.
I think he can teleport out now.
There is an Infernal Blade, and they're gonna wait for it. Oh, went for it. Nothing to say. Standing his ground with the Murata ulti. He might be able to get this kill. JT coming in. Will be a trade between the cores, of course. This Nature's Prophet is more valuable. Slark going forward. Has the Shadow Dance. Will get stopped up by the Spike Carapace. No Dark Pact at the moment. It is time to run. The Focus Fire is the problem. Skinner is dead. Baboka, he can kill him. But he doesn't want to. He will allow Monet to do so. There is the break. No longer untouchable for you. Doesn't look that beautiful any longer, but staking. He'll be able to run out.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Skitter's shard was flying from the courier. Maybe he overextended, expecting to have it mid-fight, but it was a bit too late. And yeah, they lose the NP, but losing Skitter once again has to hurt.
And we are game is going to be continuing. The one that we are watching here on the FISSURE English Dota channel. Follow it right there on Twitch if you're on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Also, Nyx doesn't break no longer with his ulti. Now they moved it on the shard once again. They're just playing with this all the time. They're playing with my mind.
Yeah, man. That's why I don't even read the patches anymore. I just wait to see what happens.
You lie. You're lying right now, Bowie. You're the biggest nerd. Whenever a patch comes out, you know everything. So just
Thank you.
don't act like one of the cool kids. We all know.
Yeah, I know. I always try to be a cool kid, but unfortunately, I was always the nerdy one. But speaking of nerds, looks like the IG nerds are looking towards this Tormentor here, but the scan, maybe they want to stop it.
They don't know they've been scanned, however. Right? It is going to be a lot of their HP. Take away Vivoka running away already.
Oh, this
Looks
is
pretty
awkward.
squad.
Oh my
X-Nova
god,
is
this
dead.
is awful!
Arrow is coming in. Monet, look at how low he misses on the pulse. Is Monet really going to live through this? There's absolutely no way. Mortimer's going to take him out. The Nature's Wrath. Doesn't matter. Slark is there to protect him. The Death Shroud finally up. And it is such a huge item that will be changing everything in this game. G2IG get caught with their pants down.
That was so awkward. They were already like not strong enough to get the Tormentor. They barely made it. Then the entirety of Falcons shows up. Really sad. But yeah, for Falcons, it is a feast. They benefit greatly from that. Who got the shard from
The Nyx.
G2IG?
Just punch
Oh, that's
the
huge.
punch the Slark in the fight, and he does nothing. Literally, his heal doesn't work. His essence shift doesn't work.
Same for the Timber.
Timber can just pop the reactive armor, right? So it's not that great.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's definitely true. Nullifier though, well, nothing to say. Getting closer and closer.
Still doesn't have it, but we'll have it in no time. So we're getting to the point where the game is going a little bit later. None of the teams have the advantage. We know that the Slark can be strong, but talk to me about the late game potential of G2IG, right? With 3 cores that all benefit quite nicely from the Solar Flare, how do you scale?
What do you mean how?
How much do you scale?
I think a lot. Definitely a lot. I think not only you have the right-click potential, but this is one of the first games where JT is going all out. He has Dragonlance queued up, Daedalus. They really want to outscale the DPS aspect. And when you look at it, Amar, once again, playing for himself, which is the playstyle that favors him. But I think G2IG realizes that, and they just want to out-DPS the entirety of Falcons.
So he has a blink, still staying with the Hurricane. Doesn't want to get the Centaur Hoof Stomp. Interesting decision from Rhythm. I really like when somebody uses Devil's Bargain properly. You just keep the Midas until a point where you need to sell it to get a full item, and then you buy it again. This is the best way to utilize this facet.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to make sure you're constantly getting the benefit of both worlds, as they are smoking here in G2IG.
Nobody in the bottom lane.
Do they want a Roche? Is that the play here with the Solar Flare? Focus Fire, I think it is.
They're going. Solar Flare popped, and Roche will die in a second. Not even gonna be close for Falcons to get there in
Scans
time.
here. You have to get the hell out though. Your Solar Flare is gonna be out after this, so you.
Yep.
I don't think you want to take this fight.
You're not fighting for sure. They get the Aegis. TP out.
There you go.
Nothing to say is out. Everybody else getting themselves away as fast as possible. X-Nova, a little bit of a longer TP, but nobody gets punished.
Alright.
They managed to pull their pants up this time around, Bowie. That last time was definitely a life lesson.
Yeah, and P doesn't want to be walking around pantless. Speaking of no pants, he will have a helmet as well. His Nullifier got completed. I think once Solar Flare is back up, you are ready to start taking some fights as G2IG.
They are quite powerful. Win probability 50-50, 51 for Falcons, but really doesn't mean much at this point of the game. Nullifier on the Nature's Prophet. Okay, so what are you taking off? 4 staffs? Is that it? Okay, the Aghanim Scepter or the Timber Saw. Okay, that's why he bought it.
Yeah, I mean, Aghanim Scepter, 4 staffs, the Solar Crest as well, drums. There's a couple, but I think it's mostly for the raw damage and... Yeah, mostly for the raw damage as they find Skitter.
Skitter looking much better with his Arpax hookshot off the mark. There's the Nullifier. Of course, doesn't do much versus a Cookie. Right clicks from nothing to say. Quite strong. That is an optimistic TP out. They pulled him out of the Death Shroud. Oh, X-Nova with the beautiful cogs.
Yeah, really, really beautiful. Very nicely done. And man, the siege potential, right? That's how G2IG overpowered Falcons in game 1. Sure, you don't have a Morphling, but this time, you just have a gazillion right-click damage with the Solar Flare.
He's setting it up on Amar. That's a BKB. You need to get it off.
The arrow?
Solar was used, with the arrow being there as well. JT and nothing to say will make short work of poor Amar.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just insane, man. Anybody who gets stunned up is just instantly dead because of the Solar Flare.
Really, really problematic. But now with the nighttime vision here of the Slark, they realize Monet's...
No BKB. Gets the
No initiation though.
Slow him down.
No stuns.
Yep, without the Doom, they're in a lot of trouble. Though even with the Doom there, you have a Lincoln Sphere, so it's not easy to get on top of Monet either way.
Dire's middle tower has Radiant are scanning.
Nyx going for Yules. There will be a Hurricane Pike on the Wind Ranger. They're getting some key items, and once there's a Daedalus on the Nature's Prophet, imagine the amount of damage and nothing to say we'll be doing in this fight. The Crystallis is already flying out.
This game is just looking, even though it's only a 2k goal lead, it really feels like all of the momentum is on the side of G2IG. And if they win a convincing fight, these towers are gonna fall. Like, these treants are abominations right now.
Really are. Being very, very annoying, especially in the split push, but then once they get towards the tower, it's a massive amount of damage. The Nature's Prophet still topping the network chart. Malrine right behind him. After that 3 deaths in a row, he has had 5 kills, so once again he's doing well. But I think at one point in this game he really underestimated the amount of counter they had for his Timber Saw.
Yeah, but you know, we really gotta give it to the G2IG supports. They are playing a really good game, and
Nature's
Nyx
Prophet
Clock
is level
are
20.
Yeah, Nyx Clock are 2 heroes that are not easy to play. Like, they look simple, but you miss a couple of spells and suddenly, like, your game is gone. And I feel like this has been one of the best Clock performances I've seen in a while from X-Nova.
Yeah, has been doing an amazing job also with Woka finding those double impales at the start of the game. I think Falcons are now a bit more careful with how they play, but it is costing them map control, and it is costing them, you know, some farm.
Very deep posture here from G2IG. They're not gonna find anyone on the top side, but they will find a tier 2, which they would probably get for free.
That Sprout Leashes is a big deal versus a Slark. Timbersaw will be able to cut down the trees and then run away, but Slark is a completely different story.
Oh yeah, what do you do? They still have Aegis for 10 seconds, so not like they're gonna be doing too much after this, but some TPs on the bottom side. They are looking to fight, and the Slark does get vision.
He has the gem, TP out. They should be relatively aware where he is, but he is fine. What a panic coming out from Skitter. He got clipped by that one ward, and then he was in full-on panic mode for a good reason.
Alright, so finally, Aegis is down. Can Falcons take these fights? Like, they have Blink BKB on Amar. They definitely have burst damage with this Timber. But this Lark has been struggling.
Definitely has been. Also for our viewers who have been struggling getting all of these amazing
they found this Lark. Dark Spectre is there.
Fine. Arrow got protected by the Wild Wing Ripper. Morty kisses, make sure Baboka is dead, and they will be giving some extra vision back there. So Falcons They get themselves a pick off, nothing more than that. Solar Flare was popped, so you go for a fight now. Check a shot, Amar has been found underneath the sentry, has a BKB. Even if he gets it off, it changes nothing. Slark still running forward, has been leashed. Needs to be careful. Shackle shot, protects himself with the depth shot. No, the cookie takes it back! No, that cookie, it killed him. He went to the low ground and then turned for a second. The cookie returned him forward into the hands of G2IG. An unfortunate interaction that cost him his life.
I mean, he was still Gleipnir. I think he was dead either way, but this is going to be with a catapult wave. Are they willing to pressure high ground? Looks like no. They want more. They're gonna get this Enchantress.
Leashed up. No Force Staff. He does have a greater healing Lotus, so can survive a bit longer. Monet. Power Shot is there. This is taking too long. Here's Baboka to end it. No, he decides that his cores are going to be good enough.
Yeah, doesn't want to show. Wants to
Get more.
potentially get vision of the Tormentor. Yeah, if they don't get any kills, at least maybe they can get this Tormentor. Maybe the tier 2.
Tier 2 is gone, I think. There's no way the Falcons can mount up a defense. I mean, looking at their positioning, they're not going to be able to do it. Also, look at the ward in the base of Falcons. G2IG can definitely utilize that one to understand where their opponents are at.
Yeah, definitely.
He uses that Shivas and just kills himself. Even the cookie gets the BKB off, and the Aghanim Scepter somehow he is still alive. But Skitter wants to get nothing to say. Doom, not in time. They will at least
should
bring
be
down
getting the
X-Nova.
kill.
Can they kill him? Is the Doom gonna finish him off?
I think he's dead. I think he's dead.
He's dead. Yep.
Oh, it buys your scepter! Oh, what a play! Well, he did spend a lot of gold. I'm
This
not
is
sure
a good Wind Waker
how-
game.
It is a decent Wind Waker game. Yeah, against the Slark, definitely.
Boy, nothing to say. What a player. I think he was calculating, sitting there, thinking that there wasn't a second where he believed he was gonna die either way.
What a play. And now you know this Doom is on cooldown for 87 seconds. You have Solar Flare. You're going to have everyone alive. Roche spawning. I think there's some incentives here for G2IG to get out in the map and... There you go. Smoke.
Is there a time when this Slark becomes scary, Bowie? That is the real question. Or is that ship already... Has that ship already sailed?
Fish are not the scariest creatures. I'll say that. A
Skitter
Skitter.
gets
They
stunned
get the stun.
up. There's the shackle shot. Gets the ulti off Arrow. Connecting. Has the Dark Pact. Lucky for him. Guess who's not gonna be lucky? That's Force Staff. That won't do anything. The cookie stun keeps them at bay for a second. And Roche up in 36 seconds. Falcons, any chance to defend that? Or do you just let it go?
I think you let it go. I mean, you don't know the timing. It is actually a very...
It's not
decent
that early.
timing, but yeah, I don't think you can actually fight it. I really think you're probably gonna lose. They still have Solar Flare. They still have all of their BKBs. If the Solar Flare gets used, unless you doom them run up,
Yeah, it's too much damage. It's just, you get into a fight, and these three guys just start right-clicking everybody, and people start dropping. They didn't go
that's a
for
game
Roche.
where Maureen got the best neutrals possible. He has Shivas, gets a Craggy coat, and even still, he doesn't look that tanky.
Nope, nope. You use your Aghanim Scepter, you get the max reactive armor, and it's not enough. Do they think G2IG are on Roche? Because they're moving like they are. And G2IG are in Roche.
Well, they're going through the Twin Gate, so they should be here faster. They're gonna get good position. The Radiant
Nyx
Scan
Assassin.
is not going to clip their pathing, though.
He broke the Slark smoke.
Solar Flare. This is their Roche. Even if they come, it's just not gonna be fast enough.
And he's dying. Hookshot forward onto the
Now you're
Doom.
fighting
Yeah,
with no
without
Solar
the
Flare.
Solar
I think
Flare.
you gotta get the hell out. What the?
Rin isn't taking that much damage at all. Pops the BKB, the nullifier is there. They're not going to be doing anything. Monet is in a lot of trouble. A beautiful impale, but only onto the Doom. Nothing to say. TPing out will be able to get himself away. You lose two supports. Oh, actually, that's a Mirana core. The two supports will die either way at a cost of a Doom who didn't even use his ulti. Weird decision
heard
from
their
G2IG.
those intrusive thoughts were definitely too loud. Because, you know, you get the Aegis, you know you use Solar Flare. There's no reason for you to take that fight into a Doom, into a Nighttime Slark. And now Skitter, 24 Essence Shifts. They can and probably want to force some more engagements.
I mean, it is nighttime. He got his gem back, so there's no reason not to go aggressive. Okay, there is a reason. Scotty. This is something that we haven't talked about, Bowie. A Scotty versus 3 range cores. It changes the game. It changes the game so much.
Who has the Scotty?
Ark will have the Scotty. No, he bought a disperser.
No, yeah, he doesn't.
Okay.
I think this is...
He had it queued up. You gotta believe me. You gotta believe me, Bowie.
I do. Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry. We're together in this one.
Okay.
Chat will never. If chat says anything about Harry Freak, I'll go after you, no matter where you are.
You're screwed. You're screwed. Brazilians are crazy as Falcons. Getting together. Another Doom. Bought for Amar. What was his next item? Yeah, Shivas. So they have double Shiva. I guess you do need it, right?
Yeah.
It's better than a Lotus Orb.
It's definitely a problem. JT out of position here, gets found.
Let's see who's
Blink out.
gonna be in trouble. Malrine with his BKB.
Oh,
And
Skitter
the
taking a lot of
reactive
damage.
armor.
Oh, it's almost solo kill.
Careful. Skitter. Going on JT. Skitter will be able to survive with the Shadow Dance. Melrine gets nullified now inside of the cogs. He's in so much trouble, but Skitter does get JT down. So it is a 1-for-1. Morty kisses. Still the use still.
One right click from solo killing the Slark. I have never seen a Mirana even close to doing that, but
Blink
now that
away
the
from
Slark
Amar.
already used everything, they want to punish.
You will be getting your ulti back in 4 seconds, so the Slark might think of re-engaging with the 15 charges. One very deep. He's gonna get burst. And here's the ulti. You will take down the Aegis. Nothing to say. Has the BKB. Skitter is getting way too many stacks. This is a problem. You don't have the solar flare. And it is starting to be with the TP out. There it is. Doom onto the Wind Ranger trying to run away. What a jump from the Slark. Skitter is pouncing on everybody and he has way too many stacks. We talked about the Slark getting online. He is online with these many. He's too strong. Gets himself a double kill. It all started with him barely surviving the Mirana. And now he wins the fight for his team.
Yeah, overconfidence from G2IG. First, giving away those kills in the Aegis. Then the Mirana trying to solo kill his Lark. He was very close, don't get me wrong, but like that's an Aegis fight. You don't want to get a solo kill on this Lark. You want to group with your team and just get a good fight, good engagement. The Mirana DPS was lacking there, and then Skeeter starts the fight with 30 Essence Shift stacks. He gets even more afterwards. And it feels like nothing to say. Slowly, he's falling off, right? His damage doesn't look that impactful, especially when the Solar Flare is not being used at the same time everyone's fighting.
And nothing to say, sold his Yules, and he is still at the top of the network chart by a lot. I mean, this Nature's Prophet is a beast. Also, he's gonna... Do you go with a 3x Treant HP damage on these insane Treants, or do you go no TP cooldown?
I think so. I think if you
Treant?
get... I think you get the Treant, yeah.
Yeah, you
Like, you're against Doom, against Lark, so many hard to TP against heroes, and if you get that, your
He
actual
did.
split push is insane.
Let's see, 234 damage, 4.6. This is a hero. This is not a creep. What the hell?
Looks so cute, but
Are scared.
you gotta be very wary of it.
We have a different idea what's cute, but okay, boy.
I think it's cute. There's a little
little
deadly face.
skull,
Look at the
deadly
way it
mask.
jumps.
Yeah.
Nothing that is not cute can jump like that.
Sure, whatever you say. This is the closest game that we've had in this series, and maybe even of the day. Yeah, sure, Spirit versus Cloud9 game 1 was long, but I don't think it was this close for this long.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It definitely seems like both sides had their timings and both sides struggled in beginning.
Oh, goodbye tower.
Oh, that even game.
What?
Oh my
What?
lord. Oh
Somebody-
my lord. He took the
somebody
aggro
save the
off.
tower.
Look at it go.
What the hell is that? They will lose the Doom, and that tower is in trouble as well. Nothing to say. Has the Arcane Rune. Turns around with the Nullifier. Still have the BKB. Aghanim Scepter Slark, Curse of the Old Growth will be used. Nothing to say. He sees exactly what's going on, but wants to get out for the time being. He still can rejoin the fight, or could, when split push the top lane. Finding X-Nova, that is a big hero to take out. Solar Flare has been used. Shackle Shot off the mark. X-Nova still alive. Marine popping the BKB, needs to get out. Solar Flare doing too much. Cookie stunning the Mirana, a couple of more hits, and he has all those Essence Shift stacks. Monet trying to get Snaking down, but that just means that he doesn't have his ulti. Hurricane Pike gets him a little bit away from the start. Somebody needs to burn that off. Skitter coming forward, force that for Monet. Mortimer's kisses. If they're on the mark, he's trying to dodge them. He doesn't want to get smooshed by the grandma, but will come over and Skitter will fall. Skrit gets him out. X-Nova finally taken out as well by Malrine. It all started on him. Skitter, he wants to end
They're
it
just
now.
being...
Baboka.
Falcons is too good. They're just actually outscaling them in all of these fights. The way that the supports are the ones posturing first, so you're focus firing an Enchantress, you're chasing down this Snapfire, and you have Crit using the tree line perfectly, just baiting so many BKBs, so many spells, allowing Skitter to have a good game. Finally, though, they get the fish, has the shard, should...
Oh, he's thinking about turning it around. Baboka has the spike carapace. You don't have that much damage between the two of them. Doom is available. Lincoln's broken. TPing out with the BKB. He'll be fine. This time around doesn't even need to buy Yule Scepter to survive.
I think he's dead. It's too much. Look at the damage.
What? Okay, he buys the Yules. Is it enough?
Oh my god, he's
One,
dead.
2, 3.
He's
Bye-bye.
dead. He now has no buyback. I love this game. I love this game. He actually sold the use now again. And he bought a blink. Dude, those investments are not paying off.
He did get the ulti off on the Slark, and now turning around onto the Mirana, who's doing massive amounts of damage. Crit is dead, but at what cost? You're leashed forever. I guess you can put a leash on the cat. They usually don't listen. That's why Skitter had to put it down.
Falcons, slowly but surely. They forced so many bad fights out of IG, and it was the same thing game 2. There were definitely a time where it felt like they were in a good spot, but the intrusive thoughts, just the sheer annoyance of Falcons, forcing IG to take fights they really didn't have to.
Skitter is level 25. He didn't even go for the Essence Shift duration. He wants the Shadow Dance duration, and I like it. I mean, he's gonna be untouchable for 9 seconds. That's too deep. Again, pulling them out of the depth shroud. Force Staff, blink away. Marine, it's fine.
No glyph. Skitter should still be able to get this one. Dark Pact.
He's scared. 5 versus 3, he's scared. He will heal back up to full. Both him and Malrine. Running in, you still have that focus fire. Need to be careful. Shackle Shot, nobody behind him.
Alright, Falcons, they get what they came for. IG unable to really punish this. And, you know, we were talking about this Mirana playing greedy for the first time. Oh, Amar? Is he dead?
Is he
TP
dead?
from the NP?
Spike carapace. There it
you go.
is. No, no, too deep.
Oh,
It does force out a
this is
BKB.
nice. Yeah, this is maybe better. Maybe now you can actually force a good fight.
Hard. I think G2IG just didn't utilize this level 25 of the Nature's Prophet. They could have split pushed so much. They could have forced Falcons to take bad fights or to make rough decisions of pulling out of a fight they know they're gonna win. And G2IG just never even tried to utilize this. That Giant on the top lane, that was the last time it got close to the base.
By the way, if you're confused as to why that Doom was doing so much damage, Kayasha, Timeless Relic, Shivas on Doom.
Yeah.
So he's killing anything. Anything that comes into contact with Doom will perish as Falcons going for the smoke. Roche is up. They're going to try and brute force Roshan again, but he will roar. And this is a much closer call now.
They can't solar flare beforehand, right? You know that you have it. You need to have it for a fight. But they're still doing so much damage to it. X-Nova in some trouble.
Pressure.
Will be fine. Arrow. Malrine pops the BKB, so it doesn't connect. Skitter taking a lot of damage. He does have his ulti. Malrine bring down X-Nova, who does have a buyback. Nothing to say. Will not allow. Every single time he's been able to BKB TP out. Not this time. This time around, Skitter gets the connection. Murana jumps into his hands as well. 3 heroes that only X-Nova has buyback. This does look like game over.
Dude, again, they could have all TP'd from the pit. They consider fighting for a second, they give up mid-fight, and that's when they die. So, the decision-making just not as crisp as Falcons. Falcons, they know exactly what they want to do, and even in this chaos, they are able to like know exactly what their plans are. Whereas IG, they're getting confused.
It's hard. It's really hard because if you use the Solar Flare, you know that you have to fight, especially if the opponents have seen it. Lincoln's broken. Monet has been found, turned into a piggy. Baboka jumps in, stuns the Timbersaw. Focus fire, buyback from nothing to say. Malrine is on the low ground. That's level 25 on the Timbersaw. He's just too speedy.
Another buyback being used. No buyback on JT. There's still Glyph. I think you probably use it here to kill the catapults, but they're gonna. Oh, this Glyph is late.
Mar will be able to survive. He got the BKB and the Doom.
He blinks
off.
out of the pair.
Is the Doom killing him? No, it's not. It's gonna be really bad if he dies.
Well,
It's
the barracks are
100
falling.
damage per tick. But you don't have your Doom. So maybe in a 4 versus 5 scenario and then Aegis Cheese, they can do enough. Skitter gets himself away. Shackle Shot not doing anything. They still want it. Got arrowed. It's fine. Has the S and Y. Really is making a difference. In.
The arrows are.
Malrine has been caught. There's the stun pushed by the cogs.
Pressure on the Nyx.
Boca. There's the
Oh,
Death
the
Shroud
Death
again.
Shroud.
Now with the Sprout. With the Sprout, they pushed him away. This Death Shroud just cannot work. But Malrine
holy
is
crap.
too strong. BKB and the negative center being utilized. JT has the cheese. Gets back up to full. Skitter surrounded by enemies. There's just so much right-click damage. He gets annihilated by nothing to say with Malrine. Still coming forward. He doesn't have the reactive armor at the moment, so needs to run away. Falcons, they don't get a lane of racks and get pushed out. G2IG are still in the game.
Yeah, that's still at the cost of that NP buyback. He is a lot of their team fights. But if for any reason G2IG can get a fight where there's no buybacks on Falcons, they can just throne, right? We saw how strong those Treants are. They could be 1 or 2 fights away from winning, but will Falcons give them the fight? For the last 25 minutes, it feels like it's all Falcons.
That's a very late BKB on the Wind Ranger, right? So it's gonna be a 9-second BKB, 50 minutes into the game. It is a huge deal.
It really is. Murana also halfway towards her, so having those BKBs could potentially allow them to take the fights.
You definitely want that buffed Treant to get into the enemy base, and it's coming. It is coming to demolish that tower. You have a Devour. Doom is
Amar's
saving it.
gonna nom it.
Beat it. Bladenir. What a blink out from Amar. He is level 25. Hasn't decided yet what he's gonna get. It will be a mute one. Arrow connects. Force Staff to the side, still fine. Beats those trees easily. Nullified. Malrine has the BKB and reactive armor. He's gonna be more than fine.
Really quick for a step away from Falcons. You wanted to force the Skitter buyback, but you gotta get the hell out. If they take a fight with the Zlark spawning normally, you're bound to lose this game.
Now that the Doom applies mute, it is a completely different story. Those BKB TPs out are just off the menu. And also Octarine Core is there on Amar. 90-second cooldown on the Doom.
This game's so close. And even then, despite the 17k goal lead, 30% win probability here. Yeah, I think just the threat of this Nature's Prophet is so scary.
I mean, their right clicks are insane. But they really can't right click if they're dead. This Murana, taken down.
I think now we're probably going to see the split push coming into play. Like, nothing to say. Could potentially TP now and force the top tower
Top lane,
to divide Falcons, as they do have this buyback on the Murana, and he can rejoin the teleportation.
Yeah, but I don't think he can do it now.
They're not. Okay.
Skitter is going forward. They'll get the Hex off onto the Wind Ranger. Gets out. Now Oh, there's a soul flare.
Oh, the
Again,
Sprout?
pulled out of the depth shroud. How do they keep doing it?
Holy
They just
crap.
demolish Malrine. You're too deep.
The
You
solar
still have
flare.
The Shadow Giant Skitter is trying to TP out.
They
and the
cancel the
leash
TP.
doesn't allow him to do so. These ultis from the Slark, they're just completely useless. He's still very much speedy there with the Aviator.
Oh, another one.
That is a flying fish. And he gets himself out. I've never seen a flying
There's
fish.
an amplify damage in the bottom side. If IG gets this one, you're forcing 2 buybacks. This gold lead could bleed really quickly.
Yep, but you did use the Mirana buyback. 2 of your cores don't have it right now, so you are still... You're under pressure, right? But you have to try. You have to try. Wind Ranger has a buyback. She can be the one at the forefront.
Yeah, you definitely gotta try for something. Also, there's probably some value in having the train in one lane and go mid with the rest of your team. So you actually force Falcons to address this with a hero, and that's how you gain the numbers advantage. But so far, they're all grouping up in the top side. Dude, this Treant.
Like, stop
This Treant. Someone arrest this.
Do they have
Okay,
a solar
he's still
crest
gonna get
on
it.
He
Another
got
one.
it.
Oh,
it.
he got it.
But Malrine goes in. He does bring down X-Nova, who doesn't have a buyback. Nothing to say.
No basher.
Getting with a TP out, and yep, no basher, no Doom buyback. We want to do it.
Dire are scanning.
Hitter is still chasing. Has a gem.
Dire's middle tower
Ooh, they see Monet.
BKB on cooldown.
He does have Evoker to protect him. He is just staying there, ready to take the pounce for himself. Is it enough? There's another wind run. There's the BKB TP out. Nicely done by Monet. Now you don't have that deep TP, however, and you're in a 4 versus 5 scenario versus a Doom lineup. So good chance that Falcons go forward.
Dude, IG, they're clutching this
The
one
hell?
out.
Those Treants are dumb. He 6 shots the melee racks. If you put the solar crest on him, it would be dumb.
Oh, it would be? It is. It literally is. The clock, I think he didn't do it, but...
Yeah, he didn't do it. That's why.
This game. And now there's a refresher on Nothing to Say. So double BKB, double Wrath of Nature, double Nature's Call. You usually don't hype up this, but double Nature's Call could be huge.
Yeah, like you have 3 of them. They come in, and in a second, your Rax is gone. You can go through backdoor protection with that, right?
Yeah, you can. You definitely can. With Solar Flare on top of it?
Snapfire has an Aghanim Scepter and is level 25. There is gonna be a lot of smooches coming out from the Snap.
You've been hyping up the Sprout and Clock cogs out of the Depth Shroud, and it really, like, they've been very aware of that. Some really clutch plays.
I can't believe I think you need to think about, okay, I'm gonna wait for the cogs and then I'm gonna use the Depth Shroud and hope that Nothing to Say isn't gonna be using the best Sprout in the world, because this is the first time that the Sprout pushed them out, but cogs have been doing it for the entirety of the game.
But surprisingly, even now where they're pretty far behind in net worth, once Solar Flare is up, the right-click damage of IG is just through the roof. It don't really get you weight a lot of the times. Even the Timber, everyone, they've built a lot of armor, but they're still struggling. Oh, Roche is up. Gets pinged out. Smoke from IG. The waves are in their favor. There's a Treant in the mid lane, actually. So that one Treant
How
in the
long
mid
does it
lane
last?
might actually...
Yep, it can last a
A long time.
Yep. Is he
Oh,
going straight
boy.
up? He's going
He's
straight up.
up.
Oh,
Okay.
he stopped it. Roche not taken out. And TP from the Timber Saw. No, that's TP from Nothing to Say. He puts down 2
Oh, boy.
Treants.
He has
Somebody
pressure.
stop him. Ah, no, not this time
Just keep
around.
hitting.
He's gonna get the Raxes either way. But he does have a buyback back. Okay, that's nice. He's gonna stand his ground with a Solar Flare. He might actually bring down a Mar as Refresher from Elrine running forward. There's gonna be another Hex. He really wants him dead. Skitter,
JT,
dropping
look
low,
at the
has
damage.
the Depth Shroud. Will be okay. Protect himself with the ult. You have a buyback on the Nature's Prophet. If you want to get Mega Creeps, you can, but that would be quite dangerous. Monet running out. You have 2 buybacks. X-Nova still missing on his for 30 seconds.
All right, so I think this is worth it, right? The high ground on Falcons is really bad. If you don't win a fight, and this Lark has to hit barracks against 3 range heroes and a Sprout, it really isn't easy. So now
Yeah.
the lane advantage is on your side, and you still have buybacks on everyone.
but they're gonna come immediately, and you are gonna use those buybacks. I think NP needs to buy back.
All right, so maybe the play is to shove a wave so he can instant teleport to a
I think
lane
he
as they
doesn't
go.
need. I think he doesn't need it, right? Just go and summon 2 treants and go through the backdoor protection if that's what you're gunning for. There's still a glyph on Falcons.
Yeah, and on IG, so
Double Doom ready. Look at Amar. He's in the base. He is waiting for the Nature's Prophet to come.
yeah,
We'll have
here it
bots
is.
too.
They're holding the glyph.
They
Tier
want the,
4's under siege.
They want the buybacks. There are gonna be 4 heroes alive.
Amar
which is
still
quite
in the base. He does have Boots of Travel level 2. Can
Yep.
join this fight.
Falcon shot slowing him down. Skitter
Skitter.
annoyed. That damage is quite insane. And that's without the solar flare. They force Monet forward.
Amar.
Gotta get
Finally
Doom.
comes in.
Needs to go in. Maybe this is an opening for the Nature's Prophet to buy back. I mean, he's gonna have to. Live being used. You came out too far, Monet.
Buyback.
Does have a buyback. Now gonna be using a Death Shroud. This time around, they didn't pull him out. Malrine does survive.
Second.
There's gonna be another one. The refresher from nothing to say, making sure Malrine dies only the once, while the rest of Falcons, they're focusing the throne. They're just so bad at pushing. Malrine has the BKB. X-Nova forced after the high ground.
Malrine?
The focus fire is
He's
not
dead.
gonna be getting out of that.
No
but there's
buyback.
So many of those, and that is a huge problem. 2.5 minutes without it. He doesn't even have the gold. Not to say, going a little bit more aggressively. His BKB will be expiring. Skitter. Shadow Dance to keep himself safe. It is a level 25 Shadow Dance. BKB on the Doom available, and another Doom as well if you're not careful. Beautiful Shackle Shot, Curse of the Old Growths, point away. Snaking is out.
Still 100 seconds, no Timber. 2-second cooldown. Can the lineup of G2IG... I mean, they still have... Yeah, you might be able to
Just go force the glyph at least.
brute force this? Yeah, you definitely force the glyph. That's the least you can do. Potentially you can get more.
This Wind Ranger with the Ancient Guardian, when they're fighting in bases, it's a problem. Finally, Slark has a Basher. Those BKB TPs out. You need something other than the Doom to stop it.
Yeah, and he cannot get an Abyss, so he needs to save for buyback. His buyback's extremely expensive right now.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, scan. Yeah, they know. Very smart from Skitter, understanding the play. The wave, still pushing the mid lane. They're taking a while here, D2IG. Looks like they feel uncomfortable trying to force this.
I'm looking at this game right now. If Nature's Prophet, by some chance, gets level 30, I think this game is over. Right? Like, how do you deal with what he's doing? He's just gonna TP in, leave a treant, TP out. And he's gonna continue doing that. You're always gonna have -1 hero in a team fight. Things are gonna become very, very hard for Falcons. Of course, he's still not there. He's 28.5, and we all know how much experience you need for level 29 and 30, but still.
It's mostly on Amar, right? That's why he's being really quiet. Even that Aegis push, he was still in the base. I don't think he's gonna be able to like keep going in and out, but it will make the fights awkward where Amar has to TP to be part of something instead of being ready to initiate whenever. Right?
Wind
I think that's the
Ranger,
biggest thing.
look at what is queued up. A Rapier wants to do even more damage. I don't know if damage is needed. And also looking at this Mirana, went for the Starstorm damage talent. I think the double arrow. We've seen so many times this level 25 on the Mirana being impactful. And I don't know about the extra Starstorm. You just attack so fast on both the Mirana and the Wind Rangers that the damage shouldn't be an issue. As will Falcons get out on the map? They need to shove out the waves. It's very dangerous versus the Nature's Prophet. Hopefully, going to be able to prevent any kind of backdoor. For that, you need
So
at least the
play
waves
now
to be
for
out.
Falcons might just be waiting Roche, right?
3 minutes 30 seconds. More waiting for tier 5 items. Everybody's getting though the tier 5 items. Any big ones that come to mind? Mirror shields. Yesterday we saw them being a big impact versus the Doom.
Yeah, I think Mirror Shield for the Wind Ranger and the Mirana for sure. Nothing to say. You know, maybe getting that level 2 Deso is amazing.
He could get away maybe with the Pirate's hat, right? He doesn't have maxed out attack speed.
With the Solar Flare, he probably does, but yeah, it's very good. I think Pirate Hat's great too.
You still need to
But
get
yeah,
lucky,
I think
right?
it just enables the Treant having that -12 armor. It's so much.
I'm trying to see anything else. I guess Force Boots on a clock or an X would be very nice. What about a Book of Shadows? Doom jumps in on one of your guys, they get stunned up, and then you use the Book of Shadows so you can't doom them.
Yeah, it's good. Seer Stone on the Nyx could be huge.
Yep. What did he take for us? He took the 80 agility on the Nyx Assassin, so he does pack a punch with the right clicks.
Is under attack.
Oh yeah, 317.
That Wind
Right,
Waker would be
damage.
huge for the Nyx. You need any saves for the Doom that you can get. There's gonna be 2 Dooms, and okay, he's already thinking about the Aghanim Scepter. Do you even get Mirror Shields now? There it is. Nothing to say. He has a Pirate Hat. Desolator. I guess maybe they didn't have the option. Skitter is the one that is sporting a Mirror Shield.
Yeah, but I think he didn't get it because Mone has. Don't want to. One. You'll probably get the Pirate Hat or whatever else was left for him.
So
No
I'll see attacking
neutral
now.
for JT just yet.
They aren't getting out on the map. They feel the pressure. Nyx Assassin is the one that's trying to farm those. There it is. Finds another one. Tier 5 token. Does he give it to a teammate or takes it himself? Your Mirana doesn't have a tier 5 item, Nyx. Doesn't he took a Pirate Hat.
I mean, he does have 300 right click damage.
Dude.
Maybe he got bad drops. We don't know.
Yeah, yep. Very true. And those bounty runes, they do kick in, right? Farming buyback 60 minutes into the game is not easy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now we got 2. It's one of the more reliable neutrals, right? A lot of the neutrals can be useful in some scenarios, like getting a bounty rune whenever you want. It's always going to be good.
Buybacks are looking bad for G2IG. I don't know if Falcons are aware of this, but they don't have the money.
They really don't.
Okay, JT's gonna have it now. Windranger wants an axe.
The thing is, though, Roche is going to be up with all the buybacks on G2AG coming back.
Both on the TSA count. You know, having Snaking and Skitter, I'd say this game I favor Falcons in the late game because they played on Tundra and they're used to choking out their opponents.
Well, I do feel like G2IG is... I mean, they've played some really good late game performances already. I do believe that this is fairly close. And to this NP, like this game, nothing to say can literally win it by himself if he actually gets the right conditions.
What token does the
Like
Doom
if
get?
Amar... Huh?
And he still hasn't chosen an item on Amar. Book of Shadows? Okay, actually, Book of Shadows is a great item, right? Versus all of the focus that G2IG
Yeah.
has. Those are some amazing saves. Giant Trees, Enchantress.
Can't really sprout anyone out of the Book of Shadows. Always have to...
Dude, Enchantress still
Deal with
looks
it.
so small. Even with the Giant Ring.
Did you know that, like, Unwavering Condition, it makes you smaller, right?
Yeah, I know.
But if you have techies and you have the Spoon Stash Facet, you can equip both. But Giant's Ring makes you bigger than the Unwavering Condition makes you smaller. So
Okay.
you're, like, medium-sized.
Okay. So you are somewhere in between your model and what your model would be if you had the Giant Ring.
And just the size of Roche here. I don't think she looks small.
Dude, I mean, compare... Where's Malrine? Malrine, come over, just to show Bowie what a big hero is.
Now he's here.
Say standing his ground, he is gonna be... Dude, but...
Oh, my lord.
Amar is the one that is in trouble. One more hit, he gets himself away. Nick's trying to
got it.
finish him off. He didn't get him. He will be losing the Nation's Prophet. Focus fire onto Malrine.
There's a
He does
buyback.
have the BKB. That is with the Stygian Desolator. They have the Gale Force Yules to remove it. ADF is not buying back. There's gonna be 2 heroes that can make it back into it.
They found
Spike
another
away,
one.
Skitter.
They
Think about
used
it
this
going
Roshan
in.
window so perfectly.
Beautiful.
Falcons.
Even Slarky's found X-Nova is level 25. Gonna be sending in some vision there. Lotus Orb returning the Gleipnir. No, that's the Mirror Shield.
Is this a free Roche?
Double buyback. You could buy back on the Doom. He has a refresher if you want to.
think it's Radiant. I guess Radiant side for 20 seconds. It is gonna be dire, so Falcons.
Is it?
That buyback.
Is it?
No
they have
solar
the focus
flare. No
far.
solar flare.
I
You gotta
don't
be
know, man.
really
This
quick.
Roche looks very much dead on my screen with the Stygian and Desolator. There is absolutely no way in hell he's surviving this. Clockwork level
no.
25. It's so insane.
Nothing to say. Has the ages. This is amazing. I really don't know what's happening there. They went for the NP when two heroes were roshing. So G2IG, they just connected with all their heroes and they didn't have a TP. The Slark had to walk from the Roche pit to the mid lane. That is one of the biggest mistakes Falcons did the whole game.
Huge one for sure.
They didn't have to force both at the same time.
Malrine is approaching level 30. I don't think it's that impactful. The most impactful level 30 is going to be the one on the Nature's Prophet if he gets the other talent. Imagine the mobility. Also, Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. This guy, inside of those cogs, he's going to be packing a punch. Does he get a damaging tier 5 token? Just gonna have so much attack speed. No, goes for the Force Boots. Okay, that's just the smarter choice.
He has Solar Flare, bro. He's already gonna be attacking at max attack speed with both the cogs and the Solar Flare.
How much attack speed do you get? 250.
200 from the eggs, I think.
250, and then the Solar Flare. It is insane. The Clockwork is gonna right-click kill somebody. Like, just watch. Falcons still favored to win, but not by a lot. 55-45 in a 67-minute game. This is the type of Dota that we expect here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. And this is only the group stage, only the first day of the main tournament. The second series, we're gonna have 2 more after this one.
This is looking really hard here for Falcons. The goal lead. I mean, it doesn't even matter. 5k is nothing. It's all about the buyback. It's all about these treants that, mind you, Mr. Snake King has been doing a good job at controlling and sending back towards G2IG. Gotta be careful not to... Because, you know, the Enchantress one's gonna be even stronger. So you do gotta be careful about that.
How much does it get?
75 damage.
And 450 HP bonus. There's the Disperser. Removes one root, but what misses on the arrow? JT. Okay. It happens.
Yeah, too small, I heard.
Yeah, he has a giant string. Of course, it doesn't increase your model. It increases your model, but not really your hitbox.
Oh boy. This game. Aghanim Scepter. Full Aghanim Scepter blessing. Gonna be done in more games. Just waiting for his buyback. It's 500 gold. And I think once you have that, there's still gonna be a 1 minute window here for you to
I don't know if you want him. Doom on the wind range. It's time to run. Nothing to say. Went a bit too deep, and Skinner is going to be getting him bashed multiple times. Oh, the Force Snap! They didn't want to do that! He needs to get into the Shroud once again. The Doom was returned to him by the Mirror Shield. The Pistol Blade. Skinner still coming forward. He's going to be protected by the Mirror Shield of his own. Still has the Shadow Dance to keep him alive. Amar running in, knowing that he has a buyback and the Book of the Shadows. Nothing to say. Has no buy for another 4 minutes. Falcons, have they finally done it? Have they broken the defenses of this insanely strong right-click lineup? You're still going to be in a 5 versus 4 scenario. Cheese on the Nyx Assassin. But you are missing one of your damage dealers.
JT has buyback and rapier. He's sending it to the secret shop right now. This rapier is the last line of defense here.
Yep, he has money for both. Did he lock it? Okay, he did lock it, so we'll not be losing it if the courier dies.
I don't know why they're going for snaking. I really think that you probably could have gotten a better target, but now G2IG still have Glyph, so that is one thing, but 74 seconds on this NP, and he's the hero that has the split push.
I think you go Megas. It's smarter, it's safer. Butterfly Slark.
It's broken. Great. Some damage.
Shroud will protect him. That is an early usage of a 75-second cooldown from Skitter. There's a Glyph, okay? They want the throne. Not the Mega Creeps. Stunned up, Amar gets his BKB off inside of the cogs. The arrow
gives the rapier
up. Book of Shadows. It's fine. You don't have the Glyph any longer.
Fight now. Solar Flare is ending.
That's a problem. Does he have a refresher? Does he have anything? No. Yep, it's gone.
Solar flare.
Hitter returns that.
Slipping through their hands. Doom on the
Mirana has
Mirana.
gotten Doom. That is a rapier on the deck, and Falcons against all odds. It looked very hard. The right-click damage of their opponents was insane. Monet is running forward. Nobody cares. Defense of the Asians is the name of the game. And Falcons, they know it well. They will be winning the series 2-1. Very happy as they should be. Their performance was amazing. But G2IG, with these kind of plays, good chances of getting through the groups.
They made it really hard for Falcons. They were close to figuring it out. That last Aegis looked very promising, but yeah, Falcons, they looked very stable. Couple of hiccups here and there, but I mean, they knew what they were doing. They created so much chaos. They really forced G2IG to the maximum, and I don't know. I think the itemization, on the Mirana, there were some times where I think if the Mirana just got an earlier BKB, they could have overpowered Falcons, but it was such a late BKB that he died several times to Skitter.
Yep, it was... I think it was hard for G2IG to itemize in this game because they were behind. We're forgetting that part. That for the majority of this game, they were behind by 15, 20k even, and Falcons were in control. And then it's a question. We have to kill them fast before they use their spells, but surviving is also hard. I think I'd go with damage every single time. So I don't know if I would have done it any other way when it comes to itemization.
Yeah, it's tough. At the same time, though, after watching Game 2 and 3, and the difference that Amar had with the Death Prophet versus this Doom, I think Doom might be one hero you have to ban against Amar, because he's always about these greedy heroes or the lane playstyle. And Doom is a hero that really does not care if he gets destroyed or not. You can pick it early, and Amar always feels so consistent. And it's not a hero that really needs to go for the aura style, which he doesn't seem to perform as better with. So I think moving forward, you either get Doom for yourself or you take it away. Amar just looks way too good with it.
This is a tough one for an MVP though, right? Malrine or Skitter? Who are you giving it to? I don't think the supports of Falcons...
Maureen for sure.
Maureen,
I think
yep.
Maureen
Yep.
really kept them in the game. Always going for this Nature's Prophet. Skitter... I think he recovered really well, right? He was 1-3 at some point. He had a really early defusal, died a couple of times, but Maureen was always that hero keeping them in the game.
And his itemization on Malrine was amazing, right? It's not an easy game to itemize in. And he went for a BKB and an Aghanim Scepter, understanding that Nullifier is going to be a problem so that he can tank. He was I think the only hero in the game that could tank these right clicks is a Timbersaw with an Aghanim Scepter, and he knew it well.
Yeah, he did it. He did a good job. Obviously, the Nullifier takes away the damage at the end, but doesn't really take away the armor. And it felt like he was still squishy at some points in the game when they were ahead on G2IG, but it still kept them in the game. He played amazing. Everyone on Falcons really did a good job, I think. Just the whole creep thing, getting all of those treants, forcing waves with staking, making it hard for the split push of that NP. Amar always in the base. Got the early boots of travel level 2. Really, amazing performance from the entirety of Falcons.
Yeah, Malrine, just for reference, took 267,000 damage in that game. The next hero is Skitter with 157,000. So it just goes to show how much he tanked for his team. But that's going to be it from us, Bowie, for the day. But we have 2 more games. Ricky and Squix are going to be taking over for the next one. It is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns. Another playing team will be facing off against the Giants of Dota. And how it will go, we will find out after the break.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Quixotics, and we are halfway through the day. Group A has, about to begin, and we've got some great teams lined up for us. Before you get to there, Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm good. I'm ready for this. Like, the first half of this tournament, we had great teams, and now it's like, oh, here's another set of great teams for you. So I'm excited to see what their takes on the meta are. We do see some popular things coming up, but you never know. Got some new things to find out here in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys can see, this is the bracket for Group A. We're going to be starting off here with Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns. Nouns, of course, being the team that made it through the play-ins. And then we're going to move on to see BetBoom versus Tundra here to round out the evening. So a couple really big series. This is what we saw earlier. Well, I guess not technically Zach and I saw. We watched, on stream. But Team Spirit taking the 2-0 over Cloud9, and Falcons just barely beating out G2IG in this last series, 2-1. The barn burner of a game 3, dude. My goodness. Anytime normally there's like 60-minute games where you're just like, oh, okay, we're just waiting to end here. But this was one where it was a lot of fighting, a lot of brawling, kind of an interesting, Coordinator's Prophet, which we'll probably touch on later in the day, but keeps coming back somehow despite everyone thinking the hero was dead. So it's cool.
Yeah, that was close. That was not we're just struggling to end. That was like, both of us could lose, both of us could win. I'm really scared, That's a fun one. It's a fun one for everyone. Did it convince you of Solar Flare? You've been a Marana Core doubter. Did that help convince you at all?
Do you know which team won and which team had the Marana? No. Okay, I'm just kidding. I will say it looks okay. It looks okay. I think I'm becoming a little bit less of a hater. Let's take a look at the roster for Gaimin Gladiators, of course. Celery, Ace, Tofu, Doraccio, and Quinn. Just quinning on the side over there. Very nice. This team, obviously, I think considered one of the best teams in the world right now. They're back seemingly in good form. They took a small break, obviously, and they are here ready to, put their skills to the test against their opponents, which, of course, Nouns, the play-in team that no one really... I mean, it depends on how well you know this team. I think they're very competitive, but I think 1W is probably the favorite, especially off of recent performance coming into, the play-ins.
Definitely. I think Nouns, if you watch Nouns, they can take the games off the top teams. The team you see right here, Yuma, Copy, Gunner, Lelis, and Fly. They have it in them, but is it the consistent performance? Like, they often take one game, but struggle to close out the series. It does look like in that last group stage, they were doing better, but that does give a lot of information to Gaimin Gladiators. It seems there's a couple common picks they really like. They really like the Marana. They're a big Marana believer. I expect that one to be pretty contested. The Shadow Demon, one of the best setups, and also a really good response to Tinker and Omni Knight, two really good heroes. So Gaimin Gladiators, they often have a pretty good draft. You kind of know what they're going to do. Like, they have their style, and I expect to see, like, Lena contested. She's already one of the best. Gaimin Gladiators, actually, the last time Lena was a carry, they won the tournament in that time period. So, this is a Lena team. That's true, so I expect to see that banned out. But you kind of know they're going to go for Aura type team play. But you don't know exactly what, because this 7.37B patch is relatively new, and we haven't seen Gaimin Gladiators play in an official setting since it came out.
Yeah. That's the thing, is this patch is still a little bit wonky, and it wouldn't surprise me if we do get like a C patch, like honestly in the next day or two, because if there is going to be a C patch before, any of the other big events, like it's got to be soon, right? So I'm curious, like, are we gonna see a potential C patch coming out like either today or tomorrow and really shake up this the playoffs here? But just speculation. We'll have to see. I do think that Nouns, based off of their performance in the group stage, like, they definitely have a pretty good grasp on what they like to play and what is strong in this in this patch at the moment.
Definitely. I am excited to see this game start up, which I believe it should be right around the corner. And I don't know. I think I want to see some Nature's Prophet. I want to see the core Natures. You and I haven't actually gone to catch those games. It's come up, but you and I don't get to cast them.
Yep.
And I love Natures. I want to, maybe I want to do a little core Natures. Maybe I want to dip my toe into playing some core roles. Okay, we got the draft. Let's see. So Lina, Shadow Demon, Tinker, none of that's too surprising. Chen and Enchantress, lots of respect over to Celery. That guy is terrifying with these heroes. They really fit the type of play that Gaimin Gladiators wants as well. A strong laner who then sets up that very fast-paced group-up type of lineup. They got one more ban for that, and then the first pick on the side of Nouns. Mirana, still available. They've also enjoyed playing the Omni Knight. I feel like maybe you go for the Mirana.
I feel like you could. Yeah. You get rid of the Q. Maybe the Beast Mat. Yeah, they go the Omni. Okay.
Okay.
So this is, again, one of the heroes that you said has been contested quite a bit, as well as the Tinker from them. Of course, playing against Gaimin Gladiators, you have to ban the Chen. They're one of the, if not the best team in the world with the Chen at the moment. And there's your Nature's Prophet. So we'll see. Maybe it's the core NP. Maybe it's a support. I think that's why this hero has risen in the stocks lately, is anytime you can first phase a hero, anytime you first phase a hero, you're going to be feeling very good about the fact that, like, oh, we can put this in 2, maybe even 3 different roles, right? So quite nice.
Yeah. Omni Knight so far has mostly been a support. I don't think we've gotten to see a core Omni Knight quite yet.
Yeah. And for those of you who are maybe just tuning in, there is a giveaway going on right now, and make sure to take advantage. So you can just type !1x give into chat to participate. And yeah, maybe you'll be lucky. Maybe you win a couple Arcanas. I would love to, but best way to find out.
Nature's needs an Arcana.
Dude, can you imagine?
He's not popular enough, I think he needs like a really cool skin just to increase the popularity.
Dude, what if it's a whole remodel? What if it's like not like, what would you do with this guy if you were to give him an Arcana?
Pick him every single game.
No. I mean, what would our theme of the Arcana be, Like, how do you change it?
Man, I don't even know. But I want some cool Treant. I want some really cool Treant running around, smashing buildings. That'd be the best. Back to the draft real quick. So I think this is probably an Omni 5. And I think the reason they go for it is because Shadow Demon and Enchantress are two of the best heroes at dealing with it. Anyone with a Purge, pretty much, is how you want to start addressing Omni Knight. And now that those two heroes are out, especially the BKB piercing Shadow Demon ultimate, like that's the biggest counter. Now you feel really good about Omni Knight. You feel like there's not a ton of great answers to it outside of just, outlaning it, which might be why they went for the Nature's Prophet, because that's a ranged hero. You can keep your distance if they do put it in the off lane. I'm actually curious to see where they run the Natures, because it was support for so long. We saw them play some support Natures, but I don't think we've actually seen Gaimin Gladiators play like a core Nature's Prophet in a really long time. I can't remember ever seeing Quinn do it, but I could see Dyrachyo or Ace playing it. But I will say, like, Ace usually builds auras, and I actually noticed in pub games, Nature's Prophet off lane struggles. Of course, pros can, set things up, but you kind of want an aura builder from someone off lane or supports. Nature's like, well, I kind of just want to right-click people as a core hero. I'm not really that interested in auras, and so that makes it a little awkward. Doesn't feel like it fits what Ace usually does, but of course he's an amazing player. I'm sure he could do it. I'm sure they'll draft around it if they're going to run that, and maybe we'll see it revealed here in their next pick coming up.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, Nature's Prophet is a hero whose farm is directly correlated to like the items he buys, right? So unlike other offlaners who use spells to farm, Nature's Prophet has to right click, and so when you buy things like Guardian Greaves and a pipe, your farm doesn't accelerate. You're just still the same thing. So it is like an odd position to put the hero in if you don't have a 4 position or a 5 that build those auras for you. And we see that sometimes, especially with like certain offlaners that build greedy, whereas like your 5's maybe going to go the Guardian Greaves, your 4 goes the Pipe, and that's their way of kind of playing around it. It looks like they are going to go back for the Mirana here on Nouns, which has been something that Yuma's been playing constantly. It's what they use to take down 1W in the play-ins, and we'll see how that ends up playing. I feel like against Nature's Prophet, it's quite good, but maybe the Sprout Leash talent, we'll see if that makes any difference in holding her down.
Yeah, I think you got some nice things going both ways. So I think that Crystal Maiden pick, in the same way we talked about counters to Omni Knight, for Nature's Prophet, you want your Treant to be very annoying. It has the reinforced armor, so you can just run it at heroes. They can't really kill it easily, except for a couple heroes, Doom, Enchantress, Chen being some of them. And then you pick the Crystal Maiden, protecting it again as well. You can't have your Treant frostbitten. So then the Mirana is another hero who could deal with it. You just arrow that Treant and it'll die instantly. But like you said, to start, you got the pounce out of Sprout, so that's nice. But eventually you hit level 20, especially if this is a core Nature's Prophet. It'll come sooner than later, and now you can't Sprout. You don't see Hurricane Pikes too often on Mirana, but I mean, you might need to warranted. If especially if this ends up as a core Mirana. Support Mirana is still possible, but hasn't been as popular.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think most often it's just mid or safe lane Mirana. And with the Sand King pickup, this one is flexible, of course. It's one of the heroes that we still see. A little bit surprising it makes it through the opening to this draft, but again, we talked about a lot of those initial bans being spent on protecting things like the Omni Knight opener, but also having to ban out some respect heroes for each teams, right? The Chen as well as the Tinker. So it leaves the Sand King in. It also means that we're going to be seeing Ace's Broodmother here. So Nature's Prophet probably not going to the off lane. Could be 4 position, which is, I mean, on paper, a lane that would crush towers. And we have seen an identical draft of Nature's Prophet Broodmother before, actually right when the patch came out and they had done some like changes to the Ironwood Treant. This duo is really strong. I think it was Team Liquid, and they managed to take all 6 of the outer towers by 9.5 minutes. The reason being is you send the Ironwood Treant in, it can tank, and then you send the Broodlings in, they can tank forever, and the Ironwood Treant just beats down the tower. So you just send these around the map wherever the other team isn't, and you just take building after building. So we'll see if they can coordinate it, see how well it works. The sniper pick, though, talk to me, Zach. What are we seeing here?
I don't know. So I know Quinn does like sniper. He'll play it. We've been seeing more support sniper, and Tofu, I could see him doing it. I think the draft is still very flexible here. I think if it does end up being support, you're very all in on winning your lanes and rushing down all of these buildings. Because the later this game goes, the Spiderlings will not be a huge deal to core Mirana. She'll have like a Maelstrom, she'll have the Stark Storm. There's tons of AoE purification. Sand King is Stinger, right? So I was a little surprised to see the Brood, even though I know Ace is a fantastic Brood player, and I'm sure they have a vision for it. Like I imagine a first item pipe on Broodmother into that grouping effect. Dragonite also pretty tanky. It's looking like a core Dragonite, but I was thinking he would take the red facet at first. I was like, oh, cleave damage, but if it's carry Mirana, you're probably not doing that. You're probably getting the green corrosion facet. And you'll just try to out-sustain the sniper in that mid lane. You have a lot of armor, a lot of regen. I think it can go both ways, though. Like, Quinn is a very good sniper player, and if you're very annoying with the headshots, maybe a little lucky, you can out-damage the Dragonite, especially in the early levels. Later on, it gets easier as you pick up more armor and regen, but sniper is pretty annoying from, like, level 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if this ends up being the core sniper, then it's probably the mid lane. The DK, likely the response will just move the Sand King to the off lane. I am a little bit curious, though, if they are going to run this as a 4-position sniper, because we've seen some kind of interesting stuff with the Scatter Blast or the Scatter Shot, but I think the safe bet here is it's likely mid sniper, 4-position Nature's Prophet. We need the carry for Duraccio. Maybe it's a one position natures. I think that's the benefit of this hero being picked in the 9th slot there, is you're just like, well, it could go pretty much to any lane. And when you can play a hero in any of the 3 lanes, it makes drafting or against it very difficult. Think back to Lina back, you know, a year ago or so, right? Like, this is the same thing. You'd pick Lina as the opener, and you're like, it could be 1, 2, it could be a 4 or a 5. So it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, something we haven't covered is that Dyrachyo can play Broodmother as well. You
True.
can pivot
Yeah.
in that sense. You can do carry Brood and pick, I imagine an offlaner, but I guess you could run Natures in the offlane and pick a new 4 support.
Nouns turn to ban.
Looking at it, I still feel okay about the offlane. Brood, who has last pick? Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah.
So they have left themselves a lot of flexibility here once Nouns reveals their own draft, which at this point, it's pretty much, is this a support Mirana, or are we picking
10 seconds
a
remaining.
support here as our final pick? It looks like
5
Gaimin
seconds
Gladiators is
remaining.
expecting this to be a support Mirana, and they're going to grab a new core hero, whether that's, for example, like it could be a mid, like they banned the Leshrac, but it could have been carry, banning the CK because Dragonite is a flex pick who could have gone to either lane. I think if you do run 4 Mirana, it's not too bad because you have the Sand King, so you do have stun set up for the arrow. That's always important. Anytime you want to run 4 Mirana, it's important to have gankable lanes.
Yeah.
I don't know, I paused there on that. Gankable lanes, which Dragonite, if he goes mid, you also have that with the Dragon Tail, although Sniper, kind of hard to walk up to and get. But if you do, it is a very long stun to set that up. Timbersaw, though.
Carry DK for Yuma. So
There we go.
I was gonna say we've been seeing more 4 position Lesh actually come out of the woodworks lately, and so I think they're a little bit worried about the potential of a Lesh Sand King offlane, because that is a lot of damage. You have set up for the Split Earth, which is normally not an easy spell to hit early, and we've been seeing a lot of like support Leshracs just go the Misanthropy, and you just run at the support hero, and they're like, cool, I'm dying.
That would have been pretty cool, actually, because
So,
Sand King with
yeah.
the Stinger would also clear the creeps really quickly.
Yeah.
So then suddenly you just isolate a hero, and then they're taking all that Misanthropy damage.
So I like it. Pretty cool pick with the Timbersaw as like an option here. My guess, okay, it is going to be the support sniper, and it will be Quinn taking the Nature's Prophet to the mid lane. So safe lane Broodmother, like you said, is something we forgot to really mention. Is like they could move the Brood safe. It's going to be for Dyrachyo, and Ace will take the Underlord. So kind of interesting here. I'm trying to think, because like you see that this is being moved as a carry Dragonite, right? With this last pick Timber. And you don't really want to play the Broodmother into that lane. So now you have the Underlord matchup, which is pretty dang solid.
Yeah, the pit is pretty good versus Timbersaw, Sand King, Mirana, and it is just the classic Aura builder that we've been talking about. So you now have Aura building offlaner, you have a carry who comes online really early in the Broodmother, and then a Nature's Prophet in the game with the Ironwood Treant. So the tempo's going to be really fast.
Super fast.
Sniper, still a little iffy on him, but his strength as a support is the early game with the scatter shot, where it's just really powerful, and you use 3 charges. It's like an insane amount of damage. Then you're kind of like, you know, chilling for a little bit to get those charges. It's the mid game that seems really awkward for Sniper, and then the late game is like, you know, late game Sniper, okay, we're fine.
Yeah.
But that means you're playing into the strength. In this early game with the Underlord, the Broodmother, the Nature's Prophet, like so much is coming online really early that if you win the lanes as Gaimin Gladiators, you just click down the lane, and I'm not sure you can be stopped. Even though these are some strong early game heroes on Nouns too, like the Sand King, the Timber. But I don't know.
I'm looking at this offlane of Underlord Sniper, and I just see 2 really high damage circle AoE spells, right? Like Dragonite's gonna walk up to the lane, get Firestorm, Scatterblast, and he can't get out of the Firestorm, and he'll get Scatterblast again, and then like Pit of Malice comes out, and then he'll get Scatterblast again. And it's like you're just gonna eat like 800 magic damage between these spells. So I feel like it's gonna be really difficult. I'm curious how much Fly is gonna be able to get done on this Omni in the lane, because it is a great hero in terms of sustain, right? You're gonna have Repel, you're gonna have the heal as well, which I cannot remember. I haven't seen this hero in so dang long, but maybe it's enough to sustain through the lane. It's like one of those things where it's like you're going to be trading repel for your scatter blasts, and if that works, then awesome. But if it doesn't, then your Dragon Knight's going to fall really far behind.
I think you're right. You might just skip. I don't see you landing the hammer very often, so maybe you're just maxing purification and repel right off the bat. I'm looking to Gunner on this Timbersaw. I feel like if Timbersaw has a good lane, he can buy you enough time to break the early momentum of Gaimin Gladiators. We assume is how they're playing. Maybe they're gonna pull a twist on us, go like ultra late game. But that's how they typically play when they're looking their best. It's very fast tempo, and Timbersaw, I think, could be the hero that deals with this. But Brood, that will be a little bit of a tough lane, because Brood is a very strong early game laner.
All right, everyone, here we go. It is game number 1 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns here. As we take a look at the facets, Cold Comfort, the Necrotic Webs, Abyssal Horde, Scattershot in the Ironwind Treant, kind of what we expected from those two. As for the side of Nouns, Fire Dragon, Sand Shroud, Shredder, Solar Flare. Ooh, he ended up going back for Solar Flare. He had it set as Moonlight Shadow initially, but still goes Solar Flare. And then, of course, the Omnipresent, which we've been seeing quite a bit for the Omni Knight. Okay, I will say I'm a little bit surprised on the Solar Flare, because this has typically just been the carry facet, but opting to do it even as the support.
I think it makes sense. There has been a trend of position 4s that are high damage. Hoodwink pretty recently. Mirana with Solar Flare is in that similar vein, and I think she has aura builders on her team, so she doesn't have to build them. One of the reasons she was a popular support in the past. Maybe she will, but I think you could go just like, Gleipnir, and then you got Solar Flare. You're just doing a ton of damage in these team fights. I think it could be okay, and then you still buff up your team, which this is probably not the greatest team to give extra damage and attack speed. The Dragon Knight, sure, but the Sand King and the Timbersaw won't care that much.
All right, we'll have to see how this lane's going to go. I think for the most part, Copy's definitely going to struggle against Quinn on the Nature's Prophet. I will say there was some very funny all-chat banter as the game got started. Lelis tipped Quinn and said Bronze Hero. So that's very funny.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't usually see Quinn playing Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got enough experience under his belt
definitely.
lately. It's just really funny because it's true, right? Like Quinn played Pango like 1,000 times in the last 2 years. So I think he's excited to play something a little bit different.
That could be true. They're like picking him sniper. It's like, no, I don't want to. I've done sniper. This is a new patch, new me. Give me the natures. I mean, it looks like it's going well so far in that mid lane CS. I think the Treant is very annoying for Sand King.
Yeah,
and I think it's probably the difference maker between like a sniper, just depending on right clicks, versus this Natures who will do the same thing but also have the Treant to help him.
And he did go the Sand Shroud. Initially, I thought he was going to go the Dust Devil, which I was a little bit surprised because we haven't really seen anyone go for Dust Devil since, the heavy nerfs, which kind of makes sense to me. I think it was a little bit too good for a while, and then they just kept slowly buffing Sand Shroud to accommodate. And now it's solid. Really good facet. But all 3 lanes so far, Gaimin Gladiators farming exceptionally well. Necrotic Webs against a Timbersaw is quite good now that I think about it, right? Like, you are just going to take this reactive armor early and you're not getting any efficiency out of it. And as a result, Gunner forced back to the tower on no HP at all. And he's not really healing. Oh, Celery snipes him for the first blood. That feels very good for Celery. Yeah, Gunner going to be in a rough spot now.
And I mean, that's literally the Necrotic Webs making the difference, because first of all, he lived with like 15 health, so one more auto attack would have finished it. I think stepping back in was probably a little bit of a mistake. Didn't expect the CM to maybe have the range, but that's a pretty painful mistake. It's going to give some early levels over to the Crystal Maiden. She's actually higher level than the Brood, because Brood stepped back to CS. And these spells in the early game are very strong versus a Timber saw.
I feel like all of these lanes are going to be rough for Nouns here, and that's one of just the really. It's just a really slick and smart draft from Gaimin Gladiators here to come up with this.
I think I'm gonna have to start trying sniper support. I didn't believe, but
I told you,
here it
man.
is again.
Scatter Blast is cool. It's a good spell. It is.
Okay,
you are right though. It does have a dead spot in that early mid game until you get like to Atos, and then you get a Gleipnir, and you're like, I'm a support. You know, Kappa.
Which I think this is something that works more at the pro level too, because you know you have the flex of the sniper pick, so it's like, ooh, is it core, is it support, and then you have a team who's going to play around it, right? We talked about how Gaimin Gladiators has drafted early, so it makes sense. But you know the pub games, you try to do it, they're already tilted, you picked it. Oh, brood kill in the bottom lane.
Getting that
Very
level
nice.
3. Timber Chain is out now, and he can take advantage of the facet, right? The Shredder, which is basically a permanent slow in the lane, as long as he can just keep Timber Chaining. And because of it, they're able to run down the brood. Very nice from Gunnar and Lelis.
Yeah, and I think Shredder is the better laning facet, at least if you're in a side lane.
Yeah.
The Chakram, I think, gives you more late game, mid game power. Top lane, Dragonite, getting pretty low. Scatter shot, doing its damage. Purification, is it enough? One more. Oh, never mind. It didn't. It got the damage block. Oh, that was very lucky.
Dude, that was, and this is the, that's like the threat of the Scatter Blast, like I was talking about, is the Scatter Shot is, you can't actually get out of the Firestorm very easily, right? So you're going to take like an extra barrage or two potentially from that.
Now, because he didn't die, Tofu is just going to have to chill a little bit while he gets the Scatter Shot back. That is the downside of this facet. You burn all your charges really quickly, and then you're like, okay, minute and a half. I'm gonna go stack for you, Ace. I'm not doing that much till then. For now, he's just gonna like tickle this Omni Knight, but he is starting to make stacks, which Copy is actually headed over. He might be trying to steal this.
I think he needs to, because he can't really contest the mid lane all that well. There is vision that sees him doing this, so the Nature's Prophet can definitely try and contest, but he's got level 3 Sand Shroud, so he just clears out all the small creeps.
Mana.
Yeah, he
Scatter
actually...
shot!
Dude, it's so much damage, man. That is level 2 Scatter Shot. Just doing so much work. And now Quinn level 6 going to send the ult. It's going to hit the... Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to hit Gunner bottom. The timing lining up so well for Gaimin Gladiators there.
Yeah, really nice sequence. He got 6 off that kill. And he's probably calling for it. He's like, guys, I just got it. Surprise him. Like, just go run at him. You know, and now you're guaranteed to hit everything with this Nature's ult. It's one of the changes that made it popular. It used to have a limited amount of targets, but now you can just send it in the top lane and you know it's going to hit Timber. They're trying for Quinn, but he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, double circlet stick as well as the treads. Not an easy kill. And now Copy, I mean, he just came back, forced completely out of the lane. He should get this Invis rune, though. Refill his bottle. That'll help out a lot. There's also a bounty rune waiting for him. If he can clear some stacks on this Sand King, he's definitely back. At the moment, he's not struggling too much. It's mostly just the fact that the Nature's Prophet is getting all lane creeps, yes, whereas some of the Sand Kings is definitely jungle creeps, if not more than, you know, if not half of it. Dude, he has a Treant top blocking the easy camp. That is
oh, it's not quite in there.
Oh, it's not?
It's
Okay,
just
never
miss
mind.
it. Maybe got distracted. Maybe that was the idea.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wisdom rune
But I mean,
one for each team.
It's a level 1 Treant, which I'm actually not sure if that's super common to do. I think you usually max it, but I guess he went for the Sprout for the lane versus the Sand King. Or maybe it is.
Oh my god, again! The Wrath of Nature comes bottom, and it's just so much damage. Takes down Gunner again.
It looks like for the mid lane, it is you do max Sprout in a lot of the. I see a lot of people doing it.
Yep.
And I mean that's
damage.
Yeah, that's a level 1 Treant just running around causing problems. You'll TP in, you'll have the damage, you can use it to farm, and then you just ult whenever your team is making a play somewhere, which currently top lane.
Yeah.
They've
rotated through the portal. They're going to TP in everybody, and a nice burrow strike will find Tofu, but Yuma He's going to go down first. Durantio now the next target. Level 6 picked up on Gunner as a result. And this is where the Timbersaw gets a little bit scary. Celery should be able to offer some help here. Tries to just pop the freezing field. Lelis has the arrow. Will connect with it as Copy escapes for the moment. But Quinn coming in on the Nature's Prophet. Trying to find the Sand King. Won't be able to do it. And now Quinn. He's going to be okay. But that's a 4-hero rotation. And they come out quite a bit ahead, and Gunner's the big winner, which is necessary on this Timbersaw. He needs to start building momentum.
Yeah, that's a massive recovery for him because he did get killed a few times in the lane, but this is what I was saying. Like, Timber is just good versus a lot of these heroes. You don't care about spiders whatsoever. You have tons of AoE damage. You have good damage versus these tanky heroes. I say as Gunner's falling really low.
Well, so is Quinn. Yuma's in on the backside with the Dragon Tail. The arrow doesn't connect, you're right, but Gunner, he's in a lot of trouble now. Tries to get saved by Fly. They've got a little bit too far on Nouns, and Gunner gonna tick on down there as Celery will be the one to find the kill. And trying to take the stack to get punished for it. This Nature's Prophet is just too tanky. Let's take a look at net worth, though. Where are we? I imagine Quinn is towering over the rest, right?
Yeah, he's at the top, 1,000 over the next closest hero in Nouns, but it's currently top 3 net worths for everyone on Gaimin Gladiators. It was a little back and forth. Timber was up there, and then after that last exchange, Gaimin Gladiators is back. Oh, Lelis dropping very low. All right, what's Sniper gonna build? He got his Tranquil's Winlay so far for the extra stacking speed because that's all he does whenever scatter shots down. And then what? He has Atos queued up. All right, some setup for his team. It'll be pretty good this game versus the Timber, the Mirana, Sand King. Though there is a repel to help protect them from that. Underlord's building. He's going for mech. I thought we might see a pipe first. There's a lot of magic damage from the enemy team. Duracio's coming back top. This is what they were trying to do earlier to take this tower. Kind of got out-rotated by Nouns last time.
Yeah, I think if they had gotten the tower early, they would have loved it, but I think for now, it's okay. While they take the tower, everyone, don't forget, though, you can register with 1xBet using the code UNIVERSE, that's UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% bonus deposit. And you can also find more details to that in the pinned chat message. Make sure to use that while you can. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they finally get the tower. The big rotation pays off this time. Nouns don't really have the best tower pressure themselves, though, right?
Yeah, you can push up to the tower, but then it is a little bit slow. Let's see. They're looking over at Gunner. I think he should be okay with these chains. Yeah, right now the early lockdown from Gaimin Gladiator is a little lacking. At least until this Atos finishes on the Sniper, then it might be a bit easier for the slow Crystal Maiden to walk up and then Frostbite. And eventually you have the leash on Nature's, but that's still quite a ways away. Got a smoke gank from Nouns. They're looking for Duraccio.
They saw the spiders just momentarily, so I think they know exactly where he is. Oh, there it is. The blink reveal from Copy. The bugs just get owned, but he just walks away. They don't actually connect onto the arrow, and Copy's going to go ahead and pop the epicenter, see what he can do here, but there's a pipe out from Ace. Or pipe, mech out, of course, and Copy will just TP away. All right. Ace just barely makes it back through the portal. Nice.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to connect on the arrow. I don't think it was intentional. It was more by chance, but the spiders actually came in kind of a wave. So they killed the first set of spiders to try to set up like stun into arrow. But then I think the rest of the spiders came in and kind of prevented a long chain stun. Although Mirana was also the one really close, so it wouldn't have been a long stun anyways. But yeah, maybe it's enough of a stun that you can get the epi before Brood ran through the trees and you couldn't keep up with her at that point. But you didn't lose anyone. You forced some rotations, so maybe it's not too bad.
It is your blink reveal, which feels a little rough, right?
That's
I think
true.
It's one of those moments where it's like you kind of either need to get the Brood Mother or the Nature's Prophet. The thing is, this Brood is so tanky, like 1800 HP. Your Underlord has a mech, which he's able to come in and save him immediately. So it's like maybe your play is onto the Nature's Prophet, but how like this hero is so difficult to actually find on the map.
Yeah, I guess you got some spiders. You got like 100 gold or something.
It's true, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. It's not what you were hoping for. Mid tower. I mean, this will fall pretty quickly if they don't rotate more heroes. Copy's coming in.
Okay, you get the Burrow Strike. Gunner's here as well. If he can connect onto the Chakram, maybe the slow, but no arrow quite yet. Tofu's able to dodge it out and should put a stop to this. I mean, you've brought... I mean, all 5 heroes, technically. Even Copy, or Yuma was rotating down from the top side, but he's going to just go back to split pushing. As Fly will go collect his Wisdom Rune.
You're pretty happy anytime you can force these rotations because Gaimin Gladiators is the team with the 2 global heroes between the Underlord ult and then the Nature's teleportation. So when you force these big movements, as long as you're not like getting wiped, of course, it's easier for you to play the map efficiency. Either you were already farming efficiently and then teleported in, or you can make that group play and then teleport out to wherever you need to be. And so as long as the big group plays go relatively even for you, you should be slowly gaining a network lead as Gaimin Gladiators by then going back to the side lanes, going to the jungle, wherever. And Nouns are going to feel the pressure to make sure those team fights go their way, which so far, not quite happening. They haven't lost huge team fights, so it's still okay, but one of these team fights coming up, they really need to find something. Gunner, oh, he's getting low. Yeah, here's that global rotation.
He just went over to like try and farm the camp there, had no idea that, oh my, dude, this
going mid.
This is all just the scatter blast from Tofu.
Okay, Celery contributed too. He was throwing out some ability.
Yeah, I mean,
give the Crystal Maiden some credit.
You know, it's true. She like rooted him for a moment.
I guess she cast some spell, sure. I'm gonna check the death summary. I bet it was just as much Crystal Maiden as Sniper. Crystal Maiden did more. She did 900.
That's I liked it. There's no way. That's a lie.
I'm gonna rewrite history. That was
okay.
All
She
Sniper.
did ult. All right. I did not realize we didn't catch the ult on screen. That makes sense. Top lane Yuma is gonna pop the dragon into the Dragon Tail arrow, looking to finish off the sniper, but the TP's come through, and that's a Gleipnir out from Quinn. So Yuma's got to be very careful. A second Atos, copy the nice 2-hero Burrow Strike, but Ace with the mech as well. Yuma is going to go down first. Celery will finally fall, but Copy's got nowhere to go. You're going to lose the Mirana as well as Gunner just shows up to die. Oh no, we talked about the timings from Gaimin Gladiators, how scary they're going to be in this early mid game, but seemingly hit it faster than even we expected.
Yeah, that was the pipe on Ace. So he has mech pipe, his auras. Like, that was, hey guys, we should, oh, look, perfect, a fight, let's go. Like, that was exactly what they wanted. And they tried to get that sniper pick off. The Pavie saves him. Burrow Strike from the Sand King tries to at least pick him off, but Tofu had already sidestepped to the back, and you're such a long-range hero on Sniper, so he was still able to contribute in the back with no health. That was exactly what Gaimin Gladiators wanted, rotating in all the global heroes faster than Nouns could. Now Fly, maybe gonna get killed here, right at his tier 3.
I was like, does he ult? He's gonna try to buy himself some time, but you just can't get out. There's so much zone control, and they still had Atoses available.
So that's your tier 3 dive while the tier 2 is still up. It's 17 minutes in. That does not feel good. Yeah, see, immediate rotation to the mid lane. This might be a little overkill for Lelis, but this is the idea that you can just make these group plays everywhere on the map. It's going to be really hard for Nouns here.
Dirachu brings all his spiders as well. Oh, that's funny.
actually so good. I didn't even think about that because you miss out on so much tower damage and in the early game hero damage before they kill your spiders when you're rotating around as Brood. But thanks to the Uber service of Underlord, all the spiderlings can fit in.
Quinn just gets a solo kill top lane with amplified damage. I mean, the Gleipnirs are so good right now. There's a reason we see the subset of 4 positions in Dota at the moment, and the main reason being is that they can all build Gleipnir. Like, that is unironically what makes a good forward position in Dota right now, and so being able to have cores like, you know, Nature's Prophet, who also build a Gleipnir, it's one of the reasons we see the Mirana as like a core now too. The item is just so good, even after the nerf. And Quinn going back to the top lane, looking for Lelis. A little setup from the sniper. And she's gone. Unstoppable now for Quinn as they look for the mid lane of Barracks, and I don't know how you stop this. This is exactly what we expected from this Gaimin Gladiators lineup. They love to play fast.
Yeah, Murano's trying to push out the top lane because mid's being cut by Gunner. Yuma's trying to push in bottom. But Murano getting killed means top lane looks like it might be next on the menu as they finish up that mid lane. Nature's going to TP home to refill on mana, but he of course has teleportation available. He'll be back as soon as he's needed. How do you fight this?
Well,
you need a really
gonna...
big Blink Echo, or Epi.
Well, I don't know if you're going to get the Blink Epi since he can't move and he's dead. An arrow does, you know, connect onto Ace, but who cares? They got a Solar Crest Broodmother just running through the front line of the fight, and anytime you step up, you're facing the Pit of Malice, the Frostbite. There's going to be the Repel to buy Yuma a little bit of time and dish out a little bit of damage, but as soon as that expires, you need to back.
This is classic Gaimin Gladiators.
It really is.
Looking for a second set of barracks before 20 minutes.
It's what they do best.
No, it's still, you still need the massive Blink epicenter, and I just don't know if Gaimin Gladiators 1 is going to give it to you, but 2, if it'll matter into the Greaves, the pipe, your damage is being reduced by Atrophy Aura.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you can do it.
Ooh, nice 4-staff from Lelis. He's out. Make sure everyone, if you're watching, ooh, almost gets the kill there on Lelis. Make sure if you're watching, God, now he's still dead. I'm trying to talk. Gaimin Gladiators, chill out. Oh my goodness. All right. What I was trying to say is I just want to give a big shout out to Fissure, of course. This event is hosted by Fissure Studios. If you guys are watching here on either Twitch or YouTube, make sure to follow these channels. We'd greatly appreciate it. I know they would as well, as they've put together something super special here.
Yes, you need the notifications for when the game starts, because I mean, Gaimin's playing so fast, you're gonna miss it if you're late.
It,
so you need the notifications to let you know to tune in. Stole Tormentor now in the bottom lane.
No, Gunner. Quinn's gonna find him. And bottom lane, Ducapi just dies so quick. Dyrachio is absurdly strong at the moment, and there's a rotation in from Ace as well. They've got their eyes set on Fly. It's just gonna burn to the Scatter Blast as the team about to get their second lane of Barracks, and it's gotta be an impossible defense here from Nouns, but they're gonna try. Copy goes in with the Burrow Strike, but there's just no damage. Ace just keeping everyone topped off, and Quinn with his BKB doing so much work. An Armlet Toggle will keep Yuma alive, but another Pit of Malice comes out. Gunner trying to make it to his base, but he can't even do it. They're all dying inside the fountain. Even Fly will join them. This game belongs to Gaimin Gladiators.
This is textbook Gaimin Gladiators, man. We knew it was coming. Nouns knew it was coming. They tried to draft their heroes against it, but Gaimin is so good at this. They're such strong laners. They pick strong heroes. They know what to do, right? Like, oh, we creep drag this time. Oh, we do a little body block. Like, they know all the tricks. They fight over every CS. They get their lead. And then how it goes from there depends a little bit. This time we saw the global rotations coming into play. Something they usually do with the Underlord, and now they've added in the Nature's Prophet as well. And with that hard-fought lead they get from the laning stage, they just put it into action right away. There's no downtime, like, oh, you know, get pipe, we'll fight eventually, right? Like, the stuff that happens in pubs, no. Gaimin Gladiators, like, we have mech, we fight. We have pipe, we fight. Bring everyone, group everywhere. And I thought you kind of had heroes to deal with that on Nouns, but it doesn't look like you did. I don't know. They're gonna have to look back at the the drafting board because I don't know, they just came out of the lanes. It wasn't a stomp, but they were a few thousand behind, and that made a difference. Like, Gaimin Gladiators did not let that go to waste. They're like, yeah, we finished the mech first, so we beat you now, right?
Yeah.
That's how it feels with Gaimin Gladiators. So the heroes might have been good conceptually, but maybe you have to pick even stronger laners to delay that tempo from Gaimin.
Dude, this is like we talked about the fact that like support sniper is really good early, and then it kind of has this like mid-game dead timing.
No drop off here.
Just the game ended before it even like hit the drop off period, and it's like he just has drums Rod of Atos. Like, this is just a really funny support sniper build. It works out perfectly. He's got a ton of a support sniper is the second highest damage in the entire game. It out damaged the Broodmother, it out damaged the Underlord, it out damaged the Crystal Maiden, he out damaged everybody on Nouns. Like, it makes a good case for this hero when you are playing this fast and this high tempo. Like, it's really where the hero kind of shines. And we were a little bit skeptical going into it, but the last pick, Underlord, really rounds out this draft so dang well. They're going to come out ahead in all three lanes. The global threat of not only the Underlord, but the Nature's Prophet showing up to every single fight in the mid game. Worked out great, man. They look good. It's exactly what we've seen out of Gaimin Gladiators in the past, and just an exceptional draft and exceptional play.
Yeah, I think to Gaimin Gladiators' credit, that draft was very flexible going into that last pick. And technically you had heroes to deal with like different things, like, oh, arrow for the Treant, you know, it's like, oh, we have this AoE versus this. But then they like swapped the lanes around at the last second. They're like, okay, we're going to Nature's mid and Brood carry and all that. And so they kind of sidestepped the counters just enough that they were doing what they wanted to do. But now it's like, oh, we have these heroes that we're supposed to counter, but like, I'm not in the lane with the Natures, so he's just bullying with the Treant, you know? So I think that was really clever from Gaimin Gladiators. And Nouns, maybe you also, they tried to pick flexibility, I don't know, but it just felt like they were on the losing end of it.
Yeah, I think this was a scenario where Gaimin Gladiators just came very prepared. You know, like, they kind of know exactly what Nouns have been playing, especially since they come through the play-ins. And so you see this like Mirana, and you're like, it's probably core Mirana, but, you know, let's pick some heroes that are just very good against it. And that's kind of where this Broodmother just owns. Like, it doesn't really contribute much in the game against the Broodmother. And, you know, Quinn from the mid lane, Nature's Prophet, getting active so early, finding 2 kills on Timbersaw on the bottom lane with his ult. It makes sense, like, being the match MVP here. He goes 9-0-13, top damage, top net worth. It is ridiculous how well he played off of the mid NP, and this was first pick, right? So really good stuff.
Definitely. I think the Mirana, as part of like the swapping around, she ended up not with the pairs she wanted to. She didn't have like the stun combos, just the way it worked out. So maybe got to adjust something there.
Yeah, and before we head to a break, everyone, just a quick reminder that there is the giveaway going on right now, and you can do !1xgive in chat. There's also more you can find out on how to participate, maybe get yourself some free skins. But for now, we have to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Ep.3, of course. My name is Cryptic, here with ZQuickSonics. We're coming back from Game 1 between Gaimin Gladiators and Nouns, which looks very much like a Gaimin Gladiators game, right? They pick very strong lanes, they pick a very early tempo draft, and they bulldoze you in 20 to 25 minutes. How does Nouns adapt? Like, what can they do to try and, recover from something like this and give themselves a better chance in game number 2?
I think you should still try to stick to what you know and what you're comfortable with, right? It worked so far, got them to this group stage. I do think Gaimin Gladiators came very prepared. Like, I was thinking on it more. We weren't sure, like, oh, is it sniper mid, nature's mid? I think the way things worked out, like, okay, Dragon Knight can't go mid anymore because against potentially 2 ranged heroes, so we'll never connect the stun, which means Arrow can never connect. So we'll try to run Sand King in the mid lane. He's got a ranged stun, so we could still connect on a ranged hero, get the arrow. So they put Nature's mid. Can't kill the Treant. You can always body block with the Treant. So like, oh, I can't gank mid. So we'll try to get this Timber off lane, who if he has a good lane, he can break up some of the momentum. But then if a Timber with a Mirana is like, I can't really arrow. It's really hard, right? And that made Mirana feel like she had a really hard game. And I think that's maybe where you start to focus on Nouns, which they tried. I mean, you had 2 stuns in the different heroes, the Dragon Knight, the Sand King, but it was a cool adjustment from Gaimin Gladiators. So maybe the Omni Knight, right, doesn't really have a stun. If he was a support with a stun, you have another option so that when you have these kind of different flexes, maybe Mirana still gets to do something in the game. I feel like that could be a good place to start because I know Nouns likes Mirana a lot. I hope they don't back away from it after that game, thinking like, oh, they haven't figured out, right? It is one of their better heroes. I think Gaimin just had a really cool way of dealing with it, and sometimes the draft just really goes your way. You know, I think if you run it back, adjust a little bit, it could still be a very strong pick for Nouns.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there is something that they can still use that Mirana for. I would be interested to see if I couldn't entirely remember if the Beastmaster was banned last game, but I feel like if it wasn't, maybe the Beastmaster might have given them a little bit something extra to work with in the offlane over the Timber Saw. Just like you said, another stun to play around, but also a hero that I feel like can play into a Broodmother lane. But at that point, they didn't really know it was going to be a safe lane Broodmother, right? Like, they assumed it was going to be the offlane Brood, and then you're like, oh, well, never mind. You know, this draft has changed quite a bit, right, with their last pick.
Yeah, maybe you look to just ban the Broodmother. There's a lot of flex in the heroes Gaimin Gladiators picked, and I took a look. Beastmaster was not banned, so they could have grabbed it. But in the end, Gaimin Gladiators had last pick in that last game, and they actually have it again this game. Sneak peek. They're doing the coin flip right now. I saw Gaimin Gladiators pick second pick. So you could potentially run into that again. And yes, you could replace like the Brood, the Natures, like, okay, you pick a different flex hero there if you ban those out. But I do think Broodmother is one of those heroes that she kind of like dictates the game. Like, you need a Brood counter. It really forces a lot out of your draft. Like, okay, how do we lane versus the Brood? How do we punish the Brood when she picks up these different things? And then you can flex it. So it's like, oh, I picked an offlane counter to carry Brood. Oh, it's Ace Brood. Oh, Ace Brood. We lose. You know, it's just like, it's so hard. I think you just ban it out. And sure, they'll pick a different strong hero that could flex. But I feel other heroes are easier to adapt to or are potentially less punishing when they don't have counters to it compared to Broodmother, which is like, we lose. Broodmother, what can you do? Right? She's that type of hero, especially for Gaimin Gladiators. I think Ace is like the best offlane Brood player in the game right now, and Dyrachyo is making a case to be potentially the best carry Brood, right? So I just think it's a hero you don't want to deal with. Now, first pick Broods are pretty rare, so if you don't want to ban it here, I get that. Gaimin Gladiators has literally done it though, so maybe you do put your last ban here on it if you're scared of it.
Yeah, they do end up getting rid of the Nature's Prophet this time around on Gaimin Gladiators specifically, so that kind of changes things up a little bit. obviously feeling like, all right, we kind of got them on the 9th pick, Nature's Prophet last game. Like they kind of know what to expect with it, and maybe we won't be as lucky. But also, maybe not wanting to give the Nature's Prophet over to Nouns as like an overall first pick if they have experience with it. They get rid of the Doom again, and they will go back for the Omni Knight, knowing that the Enchantress and the Shadow Demon are banned. So they don't feel like this was the issue. They felt like the draft fell short elsewhere. And we'll kind of see where Gaimin Gladiators go with this, right? Because right here, last draft was the Nature's Prophet on 9. What do you think that there's a lot of heroes still available that they could pick up here in the first phase. Do you think they're going to do something entirely new, though?
Maybe. Last time they banned out Wind Ranger instead of Nature's Prophet. And I guess after the showcasing Quinn gave, they were like, oh, they're definitely going to take Nature's first pick if we leave it, so they banned it. So yeah, you can't respond with the Nature's anymore. I don't think Wind Ranger fits that same thing that Nature's did. So yeah, they're going to go for the Broodmother, which if you run it off lane, I don't think she really cares about Omni Knight. Like, it's a little annoying, but you can also heal through it, right? Like, Omni tries to win a game of a war of attrition. There we go. I'm struggling to speak today. War of attrition. Omni Knight's got the heals and everything, but Broodmother's like, okay, cool. I pressed Q. I'm full health. I got my webs, right? Oh, sorry, it's not the webs anymore. It's the spider's milk.
But you still have necrotic webs.
There you go. Yeah, that's good too. So I do think she'll be cool versus the Omni Knight, but again, it could just be the carry brood. So now you got to start picking some counters. I don't think Timbersaw and Sand King, like, I think they're fine. I do think it's just the way the draft ended up working out as a whole. So maybe going back to some of those picks could still be good. I see they're taking out the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden Broodmother was a very strong lane. So you're going to have to at least get a different hard support for that, which currently a lot of Celery's heroes are banned out, actually. They are kind of targeting him with quite a few of these.
It is interesting, right? Like that there is such a focus or a priority on the support bans here. But I think you're right. I think Celery's hero pool definitely plays into the tempo that Gaimin Gladiators likes to play with. And so it kind of makes sense to remove those, to get rid of the sniper as well, which we saw last game, dude. There's a case to be made for the 4-position sniper. It is a lot of early game damage. And worst case scenario, if it ends up being a good core sniper game, well, then you just have a mid sniper, which is arguably more annoying to play against.
Yeah, if you want to beat us 2 times in a row, you got to at least do it with a new hero. So they're banning out the old draft. I got to say, Monkey King is slipping through. He's been in these top contested bans for a lot, but because we've got a bit of a unique draft going here for the individual meta of a team versus a team, Monkey King slipping through. So maybe we'll see him come out later for Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe they're leaning away from it because of the Monkey King. It is a bit of an annoying counter.
Like, Nouns love the Monkey King as well. Like, this is something they play on multiple roles, so we'll see.
And I think they can actually carry Monkey's okay versus offlane Brood.
Yeah. As you guys can see, while we are still in the draft here, you can actually get all the in-depth stats of this match if you head on over to the 1xBet mobile app, and you can download that just by clicking the banner below the stream. It's got all the details there for you, so just make sure to do that while you can. As we see the next pick. Oh, it's the Lash. Dude, I'm stoked. I think this hero is actually a better support than a core at the moment.
It's Quinn, though.
It is Quinn. That's a really good point. And Io is still an option.
Yeah, it depends a little bit on the heroes, right? Because Misanthropy, really, you need to isolate a target to do the damage. Otherwise, it just doesn't do anything. So maybe if you can pick a bunch of summons that aren't easily cleared, you could, make a case that's like, okay, I'd rather have core Leshrac, who's going to level up faster, be able to kill those summons, and then get damage out of Misanthropy. Potentially Beastmaster. He'll have the Boars and the Hawks to eat up some of the Edict charges. And if the lane does not go well into, let's say it's a carry Broodmother, you could always go back for stacks. Broodmother is not the best at clearing stacks, and at least to start, eventually she does get there. But Leshrac as well as a support, not the best at stack clearing. Maybe that encourages you to run core Leshrac so that you can just walk in there at level 6 and just steal everything they've done. They are going to grab the Mirana, so got some flex here. Could be a Mirana Beastmaster, which to start, you don't quite have the arrow combo, but once you pick up Roar, that is a great setup for the arrow.
10 seconds.
But it could just be the carry Mirana that I think they might be a little bit more comfortable running.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think it's likely to be Yuma's Mirana with the Omni Knight. I think that's something that they had success on. And similar to last game, I thought, like, you know, if you see the Broodmother, like the Beastmaster is always like a viable option. So I like the idea to go for the Beastmaster here earlier on in the draft. And this is kind of a way of being like, well, if you want to flex this Broodmother to the safe lane, we have the answer already. So now it's likely to be Ace's Broodmother as a result. That being said, there is a lot of options for Gaimin Gladiators still if they want to pick a carry that, you know, hard counters the Beastmaster. Right now, in my eyes, Troll Warlord looks very good with the Aghanim Scepter build, being able to dispel things like Omni Knight's ult. Also, in just being a strong lane hero against the Beastmaster. Pair that with the Jakiro, who's one of the best fives. It's good. Like I like something along that vein, but you have last pick overall, so maybe try and protect the flex of the Broodmother a little bit longer and get yourself like a potential mid hero here, right? For Quinn.
Yeah, I'd say if you just pick a 4 support, that'd be fine. Though the way they did last time, you had very flexible heroes that's like supports, cores, whatever. I'm trying to think of who's left in the pool that is that hero, but several of them have already been banned out. So maybe you are just going to have to show a little bit more of your hand in this draft.
Yeah.
We'll see what Gaimin Gladiators comes up with in a moment. I do think so. The spiders are dealt with from the fact that Mirana naturally maxes Q, but I feel like Brood is actually a really good laner, and Mirana's early damage is not good. So I wonder, I feel like you can just do offlane Brood and just outlast hit the Mirana before you even hit 6, and then just use your spiders to farm. And again, so they like pick the Sand King. This could be 3 core heroes shown here: an offlane Sand King, mid Leshrac, carry Brood. But it could be the offlane Brood, support Leshrac, mid or offlane Sand King. So again, Gaimin Gladiators has left themselves the final pick being very unclear on the side of Nouns. You need what? I think heroes good versus magic are going to be helpful a lot because there's a lot of magic damage coming in. Maybe you could just pick yourself a Rubik here. Maybe. Okay, Monkey King could lane well versus some of these heroes. I think Rubik with the natural magic resistance and a lot of good steals here, and that's you run true. carry Mirana, but you are revealing a lot of your draft once you do that.
Or the Morphling, 4-position morph. Have we seen? I mean, we haven't really seen it in a bit, but Flow Morph is still very good with the Jakiro in the game. It's one of the few heroes that like you actually have to be very careful of when you pick the Jakiro, similar to the Rubik, but.
It might be a little slow, though. Yeah. I think that's something, as we saw from Gaimin Gladiators last game, they're pretty fast-paced. They don't have the global heroes they had last time, but they still have a lot of just group up and go, which I think you need to address in some way. So they're going to grab the Shaker, matching a little bit of the flex for themselves, too, because we've been seeing more mid Earth Shakers, which with the Slugger facet, you don't even have to say echo the Spiderlings. If you just kill them with Fissure, you'll be knocking them around, which is actually a lot of damage if you have a lot of spiders grouped up. So maybe we'll see some cool interactions there. But otherwise, it is a mid hero that has a good laning stage into like you build a blink and you start getting active, which I think you kind of need.
So they've actually protected the Mirana flex here, which is I think one of the benefits of the pick for the Shaker. I thought they would probably pick Copy's hero there just because it's you don't want to entirely reveal this is going to be the carry or the support Mirana because we know they play both. Similar to like what Gaimin Gladiators has done. I think the Shaker is just generally more reliable in these matchups as opposed to the Monkey King because there's a ton of magic burst damage that comes out from Gaimin Gladiators, and Monkey King can definitely be punished with something like that. They will ban out the Rubik, like you said, a good hero to consider. And of course, they ban out the Huskar, which like we said, it makes a lot of sense. They have potentially all 3 cores on Gaimin Gladiators, but they also have the ability to pick themselves a mid
10
or a safe lane
seconds
still.
remaining. 5
Maybe you have to
seconds
ban the
remaining.
Monkey King. We've seen Monkey Kings do really well versus Earth Shakers.
Yeah,
Nouns turn to
there's the win.
Unless you're
Ranger.
thinking of picking
Yeah.
it yourself. Well, I guess that's an option too.
Yeah, carry Monkey King into these drafts. I mean, you're playing against what is likely Brood or Sand King, right? So
Yeah,
I
so
feel
it'd
like it's
be
decent
okay.
against both of them.
Unless they pick a different offlaner because they're so flexible here, and then they shut down the Monkey King.
Man, it's so rough,
But
actually. Yeah.
then you run the carry Marana, and you put the Monkey King as a support, or you put him in the mid lane, something like that. This is like one of the games where you just like no player picks their hero until the last second because like they know I'm going here, they're gonna like pick this. Everyone just locks in at the very last second.
You've got to like make a flow chart here of like, if this hero goes here, like where am I? What am I doing? You know?
Yeah. All right, what are you guys doing? I think whatever the pick is, it needs to be good in the early game. Okay, there you go, Grimstroke. I'm not saying we're gonna see fine art, but I am saying
Pretty good against the
does
Brood.
Stroke of Fate does a lot of damage versus the Brood Lakes. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there, especially with fine art. You could be doing easily 1,000 damage nukes in team fights. Just throwing it out there.
Dude. So it has to be carry Marana, right? Like there's no question at this point that it's carry Marana. It's gotta be Shaker mid
so.
and an offlane offlane Beastmaster. Like nothing else makes sense based on the Nouns draft. So you know exactly what you're doing here on Gaimin Gladiators.
Unless you want to do something crazy with like mid Grimstroke, but that has not been a thing for a very long time. So
Yeah,
I think just the 4 support Grimstroke would be best.
I just don't know, like, yeah. I mean, I just don't know where Gaimin's heroes are going, and they will just pick the Ember Spirit, and I think this makes a lot of sense for Quinn. It's such a strong mid matchup. It doesn't struggle too much against the Shaker, but it is, again, another fast tempo hero that can play really well, and it will be Leshrac on the 4 position with the Misanthropy. So we will be seeing offlane Sand King and Duraccio likely on his Broodmother, which he's not going to have as easy of a game, right? We talked about this. The reason they picked the Beastmaster where they did is this is a good hero into the Broodmother lane. Like, you don't struggle nearly as much as, say, like the Timbersaw would have.
Yeah, but you do have this Jakiro, who's a very strong laner, who will help you out. He got a slight nerf in 7.37, or maybe a 7.37B. I don't remember which one, but slightly nerfed. I think he's still a very strong laner. I'm not so sure on the Grimstroke part, because later, the Spiders, that's good. But up to that point, I'm not seeing the exact synergy between Beastmaster, Grimstroke. So that part might be awkward, and maybe that's where you get a quick lead as Gaimin Gladiators. Later on, you do have the double roar synergy. You Inkswell him, you get that stun too, right? I see the value later on, but the lane is what I'm a little bit worried about and how these two come together. And that's where Gaimin Gladiators often just takes a commanding lead and just never lets you get to what you had imagined for your like 10, 20 minutes into the game. They're like, no, we're simply winning now. You don't get to do that.
I think it might be okay because if they don't actually kill off the boar, like the boar slow with Inkswell might be enough for the Beastmaster to just stay on top of you. And with the beast mode and all of the axes, like maybe it's enough damage to kind of burn through some of these heroes. I just am unsure because of how strong Jakiro is in lane. Like this is like one of the strongest supports of the patch in terms of damage output. So I'm unsure. We'll see what ends up happening, though, as we're getting ready to jump into this game. I think this is a much better draft from Nouns as opposed to game one. Like, the Gaimin Gladiators definitely kind of caught them a little bit off guard, and they don't get, as strong as a draft potentially, or at least Nouns think they have prepared better for this draft. So we'll see. I tend to agree. I don't feel like Gaimin Gladiators have as much of an outdraft as they did or as much tempo as they did in game one, but it is Gaimin Gladiators, and they seem to manage to do that type of stuff at any time.
Double checking. Nothing too crazy in the fastest. I was looking for that fine art on the Grimstroke, but alas.
You die.
All right, here we go. It is game number 2 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns as we take a look at the facets here. Kind of everything that we expected. The big one that's a question mark for me is the Dust Devil this time around for the Sand King. So we've been seeing a lot of people opt for the Sand Shroud, but we're going to see Dust Devil for Ace this time. Maybe slightly better in the off lane. I think that might be why, because we've seen a lot of mid lane Sand Kings. I think mid lane Sand King prefers the Sand Shroud a little bit more.
Might also depend how much you have to move in the team fights, which this game you're gonna have to like chase a Mirana around. So maybe you want the Sandstorm. I think Sandstorm's also the better farming facet because you can go camp to camp.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's something he has in mind. He just wants to farm up really fast auras and take team fights off of that.
Tofu is going to pop the Misanthropy, but they're here on several heroes from Nouns, and that first blood goes to Copy Shaker. Very nice arrow set up from Lelis there. And with that, that'll help the mid lane quite a bit. Like that extra gold will get Copy to his bottle pretty much immediately. No, he actually just buys out a full stick, and they'll have the bottle here just after the first creep wave.
I think that'd be good. He hasn't quite committed to one or the other yet. Maybe thinking it through himself. We sometimes see... Okay, he does end up getting the bottle. We sometimes see it, and then like you don't actually do that much with the bottle, and you still don't get the refill till 2 minutes anyways. But maybe versus the harass of Ember, maybe he does want that extra regen early.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, right? Like Ember Spirit just goes Flame Guard, constantly shoves the lane, and there's not much you can really do to stop it. Plus the innate, of course, just passively burning the Shaker as he's on top of you, and ooh, Fly takes a lot of damage there. That's the threat of the Lesh, right? Misanthropy level 1 is a lot of damage in a short duration, so you got to be very careful not to be playing too close to the Leshrac by yourself.
Yeah, he took Omnipresent, which you do more damage when you're closer to them. I thought maybe against the ranged 4 and like a Sand King, like I don't know how close you actually want to get to these heroes. You know, I thought he might take the extra healing, but in terms of having a strong lane, I do think this is the facet, and maybe that's the mindset. You know, it's like, okay, we cannot get rolled over in lanes by Gaimin Gladiators, so let me get whatever extra laning power I can out of Omnipresent.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I guess while we're paused here, we can give a quick shout out to our sponsor, 1xBet, of course, helping boost the Dota scene here with a fun tournament like the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. So big thank you to them.
Yeah, this is a really cool one, actually. I like the format. It sometimes in group stages, not that it's true every game matters, but sometimes like, okay, we lost the first series, okay, we can come back. But this one, it's very condensed, and technically you can afford to lose one series, but then you could be out. So it feels like everything matters a lot. We have so many great teams here, and I don't know, it's like exciting. Every series is exciting because of that.
Some still mouse issues, it seems, for Fly. A little bit unfortunate. I'm sure he'll get that working in just a moment.
He's like, look, this is why I accidentally ran into Misanthropy. My mouse like lagged, double clicked. I obviously, guys, I obviously would never walk into Misanthropy otherwise. It was the mouse.
So there is 40 explosions total over 6 seconds, and it's 10 pure damage an explosion. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot, and the usual duration is 10 seconds or 9 seconds?
Yeah, 10 seconds normally.
Yeah, so you're just doing so much more damage quickly. And that's actually the hard part about Leshrac, especially as a support, is that if you isolate someone in the jungle, like you're fighting over the Lotuses or a pull camp, you get a lot of time. But otherwise, it's difficult to get the full edict damage, even though it's so much. It's like you get 3 seconds of it. And that's why Misanthropy works. Because you're condensing that time, and it's much easier to find like 3 to 6 seconds of solo time with a hero to get the full damage, as opposed to the 10 full seconds you need. You do lose out on tower damage, so that's like a little bit sad, but I don't think Gaimin Gladiators cares that much because all you need is Tofu to win the lane with Diabolic Edict, and then like the Broodmother will do the tower damage later on.
Yeah.
So it won't be missed too much this game. Though I guess there are ways to kill the spiders, and without the spiders, it will be a little bit tough to take buildings, assuming an even game. A lot of times Gaimin Gladiators is smashing you and they're killing like 3 heroes and then all 5 heroes are hitting the tower. At that point, you've got no problem taking objectives. But we'll see. In a more even game, it might be a little bit harder for Gaimin Gladiators to take towers.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We'll have to see, what ends up happening. I think the off lane is going, like, for Nouns is going to be a lot better this time around, and I think Dyrachyo having such a good start on the Broodmother last game, being able to rotate, take the enemy safe lane tower early, like those types of things make a huge difference in your, control of the map and your ability to kind of push the objectives. So this time with Gunner on a Beastmaster, I think it should slow down the threat of that Broodmother quite a bit. So we'll see what ends up happening, and if that pays off, it looks like we might be jumping back into this one as Fly has reconnected. We're going to unpause and see if this is back up and running. Fly, seemingly controlling his hero at the moment. That's good news. That was one of those arrows where it's like, if it hits the creep, great. If it doesn't, I stun the Sand King.
Yeah. Well, that's how you want to use it, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's think about Solar Flare this time. We weren't so sure on it for position 4 Mirana, but this is a core Mirana carry even, so going to be really good. And team synergy-wise, the Beastmaster will do a lot of damage with that Solar Flare, so you could be happier there with that. Earthshaker maybe doesn't care as much. He's getting a little low down here, but they've already used all their spells. Nice chunk of damage, but can't quite finish up that kill.
It's so funny, like Fly wants to chase at him, but as soon as he gets away from the lane, he just turns back. He's like, nope.
Yeah, there's
not risking that one.
There's a hard line you do not cross versus a Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, overall, a much better start to the lanes here from Nouns. I mean, last time we saw all of Gaimin Gladiators heroes at the top of the CES, and then like a pretty sizable gap already being built between the cores on Nouns. And Fly getting, I mean, that's good chip damage for sure. Definitely running a little low on mana, though. Mid lane, nice fortification here from Quinn. Actually going to burn a lot of damage into Copy. Takes a couple tower shots, though.
He's getting Copy real low, and there's no rune coming up.
No, not
He's
at all.
actually running for a kill.
Ooh, he actually
aggro's
gets
back
tower
on him,
aggro.
though.
That's kind of big. Copy really wants to put as much damage as he can into him, and the water rune's coming in about 20 seconds. Copy might just walk to base with this creep wave, or you can try and threaten top. He knows that both of the Gaimin Gladiators heroes are there. Quinn actually gonna get the bounty rune into the water rune, so this is a really good reset for him on the lane.
Yeah, I think as long as Copy goes top, it'll be okay, but he doesn't want to miss these creeps, so Quinn might actually be able to run him down at that top rune, because he had a little bit of extra regen and one more bottle recharge before all that. All right, his timing worked out. He'll just take the wave.
That's really good CS, though, for him, like on the Shaker, right? And he's going to be able to get the other bounty rune, so he gets the same reset.
Okay, yeah, so we're good. We're good to go now.
Bottom lane, and Ace doing Sand King things, accelerating his farm by just bringing a hard camp in and one-shotting it with Stinger. That's one of the benefits, like I was saying, of the Dust Devil versus the Sand Shroud. Ooh, we're going to see Celery get ran down here by Gunner. The Inkswell with a nice 2-hero stun. The bird is out. They got him, and Dyrachyo, you don't win this fight. The axes will stack up. He gets the courier. He's trying to play inside of the map here to just avoid the chase here from this Beastmaster. It's going to work, but a lot of damage done. As mid lane, Quinn almost finds a solo kill onto Copy, but still managing to keep himself in this one for the moment.
I believe this is a better start than last game. I mean, Nouns is the one with kills, right? So
Yeah.
definitely a better start. There will be a bottle refill mid off that death. And then Copy suspects it as well, so he's already headed back using that nighttime move speed.
I mean, you can see the difference in CS from the Broodmother, right? Last game, you know, Gunnar had almost no CS at all in the Timbersaw. Meanwhile, he's got a pretty sizable advantage over Dyrachyo, and he's the one just pushing him away. Almost gets the dive bomb there from the Hawk. If that connected, Dyrachyo may have died, but they've pushed the Broodmother out of lane completely. And they're looking for the Lesh, knowing he wants to come top here at some point, and instead they want to maybe play for the 6-minute power rune. The scan does connect. Celery will scout this out with a ward, and the power rune spawns bottom. Fly managing to take it away, though. Quite a big rune to take away from the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, they get so much done with the regen rune early on. You just gank, farm, gank again. Man, that thing goes on forever nowadays, and it can't be canceled unless you can purge it.
Ooh, bottom lane. Nice dodge there from Yuma. All right. Ace top of the net worth at the moment, which it's pretty dang close, but it's not that surprising as he's able to farm quite a bit of the hard camp alongside of the creep wave, so he's doing very well for himself. The only one really struggling a little bit is Dyrachyo, which, you know, we kind of expected him to be having a little bit of a rough... The Echo in the mid lane, the chain stuns, Quinn's dead! Oh my goodness. What an ink swell timing there from Lelis to just snipe him for a split second.
Very nice. And in the bottom lane,
Dyrachyo's here. Yuma trying to get away, but he just leaps right into the hands of Tofu, and they will give the kill to the Broodmother. I mean, that's like 500 something pure damage while you're next to this hero. Like you said, playing for those Lotuses can be pretty scary.
Yeah, Dyrachyo had to earn that one. He had to last hit that through Diabolic Edict. He goes straight back to the top lane. He's got to be careful. Beastmaster's really close to Roar. Oh, never mind. Quinn's going to rotate up here. Can they get a kill before he hits 6?
He's going to TP, but the Ice Path is out. The Ink Swell stuns for a moment, but a very nice rotation from Quinn's Ember Spirit, helping stabilize these lanes. And it gets Dyrachyo right back into this, as Fly's going to lose his courier as well. Fly, careful, buddy. You're playing inside this sandstorm. It just doesn't end. Taking a lot of damage from Ace here.
Has Repel, which gives him 60% magic resistance. Okay, looks like he's going to be okay for now.
He's getting baited.
Maybe baited it in.
Arrow into the Shaker. Do they have the damage? The phase boots, but the attack speed from Yuma. He's trying to just find the kill, but he can't. It's going to be up to Fly. But he's got phase
back
boots.
For the one-on-one. He's thinking of purifying this creep if it gets close.
Yeah, won't find him. Gets the TP out. Really good space from Ace there. Getting a lot out of that chase.
Yeah. I want to go back and talk about that Beastmaster kill, though, because in another world, he hits 6. He gets a kill on Brood. She's still 5, right? Like, that's such a big difference in net worth. But now, Beastmaster just hit 6. However, Dyrachyo has 6 now, which means he's going to have a bunch of spiders. He doesn't have to interact with the lane anymore. You can just shove it out, go farm, and this is where Brood is going to catch back up. So that was a very big play that Gaimin Gladiators was able to get the kill on the Beastmaster top.
This is the blink reveal for Copy. They just bought it. They scan the triangle. They're like, someone's over here farming stacks, and my god, is he. This would be a huge echo. Those smoke pops. It gets broken by Celery. Oh, no. Copy. I mean, the question is, do you just blind blink up there in that scenario? I mean, he doesn't know too much, but Ace is getting a massive stack of Ancients for this.
It's so risky to blind blink, because you know in your mind, it's probably the Sand King farming it, and it's like, if I blink in, am I just going to get epied stunned, you know, and then I'm going to be the one regretting going in. So you want to just walk in, but because of that, you don't find anything, and he finishes up that stack.
That was 1,000 gold for him almost.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to build. A blink could help his team fight, but maybe he just wants auras. Looks like he just queued up the Crimson Guard. That's pretty good for Solar Flare now that I think about it.
Yeah, plus the summons, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we get further, ooh, hold on, mid lane, copy. Okay, Quinn's got a haste turn. He's gonna be okay. But copy, maybe not so much. The rotation from Tofu is like, I got nowhere to go. I need help, guys. There's stun number 1, copy with the Inkswell able to get out, but Fly will not be as lucky. All right, saving private copy. It works out. He survives. Ooh, copy jumps in. Blink number 1. The 2 okay. It's like, whatever. I'll commit the echo. Might as well.
You get something out of it. Seems a little unnecessary. I feel like Yuma was there with the leaf to finish up the Jakiro if needed.
Yeah. But they'll get it either way. It's one of those things where the Inkswell now we're seeing with the quick pickup of the Shaker's Blink Dagger makes a lot more sense, like when you go back to the Scrimstroke pick, but you gotta be careful because this Sand King is becoming way too big to control. Like, Ace is absurdly farmed in this game, and it kind of comes back to that original smoke rotation to the triangle. He gets 1,000 net worth advantage over everybody in this game as a result of it, and you waste that Blink reveal.
Is under attack.
As we're seeing a rotation to the top side, unfortunately for Gaimin Gladiators, Gunner has already TP'd out.
It's also the choice on Facet, right? This Dust Devil has allowed him to move between camps and lane and then farm that ancient stack. Better than the Invis Facet would have.
Yeah.
So that's what is allowing this really fast Crimson Guard to come online, and I imagine you'll still try to make small plays as you can here and there, but once this Crimson Guard comes online, like, that's the classic Gaimin Gladiators timing.
They're going to go ahead and look for a rotation here to the top side of the runes. The chain stuns, they take down the Lesh very quickly. Ace on the backside with the Epicenter trying to just burn down Lelis. Will get him, but Copy is all alone. He's got nowhere to go. It's going to be a double kill for Ace. The rich get richer as he's up to 7,300 net worth now. And
Yeah, that's his Crimson Guard done now,
that's
too.
the full Crimson, right? Yeah.
I will say, even though Copy died, it's pretty funny to see heroes get knocked around by Slugger.
Yeah.
Like, there's a little bit of a win there, even though you fed 2-1. And that Brood Mother we were talking about having a slow start, classic Brood things.
Got
Second
space.
on net worth. All you need to do is get to level 6 at a reasonable time, and you will recover as long as you have a team making space for you.
Oh, that's a rough Blink Echo there. Celery again spoiling Nouns for these like rotations with Shaker as in comes Ace once again. Nice Soulbind onto 2, but where's your follow-up? Gunner is nowhere close to hit the roar, and Quinn will just continue to scout. You can't fight into this Sand King at all.
That's the downside of the Grimstroke pick. Soulbind, Roar, great. There's not a bunch of other combos until you pick up some late game items. This is one of the downsides of Grimstroke later on in the draft if you haven't already picked a bunch of single targets. So it means if Beastmaster's not there, you're really not scared of that Soulbind. And he's not going to get blinked for a while on this Beastmaster because you always go Ags first, and then maybe you go blink. At the same time, his team wants some auras. You might have to do that.
Yeah, you need a pipe this game, like, desperately bad. It's one of those things where he probably picks up the blink first just to have some way of starting fights or following up these initiations. But then after that, you need a pipe super bad here.
The problem is just like if you get the pipe or if you get the blink first, that pipe is just so late.
Look
You
at
do have
Ace, dude.
repel. Yeah, he's just going in. Repel will help you a lot in the meantime, but it'll help one person a lot while everyone else dies around you. So
Oh, Orchid reveal, catches Copy, gonna get just saved for the moment, but can they get Ace? The roar is there. Do you have the Echo? You don't quite yet, but they have the damage to finish the job. And now incoming Yuma on this Mirana. A great soul bind onto 2. There's going to be another stun out from Copy, but it's going to cost you your Shaker as well as your Omni. Gunner burning just to Celery on the backside as he can't finish the job. 4 for 2, a big win for Gaimin Gladiators as they just can't get their hands on these heroes. And a big problem with this Shaker's Echo being on cooldown.
Yeah, and what damage you do is being reduced by this Crimson Guard, which Sand King, he died before getting off most spells, but he was able to activate the Crimson in time, and that helped to protect his team, which, as you saw, worked out quite well for them. And what was a pretty even laning stage, and maybe even Nouns favored, starting with those early rotations from Gaimin Gladiators, at 16 minutes, it's not looking that different from last game. They're suddenly at a 7k lead. They're starting to group up. They're building the auras. Are we looking at another very fast game here?
Your supports are just so poor on the side of Nouns as well. Like, this is a typical thing for Omni Knight. Like, this hero he just doesn't farm. Like, right? Like, this hero just exists to sit behind people and give them repel and heal them. And maybe you get the shard off of Tormentor, right? But your Grimstroke has nothing in this game, and he is someone who needs to scale, right? Like, Grimstroke is not a good hero without levels and items.
Yuma's close to Gleipnir, maybe not that close. Oh, Blink Echo onto Brood. Okay, they're gonna finish that off.
That was a good bait by them.
Yeah, Yuma's looking for more. The Solar Flare is already online for a little bit
here.
longer.
Split Earth does connect, but Compy, again, gets repelled. This is decent space, though, because the Beastmaster might be able to finally get this top tower. But yeah, a lot of damage from the Shaker there. And that's the first time we've seen them be able to really connect on the Blink Echo here.
Yeah, it's getting easier as Yuma gets higher leveled. That fight helped bring him closer to the Gleipnir. It becomes easier to connect on the Blink Echo. Gunner ended up getting... So he had Blink queued up. He has decided Pipe is more important. He's working on that. Still going to take a few minutes.
Nice pick off there onto Tofu. That one actually... did they have a ward at the time? I think they might have just guessed initially, but...
Well, there's a ward now.
Yeah, there's a fresh
Tofu
ward.
suspects it.
Yeah. They're going to have to either defend the ward or deny it. I'm not entirely sure which, but Gaimin Gladiator is going to push for this bottom tower potentially. Actually, Quinn leaves, so never mind. I mean, some signs of life here from Nouns, like 9-9. It's a 6k advantage, but again, a lot of it actually just coming from the supports themselves. Like half of that net worth difference is just the 4 and the 5.
Yeah. It's getting easier, and there's still the risk. If you mess up with the Spiderlings, the Mega Blink Echo and the Spiderlings do an insane AoE split damage, right? You know, maybe there's a chance. I hope we get to see it at least once. I want to see some spiders all shot into the enemy team and nuke them for half their health.
The scariest form of shrapnel,
This
I'm
might
sure.
be it. Do it. Fissure them. Doesn't want to break his smoke, but man, or Invisrine, but I really wanted to see the spiders launch.
Yeah. Do you think he buys like a shard at a decent timing just so he can like fissure into enchant totem? Is that enough to kill the spiders?
Oh, I'm not sure. Probably not if the pipe is nearby, which
Yeah.
Sand King is pretty close to. Another 400 gold, but if it's on its own, it might be close.
You still have Grimstroke as well as a great tool to deal with the spiders, which is one of the reasons that we see it picked.
That's true.
They do have Vision of Ace here. The question is, like, where's the rest of Gaimin Gladiators? And they are nearby, so it's a very difficult kill to go for as he's closing in on his pipe. He's only a few hundred gold away. As when smoke comes out from Nouns, they want to actually take the fight. But you're going into this without your Beastmaster. Gaimin Gladiators are the ones with actually pretty great vision. Can you get Quinn is the question. He's got a Gleipnir going for his BKB.
If the chain's done this so well.
Yeah, he's out. There's no way. Oh, they do find themselves an arrow onto the Sand King, though, and the chain stuns are there. That's an even better kill. All right.
What's he doing there? The observer is what let Quinn know the smoke broke and they had an observer there. I'm not sure why Sand King was there, but I guess the arrow caught him before he could escape. He doesn't have a blink, so he just has to walk everywhere. They might run straight to Roche with that.
Yeah, you do 100%. It's daytime. You have a Beastmaster. Your Mirana is relatively strong. Like, you can easily clear the Roshan. The question is whether or not you can clear it fast enough before Gaimin Gladiators decides to contest. As they're finishing up their Tormentor, and the Shard's going to go to Celery. Yeah, I mean, it's so quick, man. This is the benefit of a Beastmaster. As soon as you have the Aghanim Scepter, you can threaten this. You managed to get it right at the 20 minutes on daytime, so that's a big series of wins for Nouns. You're still not really closing the net worth gap, though.
That's true, but you are extending the game. I mean, at this point, they were losing the second set of racks, right? So
Yeah.
This is a much more playable game.
As we see them kind of spread back out onto the map. This is a really good time to check and see if you guys are following Fissure here on Twitch as well as YouTube. Of course, this episode 3 of the Universe series is brought to you by Fissure Studios. They've done an amazing job with the assets and just the whole theme of this event, so make sure to show them some love. We'd appreciate it. Tormentor time, also like to be referred as Torment time for the side of Nouns. Pipe obviously reducing a ton of the damage as they will grab this, and it goes to Yuma? I guess
Grimstroke has his.
Grimstroke has his. So yeah, I guess the net worth of the 3 cores was pretty much dead even before the Shard came out, so he actually gets it. Which, let's be honest, the Shard for Mirana is absolutely a core item for a carry Mirana, and now you don't have to buy it, so that might have been like the best case scenario.
That's true. Of the core heroes, hers was probably the best to get. I do think Omni Knights is pretty good now,
Yeah.
but
He's not like he's going to farm it anyway. He's going to have to wait another 10 minutes and hope he gets it off the next Tormentor. So, that's funny.
yeah. Since this is carry Mirana, though, it's actually probably better that she got it. Though the fact that she got it, you're maybe not feeling great about. You're like, oh, she was 3rd in net worth, huh? That's rough.
Aghanim Scepter finished up from Copy as well, so a little bit more mobility from the Shaker Ags. As Gaimin Gladiators are set up here on this mid lane, you have to know this. As they are rotating down here on Nouns. Well, Copy does have the Fissure. Just going to make a little bit of space. Ace actually going in. The Roar's going to be out from Gunner. Do they have the Ink Spell? They do. The Soulbind catches too, but the big Macro Pyre Ice Path is out. They've got to find a way to bring down the Sand King, and it's going to be the Mirana dumping in the damage, and Gunner just tanking through all of this. The Blink, the Echo comes out from Copy. He's caught Quinn as well on the backside, but a nice chains holding them at bay. Quinn should be able to get out with a nice 4-hero Gleipnir, but wait, a Gleipnir back the other way. Tofu blinks in himself, looks for them, but the arrow, they've caught Quinn, he's dead as well. 3 now to fall as Nouns clean up big in this mid lane fight.
A little bit of a slip up from Gaimin Gladiators there. They went for that Earthshaker, but he was really close to the far side, and they were betting on the fact that Nouns was going to be late coming from that top lane to the mid, but they had just enough time to get there and then roar the Sand King. Again, he got killed, managed to use his auras, but doesn't really get the epicenter, a lot of burrow strikes off in the fights, and that is a lot of the setup for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. The fact that they're
Constantly
able to
finding
get him
Ace
first is
first.
huge.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it.
Fly! You can't survive this! Get out of there! Oh, Gleipnir out. Arrow. Wait a minute. Does not connect. Slightly off the mark. Fly looking for the D ward. He's going to pay for that one. Dude, the blink from Tofu is actually super sick.
We were saying earlier, you do a lot of damage, so if you can put it on the
wait a
right
minute.
target.
Bottom lane, Doraccio. You don't win the 1v1 against the Beastmaster. I'm assuming a lot of this actually set up from a Lelis Stroke of Fate. Let's look at Death Summary. Yeah, about 500 damage from the Stroke of Fate Inkswell, and then it's just Gunner.
1 minute left on Aegis. Can you get anything else out? I thought your cooldowns, maybe not. Maybe you're just chilling and you're happy that I mean, you don't know it now, but you have brought this game back to an even point at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's often one of the scariest parts about playing versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Nice burrow strike out from Ace, but the Gleipnir into arrow. The chain stuns begin. He's got nowhere to go. And that's another big pickoff. You can convert this into some objectives as Yuma is looking at this bottom tier 1 tower. Gunner looking to push mid a little bit with the tail end of this Aegis.
We're getting close to the point where Mirana is going to have level 3 Solar Flare. She's okay in the early game, I think, depending on the draft, but often this early to mid game feels a little awkward compared to other carries. But once Solar Flare is max level and she starts picking up some damage items and she doesn't have to worry about like buying attack speed, right? She can just buy raw damage in the form of the Daedalus. It does a lot of damage. If you caught the game 3 of Falcons versus G2IG, like that was an off-lane Mirana doing crazy amounts of damage.
The thing is, as well, is the timing on that level 20 talent makes a huge difference because you get your Daedalus, you get the extra critical strike chance and damage from your level 20, and suddenly your Mirana is kind of like role-playing a short, like a weird version of Wind Ranger, where you're like, I'm going to focus fire kind of for a couple seconds, but without damage, like having reduced damage.
I actually gain damage.
Yeah, and it's a lot of damage. They're trying to finish off Celery there. He's just a little bit too tanky as the Ice Path is going to come out. The Omni Knight needs to get here to save him. The pipe is out. He's going to be forced to BKB, but Ace now actually in the middle of all of Nouns as there's the roar that goes back to the way and Copy. He's still got an Echo, but Quinn with his BKB able to get a nice Searing Chains here, holding down this Earthshaker, saved by the Glimmer Cape. Gunner's on the backside trying to tank it up, but he needs some help as well. You can pick and choose who's going to go down. It's going to be Quinn first as Gunner will fall slightly after. And now Yuma being chased to death here by this Dorancio Brood as Copy was trying to chain stun him up. Glimmer Cape buying him some time. The Solar Flare, it's coming out. Can the damage be dealt? It is Yuma doing everything as he gets an ultra kill to take down Gaimin Gladiators.
I think they had Solar Flare at the start of that fight. I didn't realize they didn't have it. All right, now you got Solar Flare to destroy towers. Okay, now it's gone. Again, the Sand King. So actually, it really looked like that might have been a good jump for Gaimin Gladiators because Copy was in pretty deep. They didn't kill the Jakiro. And in rushing over to get to him, they got a really nice burrow strike on the Omni Knight. But they couldn't kill him fast enough. And the Roar stunned Sand King. So then Pipe didn't come out. Epi again didn't come out. This is kind of the weird part about being the initiator, but also wanting to find the right targets. Like there's a lot on Ace's shoulder to live long enough to provide the auras, but also initiate with the stuns. Ooh, nice, we got a replay. Yeah, so here's where maybe you kill Celery and this is just a clean escape. But because he lived, they're like, oh, he's so deep, like let's go for it. Here's everyone rushing and we gotta help him, right? Led to a great burrow strike. But no actual follow-up because they just threw everything at the Earthshaker, who BKB'd and got away.
Yeah. One thing to consider, like looking back at this fight, you don't have Guardian Greaves, right? Like you popped it on Celery before anybody on the team was here. So like that's a big heal that could reset or maybe keep someone in these fights. Whereas, you know, for Gunner, he lives so dang long thanks to the Omni Knight, thanks to his own auras. And, you know, for the side of Nouns, like they have enough lockdown to just get, you know, the killed secures that they needed. Fly TPing out, it looks like, as we go back to live.
The same spot. I think they were finishing up the tower.
Yeah. But suddenly the first real gold lead for Nouns that we've seen in this game, 6,000. As Yuma's Mirana is starting to be a very serious problem.
Imagine, because Gaimin Gladiators draft was meant to win early, group up and go. Now that they've missed the window, the scaling is actually, I think, a little better for Nouns. Although the support duo from like Leshrac Jakiro do have a lot of scaling potential.
Absolutely. That being said, like Shaker is also really farmed, and with an Octarine coming out soon, like that's just more chain stun that you have. This is a really smart play from Gaimin Gladiators, coming bottom. I think Gunner obviously scouts this out with his boar there, but they want to be here for the Roshan. They know it has to spawn bottom, right? We saw it taken exactly at the 20-minute mark there, so big deal.
But your board doesn't just sometimes explode into spiders?
Mine's do all the time. I don't know. It could just be a bug. Really good time to mention that there is a giveaway before we jump into this fight. Make sure to type !1x give in chat for your chance to enter as the Roche respawns. Both teams smoked up here in the bottom side of the map. Question is, which one gets the initiation? You have the boar, which is great for scouting, but you also have spiders, equally great for scouting. A little bit of a courier bait here, potentially. Good vision, though, from both teams.
I think they just saw the arrow get launched.
Ooh, smoke pops. Chains here onto Yuma. Fly holding for the moment, but a nice silence comes out from Durantio, the Gleipnir, as well as now the Inkswell coming through. Who's going to get the grab, though? Quinn just jumps the BKB, tries to get some vision on the backside. Chains out, but, I mean, that's a BKB for now. You got to get more than just that. The save from Omni into the roar. They've got a great kill onto Ace as Durantio's not going to come in, but Yuma with his BKB. Look at him just finish off Tofu on the backside, and he's got him. The buyback from the Sand King, but can he make it in time? Nouns is taking no damage from the side of Gaimin Gladiators as Celery drops the Macro Pyre, trying to finish off Fly, but he can't do it. He will barely live.
Grabs a Lotus to survive at the end there.
Oh, man. That's a costly buyback. 4 for 0 as Nouns will get themselves the second Roshan.
Quinn went in trying to find the right targets. Did find the information. The Burrow Strike Epi finally comes out, but Omni Knight drops the repel just in time. So Gunner does not care about the Burrow Strike and just roars in response, killing Ace instead.
That was such a good repel. It actually completely changes that fight. But yeah. Oh,
another
roar from Gunner. Do they have the chase, though, is the question. The silence actually out from the Grimstroke. The chainstones from the Inkswell. He's dead. Oh, my goodness. Gunner Beastmaster is scary, man. Oh, my lord.
Yeah, he had a tough time getting to this point, but he's fully back on track. 16k lead, no Ember for 50 more seconds. You have the banner as well.
That's a satanic, almost a Daedalus now done on Yuma as he is level 22.
I mean, he's doing so much damage in these fights, right? Because they're trying to find the Beastmaster, trying to find the Omni Knight, and then Mirana's like, okay, I'll just sit here with my Solar Flare and kill you all, right? It's getting really hard to prioritize every single hero you can when you're this far behind.
They've got, just a quick grab from the Jakiro. Okay, Yuma, Gleipnir into the arrow. Really sick play there is that's going to be the tier 3 tower, now looking for the base. Now, obviously, for the Mirana, you have decent tower damage, but you're kind of lacking a little bit without the leaps, so he has to kind of hold up for the moment. The blink, the roars out from Gunner, the chainstones coming in from Copy. The Inkswell has got him as well. Ace going for an Epi on the backside, but gets caught from Copy instead. 3 dead inside the base, and an instant GG out from Gaimin Gladiators. Nouns tie up the series 1-1. Very slick draft and sick play from them.
Yeah, they had bought back earlier on that Sand King for that Roche fight, so once he gets killed, that was 100 seconds, no Sand King. There's no way your base is surviving that. All of that. Solar Flare was never used. They just kept getting these pickoffs without needing it. So, yeah, Gaimin Gladiators recognizes the end is there, and that was a great job from Nouns coming back from that, because it looked like Gaimin Gladiators was looking to repeat what they did in that last game, right? Around 15 minutes, they had the auras, they were starting to go, but overextended a bit on a couple of fights. Or maybe we can say Nouns found the right pickoff, right? It kind of went both ways a little bit, but in a couple fights in a row, Sand King just not able, the top net worth Sand King just killed first. You didn't get the value out of the Sand King. That allows Nouns to take the rest of those fights and claw their way back into that game.
This is one of those. This is a game that's like super different from last one, where it's the Omni feels like it had a lot of impact, right? As opposed to last game. Like the Sand King is this hero that like Blink initiates and is usually like a death sentence to a lot of heroes in Dota. But Fly's positioning was always top notch. Like he's close enough to save the Burrow Strike hero, whether it was Yuma or Gunner in multiple fights. And they got so much done off that first Aegis. Like 20-minute Aegis turns into them taking pretty much every tower on the map. And yeah, it was a great swing around. And the carry Mirana for Yuma, it looks good and makes sense as to why we see Nouns kind of prioritize it a little bit.
Yeah, I think with the earlier bans, like the Shadow Demon in particular, that's no response to Repel until like Nullifier comes out. And at that point, I know Repel's fine, but like you can at least remove like the Omni ult and stuff like that. But until you reach that point, which takes a while, Omni's just, how do you deal with it? You got to focus him. And again, because you're focusing him, you have to ignore the Beastmaster, or maybe you're ignoring the Mirana.
Yeah.
And so their game plan was, let's just take an early lead, and Omni in the early game is not that strong. And so you can kind of just ignore him and, oh, we can't hit him. Well, they can't hit us because we have all these auras. We're so much stronger. We're not dying. But you slip up a couple times, you make it an even game. Now you suddenly care, and now you just don't have enough pick-off heroes to deal with all these different issues. The Omni, the Mirana, the Beastmaster. I'd say like those three heroes, you sort of need to focus all of them.
Yeah.
Sort of can't focus all of them unless they're going to clump up together and you can combo them all at once. But at that point, you're grouping for maybe a Blink Echo, right? There's other heroes in the game you got to worry about.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the team fight from Nouns is deceptively strong. And I think you see like this Beastmaster, once he kind of hits a couple of those cordons, like the Blink Ags was enough, but then once you factor in like the PKB and the pipe later, it's like you're not killing this Beastmaster in these fights. Like even if he's completely alone, he can still BKB roar and sustain through a lot of the damage from Gaimin Gladiators. So really good job from them to just put him on the front line and just soak up as much damage as possible. But yeah, completely different game from Nouns, and it was a really good draft adaptation. I think, right, when we looked at what happened last game, this just makes more sense on paper, right?
Yeah, we weren't sure how the Grimstroke was going to do in the lane, but they did a good job. I do feel like Gaimin Gladiators will be a little annoyed with themselves, because it did feel like, okay, the lane wasn't as good, but we started making rotations, we started building a lead, right? I think Gaimin Gladiators had a window to win that game, and through a couple messed up fights, gave it back to Nouns.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Gaimin Gladiators will be discussing that right now. I actually think I think both drafts could have won, and I like that.
Yeah.
That's always the fun kind of games. But I'm sure there will be some changes into the next one. Not sure what. Brood, I think you're still worried about. Like, yeah, you dealt with it here. But I don't know. It's just so much you have to focus on. Maybe it gets banned out, or maybe now you've got a lot of confidence because, like, yeah, we did deal with it. And I think this Mirana was a big part of that.
It's the Mirana and the Beastmaster, right? It's one of those things that, like, the difference in the lane matchup in itself, like, Timbersaw was dying at level 3 and 4 to this Broodmother lane, whereas Beastmaster completely zoned out the Broodmother. And if it wasn't for Quinn's early rotation, it would have been even worse, right? If Quinn didn't come to the lane to save it, like Gunner would have taken the tower at like 9 minutes potentially and just like killed the Brood on repeat. So it's a combination of things that worked out really well, but yeah, as not to say as expected, but we get ourselves a very exciting game 3, which I cannot wait for. Before we go to a break, everyone, though, make sure to take advantage of the sign up bonus right now with 1xBet. There is a pinned message in chat. You can get 100% match on that first set up on your account, so make sure to do so. But for now, we're gonna go to a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with game number 3 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns. We'll see you soon.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. Of course, my name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, as we're getting ready to go into what I'm sure is going to be an excellent game number 3 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns. Game 1, a kind of a classic Gaimin Gladiators lane where they just kind of run you over in 25 minutes with a really quick draft. Nouns
classic.
Quite well in Game 2. They get themselves a victory, so excited to see what's going to happen in Game 3 here.
Yeah, I see Nouns has much better odds now after game 1. I think it was like 1-6 or something, but you know, you can't sleep on Nouns. We said earlier, they can take games off these top teams, which Gaimin Gladiators absolutely is a top team. The consistency, though, that is what we've pointed out, that Nouns struggles to consistently beat these top teams. So can they do it here in game number 3? The way they adapted their draft, I think, was good for them. Wondering what Gaimin Gladiators is going to adjust, because last time they kind of let stuff through. They're like, yeah, go ahead, pick your Omni Knight again, pick your Mirana again. But you know, maybe this time, maybe now they're the ones who have to change up the bands a little bit, shift things around.
Draft order has changed, and I think that's a big deal here, because both games we've seen Nouns go for the Omni as the opener. This time, Gaimin Gladiators have overall first pick. So the question is, do you give the potential for Gaimin Gladiators to grab the Omni Knights, or are you forced to ban it now and play something else for Fly here? Which, to be honest, I'm a little bit scared giving Celery something like the Omni, but actually we'll have to see, because we're jumping into the draft here in just a moment. But it doesn't seem to like either team is going to get the opportunity to play the Omni Knight now.
Oh yeah, banned out. So we'll see Fly and something else. He's got plenty of heroes. I'm sure they'll come up with something. We see now similar bans here. Full respect to the Enchantress and Chen, and they're going to have to ban out the Lina this time because they are not the first pick. And then, what's been their last pick? It was the Doom to set up the Omni Knight, but
Yeah,
I don't know if you care about that as much now. Maybe the Broodmother?
I think you don't have to worry about an overall first pick Broodmother, because then you can just go for the Beastmaster again. Yeah, so the Nature's Prophet is the other hero. Yeah, so they get rid of the Nature's Prophet. I think with Gaimin Gladiators options here, the Shadow Demon ban is probably a pretty good call still, because I know they like to
want
play
it yourself.
Yeah, unless you want it yourself. But yeah, we'll see what they want to opt for.
I think he's a pretty strong hero. Tinker, also an option, actually, if they want to.
Oh, yeah. It's made it through.
Maybe ban Shadow Demon, grab Tinker. I think you ban one, pick the other.
Yeah, that would make sense, right?
Yeah, Tinker's just so strong right now. Like, the heal from March of the Machine, still really good, even after the nerf. And then being able to stack Defense Matrix on whoever's being focused. That's why the Shadow Demon counter pick is so important, because you can use your ultimate and just make sure none of those Defense Matrices go through. But if you don't want to play Tinker, then you should probably ban it out. Yeah, so there's the ban. Okay, and they're going to actually go for the Beastmaster.
This is cool.
I feel like you can take Shadow Demon as a response, because you can disrupt whoever gets roared as a save. And he is just generally a good hero. Lelis has played really well with Shadow Demon. But maybe you want a more direct lane counter, because you kind of know that's an off-lane Beastmaster. There's not a lot of flex to that hero right now. You could maybe grab a strong support like
Crystal Maiden.
I don't know, Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Crystal Maiden versus it could be good.
I could see that. Fly definitely plays it, and yeah, being able to slow down the Beastmaster lane is very important. As we've seen, Gunnar had a quite impact on it, not only in this series, but in their previous series against 1W to make it through the play-ins. Like, it kind of was a similar thing, right? The Beastmaster having a lot of impact.
Yeah. Jakira's in the pool as well. He's a very strong support to... You want to pressure the Beastmaster, right? We've seen time and time again. He's been nerfed. It doesn't matter that much. It's like, if he has a good lane, hits that Ag's timing. Even if he has a good lane, you got the stacks, right? You hit the Ag's timing, you just start killing people. And you can buy a Blink, you can buy Auras, probably both. Just what order depends on you in the game. They're actually going to go for the Doom that did not get banned out. And you know what? This is pretty good versus the Beastmaster, because if you can Blink Doom him, you will prevent all that healing from the Aghanims. So that is a good counter pick. Both teams revealing a core hero pretty early on with, I'd say, not tons of flex.
Offlane Doom, offlane Beastmaster is like 90% chance of happening. There have been some teams that run the mid Doom, but
it doesn't
I
seem
don't
like
know.
a
We'll
copy
see.
hero. In my
Yeah,
eyes.
we'll see. We'll see if it comes up.
So we'll have to see. As we jump into the second set of bans here in just a moment, this is a really good time for y'all to check out the giveaway being hosted by 1xBet. You can type 1xGive in chat, find out some more details on there, maybe get a chance to win some pretty nice sets here in Dota. Maybe an Arcana if you're lucky enough, but you know, have to see.
We got
They
some
do
great looking Arcanas.
We do. They just banned out the Crystal Maiden, like we said, a potential 5 pick that they could have gone for Fly here as a counter to the Beastmaster. Makes a lot of sense. And with the Enchantress already being banned as well, like there's not a lot of great lane direct counters to the Beastmaster, and they will get rid of the Mirana as well. Okay, so they're really forcing Nouns to do something different here. And I think that bodes well for their draft. Now, what if they come up with for the Beastmaster lane, we'll have to see. I still think Troll Warlord is quite good in the actual lane, but so is another hero that doesn't get a lot of attention, which is the Phantom Assassin. So we'll have to see, depending on the drafts, what they want to pull out for Yuma. But final ban for Nouns here.
Yeah, they could come later in the draft if you
exactly.
want either of those heroes. Monkey King has been ignored. It's really pretty surprising, but he is still in the pool.
Medusa.
That's true. She's one of the better counter picks to the Doom because you don't care about the Doom that much. You can still get mana, which is pretty much how you live.
You just stand there and auto attack. It's good stuff. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of forget about the Medusa ban every once in a while. So with an early phase 1 Dune pick, you're kind of forced to ban it. So it does at least free up potentially some other heroes for Gaimin Gladiators. But at this point, I think what we're looking for is probably like your 5 position for Fly here without revealing too much. And that way you can kind of respond appropriately with like your 4 matchup with the Doom and maybe a flex pick for Copy and Yuma, which would be the Monkey King, right? Like this is a hero that they both play exceptionally well. So you could still go back for something like that. And it is the Shadow Demon.
The Shadow Demon.
Good call.
You can flex it, but I think Lelis has looked really good with it.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon Doom, they should be fine. Depending on the matchup, you know, maybe you're not winning it, but you've got Devour. You can go make stacks on the Shadow Demon. If they try to counter pick and like, oh, we should try to kill the Doom, you can always use Disruption to save the Doom or, you know, disrupt the carry, let Doom walk away. So you should be able to get what you want out of that lane if you do end up running, if you both these heroes are in the off lane.
Yeah.
So what do you want as a response? Knowing that's the off lane, right? I think you start picking heroes good against that. Silences can be very strong. Like now you kind of need to jump the Shadow Demon, right? So supports who could do that, maybe like a Clockwork, you can target him. You can take your mid laners later to do it, but you're going to need someone on the team to take out the Shadow Demon. Otherwise, he's just going to save everyone you try to kill instead, which you want this Roar to matter, right? You could use Roar to get the Shadow Demon, but having more options would be great.
They're really dipping into the reserve time here for this one. I'm kind of curious like what they want to do with this because like we obviously know this is off lane for the Beastmaster. They go back for the Jakiro, which is just one of those standard very strong lane heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what Doom counters are still kind of left in the pool that you can go for. Like Monkey King feels really bad to play into the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Shadow Demon, right? Is like
Yeah.
there's a lot. The people who punish Doom are typically melee heroes, and they're the heroes that hate Shadow Demon the most because you just get slowed so much. You get kited, you get disrupted, and you're okay. I'm gonna BKB. You know, I'm gonna get this kill. You just waste so much of your time.
Woo.
The return of Sniper, but it could be mid Sniper this time. We'll see. You still got some flex here, but we could see that scatter shot come back out.
It's a lot of damage, and it doesn't synergize as well with something like the Underlord we saw earlier, but I feel like it's still good enough that you might be still willing to run this as the support sniper. I'm just curious like what we would want to pick in the like 1-5 for Nouns, seeing this. That is a good pick. Okay, that is very good against these heroes. Now, the downside is Beastmaster does build a lot of tempo, and he has a lot of damage early on, but with stack creation from the Shadow Demon and what I'm guessing is going to be a strong laning 5 here from Nouns, you should have enough space for this Alchemist to bring some big items early on.
Yeah, just any strong 5, because like you said, if you have a rough time in the lanes, Gaimin still has 2 more picks, right? They can continue to pick tempo lineups, just push you before you can get the Radiance, Blink, BKB. Like, you do need a good amount of items on the Alchemist. So Warlock, that's kind of a cool one. There is some annoying synergy in lane, like you get Fatal Bonded, Acid Spray, you just take a bunch of damage, and he's good at team fights. So as Gaimin Gladiators tries to group up and push the tempo, you run the risk of running into the Fatal Bonds, the Golem, the annoying slow, right? That's very annoying for you, and you buy time for the Alchemist. So kind of a cool pickup. I haven't seen them lane together in a while. We'll see how it actually works out. And then they go for the Chaos Knight. So they see that Alchemist, they want to pick up the tempo.
You just need a big burst like damage hero here, right? And that's what CK brings. A lot of Nouns fight right now is built around kind of elongating the fight, letting the Doom tick down his target, letting the Warlock, Fatal Bonds do its work, and Chaos Knight comes in with a Phantasm and is like, I'm going to delete a hero. So I like it a lot. I think the Warlock pick, looking at it a little bit more in depth here, is it makes sense because you have 2 supports on the side of Gaimin Gladiators that just sit back. Like, neither of them want to actually like dive the back line. Like, Beastmaster also doesn't really dive the back line. He's looking for a big blink roar onto a specific target, like the Alchemist or the Doom. So Warlock should have a pretty free game to kind of sit back, wait for the moment to drop the rock. And both teams just need to pick up, you know, their mid laner, some form of an initiator. For, I would say, Nouns, because I don't know if like Doom is really like the initiator you want.
He wants to find the right Doom target. If he has to go in first all the time, it puts a lot of pressure on him. So I think you're right. 2 initiators sound good to me. For Gaimin Gladiators, you could still run mid sniper, and in that case, grab a 4 support who will initiate, because I do think it's very important to find these enemy supports, this Shadow Demon and this Warlock. So whether it's the 4 support or the mid, that's what I hope to see. Like, find that support. Do not let them do what they want to do. Mid probably is an easier pick for that. You just come online faster, right? So you can actually get these kills and threaten the Alchemist a little bit more. Sniper will not be as good at that. And then a 4 support who invades, he's like annoying, but he probably isn't getting kills. So I think a mid pick might be a little better.
Yeah, I agree. The puck ban's actually kind of nice. This is something that would be super obnoxious for both of these supports, right? Like, if you get on the backside, you get the blink, silence, and a coil. Like, you need Shadow Demon and Warlock to be able to counter, initiate, or save heroes that get jumped by Gaimin Gladiators. So it would have been a very solid pick. There is still something like a Void Spirit that can do something very similar, which is currently available. But we'll see what they want to go for. Gaimin Gladiators will have the first pick coming out of this, with Nouns having the last pick to respond. They get rid of the Lesh, and they go for the Shaker themselves. Alrighty, so Quinn Shaker. Dude, this is Monkey King screaming in my ear right now. Triple melee core.
I think if you do that, you just put Sniper mid, though. Like, if it's Monkey King mid, you would swap it. I think it's better than getting dumpstered in the mid lane, but I could be wrong. We have seen some Earthshakers recover after that, right? It's always possible, but I think that's the nice thing about this, that flex value. Like, technically either hero could go mid or 4 support.
It feels rough. Yeah, I was like,
all right, let's see if they're gonna do it.
I don't think they want to. Like, Sniper can go mid into the Monkey King, that's true, but then you have a Shaker Beastmaster offlane, which doesn't feel great.
You'll have Fissure to cancel Upheaval, and you can just go stack.
I think you just play it passively is the thing, right? Would they look at this and they're like, all right, do we just put the Sniper mid, play a more passive off lane, and see if that offsets kind of the free farm for the Alk? It's a hard decision. They're definitely considering it. Oh man. I mean,
I think I like the mid sniper.
I do too.
but I will see what they do.
You're basically trading a farmed sniper for a farmed Alk. That's what it comes down to, right? It is going to be the mid sniper.
5 seconds remaining.
So you decide to swap it.
Yeah, like I think it kind of works because these supports will not get to sniper. Warlock and Shadow Demon are backline supports. So we were talking about, oh, it's dangerous to go in. You got to go find them. That's if you are initiating. If you're like, you come to me, then Warlock's like, wait, I don't want to. I want to be back here. I can't reach that sniper. Shadow Demon can't reach that sniper. So now the cores need to jump in. And you have a Jakiro. You have the threat of the Echo. Beastmaster Roar will pierce the BKB, right? I think it's hard to get to the sniper. So I think that's what you're doing here. He's like, okay, we get a really farm sniper. We make it through this Alchemist tempo. And then we're good to go. But if sniper actually wins the mid lane hard enough, you can still bring the tempo to the Alchemist, right? You can just have the sniper hit towers and you're like, yes, come to me or I'm going to take your objectives. So I think it's a cool idea. We'll see how well Copy can do versus it though, because he's really good at Monkey King, and Monkey King, like, he can kind of deal with bad matchups.
That's the thing I'm mostly curious about, is if he can come out of the lane not completely dumpstered. If Copy... Because here's the other thing. We've seen Copy play Monkey King enough to know that he does not mind leaving his lane to go to get something done on the map if he's having a rough time. And like, his side lanes are fairly strong. Like, this Alk now with the Warlock is pretty good against a Shaker Beastmaster, right? Like, that's not a strong lane. So I'm a little bit curious to see how this is going to play out. Monkey King, once he has the shard, should be pretty good at helping find the sniper. Like, he can just literally bound the strike on top of the sniper ult and force Quinn to fight him. Now, that's pretty far down the line, and we'll have to see what happens as we jump into game number 3 of Nouns versus Gaimin Gladiators, currently all tied up. The winner of this going to be in a pretty good position here in the upper bracket, but we'll see what happens as we take a look at the facets here. Anything really standing out? The Black Grimoire, kind of the standard. The Tectonic buildup for a support Shaker, I think, makes more sense. Liquid Frost, Ghillie Suit, Beast Mode. Everything else, kind of the standards, right? We've seen a lot of these kind of come as the typical facets for a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, there's not a ton of summons on the enemy team, and you're not farming, so I don't see Little Slugger on support Shaker to be that meaningful. Drops a deep ward. It's going to see the Alchemist down here. See if they want to play aggressive around that, or more likely, we were saying, like, the awkwardness of Earthshaker 4 means you're creep dragging. It means you're doing a bunch of creep equilibrium stuff, killing couriers, things like that. And I think that's what that ward will help with.
Ooh, Fissure comes out bottom, but a great disruption. The Alchemist will have a full channeled stun here in a moment. Do they have the damage to bring down Ace, the body blocks, and the blood grenade? They definitely do. All right. Let's talk about Alchemist right now. Not only does he have seed money and he gets the bounty runes, but he also gets first blood. He's sitting at like 1,000 net worth as the horn comes through. Wow.
Yeah, that's
1,400 net worth. My bad.
That is a lot of money. I'm trying to see what he wants to build with that. Because sometimes you don't expect to end up with that much money at the start. You're like, wait, what do I build?
Some boots, bracers, I don't even know. Yeah, it's a really nice kill for them. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with it. I think top lane, we're gonna probably see a lot of dragging early on, because I mean, Jakiro is just such a strong laning hero, and so is the Chaos Knight. So
yeah, I mean, it'll probably be both lanes doing this. The off lane is struggling to deal with the safe lanes and just trying to get by, get what they can.
Early level 2 and mid lane, though, for Copy means he can get a lot of harassment and denies under that tower. So Quinn actually struggling at the moment. I think level 1, he's going to struggle, obviously. It's the levels 3, 4, and 5 where the lane gets progressively worse.
Yeah, though these early CS for the Monkey King do make a difference. It's rare to see Quinn miss out that many last hits early. He's been a little bit since he played Sniper.
Monkey King just has way more damage, level 1,
That's
right?
true.
It's like 10 damage on the Sniper or something. even with just pure stat items, right?
Yeah,
So-
it'll get easier as time goes on.
So overall, good start to the lanes. We'll see how this ends up going. But I have to imagine this top lane for Dyrachyo should be really chill. It's this bottom lane that I think I'm most concerned about for Gaimin Gladiators, because like I don't think you're gonna have really much kill threat here, and if Yuma is able to get enough farm, well, we'll come back to that as top lane Lelis actually taking a lot of damage, does get a decent chunk back out onto Celery here, as Gunner should be able to finish the job, but he does. He has the Lightning Harpy. Okay, well, suddenly your lane maybe not so easy. Get some mana boots.
Yeah, he's phase queued up because actually there's a lot of physical damage. That makes
Yeah.
sense. But
Lelis
yeah,
brings
see,
some early mana.
Shadow Demon's got a mango. He's like, I think that's my mango now. Hand it over.
The Lotus is big too if he gets the Lotus, which I think he does. Bottom lane, Ace, going to take a lot of damage here. The Shadow Word, as well as just the Concoction, the Acid Spray. He's trying to get the body blocks off of the Fissure, but he gets the kill.
Alchemist is at 2,200 net worth at 3 minutes.
Dude, that's like
pretty
900 GPM. What?
It's pretty scary.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right, he does need to be careful though. He can't like overextend. Well, I say that, and Tofu takes a lot of damage there from those imps. As top lane Lelis in a little bit of a trouble again here. Celery gonna take some damage. Gunner as well, but buys himself enough time. Dude, the zaps. Yeah, he switched to mana boots. I was like, I think when you get the Harpy creep, you always go to mana boots. It just wins the lane.
I'll tell you what, he has Devil's Bargain. So you get Arcane Boots, spam it on the lane, later sell it for face boots.
Yeah, you actually can. Gonna take a lot of damage here, though, as Lelis has left him. You know, to rotate mid. Gunner will still get out thanks to the Scorched Earth, but that is another Dual Breath coming out. Infernal Blade trying to dodge
Celery's
out
here.
some of this. The Frost Breath, it's actually not gonna hit until the last second, so Celery does manage to get the solo kill. Did he buy out his boots? I don't know. I don't think he did he?
No, he didn't. He may not have had enough money. It might have been like right at the edge. I'm not sure. The Sniper's caught up in that mid lane. Bottom lane, Ace, again, gonna get harassed, but this time he is healthy enough and close enough to the tower. But those imps, man, they're so annoying for melee heroes. This is why this Warlock works here. This double melee lane. It's just easy fatal bonds. You try to contest last hits. You're like, whatever. Imps are gonna spawn and blow up in your face. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna win this over time.
I like the fact they've picked up some early boots on the Shaker, of course. Like, he's going to need these as well as the Beastmaster, just going for the quick mana boots. You can't really afford... Well, they're actually just going to channel the stun. Yuma? Not really what he wanted. I mean, they're playing so aggressive in this lane. You got to be careful, because if Sniper gets level 6 and TP's in, like, an Assassinate could actually kill one of them. And now Fly's in a rough spot here. But
Yeah.
Boar's not close enough for the slow. We'll just hit him on the Fatal Bonds instead.
You do feel a little bit okay playing aggressive, though, because Sniper is not really a hero that wants to rotate all
Yeah.
that much. And if you can actually give Monkey King some space, that's probably an overall win, because Monkey King does need a couple items before he starts being very effective in these rotations.
Celery
So-
coming bottom. I think they see him. They know. And Yuma gonna try and walk the trees here. He's actually baiting. He's like, oh, Jakiro. Hits him with a concoction. Gonna try and run away, but a Fissure comes out, and Dyrachyo being here now as well should allow them to secure the kill onto the Alchemist.
Lotus?
Right? The Fatal Bond? Okay. The Shadow Word almost gets them, as well as the Mud, but they will run down Fly as well. Very nice series of kills here in the bottom lane. A really sick rotation.
Dire structures are fortified.
This is one of the nice things. Like, Dyrachyo's playstyle is more aggressive than others. Sometimes you see him die in ways that other carries wouldn't, but you also find that he gets killed really early on, where other carries would still just be farming in their lane.
Copy looking for Tofu in the top side here. With the boundless strike over, this should be a very easy pickup for him. And this is what we were saying, right? When you're in a lane you can't really do a whole lot against, you just rotate, and they're just going to sit the Warlock in mid instead, because he can D-push for, you know, pretty easily.
Yeah, and he's a support that will be happy to pick up these early levels.
Dude, Matt, if he can get involved in some kills for those early Grimoire stacks as well, that's always very nice.
Doom is almost 6, so maybe they'll head over there, see if they can get a kill as soon as that comes online.
Quinn actually needs to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he backs up. He knows. He sees him on the tree. Overall, a very even game so far. And you do have an Alchemist, so you kind of hope your heroes were a little bit further ahead, but the Chaos Knight is the one struggling the most, and I can't underestimate this enough. The Harpy Lightning is way too much damage to deal with when you get this on a Doom.
This actually worked out so well with a Devil's Bargain.
Yeah.
Because I do think Phase Boots will be a really good pickup later, and your supports, like Warlock, could get the Guardian Greaves, and you wouldn't want to double up on that. But now it's like, yeah, I'll just sell it. Like, this is actually one of the good uses of it.
Yeah. Top lane, they're actually going to find the Chaos Knight, but are they close enough to actually grabbing him? They are. Yuma coming through the trees, 4-hero rotation. The kill goes to Gunner as they further punish this Chaos Knight. And now mid lane, they will go ahead and look for Fly. He's got nowhere to go. He is stuck. Benefit of the Shrapnel and a beautiful Fissure.
Even as he dies, though, that mid lane, all those creeps killed off by the Fatal Bonds, so they weren't even able to get that much tower damage.
Compy does see Tofu. I think he might have seen Tofu. I'm not 100% sure, but Tofu's going to back up. Sniper's not a great tower pusher, right? That's one of the things that is at least a kind of silver lining in this mid lane matchup is Sniper needs a lot of time before he feels comfortable pushing the tower. Gunner actually breaks the smoke right under their own ward, so he's going to get out of here. And they will smoke themselves. Okay.
A little bit unlucky for Gaimin Gladiators, that smoke breaking around those trees.
Yeah.
And Nouns going to instantly react with their own smoke, going bottom. See if they can find the Beastmaster and potentially steal his stacks, which those axes are going to reveal exactly where he is.
Oh, they're not close enough. Gunner needs to get the Doom, but now you've come in so deep and the Roar just comes out instead. Your Fly, not quite level 6, and the Ice Path does come through. Celery in trouble. Copy, dropping the Wukong's command, and Gunner is just stuck here, trying to get away, but can he even do so? They're looking to just chase the Beastmaster, or with the Beastmaster, and they do. You lost vision on the corner there, and a really good TP rotation from Gaimin Gladiators. That's a huge win for them.
Fast reactions. If they're any slower, they just lose the Beastmaster and the stacks. By rotating so quickly, I think that's probably part of why they did it so quickly. They know if they lose him, they'll also lose the stacks, which is a lot of money. So, very nice moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
don't forget
put the Aghanims. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, don't forget everyone, there is a promo going on with 1xBet right now. You can use code UNIVERSE, UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% welcome to bonus, deposit bonus. There's a pin message in chat for you guys to follow if you want to take advantage of that. But go ahead on the Aghanim Scepter, because Beastmaster just went, he just got like 600-700 net worth in the course of clearing that Ancient stack. He's having a great time. Copy mid lane. The Echo comes out. The Ice Path macro. They've got everything dumped on top of them. Beautiful kill from the two supports.
And this is a lot of creeps plus the catapult. Should be able to get a good amount of damage in here. Sniper's a little slow at the start, but he can hit it from a very safe distance. Ooh, pause. Mouse issues? Hotkey.
Some hotkey issues. Okay. This is a situation where you wish your Warlock was level 6, or if he was level 6 to the bottom fight as well, right? You'd be able to drop the Golem, get some vision, stun out some heroes, but yeah, a little bit of an unlucky timing there for them. As we're gonna unpause as well. quick reminder, everyone, that this tournament is, of course, sponsored by 1xBet. So big shout out to them. Thank you so much for helping put this all together. All right, I hear the Chemical Rage, but it looks like he's just going to farm with this one. Yeah. I mean, he's getting big on the Alchemist, right? Like, they kind of know that they just need to pick up some big items here and then kind of group around the Alch. Doom's doing decent. It's still a very close game.
Yeah, the Alchemist is finding what he needs. Like, even though this gold lead is pretty close, and usually as an Alchemist lineup, you'd want to be even further, especially when it's Alchemist Doom. Those two heroes are getting what they need. It's this mid matchup where the Monkey King started off okay, but is struggling into the sniper.
Radiance. And
And now Yuma's doing all these stacks. Like, his net worth is gonna skyrocket. And if they can find a fight to help the Monkey King get back into this, then Nouns is looking to be in a good spot.
Fly's like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to take any of those.
Haha. Oops.
Nah, I mean, that's a huge boost in net worth. Really good use of that Radiance, like, right as they pick it up. Yeah, dead even net worth, or dead even win probability. That's kind of how I feel about this game. There's not, like, a big advantage one way or the other. I'm surprised Ace has had as much of a recovery as he had, but it really was that kind of botched smoke that gave him so much momentum back into this game as a Beastmaster.
Yeah, and they have the Aghanims. If they can find a kill down here, maybe two, you could maybe consider a very fast Roche.
Both teams,
Both teams are coming down here.
Ward comes out immediately from both teams. They're like, uh-oh, trying to get away, but Tofu with a really nice 2-hero stun. The Macro Pyre onto Fly as well. The disruption is there. Boundless Strike. Fly gets the Golem out. The turnaround, the Doom's also caught the Beastmaster as well as the Fatal Bonds. Tofu is going to be the one that joins him. But can they actually get more? It doesn't look like it. I think for Gaimin Gladiators, you're actually pretty happy about this.
Yeah, you used less ultimates than Nouns did.
That's 5
You
heroes
actually
as
still
well.
have Roar, so I think you can take this tier 1 and consider the Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Here's that tier 1.
All right, good stuff there from Gaimin Gladiators. A really good decision to kind of just back off. Like, they do manage to secure the kill with the Echo Slam, but like you said, a lot of ultimates down for Nouns now.
That was a little bit of an awkward Echo, a bit forced because of what happened, but he's getting pretty close to that blink, so future Echoes should be a bit easier for him. Yeah, we see Gaimin Gladiators head over to that Roche pit. Without Doom, I don't know if you have the damage to kill Ace anymore. You need to prevent the healing from the Aghanims.
With a mech as well, there's no way. You actually have to have the Doom.
Yeah.
So
and maybe if you're like Fatal Bonds and the Golem's out and the Alch's in there, you also have the damage, but you don't have that either. So I think you just know you have to give this Roche up.
it's a really good Roshu because it's like at the tail end of daytime, which means there is still a chance it could spawn Dire Side, which is where you want it if you're Gaimin Gladiators. So it's a really good pickup. And that's the Blink Dagger as well for the Earthshaker. That's also, speaking of pickups, quite nice.
Oh, on the Beastmaster as well. So
okay,
this is some nice timings. Double Blink, you've got the Aegis. Sniper has a few items. Maybe he wants to finish this Dragon Lance first, but it will take a little bit. Doraccio did struggle, so he's mostly in catch-up mode right now. But the four other heroes should be able to get some work done here.
So Blink Roar out of the bottom lane. They've caught the Doom. He has a pipe, but he's just dead so fast. All right, Gunnar getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine here.
Roar is so much damage. If Shadow Demon isn't there, I think you just kill anyone with the Roar.
Yeah.
But as long as you have the disruption, then that's the saving grace.
They have really good vision here on Gaimin Gladiators. They see so much. There is a smoke that I don't think got scouted, and they will walk into Tofu actually breaking the whole thing. Has no idea. They do scout him. That will break his Blink Dagger. The Demonic Purge is there, but he actually blinks it in aggressively instead, and Yuma should be able to just finish off Tofu here pretty easily. There's going to be the Echo, but on the backside of the fight, the Disruption, as well as the Wukong's commands, holding Ace in place. Can they finish him in time? He's so low, they do manage to get the kill. Golem is still available. If they can find Quinn, and they do, Yuma's in. The Golem comes out, stunning to the Doom. Catches Ace. The Fatal Bond's out as well. He's going to pop the pipe, buy himself some time, but a nice Boundless strikes out from Copy. They have their eyes set on the prize. And that is going to be Ace's Beastmaster. A big fight here for the side of for the side of Nouns. If Celery can get away here, this would be nice. Ice Path is there. But here comes the Scorched Earth, the TP in from Lelis, Blood Grenade to slow him up. Eventually, they will find the kill as Yuma has now made the rotation. And he deserves it. Gets credited the kill. That's
Definitely
4
close to
heroes dead for that,
14.
right?
1,000 gold. Yeah, 4 heroes dead. Thrashio is still just in catch-up mode, so wasn't joining. I believe the Orchid is on its way, though, so maybe he'll start joining in now.
Yuma just finished BKB, though. Oh, they found another. The disruption comes out. Quinn is in such a rough spot. This is a fantastic find. The sniper goes down, and Tofu's just getting beat to death here by Copy. He's going to be able to chain stun him for now, but the blink-in from Yuma's got him. You have to cancel the TP on the Jakiro. Nouns finding some momentum. Some big pickups. You said the Orchid, but now a Drums on the Shadow Demon, and the BKB for Yuma is completed.
I mean, you did not get a lot out of that Aegis. You
No,
got
not at
2
all.
tier 1s that you kind of got before the Aegis anyways. It's not that great for you. And this Alchemist is now, he's exactly where he wants to be. The Blink, BKB, Radiance. He's already got a lot done with it. What's he got next? Sanj and Yasha queued up.
There's
So
the
even
mech
if you
for the
do get the
Doom.
Roar, it'll be reduced cooldown.
So he
or
decides to
regeneration.
just go the Guardian Greaves. He's like, yeah, I went for the Mana Boots earlier. I might as well, right? So Guardian Greaves will be eventually the pickup for the Doom. Scan actually connecting here. They know something's up, so they will back up. Sit on their high ground. They might try and scout here with some illusions. We'll see. Maybe they can bait something.
They should know this one's an illusion. Should know
Yeah.
this next one's an illusion.
They have some really good vision here.
Well, they did.
Ice Path doesn't quite connect. I mean, Gunner's perfectly fine baiting here. If he gets saved on the disruption, then you can turn around, find your actual Doom target, which would be fantastic. But now they actually get some vision of Lelis here onto the side. As they're just going to try and scout out with some more Chaos Knight illusions. And with this, Nouns are going to use this time to maybe pressure top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might just be a tier 2 trade coming up here.
Yeah. Yeah, Nouns are just going to cut mid as well. I think that might be smart. You kind of still rely on a good initiation.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
how these fights have been breaking out is very important. And the last couple, I feel like the Echoes have been in an awkward spot. Like just the way the fights break out. It's not like he's out of position. But if you have a different hero up front, maybe the Beastmaster starts with the Roar, and you can finally get the big Echo that hasn't quite happened yet. That could be what Gaimin Gladiators needs to get that back into this game. Look at this Roshan running around. That's crazy.
I keep forgetting that this is a thing. It's so cool. Something you also might be forgetting about is the fact that you can follow Fissure both here on Twitch and YouTube. They're, of course, the studio behind bringing you the Universe Episode 3 and this whole series. It's been a lot of fun, so make sure to show them some love, everybody.
under attack.
Shard for Celery. I think maybe you'd prefer to have it on the Earthshaker this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? Like, being able to chain stun from far with just the Shard as opposed to having to echo immediately is a big deal.
Yeah, and here you're hoping for Lelis to pick up this Shard. Just make your Alchemist even stronger. There you go. Good RNG. So now you can just cleanse the Alchemist, and how do you deal with him, right? He's just going to remove so much of
All the Jakiro stuff.
all the Jakiro spells don't matter. The Chaos Knight, like negative armor, that's gone. Silence, that's gone. Roar stun, that one's fine. But that's where the disruption will come out
Yeah.
and buy him a couple seconds.
We did see the BKB picked up on Ace, and we obviously know how big of a timing the BKB on the Beastmaster is. Like, it made a big difference in the last game, and he's going to actually go back for a Shiva's Guard, which obviously makes a lot of sense here. The heal reduction aura does work against not only the Alchemist, but the healing that comes in from the Warlock. Smoked up. Who do they find? It's going to be Tofu. He gets the blink out, but they find Quinn instead. Great fissure, though. They will settle for Celery, but Ace gets the roar onto the backside. The Golem's going to come out immediately. Lelis needs to buy himself a little bit of space. He's still got a disruption, I think, but now Fly, he's going to go down. And Ace, he spent this whole time chasing him, but
there's the
the
echo.
Echo, beautifully done, but a great disruption to buy him some space as Gunner turns it around. They get a big Wukong's command to take down 3, and Quinn has got nowhere to go. The corrosive weaponry just slowing him up. His copy will be credited that one as Yuma continue to chase. Just a T-pose on Ace there in the base. Oh my god, the space from the Shadow Demon.
Such a good echo, but Yuma is so farmed. It just did not matter to him. He just immediately got back to the fight. You get like 1 extra kill off of that, but he immediately kills everyone else.
That instant disruption too to stop the chain stun was huge, right? Like, he gets the echo, no enchant totem to follow it up. Like, that was so fast.
Which I can't believe he never died, because he was blink roared to start all of this off, but the pipe and the mech from Doom, or the Guardian Greaves now, kept him alive. He just ran to the edge of the fight, did not immediately TP you away. He just sticks around, and even though he's low health, still can get stuff done, as we saw there. And now they're going to set up for Roche. It did end up being a slightly longer spawn, so they'll have to wait a little bit for it. But Nouns is in position. How long till Doom? 50 seconds. So, yeah, immediate smoke from Gaimin Gladiators. Their cooldowns are a bit shorter. They want to try to find a fight right now. The scan connects, though.
Yeah. I mean, they saw Doom. They see the scan. They actually scan themselves, and Compy is up on the high ground waiting for someone to walk in here. They're going to walk some Alchemist illusions forward.
It's got some radiance, so even if you don't see them in the smoke, you could be canceling blinks.
Yeah. And this is the benefit of the Monkey King Simian Stride, right? You have these illusions to scout, and you're just trying to break the smoke there as you jump through the trees. You do have 2 buybacks available on Nouns with a Radiant side Roche at the moment. And now it's only going to be here for 1 more minute, but either team can clear it in that time. I'm just curious if they're going to try, or if they will just wait for its movement to the top side of the map. Celery gets the D-ward, of course. Chikiro being quite good at doing so, and they will try and force the Roche. I mean, they see Yuma in mid, but he can TP down here. The roar does come out. It's dying so fast. You've got to get into this pit. They drop the acid spray, the Wukong's command. It's not quite thrown. They're falling low. Ace forced to BKB and TP out. The Wukong's command's not out of time. Instead, Copy caught onto the backside, forced to BKB now. They haven't found anything. It's just the Shaker as now Gunner chasing, looking for anything. A Boundless Strike barely clips the Jakiro. So you will lose the Roche and only get 2 supports. I mean, taking that away, I think, is pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators.
I think so. And they actually didn't get the banner, though. In that panic, they left the banner behind, so Fly's got the banner. The thing is, though,
Speaking of Fly.
Oh, well, hold on. Yeah. Okay, Gaimin Gladiators managed to pick up an extra kill off of that, too. Because the Aegis is on Sniper. My concern is, though, the way these fights have been going is that, sure, Sniper comes back. Alchemist ult is still going. He's just going to wait on top of the Sniper and kill him a second time. Like, that's the hard part of Sniper, is getting to him. And once you're on him, you can usually kill him once and probably twice. So I don't know how much this Aegis will deter Nouns from trying to keep pushing their lead. But, of course, like you said, it's much better than having to try to kill Alchemist twice or Monkey King twice. So it is still good for Gaimin Gladiators to get that.
Gunner has the Philosopher's Stone, bro. He's just a money printer. He's like, oh, more gold. Sign me up.
Sure I can keep up with an Alchemist, guys.
Oh man. Very close game still. I mean, it's a 10K lead, a lot of it being the Alchemist threat, though. I mean, in terms of everybody else, it's almost dead even, right? Like, there's very little difference.
I think Sniper needs to get more damage. So he's working on a BKB, and then I hope we'll see more damage out of him, because it does need to be that scenario at this point that we described earlier. You need to get to the Sniper and kill him. And once he has BKB and some of his teammates, that's hard to do quickly. But then the question is, like, is he just tickling you in that time, or is he actually killing you? Currently, it's tickle mode Sniper because he's not having the greatest game. But if it does drag on long enough and he's able to pick up more damage, maybe get lucky on some neutrals, then that situation changes.
Yeah. I mean, the Sheave Guard's pickup from Gunnar is also going to have quite a bit of impact this game if he manages to get to it here fairly soon. It is one of those things that the amount of like magic damage they actually have on Nouns is pretty substantial.
You can find Quinn again. He's in this ward.
It's the scouting potential it also brings, and yeah, Yuma, he might go for the dive. He's going to do it. Just the blink, the stun comes out. They do manage to get the fissure as well as the ice path. Wukong's command not going to be used thanks to the force to get him away. They even echo Yuma, saving Private Quinn. Get this guy out of here. He's going to be forced to BKB. The roar comes out as well. Everything just to save this sniper. It works, though.
That is the BKB at a Yuma, so you had to
Go
use a
back
lot
away.
of big abilities to keep that sniper alive, but I guess you got that BKB.
And you
That might
protect the Aegis.
dissuade- Yeah, that might dissuade Nouns from fighting.
They
Going
should
with
get the
this
bottom
Alchemist.
tier 2.
Yeah.
Tier 2 plus wisdom, yeah. Because they can't actually go into the triangle. They know there's no no way you pressure that one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Dude, this game is so tense.
Tower is under attack.
AC done on Yuma.
Like, Nouns is in a good spot, but I think if they throw one fight,
It's rough.
like, that's all it is. Like, their lead is not big enough to afford more than that.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, now that you have BKB on the sniper, it's even scarier. Like, he can potentially stand his ground, especially once he gets a shard, right? The concussive grenade is a great space-making tool for himself.
Yeah, plus the fissure, which
Yeah.
we saw almost save his life alone there. They did end up having to still, like, echo and then roar,
is under
but
attack.
it's a great tool to have versus these melee heroes.
Playing around this ward really well in the mid lane, not allowing Gaimin Gladiators to smoke across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The whole right side is dark.
scanning.
I mean, they know they're here, right? They
This
see the
observer
Monkey
is
King
still scouting
soldiers.
them.
Yeah.
Been a very good observer for now. It's the one in the mid lane. Okay,
Yeah.
Celery's finally going to see it. This is the last tier 2. Gaimin Gladiators is trying to hold on to it so that way you can't be wiped and then just mega'd instantly, which AC Alchemist will clear through your buildings.
Some nice jungle items here. The Psychic Headband for Jakiro is pretty nice. And Vindicator's Axe for the Sniper, actually amazing. Attack speed, super value on this hero, but just the value of being able to tank up while stunned is nice. Gunnar actually gets clipped a little bit there by the Jakiro. Needs to be careful, though, as he just quickly cleans that up. And now it's Blink Disruption out from Lels to buy some space, but Ace goes in, gets the roar. They found the sniper, the Echo on the backside. He pops the BKB, but Gunnar, can he get the Doom off? He does at the last second. It's on to Ace. He's trying to TP back to the base, but can he get out now? Compy with this BKB expiring. Quinn still alive. Do you have the damage? He's looking for the Jakiro instead, and Yuma goes in, gets the Blink stun onto Duraccio. They've got him. The blink in from Lelis. He finds Quinn. He can't get to safety. He's trying so dang hard, but the chase is too much. Nouns get 3. Ace just barely surviving in the fountain off that BKB TP.
Yuma just taking a detour through the enemy base. They're evaluating how to capitalize on this fight. Sees the bottom wave. Gonna come for some racks while his team takes mid. So I think they're gonna go for like bottom and mid here.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Quick reminder, as we go into this high ground push, there is a giveaway going on with 1xBet. You can type 1!1x give in chat to learn more on how to enter. as the tier 3 starting to take a beating. The heals coming through from the Warlock. If they can get a single lane of barracks, it'd be really nice. And, okay, it looks like Alec has no problem to jump in. Doom actually hits the ice path, so he's gonna have to walk away. Pops the Guardian Greaves as the heroes are respawning. The Blink, the Roar, but an immediate disruption. Yuma, he wants to find his target, and he's just gonna settle for the Jakiro instead. Quick kills. The chain stun's coming out from Tohu, but a Wukong's command to zone out the rest of Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn, you gotta be careful. These do a lot of damage. Will force staff to safety. Gunner comes in, tries to hoof stomp him, but Dracho with a really nice Manta BKB. The Fatal Bonds are doing a lot. Quinn almost goes down, but they get the Doom. A beautiful fissure block from Tofu.
Sniper just can't do enough damage yet. He's like living in the back, but then tickling. He can't even get through like the Alchemist regen or all the armor from the Wukong's command plus a Warlock heal and Solar Crest. They just don't have enough damage. Roshan, let's see what spawn's gonna be.
A minute?
Relatively short. Nouns should be in a good spot to secure that for themselves. They'll have the bottom lane always pushing in their favor.
I like the Boots of Bearing for Lelis. I mean, that's just another kiting tool that they have for these backline heroes.
Yeah, either kite or get to that sniper.
Yeah, right.
Get away from the Chaos Knight.
Overall, very close game, but Nouns with a 16,000 advantage, continuing to kind of control up this fight. I mean, the fights are looking definitely Nouns favored. If they manage to kill the Alchemist, like, if that's how they start the fight, if there's like a Blink Roar and Shadow Demon's not nearby to save him, I think they have the damage to burst him, right?
I think.
That's a Daedalus on copy. That is super scary.
Yeah, something we didn't even talk about. Copy actually did get a Mage Slayer this game, which I think has been really good. Like,
absolutely.
The physical damage is already struggling, like I've been talking about, and there's a lot of armor from the Guardian Greaves, AC on the Alchemist, right? So then it's like, oh, maybe we can get a big Echo and the Roar damage. And this is where the Mage Slayer, easily applied to the Wukong's command, makes it so hard. Like, we don't have physical damage. If we get touched by this Mage Slayer, we don't have magic damage.
This is a refresher if they can finish this quickly. Mjolnir and Bloodthorn completed at the exact same time on Gaimin Gladiators. If they can get into this Roche in time, they might be able to take the fight, but it is dying so fast. All the items are going to hit the deck. Refresher for Copy. Aegis for the Monkey King as well.
No Roshan Warning Roar, because actually Gaimin Gladiators killed the last
ones, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, actually. Even if that Roar comes out, that's still so fast. Now, Nouns being careful. They know Gaimin Gladiators on the way, so they're actually all waiting together to see if they would rush in. Nothing's happened, so they're going to get out together. This is a really good play. This is often how you can mess up. Like, you get Aegis, but you lose several heroes. Defeats the purpose a little bit, especially if the Aegis gets killed.
I really like this. Yuma jumps in, forces the BKB immediately. The Roar is out, but Gunner gets the Doom onto the Beastmaster. He needs to run. The Wukong's command is out. Duraccio trying to fight inside, but Gunner's just not dying quite yet. And now Quinn, the early BKB's expired, and he's got two just beating him down. He's going to hit the deck. Duraccio goes back in, but gets unfortunately blocked by the Fissure, and Yuma, the big bad Alchemist, is back, baby. He's trying his best, but he's got nothing left to stand on. Tofu with a nice Fissure to try and block him off, but Copy, of course, can continue chasing. And as he comes down from the trees, Tofu will end up dying 4 dead without buyback. I think Nouns may have done it. They can go straight for the throne. That's it. GG comes out, and Nouns take down Gaimin Gladiators 2-1 in the upper bracket.
What an upset.
This is a good team, man.
All right. right, Nouns, look at them go. So maybe all those games they played earlier that warmed them up, they were ready to go here against Gaimin Gladiators, which is a great team. We saw in game 1, right? That was a stomp by Gaimin Gladiators, but great adjustment from Nouns. They made the games much better for themselves. They didn't get stomped in the lanes. Game 2, it was actually kind of close, but they held on, managed to eventually come back and win that one. Game 3, they came out of ahead in these lanes. I think they did a good job with the draft this time, putting Gaimin Gladiators in the like weird spot. Like, oh wait, where do we put these heroes this time? Like they were the ones struggling compared to game 1. So really exciting for Nouns. They're not through yet. They have to win another one. And same with Gaimin Gladiators. They're not out. They still have a chance to get back in. But this is huge for Nouns. You know, I think this is a team that really has wanted to prove themselves for a long time, and starting to claim some not only games but a series versus Gaimin Gladiators, arguably the top team around right now. That's got to be a huge boost to their confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was, I like, you kind of touched on it. The draft adjustments from game 1 to 2 and then also to game 3 are really good from Nouns. Like they actually went from getting outdrafted pretty heavily in game 1 to outdrafting Gaimin Gladiators 2 and 3. And the decision to, you know, just kind of believe in what they had prepped for and to go back to the Alchemist that they've had some success on. Last pick the Monkey King, despite having, you know, the rough matchup versus the Sniper. They're like, we believe in it. You know, we've made it work. And Copy goes 6-1 and 15, right? Like has the second highest damage in the entire game as a Monkey King into a really disadvantaged matchup.
Yeah, though he had some help from his team, to be fair. The side lanes were going great, so he had lots of space to catch up. But that's why they feel good about picking it. You know, they know that he's either going to win his lane or he's going to come back and have some great impact. And later on, we did see, like, he was targeting the Sniper, doing in the Wukong's command. He was breaking the smokes. They know how to play around the Monkey King. It's one of their comfort heroes. And actually, they got a lot of their comfort heroes that last game. I think that Lella Shadow Demon really showed off tons of great disruption saves. Like, I think towards the end, like, every roar that came out was immediately disrupted. Like, you just got nothing out of it.
I mean, except for the fights where you like blink roars Lelis and then he just like runs away with Boots of Bearing with a 4-staff and he's like, see ya. You know, like those fights as well, you're just like, man, you're not feeling the impact of the Beastmaster. And in the last game, it was, you know, the Omni Knight doing the same thing, right? Like when they go for these blink burrow strikes, you're like, oh, this is our initiation. And then it's just completely shut down by the supports of Nouns. So the very good decisions from them. As we take a look kind of the overall spread here, there's just 12-1 and 15, 6-1 and 5. Like, what more could you ask from your 1 and 2?
Yeah, and they played great too. This wasn't an Alchemist. Like, I'll highlight that last fight as well. It's not an Alchemist. It's like, oh, I don't want to go in first. I know I'm like the most farm, but I want to wait for like the easy kills. You know, I'm gonna wait for Doom to find someone. He just blinks into. He didn't even take the Aegis. He's like, I'm strong. There's no way they can kill me. I'm just gonna go. He didn't even know they were there. He thought they were there. He's like, let's just go, guys. He just blinks in, gets the vision for his team, and they just wipe the fight off of that and win the whole game.
Yeah,
and I think a pretty well-deserved MVP. Of course, he had help from his team to get him there. Some great laning by Fly to get him a good start. But, I mean, you gave him the good start he needed, and he absolutely carried with it.
Dude, the thing, too, that also made that final blink really good is he had just gotten the overwhelming blink part of it. So he, like, blinks in, literally slows, and does damage to 5 heroes. It hit everybody on Gaimin Gladiators. They were like, what just happened? Like, he blinked into a tree area. They didn't see him. He didn't see anyone either. And they're like, what's going on? You know, like, we all just got slowed, you know. It was really good stuff from Nouns. They get themselves the 2-1. Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, still have another chance, but we've got one more series here today, which is going to be BetBoom taking on the side of Tundra. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with that fourth and final series of the day here. We'll see you after the break.
one should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. We are getting ready to jump into our final series of the evening. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, of course, and a very exciting third series to get us hyped for the fourth one, which, of course, is going to be BetBoom taking on Tundra. What can we expect going into this final series?
I hope something weird. Tundra has some creative players on their lineup. Thompson, very creative mid player. We've got, forget that. Let's talk about BetBoom first. So we got Saika, recently renamed Nightfall, GPK, Miero, Save, and Toronto, Tokyo. These guys, I think, should play a little more consistently. I feel like their style has been very strong lanes, very high skill plays. Go from there. Tundra brings the weird stuff, right? We got Pure, Thompson, Ramses, 9 class, and Whitemon. Thompson and 9 class, very creative players. I think a lot of people know about Thompson. 9 class, though, from the support side, one of the first adopters of the Terrorblade support we had a little bit ago, the Morphling support recently, and we have a lot of weird stuff right now. We got the snipers, tinkers, Naga sirens. Like, there's a lot of weird potential supports, and if any team's gonna pull it out, then I think it's gonna be Tundra.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And Thompson's mid lane hero pool is super obscure. He plays all those standard meta heroes, right? But he also just has like a bunch of obscure heroes that makes drafting against this team a little bit more difficult. That being said, like BetBoom is such a consistent team. Like they typically fight very well. They're like one of the best actual like 5v5 like team fighting teams around. And I think that's one of the benefits of their roster. And I'm curious like what they're going to come up with here going into this event, because a lot of these teams we haven't really seen in a bit, right? A lot of teams took like a little bit of a break. They've been kind of boot camping and kind of preparing for events, and I'm excited to see kind of what they bring to the table this time around.
Yeah, I saw some dead even odds. So
yeah,
looks like everyone's just uncertain how these teams are going to perform on the new patch. I'm excited. I don't know what to expect. I just know it's weird. I know it's weird, whatever it is. But like new patch stuff, Tundra as a team, it should be pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I think this last series definitely kind of shows the importance of drafts where we have, a lot of flexibility between heroes, but it can change so much from one draft to the next. And depending on, what they come up with, like we could be seeing some things like the mid Rubik come out or that support Morphling, which can kind of turn the head on a lot of picks that you want yourselves. And you're like, oh, well, they just have the better version of them now. Fantastic, right? With mid Shaker becoming kind of popular and Jakiro being really like active in the pool, like both those heroes, which are comfort picks for Tundra, can be a little scary to pick up yourselves.
Yeah. And like you said, it doesn't mean you can't play meta, right?
Yeah.
Whitemon from the position 5, he's got a lot of standard supports. I know he's a great Chen Enchantress player. I know he can play Shadow Demon. He loves ET, playing it when other teams maybe aren't as much. Just got a small nerf. I still think it's not that big a deal. I think you can play ET if you want. Though one of the best pairings was the Crash Landing Tiny, which did get heavily nerfed. So maybe that moves you away from it.
Still pretty good with Zeus though, which I don't think much has really changed, and that is something Thompson also likes, so could be good. I don't know. I'm curious. I just want to see, some kind of interesting drafts that they come up with. But yeah, overall, it's been a really good day of games, right? Like not only this last series, but previously, right? The Falcons versus G2IG was an absolute blast, like a 70-minute game, very close game 2 as well. So yeah, it's been a long day of Dota so far, but definitely worth it in my eyes.
Yeah, lots of best of 3s. I mean, it just goes to show how close these teams are. Yeah, you could say like the new patch is throwing some chaos into it. Does it matter? That's even more fun for us as the viewers. So I don't know if I'd really expect either team to get a 2-0 here, but I wouldn't be that surprised at the same time. Like maybe you just have a cool idea with the draft. Their team's not ready for it. Like actually we saw in game 1 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Nouns, right? Gaimin Gladiators stomped them, and then Nouns immediately proceeded to ban like 3 of those heroes. They're just like, I don't know, ban out that whole draft. We don't have a plan for it yet. And it worked out in the end. They grabbed the 2-0 or 2-1 upset. But sometimes you don't know what to target. Like you lose to a draft and you think you're like, oh, it was this hero. Ban it out, adjust. You're wrong. It was a different hero. That can happen at the start of these patches. So we'll see if that comes into play here. I do think my leaning is Tundra, going to be the creative side. BetBoom, much more standard picks, set up good lanes. They love good lanes. They're constantly talked about as being one of the highest skill, like individual players.
Yeah.
But also a team looking to prove itself. They place pretty high, pretty consistently, but they want the big wins,
Yeah, and we did see the coin toss come up, and BetBoom did win. They chose first pick overall, so Tundra will take Radiant, and we'll see how this ends up making a difference in the series between games 1 and 2. The opener, a hero that was relatively ignored, right, was the Monkey King in the last series. We do end up seeing them grab it in game 3, of course, but it was not banned, not a priority for either of the teams to ban out. But this time, overall first ban, we're going to see the Lina continue to get removed from the drafts, as well as the Tinker. Dude, what happened with her? Is it really just carry Lina is way too strong at this point?
I mean, it's both. Carry or mid is good, and combustion is just so much extra damage in team fights, so much extra farm speed. It has just improved the consistency of the hero, and you need to get to her, right? We talked about Sniper in that last pick. It's like you need to get to Sniper and then you can kill him because he has to run away. You have to get to Lina and then she might kill you. Like that, she's just that high damage of a hero, and she's tankier than Sniper somehow. I don't know, but it's really hard to deal with a very farmed Lina, and she's just very strong in the lanes right now. So she ends up being very farmed in most games. So I think a lot of teams have just realized it's a lot to deal with, and it's such a pain point to have to focus so much on it when you could just ban it in that first phase and not have to worry about it anymore.
Combustion is so strong that it looks like on paper it would be a facet. You're like, yeah, this is the facet for the hero, right? And then you're like, oh no, this is just an innate. All right, that's cool, I guess. And you still get thermal runaway.
It's tone it down.
It's crazy. Some heroes get massive damage boosts, and then other get like 20% Lotus heal. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, either they'll increase the threshold for it proccing or decrease the damage it does, or I think currently it keeps track of the damage forever. So if you do some damage earlier, like 10 minutes later you do damage, it'll proc combustion. Maybe they'll change that. They'll put a cooldown on it, right? I don't know exactly what they want to do, but it's too strong. They gotta nerf it.
Yeah. First pick overall will be the Nature's Prophet for BetBoom, as they ban out the Wind Ranger and Mirana, two heroes that we've seen do exceptionally well against the Nature's Prophet. You said it in the draft, the Naga Siren, a hero that Tundra loved to play with the buffs to Deluge. We might see a support the Naga Siren come out eventually. But for now, a fantastic hero against the Nature's Prophet. We'll see what they end up doing with it. I'm excited as we go into the next set of bans. Don't forget there is a giveaway, everybody. You can head into chat, type !1x give, and this will kind of and give you some details on how to enter for the giveaway. Get some cool sets your way.
Yeah, cosmetic-wise, Tundra winning. I think Naga's got some cooler sets than Nature's.
Unless you got like the Crimson Witness back piece for Nature's Prophet, then maybe you're.
That's true. That one's so expensive, man. But you're right. That one's pretty good.
But yeah, Naga Siren. I'm excited to see what they do with this. Obviously. They played in the carry position for Pure very well. It's just whether or not they're going to flex this to support, which we don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, Pure is an excellent Naga player. So this is the thing with any hero that plays core or support. You pick it early, you counter it. It's just a support. What are you doing countering my support pick so hard, right? But if you try to ignore it, you're like, you just gave me the perfect Naga first pick carry game. And now you lose because you don't have counters to Naga. So it's just one of the annoying things about this hero. And I think it's a pretty solid support. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, the Reel-In plus Deluge is pretty annoying. Now, I do think at the pro level, they're going to be a lot more aware of it. I think in pubs, people are getting caught off. They're like, I didn't think I could get reeled in under the tower, and then Deluge slowed. It sets your max speed to 225, and you can't get out of the tower. You tank like 5 shots. So that's getting you a lot of free kills. If any of you guys want to try it in pubs, it's really good. At the pro level, I think they'll be more careful of it. but you can still do things like just walk up Deluge and then you pick like a Centaur offlane, right? You get 35% more stun. Fantastic. You just spend that time hitting him, right? It's like one extra free auto attack. And that matters a lot at high levels of play. Then at some point, you will get good reel-ins. Maybe it's not under the tower, but you reposition people in fights. That's always so big, right? That's why Pudge Hook is so good. This is a little slower, but you can like reel people over cliffs, for example. Now they're in a terrible spot. So there's a lot of strength to it. You have the song reset. And then again, you can just run as a carry. So it's got a lot of potential. The illusion scouting, all of that. Nature's also flexible in that sense. So I don't know if these are supports or carries that have been picked right now. We got a lot of options here. There's going to be like Trance running around, Illusions running around.
There is the Alchemist ban as well, which is something that they flex between the support and carry roles. We've seen 4-position Alchemists start to rise up a little bit. Again, this whole patch is kind of turned into which 4 hero can you pick that also farms a ton and does a lot of damage, right? Like that is kind of where we are in the meta. There's just so much area on the map and so much gold that previously your carries took everything, right? And now the supports are like,
The worst.
don't mind if I do. This camp over here that you're never going to touch, I'll grab that.
Yeah.
They ban out a lot of heroes that are fantastic against the Naga Siren, right? So the Ursa, the Leshrac, and the Bat Rider, which kind of makes me think it's going to be Pure's hero, but it's not guaranteed.
It's all a bait. You're setting it up. They're making you think it's carry Naga.
True. I would
First
like
pick here.
some sort
go
of
ahead.
like flexible support here.
Yeah,
There's
that
still the-
and someone who can deal with the Treant, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the ways to slow him down a lot is if he can't just run the Treant at supports. So like Enchantress, Crystal Maiden.
Clinks.
I haven't seen that yet, but that could be cool.
It's pretty funny. You actually just can't do anything with the Treant if you're like in lane against the Clinks. He just keeps eating it every time you cast it.
Yeah, you got to know it's it's going to be in the off lane, like either an
Yeah.
off lane or 4 support natures. And I don't think there's a huge reason to pick Clinks early. He's not
No,
really
not at all.
focused right now. He's rarely banned, so I'm sure you can grab him later in the draft.
But it is a Thompson hero, which is another thing. Like it kind of blocks like the potential flex of the mid lane Nature's Prophet. So if you do want to like move this NP mid, you could last pick the Clinks and be like, all right, have fun.
Doom should steal the reinforced armor. They should make it an ability, so when he eats the Treant, he becomes a reinforced hero.
Dude, just
think
is
this is the
invulnerable.
play. Yeah,
But he takes like
just
300%
can't be
damage to
killed.
towers.
I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. But he's exactly what we were talking about. Like if this is a carry or 5 support natures, you try to run the Treant at him, and he's just like, eat your creep, whatever. And they're gonna grab themselves the Grimstroke. The Soulbind combo with Doom, really good. Steal it away. It is something we've seen Tundra play before, so a bit of a steal pick, but also there's a good amount of AoE from the Grimstroke, which can help deal with these illusions. And if it does end up being a carry Naga, you can create your own copy if you get an Aghanims. So in that way, kind of dealing with both the support and core Naga. You can Soulbind before the song comes out, and as long as Soulbind is still active, which it has a really long duration, she can't TP out in that song. She just has to run, which she could probably get away because she's fast, but like if she leaves too far, you might BKB and then jump back in, and you might be able to stun her or something at that point. So it's a cool pick in that sense.
There's the Shadow Demon. I like this a lot.
We saw it have a great performance last game. Another hero who could copy the core Naga. Someone gets doomed, you disrupt them for a little bit, save them from some damage. It does mean this is a core Nature's Prophet, unless you're doing something crazy.
Yeah.
But this is probably the support duo that just got picked up here.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if the Grimstroke pick is a little bit of a deny pick, where they're like, oh, we don't really want to give them Grimstroke Doom. You know, that one's kind of scary. It's not super common, but every
Grimstroke
once
net?
in a while it comes out. Yeah. They go for the Dark Willow. Okay, that is a 9 class classic. Also known as a 9 classic.
Nice.
Yeah, you're welcome for that one.
All right, pushing us a little bit away from the Naga support, but I actually think she can play 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So it's not totally out of the picture yet. I don't fully see what they want out of the Dark Willow right now. Like, I don't see why she's amazing versus the heroes that we see right now, except that maybe as like Nature's Prophet is teleporting in, you know where to set up some spells.
True.
Or they throw out some combos, you can throw things out. But I actually think like the Shard from Shadow Demon, actually both these supports, is a great way of dealing with a lot of Dark Willow's abilities. So I'll see what they have in mind for her.
I do kind of like the idea of the Dark Willow into the Nature's Prophet for that very reason. Like, he does not do well when heroes can get on top of him. And he doesn't have a lot that can actually counter the Dark Willow until he gets something like the Gleipnir, and he has to hope that he sprouts her off, because she will just solo him if he's alone.
Oh, you know what could be cool? If you actually deluge... Okay, well, if it's a carry Naga, you're not taking deluge. But if it was a support Naga who applies deluge, that's a lot of like root time, a lot of fear time. I see the Morphling come out. We're getting messy. This could be support Morphling. It could be carry. Thompson would do mid Morphling. He's done it.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of options here for Tundra.
I'm actually very curious what their game plan is here, because you could run the Morphling carry with the Naga 5. Like you said, it's possible. And right now, there's not a lot of great answers for the Morphling. If he gets silenced and like stunned by the Sand King, then obviously that's a great combo, but he's going to eventually have a Manta style. Unless it ends up being support morph, which we'll end up seeing as well. So I like the draft so far from Tundra. You're like, all right, there's a core Doom surely in this game, but no idea for the rest. They'll ban out the Medusa, which is one of the standards, right? When you're playing a Doom, going into the last phase, you don't really have a Medusa counter at the moment. So might as well just ban it out.
Yeah, Nagas never build diffusals nowadays, really, which would have been an okay response to Medusa, but since you don't really want to do that now, just ban it out. You also have the Shadow Demon, right? That would have been a very strong Medusa to deal with.
Brood ban.
Yeah, I mean, you're susceptible to being tempoed. Naga, Morphling, whoever ends up being a core, if not both of them somehow end up being cores, you need time. You need to get there. So even like the support Naga, I think is pretty strong right off the bat. Support Morphling, really weak till level 6. Annoying, but he doesn't feel that strong until level 6. Then when you can start stealing spells and use them at reduced cooldown, that starts being a lot better. But honestly, the longer the game goes, the better it gets, because you get more skills, you get more items, and Morphling starts getting out of control at that point. But the early game Morphling, not great. So I do think something like a Brood ban makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Sven. I mean, this is a classic BetBoom pick. It does, like, Doom doesn't do exceptionally well against the Sven. Like, what if he's managed to already hit the God Strength and you Doom him? It's similar to the Medusa, where you're like, well, he's just going to keep clicking. And if you kill him, you know, he's done his job, I guess.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that.
Still does all his damage, and he's naturally a very tanky hero as a strength hero.
Yeah.
And Doom prevents you from healing, does a decent amount of damage, can't heal, but if you just have a ton of health, then you might live through it. And then we see a Pudge. Dude, where
are
this
these
heroes
going? It's pure Morphling, so it's Thompson on the mid Pudge versus GPK's Nature's Prophet.
Hook kill the Treant for 8 gold. Let's go.
That's why I was saying Clinks, bro. I was like, if they're worried about this being a mid Nature's Prophet, surely you just pick something that kills the Treant. I mean, technically, yes, Pudge can do it, but the mana cost on that is way more. I don't know. I mean, it's a tanky body to put in front. I am very curious to see how this Pudge is going to play from the mid lane into a Nature's Prophet. My gut says not great, but Pudge and Thompson, very creative. I'll give them that much.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think it'll be really cool if it works, because this is such a creative draft. I'm trying to see how it all connects. You have a great hook setup. Ensnare is so long, and then if you get a Deluge, your Dismember is gonna extra time on that. Yeah, both supports can set up the hooks, so I guess Thompson can roam anywhere, along with just hitting free hooks.
That's true. I mean, I'm a huge Pudge fan. You know, he's my favorite hero, obviously, and
A lot of people's favorite hero.
yeah, it's one of those things that I want this hero to be fun and competitive. So I'm open to the idea of a mid Pudge being pickable. I am unsure into a Sven and a Nature's Prophet, though. We'll see. Those are some of the most brutal heroes for you to play against. So we'll have to see what happens.
If Thompson says he can do it, Thompson says he can do it.
Dude, Tops and Bat Chest, am I right?
So right. So right. I will say, at least the Ironwood Treant, usually Nature's is the worst matchup because there's so many Treants, they block your hooks all the time. Now there's only one Treant, you know, so it's easier to land the hooks through that. Shadow Demon's a bit of a pain though, right? You can't really, it's just luck based. If you're gonna grab an illusion or a hero. Thompson's like, I'm lucky. I'm gonna throw it every time. Easy hooks.
I'm excited. This is going to be a fun game. We said coming into this, we hope to see something fun and different from the Tundra draft. They've absolutely delivered. So I cannot wait to see how this is going to play out as we get ready to jump into game number 1 between Tundra and BetBoom. And I feel like on paper, I want to say I like BetBoom's draft a little bit more. It just seems easier to execute. But I want to believe in the support Naga Siren so much.
If you're a fan of creativity, you must root Tundra right now.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure how it's all going to tie together. I do think, to speak about BetBoom's draft a little bit more, it's more clear-cut, right? Like, win your lanes, start doing things with the support. You set up Disruption, easy Epicenter setup, Soulbind, right? Nature's will just TP in at that point, make space for Sven. He'll join in later. You got a lot of spells that will combo with the Grimstroke, something that was lacking in one of the earlier games we saw. This time, you've got so many good Soulbind combos. Facets, most pretty understandable. Interesting to see Flayer's hook. Usually, core Pudges take the other facet, but I do think you have such good setups for hook. It kind of makes sense why he's going for it this time.
Flayer's hook is just better earlier too. Like the early levels of the Pudge facet. Let me actually go find the actual name. I should know, but I'd never take that facet, so it's hard to say.
Fresh meat?
Fresh meat, yeah. It's the early levels on that facet are so bad. So Flayer's hook giving you just a lot more damage early on and just generally way more cast range to play with is really strong. We'll see how GPK does with the Ironwood Train. He's trying to keep it inside of the wave, and Thompson ends up just going rot level 1, so
now he's just going to run it at him.
Yeah. That's the thing. I feel like Nature's Prophet has so much damage. I mean, Pudge also has a lot of damage, but much easier for the Nature's Prophet to throw in the harassment.
Yeah, the early levels of Nature's is not too bad in terms of the damage department, so Pudge should be able to get by. But we'll see as it goes on, just constantly being peppered by a ranged hero who's also not worried about being hooked as long as he keeps the treant in front of him.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I know
Yeah,
Whitemon has played a lot of support Naga Siren over the years, so it's kind of cool to see him on this hero, and we'll see how much of an impact he's able to have with the Deluge.
Yeah, interesting that he took the Orb of Venom. I guess just wants to apply that slow at any time. It actually doesn't stack with Deluge because you technically slow them with the Orb of Venom and then Deluge sets it to 225. It doesn't set to 225 and then slow them, but I guess still valuing the slow even when he doesn't have Deluge.
Top lane, they've gotten on top of 9 class. He's trying to run through his Bramble, but he cannot make it away. And first blood will go to Toronto, Tokyo.
So Shadow even have a lot of impact in that earlier series.
Might see it happen again.
I think you can. There's a lot of good saves, right? As someone's getting hooked, you could disrupt. This core Morphling, you can copy some illusions. Those are going to be scary. Or just stacking, right? One of the best stackers in the game. You got a lot of stack farming heroes on your team. Just introduce tons of gold and let them carry you.
Hooking the Water Rune there, I believe, on the Pudge. Classic. Oh, wait, no. He had to deny a creep. He was going to deny the Water Rune. All right, top lane, a little bit more harassment damage back the other way. Losing that 2 points of the Scorched Earth.
See if this Doom can find a Harpy.
Not lucky. It's crazy how much finding a Harpy on the easy camp changes the game.
Yeah, for like Doom, Chen, Enchantress, those guys, it's a lot. Might be one that needs to be looked at one day. At the same time, I don't know. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those things in Dota that is just you just have to plan for, or try
You
to
just have
plan
to be able
for.
to adapt.
So Thompson doing well on CS. He is just constantly hooking his hard camp on the high ground. So it's just, you know, free CS for the Pudge.
Yeah. I'm curious which mid laner will be able to get more done, because you have the global teleportation from the Nature's Prophet, but Pudge with the hook and the ult, that's really strong with the setups in both side lanes, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking to see, like who's going to start rotating first. Both of them getting pretty close to 6. Actually, Thompson's much closer because he's been farming the hard camp.
Miro bottom lane. Burrow strikes over, gets the Naga Siren, but Whitemon actually burns
Orb
him
of
down with the
Venom
Orb
kill?
of Venom. That, I don't think I've seen an Orb of Venom kill in a long time.
Crazy. That thing does 2 magic damage per second for 2 seconds. And maybe with Deluge, maybe it bumps it up to 3 seconds. I don't know. That's a rare one.
Mid lane. No hook for 3 seconds, but yeah, Blood Grenade doesn't connect either. Does he even get the bottle refill? I don't think he did.
I don't think so.
Doom built up a lot of stacks from the Shadow Poison there, so pretty big amount of burst damage. That being said, Thompson's got level 6. He's going to actually just try and dive GPK here potentially. Pops the armor, but not fast enough. GPK will walk away. All right, GPK does need to be careful. If he actually gets hooked once, he will die.
Thompson tried to go for it, but a creep blocked him, so he'll be safe for now. This Naga will probably just sit around here, though. They're trying to get this set up. He doesn't actually have Ensnare, though, but just walking in and deluging will be enough slow. And actually now 9 classes here, too. GPK dodged the...
Oh, the hook
Someone's
blocked
a
by the creep again. And GPK, big Wrath of Nature coming through. Inkswell as well from save. Thompson really wants GPK, but he's not going to get him. Instead, we'll turn his attention on over to the Grimstroke. A disruption comes out as well. Does he get a hook even? No. Beautiful plays from BetBoom here.
Good response. That was a very nice summon on the Treant. Blocked the hook coming in. That is what saved his life.
Yeah.
TP's in trying to hope for a lucky rune. Gets unlucky. Pudge gets an invis. It's going to immediately break it as he just farms mid, though, so no surprise ganks anywhere.
Whitemon, you gotta be a little careful. That is a level 3 Sandstorm. It does a lot of damage. He's just dragging the wave, and this is something you can do with the Dust Devil, right? When you have Sand Shroud, you can't really play back and forth between the jungle and the wave. We saw Ace doing this earlier. It's just a great tool for lane cutting, right? And accelerating your farm.
Yeah, we're at the point where Morphling has a lot of damage, really good attack animation. So you actually get a lot of creep denied from you if you just try to straight up lane.
Shadow Demon trying to steal the rune. Shadow Realm,
Quick
who gets
ward.
it? Oh, Toronto Tokyo gets it.
Dude,
He
mid
does
laner
not have a
background,
TP,
man.
actually. No TP, but doesn't need it. He might just finish the kill. Instead, top lane, and will take down the Sven. So Toronto Tokyo, a pretty big winner. Despite this, almost, you know, he's almost to level 5.5. It does cost him the Sven's life, though.
I'm sure it's a trade he's willing to make.
Oh, look, I am the Gary now, okay?
I mean, double Wisdom Rune is a big win. It means your supports will hit their timings a lot sooner. And we're talking about what mid laner is going to get more done. Well, if you have stronger supports to work with, that makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah.
We should have a pretty early Soulbind combo. So things you combo with: Shadow Demon ult, Burrow Strike. I guess you could double Sprout. I don't know if that really works.
If you target Wrath of Nature, does it send out 2?
I don't think so, but I can't say that with 100% certainty. I'll put it at like 70% certainty. I don't think so.
Yeah, I feel like I would have seen it if it was possible. It also kind of grieves the initial target damage being super low anyway, so you don't really want to do it, but it could be funny in terms of hitting everybody else.
Hilarious.
It's
You
like,
clear every creep across the map.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like it's more of like farming the rest of the map. You're like, you know, get over here, Grimstruck. I need you to ult some people so I can farm.
Just for farm.
Maybe we're running that waveform a little bit.
Yasha and a Morbid Mask. I mean, once he has that Morbid Mask, he's not really worried about trading his health. Ooh, Whitemon finds Toronto Tokyo.
Dude,
it is
on the way.
It's
so much damage. He tries to get... Dude, one of these hooks is going to hit from Thompson. I don't think he's hit a hook yet, but at some point, it will connect.
He's
just going to walk at him under the tower. The Deluge slow will set up enough. All right, there you go. Who needs hook?
Fast rotations.
He's going to cut through the tree. In comes the Sven. Nice Stormhammer. Inkswell, though. Not going to connect. They get the silence. Can he actually make it out of this? This Nature's Prophet doing a lot of damage, but another silence soon. Whitemon just walks in and slows them, sacrificing himself for this. He actually gets out.
They have so many there's so many seeds of serenity. They're like planting a path of heals for this Pudge. All of that combined to keep him alive, like with Flesh Heap, Phase Boots, everything. Because they threw a lot of stuff, like another Stroke of Fate, barely keeping that Pudge alive. Oh, he cancels Mieros, teleport in the bottom lane. Last second Infernal Blade into the Doom. Pretty dead.
Oh, that feels very good. Yeah. Ramses is really the only one who can secure kills onto the Sand King right now for that. I like the Morphling does not do enough damage. Pudge does not do enough damage. It has to be the Doom. So it's a really heads-up play from Ramses.
Yeah, if you can get some setup, then maybe Pudge could do it, but it's a lot easier with the Doom.
Speaking of Pudge, he's going a Blink Dagger very early. Not something we see that often on this hero. Like he's typically a, you know, Aghanim Scepter, BKB Blink, stuff like that. Wants to get in and do the damage, but
well, it's been really hard to hit hooks, so
yeah.
I'm just gonna blink right in.
Who needs to blink, or who needs to hook? Yeah. For those of you who are just joining us, don't forget to register with 1xBet and use the promo code UNIVERSE, that's UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% welcome bonus deposit. You can find more information to that with a pinned message in the chat there. Thompson's got his Maelstrom working towards the Gleipnir, which he's farming very well. That's
not Thompson, right? Who? There's no way Pudge did that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I said Thompson. I just got distracted for a moment. GPK on the Nature's Prophet. Sorry.
Okay. I thought we were getting real creative here on Tundra.
Gleipnir Pudge back in the meta, guys. You heard it here for no. GPK's got his Maelstrom, and with this, like, he's farming exceptionally well. It's expected, right? Nature's Prophet into a Pudge mid. He shouldn't really struggle that much to find net worth. It's mostly surprising to me that Thompson has found as much net worth as he has. Bottom lane, big epicenter, and the ult from the Nature's Prophet to secure the kill, of course. Not to steal it. Mid lane, blink reveal from Thompson into the pullback. He's going to respawn right in a Bramble, though, and they've got everything here. Miro has to be a little bit careful, but a really nice Soulbind onto 2. Pure trying to finish off Toronto Tokyo will be able to do so. And now Pure, as the Sand King, he might have another stun in a moment. Waveform in. Does he have the damage? The hook this time. Finally, Thompson gets one.
For a kill
3
steal,
big kills
he would never
lane.
miss.
Not when it matters.
All right. I'd say successful blink reveals for both teams, but then TP did mid to help, and they thought that was going to go a lot better, but I guess it was pretty close. Thompson and 9 class both survived with just a sliver of health from the Soulbind double demonic purge, all of that. But just not quite enough damage versus a tanky hero like Pudge.
Yeah, it's really going to be like the Sven eventually with God Strength doing like big crit damage. That will bring him down. And of course, Psycho is just not there yet. Yeah, he's got a long ways to go. And Sven does eventually catch up to that threshold, but for now, Pudge is relatively tanky, right? And it's a big commitment to try and bring him down, at least until the Gleipnir gets finished up on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, nothing like a Spirit Vessel to help this game. No one's a great builder of it. You just have to wait for that raw physical damage.
Oh, there's going to be the Blink Dismember onto the Shadow Demon. That's a quick kill for them.
Mid tower with Pure here and his newly finished Manta should be able to secure this. Doesn't look like they're rotating enough heroes. You need the Sand King, I think. If you want to take any of these fights, you got to get that Blink Burrow Strike to start you off. And they might just be waiting to pick up a couple more items. I see a pipe in the works for Sand King. That'll help reduce a lot of this damage from Tundra. The physical damage from Pure is not quite here yet either. I mean, as it goes with carries. So a lot of this is like Bedlam and Rot.
They really want the Shadow Demon. Does he get in range for the Ensnare here? Nah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, they're smoking. Okay. Smoking on over. Ooh, the Blink in, the Ink Swell. They've got themselves on the Tundra. He's got himself a shield rune and a stick, but he does not pop either of them. He's going to go down as they find 9 class as well. GPK here on the Nature's Prophet doing plenty of damage. They have the chase continuing thanks to Miro. And those are 3 massive kills going the way of BetBoom as well. Sven walks into the wrong neighborhood. Gets doomed up, and Pure gets the credit instead. So it was going to be a really nice trade, but now it's still not a bad trade, but man, Sven dying is not great.
Yeah, they changed on the Naga to make sure the song didn't come out. That part was good. But this highlights why positioning is so important in Dota. Like, even with 2 heroes killed and a bunch of heroes in the area, they had enough vision to see Sven walking up alone through to the triangle, and 2 heroes that were left alive could get a key kill on it. That's why you'll see pros stick around at the edges of fights, not leave right away, because they know depending how the opponents scatter, thinking like, oh, we just have kills, we're free to go wherever, like maybe you can get a big kill in return.
Doom going down again in the top lane, thinking like, okay, they're surely not still here, right? They've definitely left.
Oh, surely they've scattered. No, I can go.
No, Gleipnir finished up on GPK. Manta done on Pure now as he's got himself a Chrysalis coming out. So Pure's just going all damage. Going for what I'm assuming will be the Conda build on the Morphling, which we see quite often. On the bottom side of the map, though, it looks like they're making a play for the Sven here once again. 9 class. Ooh, he goes the wrong way. A really good dodge out there from the Sven.
I think that's actually fine. I think they're scaring him more than anything. I thought maybe Thompson was on the way, but it was actually just the 2 supports there. And there's no way those 2 are killing Psycho on their own.
You don't think
but maybe
so?
You can...
Deluge,
maybe we can right-click him down with our 50 damage.
It's the Bedlam you got to be scared about, right? If you're solo against her and she has the Shade going, it's a lot of damage.
That's true. Sven though is like one of the tankier carries. He's already at 2,000 health, so
it's a big boy.
Pretty tough. But maybe you could bait rotations, right? I think that's what they were going for.
Speaking of big boys, Pudge in the bottom lane. Thompson and Ramses maybe looking for an opening. Now Ramses did go Midas this game as well, right?
Yes. He has a Blink Midas right now, and hopefully perhaps an Aura item coming up next. That's usually what we see from Dooms.
It's like the the pipe usually, right?
Yeah, I think that would be good here. Really good versus Sand King. The Gleipnir, magic damage from the supports.
Dire's bottom
Maybe you want to start going
is under
physical versus the Sven, because he is reaching that point of coming online. He's working on his BKB next. And at that point, you're going to start seeing him join a lot more fights.
I'm pretty sure Whitemon's going the Guardian Greaves, right? Yeah, so he's almost got his mech. He's pretty close. And that's pretty standard for the Naga Sirens. Like, she doesn't really need to build anything. Oh, he gets the hook! Pulls in the Sven. The Terrorize is going to come through. The big dismember, the stolen Burrow Strike. But there's the save from Toronto, Tokyo. And Sven gets his revenge. Quickly takes down the Pudge. The Song of the Siren just not fast enough. And he wants to keep chasing. The question is, Willie, there's got to be a blink up on Miro in just a moment. The Inkswell is out. The blink, the Burrow Strike's got him. 2 kills for BetBoom. And that's what I was saying, man. Pudge into a Sven is a little bit scary. You gotta kill him. Otherwise, he just turns around and beats you to death.
Yeah, Song is a great disengage tool as well, but I never knew this because I never got to play Naga until recently, now that she's a support. It's a long cast time. So
Oh, yeah.
Whitemon actually started casting it pretty quickly, but in the time it took for the song to actually come out, Sven had already finished bursting the Pudge. So I guess once there's a bit more armor and maybe like BKB on the Pudge, then that shouldn't happen, and you should get the songs out in time, but getting yourself at least a kill before then, very nice for Saika.
All right, Ramsey's just sitting on like almost 3,000 gold, and he's about to be sent right back to the fountain. He quickly buys his BKB components. He's like, oh, all right, bye. Very good rotation there from the side of BetBoom coming through that twin gate.
The fact that he's getting BKB, I guess, tells me he's looking to pick off a specific hero, and that's just going to be his job.
Nature's
I wonder
would
who
be my
he's
guess.
looking for. Yeah, maybe Nature's. It could also be the Shadow Demon, actually, because we were talking about auras, but I mean, if you get that purge going, you can actually dispel quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, we have a moment. Everybody, make sure to take a look and see if you are following these Fissure channels, not only here on Twitch, but also on YouTube. Just a quick reminder that the Universe Episode 3 is, of course, brought to you by Fissure Studios. They've put something real special together for all of us. So we appreciate that. 9 class nearly dying instantly to the Tormentor.
Don't miss any Tormentor death action, guys. Make sure you're following.
Normally, that's BetBoom's strategy, dying to Tormentor, but
Oh, they're heading over.
it's their turn.
It
Oh,
could
gosh.
happen. Looking good for this first one.
Yeah.
It's not usually the first one. It's usually the like 40-minute plus Tormentor that gets a BetBoom.
64% win probability. This kind of checks to me. I do feel like like I said at the beginning of the game, I feel like their draft is simpler to execute as opposed to the Tundra draft, which is a little bit more situational. And you are just going in for a lot of Blink Dagger and like pick off type heroes here, right? You have Blink on Pudge, you have Blink on the Doom, you have Blink now on your Dark Willow. Like you're going, yeah, like you're just playing to like delete specific heroes from the fight, like you were talking about.
Yeah, I do think it's easier for BetBoom. I'm wondering when they're gonna go, because they have just finished the pipe and the veil. Looks like there is a smoke, so maybe this is it. Maybe they are starting to get going with the BKB on the Sven. And if you can find a pick off, you can get the first Roche. Good positioning from Tundra. They're gonna break the
Really
smoke, and BetBoom does not want to go up this. Just gonna back out. You're probably gonna lose an observer right off the bat, which kind of sucks, but better than losing any heroes. They're waiting in the area though to see if a D-ward happens, and they might go back in.
They're also looking for the power rune, and it's going to be the amplified damage from for Pure now. They toss in the bottle, immediate smoke.
BetBoom does not know it was an amplified damage.
Oh, they will
Okay,
now.
They do now. that could have been a nasty surprise though. You try to take
Yeah.
a fight, suddenly there's a like
They're going for the
500
wraparound
damage
still.
morphling.
Another smoke coming out from BetBoom. The wards dropped onto the high ground. They see this. Thompson goes in, gets the Shadow Demon on the Dismember, but he's just so tanky. Gets saved immediately by the pipe, and Thompson will pull him back in. Oh, he's trapped in the trees. Disruption will buy some space. There's the Doom. It caught the Sven, but the Cleave! The Shadow Demon, it was all a bait. They take down 2 cores, and now Pure goes in, and he's gonna join them, bursted down by the side of BetBoom. A 3-for-1.
He didn't even use God Strength. They caught him with the Doom ahead of time, but they clumped up because of that, and there was so much AoE coming in between all the cores, like the non-God Strength cleave physical. Then you've got Nature's with his Gleipnir, like Sprout AoE, Sand King. I don't even know when Disseminate came out. It doesn't look like he actually did that much damage that fight, but that was not at all what Tundra thought was going to happen when they jumped the Shadow Demon. I thought that was like one of the best targets they could find, but they couldn't even kill him.
Well, speaking of targeting in the bottom lane, GPK maybe came a little bit too far forward for this one, trying to dive the Dark Willow.
Okay, maybe
Kill would be
Tundra can
credited
go
for
for
Thompson.
the Roshan now. I actually think BetBoom probably should have just done that.
Okay, yeah, I want to see how they died so fast, because like the Pudge with this build does not do damage. He is a initiator who's like, all right, come on in, guys, I found the target. But the BKB ends and they just die so fast.
Is the Soul Bind?
It's this Disseminate. It actually is the Disseminate.
Okay. I guess it doesn't count the amount of health you just lose right off the bat, right? Like the 20% health you drop.
God, that was so good. Oh, well, Thompson's found another target. This one, the Grimstroke, that's a great start, but Saika does get the God Strength off. Able to walk away for now. Will get pulled back in by the stun. Pure gets him as well. The BKB out from Ramsey as Miro doesn't connect the hook off the mark as well, but he jumps in anyway. BKB out, trying to bring down Miro, but a huge amount of damage coming in from the Sven still, and Miro's gonna live. TP back in from GPK doing work, gets the Sprout onto Wipe on as he's on his way to try and run, but another good fight here from BetBoom as they've still got gas left in the tank if they can find their opening.
You called it easier earlier. It's just easier to execute for BetBoom. There's point-and-click spells. You don't have to worry about landing hooks, dooming the right heroes. Any number of heroes could go in. It could be the Sven finding a target first, just setting up a stun, letting Epicenter be the follow-up, or you could swap that. Start with the Burrow Strike, let the Sven follow up. Nature's can be split pushing, join in. He can be part of it, scouting with the Nature's Call. There's a lot of tools for BetBoom.
Yeah, it's
I
looking
think
quite
someone
good
should
for
get
them.
Roche off of one of these fights.
I mean, they just came top. I think it is clearing the
think
way
they're
and
going
going into
for it.
Roche, right?
Sven's not here, though. It'll be a little slow without him.
He doesn't have God Strength either, but I mean, Nature's Prophet does a good amount of damage. So does Sand King. I think they'll get it eventually.
I'm just saying it's a little slow, and if Tundra was running top, like, I think they could
Spooky.
actually fight.
Yeah.
Okay, Sven's coming in. He's TP.
He's like, guys, don't worry. I gotta get the Aegis. Remember, I'm the Sven.
This one's mine, guys.
All right. So first Roche gonna go the way of BetBoom, and with this, all right,
Oh, it's
they
actually
do.
to GBK.
They do give the GPK. It is one of those things that Sven is just a transformation hero, right? Doesn't really benefit from having the Aegis too much.
Yeah, I think it also allows very aggressive teleportations.
Yeah.
And that could give the information you need for your team to follow up with either actually anyone, like Soulbind, Disruption, or the Demonic Purge, the Burrow Strike, the Stormhammer, right? Nature doesn't really need to be waiting. He just wants to right-click. So with the Aegis, he can go in, get the vision. He might die for it, but as he respawns, I'm sure there's like a million stuns coming out, and then he gets to right-click at that point.
Blink Octarine is the build for your Dark Willow. I mean, he might change it, but it's one of those things that's like, it doesn't feel like you're going to get a ton of impact out of it, but we'll have to see, right? Like, Dark Willow does, like, when you have the Octarine, technically you could go back into the Aghanim Scepter at that point, and then you have, the actual scaling late game. So it's like one of those things that, like, Tundra is a team that loves to play for, like, wild late game scenarios, and if you have the Octarine already, say you get, like, a third Roche with an Aghanim Scepter or something, like, suddenly you have a really farmed, really scary support, like, quote-unquote support, Dark Willow.
That's true. It'll take time to get there though, because
Oh,
I
yeah.
think once you have the Octarine, like, I don't know, as a lower cooldown abilities, which will be annoying for sure, especially as BKBs get lower and lower. But it won't contribute that much damage until later on as you get more items.
Still about the same win probability as we saw earlier, slightly moving, but I will say I gotta give credit to Tundra for still managing to stay as close as they are in net worth, right? Like the Doom obviously has Midas and Devour, but I mean Morphling, right? Just now as we see taking the top net worth position, he is super farmed.
That's true, considering that you have the global map efficiency of a Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Thompson gonna get found in the mid lane. Do they have a way to save him? Absolutely not. One tapped by the Sven as he goes to farm the wave, and that's the kind of the difference, right? When you have this off lane initiation of a Blink Sand King with the Inkswell.
Yeah, much easier. And this is why it's so good to have multiple Soulbind combos. Like, if it's only one spell that combos, you feel a lot of pressure to wait for the Soulbind before you go in. But because you have so many good combos, anyone can initiate, and you don't care that it's, like, wasted. Oh, I didn't get the double value. Whatever.
Well, they're going to lose the Dark Willow, but you at least trade this time for this
Doom onto
Grimstroke. Doom onto Miro. This should be a pretty easy kill. The real incoming is Pure, looking for GPK now, and you cannot escape the Morphling as a Zero might get away. Oh, the dust barely clips him from Whitemon. Great disruption. Does GPK live? He's gonna lose the Aegis. Kicking down, they finally get him, and he is stuck inside some brambles. He has a BKB when he respawns. Could TP out, but Thompson's here on the punch. Goes for the Dismember. A great 2-hero Soulbind, though. You gotta be careful. A lot of damage still coming in from this Sven, but Pure's gonna survive it, and GPK, he's down. Pure gets the kill, and on the other side of the fight, Whitemon's managed to find both. Saika in trouble, just burning down to this Thompson Pudge is Toronto Tokyo will TP to safety, but they get all 3 cores from BetBoom somehow. What a find on the song of the Siren, dude. That was such a good song.
Yeah, that was a great song. And they got a sneaky Soulbind because he bought back in, glimmered in. So they managed to get the Soulbind, but they'd already lost several heroes, so they didn't have the best combos. Demonic Purge had been used earlier, I believe. So Sven tries to go in off of that, but didn't have God Strength, didn't have a lot of combos. Then he tries to run into that Song of Siren you pointed out. He just didn't last long enough on the BKB.
He's so tanky here on the Morphling. Pure does not do a lot of damage at the moment, but with some help of his allies, maybe you can finish it off. Big Terrorize
This fear
coming
is actually
out.
5 years long with the
Yeah. I mean, he's still going. The Burrow Strike continuing as he can't get away from the Sandstorm. And Pure, the waveform up on the high ground down to 50 HP, but is gonna live. Whitemon continuing to hold Miro back, and Ramses will BKB to finish off that Grimstroke, but Miro's not done. He's managed to take down both supports. Ramses down to 0 HP. Thompson goes in, Blink Dismember. Pure comes in as well. The Burrow Strike is available. He goes to the low ground. Disruption is out. The hook, excuse me.
biggest hook in the world.
That was a people-wide hook if I've ever seen. They get Pure very low. He's gonna do the classic BKB TP, the Nightfall, as some would say.
Unless I'm misremembering, I believe at the end of hook, the hitbox actually expands, and that's why you'll see some funny hooks like that, which Shadow Deep is gonna be pissed about. He's like, what
He's
the
like, yeah,
heck?
clearly this isn't gonna hit me, and it just like does the classic,
Homing
just
hook
like
on me.
just pops over like a quick 400 units and grabs him.
All right. I don't know. I guess that's a pretty even exchange.
That's hard to judge, but yeah, I like it, the net worth and everything didn't really move.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Pure's getting scary though. I mean, GPK is also really farmed. He bought out a Daedalus, and the best thing you can do going late game into Tundra's draft is get some Lincoln Spheres. You know, you get a couple Lincoln Spheres, suddenly you're fine. You know, Doom as well as Dismember being blocked is absolutely massive. So we'll see if they can manage to do that. Real quick though. Quick reminder for those of you who are watching, there is a giveaway going on with 1xBet. You can type 1x give in chat to learn how to participate.
Thinking of scaling, Nature's 25 is a very tough call.
Yeah.
The teleport cooldown's amazing. Oh, Tormentor, BetBoom. Are we gonna? Yeah, everyone looks healthy. We're good here. I will say the first. Oh wait. Okay, we're good. The first shard going to Toronto Tokyo was huge. It actually kept him alive in one of the earlier fights. But anyways, Nature's 25. So teleport, no CD. That one was so good for so long. But with the Ironwood Tran, the 3 times health and damage, it's actually insane in how much tower damage it offers and how well you can split push, because you just send it down a lane, and if people ignore it, it's like 4 catapults hitting your towers. It's so much damage.
And like you get to a point in the late game where you like send one down the lane. If they don't address it, you just TP to it, summon a second one, and you like 3-shot a tower.
Yeah, you could have 2 going at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like 8 catapults at that point. And teleportation, as part of the changes earlier, it's only a 20-second cooldown at max level, which is not that bad. Obviously, no cooldown's nicer, but in the exchange of the rat potential with the other talent, it's a tough call. We'll see what he ends up grabbing.
I feel like it's got to be the Treant damage, but we'll see. They bottle up an Arcane Rune here on the Morphling. They're smoked up on both teams as the Roshan respawns, meaning if a fight breaks down, the winning team likely able to secure themselves Roshan, depending on the survivors. But mid lane, they are holding the wave where they want, and I think they're a little bit afraid to show, because they do not see anybody on BetBoom right now.
I think they're unsure where everyone is, but as the smokes end and you start seeing where the different heroes are showing up, like you see the Naga illusions, you know she's in that bottom half of the map. So they can now position top, and it's about to turn into night, which means Roche is coming up here, and it's really hard to go through the twin gate. So you need to just start running up here. I say that actually, BetBoom is not currently waiting around the pit. Oh, maybe you can. Maybe you can like pop song and then go through the twin gate, surprise them. That'd be kind of cool. All right, here we go. Teleports over, and over to Roche. Now this will be fast. If you pop God Strength for this, you do not have a lot of time.
I'm sure he does, right? Unless they don't want to actually start the Roche.
They're scared.
It's one of those things, though, you kind of want to keep the God Strength for the fight.
GPK
GPK might do enough damage, dude. He's not standing in the pit. There he goes. It's like if he starts hitting on the Furion, it'll be enough. All right, the Roar is out. Maybe trying to bait Tundra here. Tops in, he gets the... They've managed to pull back Psycha, and the Doom, is he going to commit it? He does. In the backside of the fight, they zone out everyone.
Toronto Tokyo.
What a find. He goes in, tries to save with the disruption, but that is 2 dead. That is BKB dead as well. GPK trying to TP on out. He will make it. Oh boy, that is a really good find from Tundra as Miro.
What a blink.
Very nice blink. Okay. Song of the Siren, though. He actually catches both of them. Really sick play from Whitemon. And there's nowhere to go here on Miro. He's going to burrow strike in, try to do what damage he can, but another dismember. They get the kill. Double for Topson on the Pudge. All set up on the back of that first hook. Beautifully found.
Yeah, and the supports did a great job. So they were jumping the Sven. Toronto Tokyo got deleted by Morphling. But at the same time, like, oh, maybe we can blink Epi. Maybe the Soulbind will come out. No, totally locked down by the Dark Willow and the Naga Siren. They just could never join the fight. And then they couldn't leave either. They were just actually constantly rooted, songed, everything. What a fantastic find for Tundra. Suddenly a 7k lead for them. They pick up the Aegis, the banner. Who's got it? Morphling's got the banner. Yeah. So they still have tier 2s because BetBoom has been in control. So I don't know. I guess you just clean up tier 2s, and if you manage to find a pickoff, you could go high ground earlier before worrying about the other tier 2s, because you actually have such good damage. Like, this is a nearly level 25 Morphling. He'll destroy these buildings.
The Pudge with the Morphling is actually kind of interesting because they are both so durable that it makes it really hard for BetBoom to get out enough consistent damage to bring one, if not both of them down. And Pudge is getting to a point where he's kind of at the too big to fail moment, right? He's built up a lot of flesh heap stacks. He's getting closer to his 25 talent. He's got a lot of tank items. The commitment you're going to have to bring to actually killing this Pudge is going to be potentially too much. Dude, the slow is ridiculous from Deluge. That's so cool. And he gets a rattle cage on top of it, so even more armor, going to make it that much more difficult for these, two right-clicking cores to finish him off.
No, that's the best one you can find because
Absolutely.
with the BKB, it's only the Sven physical damage that can kill him. Natures can contribute more as time goes on, but I guess those two, it's the physical, and now you just got the best armor neutral you could get. All right, at this point, now that you're taking the last tier 2, I think you're just fishing for hooks. Like, you just chip away with illusions. You have
Absolutely.
3 minutes on Aegis. You have so much time. So you just chip away with illusions, see if you can get a good hook, see if you can get a pick off as BetBoom tries to play the map. And as soon as you get a good kill, you can just brute force the objectives.
I was about to say, what if Naga Siren goes like Blink Dagger, and now you have like a Blink song set up, and he has it, so you could
cool.
potentially do something like a song into Blink on the high ground and set your team up for the initiation that way. They've used it as a defensive tool mostly this game, or like a cancel of like the retreat from BetBoom. But this is always one of the things you have to be worried about. Whitemon could go in with the song at any moment. And a
Night
Lincoln's
class
done on
Octarine is about 1,000 away, and it's still a little bit off, but when he hits 20, that -7 Bramble Maze cooldown plus the Octarine means you're going to litter the map with Brambles. Very annoying for a hero like Sven who hates being kited. Sand King who wants to be moving around. He took Dust Devil, right? He wants to move. Just going to litter the map with Brambles. I'm a little surprised. Okay, maybe I'm not, but I think it would be cool to see Doom take the new facet, which extends the amount of time Doom is, and then use it on a deluged target. Like, surely that's like 30 seconds of Doom.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It probably would be. Maybe more, dude. I don't know.
Because max duration is 16, and you would be extending it. I think at this point you'd have like 5 extra seconds of Doom or something.
Yeah, it would be a
35% status resistance reduction. I think you'd actually Doom someone for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think at 40 minutes the math works out to like just over over 4.5 seconds of Doom duration. So, and he also has the timeless relic. So,
yeah, I don't know if it's good, but it'd be hilarious.
It would be funny. It would definitely be funny, and that is what I like most in my games. All right, level 25 Morphling online. He is going to have that waveform cooldown, I'm pretty sure, right? That's, I think, what most people take.
Yeah, he's got that. So very low cooldown waveform.
All right, uncontested. Well, Toronto Tokyo goes in for the initial stun. They got the follow-up, but can they actually bring down Pure? The chain stuns, they've done it. Okay. He's going to have BKB and Satanic left. Ramses just jumps in, hits the Doom onto the Sand King, and oh my gosh, a second Doom! They actually managed to find the Sven! He's going to be able to finish him off, but the Song of the Siren here potentially to reset the just jump in. The Burrow Strike stolen from Pure. He's going to burn down both of them. The buybacks available. Tops with a really nice dismember finding GPK. But Pure continue chase just 2 taps the Grimstroke.
Leashed by the Sprout.
He's leashed by the Sprout. You're right. Pure pops a Satanic waveform backs the other way. A triple kill for him. 4 dead as the GGs are going to come through, and that is it. Tundra take game number 1 of a 24-pick mid-Pudge. You love to see it.
This is peak Dota.
This is Tundra, man. This is what they do.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Very, very back and forth. Some very good fights by Tundra. I can easily see that going BetBoom's way, but just several fights in a row, Tundra smoked in good directions, happened to run into the right heroes, and they just started off a lot of fights, taking out key targets. Like you find the Shadow Demon, you find the Sand King, the Sven, they're out of the fight. BetBoom, despite us saying that they had the easier execution, they actually struggled on that, which is not meant to be a flame to them. I think Tundra, not only do they have weird creative drafts, they also have like weird ways they play. They'll take fights when you don't think. That's like the Thompson's thing, right? He's just like running at you and you're like, this doesn't make any sense. Why is he doing this? And I think that helped Tundra catch BetBoom off guard here to set them up for, I don't know, like 5 fights in a row where it felt like Tundra had the right targets and was able to win the rest of the fights off of it.
It was a really good morph pick as well, right? Coming back to the draft where they grab it and at the end of phase 2, like looking at BetBoom's heroes, there's not really a good answer to this morph, and they just move it into the 1 position, obviously by the end of the draft. And yeah, Pure just crushes this game 13-1 and 11. And at some point you're kind of looking as like, how do we ever kill this guy? Like there's so much behind him in the form of like the Naga Siren and the Pudge. And yeah, they get the Aegis that one time, but that was without BKB and everything, right? So very difficult to kill him twice.
Yeah, I thought maybe the supports would help answer the Morphling, but they ended up struggling, being killed first in a lot of these fights, so they get no gold, no XP, and because of that, like they're nowhere near getting like an Aghanims on the Grimstroke, which maybe is part of that Morphling answer, but never really get to that point. There was a period where Sven was pretty farmed, but they weren't able to find the Sven, or sorry, the Morphling in that time.
Yeah. Really fun game number 1 here in this series, but for now we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with game number 2 of Tundra versus BetBoom here, everyone. We'll see you in just a little bit.